My name is Jiang Chen, an ordinary young man. I just crossed over to this parallel world called Blue Star yesterday, and found myself in the body of a music college student who has nothing but good looks. After merging memories, I discovered that this guy actually has a girlfriend. Jiang Chen doesn't want to date a woman he doesn't know at all. Just when he was troubled by this, she happened to suggest breaking up. Isn't this a cause for celebration? Jiang Chen, we have grown up. We are no longer the ignorant children we used to be. So, do you want to break up? Listen to me. Yusheng Entertainment has recognized my abilities and wants to sign a contract with me. I am about to become a star soon, and stars cannot have scandals. So, are you abandoning your boyfriend for your career, right? Jiang Chen questioned the girl in front of him. Her name is Su Chanqian, who is technically the girlfriend of the body he is in. Su Chanqian saw Jiang Chen's indifferent face, but the ruthless words were also very shocking. She has been with Jiang Chen for more than 3 years and naturally understands his personality. When Su Chanqian was questioned by Jiang Chen, her good friend Lu Yu, who was next to her, retorted sharply, Jiang Chen, don't speak so harshly. What can you bring to Su Chanqian? Just embarrassing rumors. Chanqian is going to be a big star in the future. She is not in the same world as you. Do you know? Also, about breaking up, we are here to inform you, not to ask for your consent. Jiang Chen looked at the excited Lu Yu and was full of question marks. Jiang Chen directly spread his hands. Sister, I am talking about feelings with my girlfriend. Why are you interrupting? People who speak like you, in novels, can only appear in 2 chapters at most. Lu Yu was so angry that she trembled all over. She was about to retort, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Let me make it clear. I never said I disagree from start to finish. If you keep nagging like this, if you provoke me, I might post the photos in my phone online in the future. Then will you be ruined by yourself? Lu Yu's face changed immediately, wanting to say something more. Su Chanqian quickly pulled Lu Yu back when she saw the situation. She felt very strange looking at her boyfriend, completely different from the obedient Jiang Chen before. Jiang Chen, don't act like a child. We have spent 3 years of happy time together. If you still love me, you should let me fly higher. How about this? What conditions do you want? Jiang Chen helplessly said, let's just break up. Can't a grown man like me still ask you for a breakup fee? That's it. Su Chanqian was stunned, although she came to break up, but Jiang Chen's indifferent appearance made her very unhappy. When breaking up with me, shouldn't he be desperate? Jiang Chen, I know you are very upset. You don't have to hold it in. You can cry. I will accompany you today. People in Jiangcheng were all stunned. Why is this woman so annoying? Just as Jiang Chen was about to say something else, someone on the singing stage in the bar shouted, Jiang Chen, it's your turn. Come on, bro. Yes, Jiang Chen now works part-time as a resident singer in a bar, but his singing skills are very average. Otherwise, with his extraordinary beauty, a little packaging, he is not much different from a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. Seeing Jiang Chen running up to the stage in high spirits, both Su Chanqian and Lu Yu showed displeased expressions. Lu Yu sarcastically remarked with a strange tone, saying that with his appearance, lack of singing skills, and talent, he could only be a bar singer for his whole life, and might even be unemployed tomorrow. Su Chanqian frowned. Although her best friend's words were harsh, they were indeed true. Then Lu Yu pulled Su Chanqian away from the bar. On the stage, Jiang Chen held the guitar, suddenly remembering that he was a time traveler, and all the cultures here were highly similar to his previous life, but completely different. At least there were no familiar singers like Jay Chou, J. Lin, or Joker Shui, and naturally, there were no music works from them. Jiang Chen felt a sense of joy in his heart, about to start singing and playing, when suddenly his mind went blank. Ding, the voice system has been bound and completed. Jiang Chen's eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he nearly burst into tears after lying down a million times inside. Being a loser in your last life, are you going to make a comeback in this one? So what? Can you introduce yourself? The system was very condescending, and without another word, a panel appeared in front of Jiang Chen. You have been given a newbie gift pack. Do you want to open it? Without saying anything, it's a straight-up newbie bonanza. Open. Congratulations, you have gained the ability, Voice LV1, Master Voice, Perfect Tone, and Civic Shop has been unlocked. Vocalization LV1, the host can output emotions better when singing. Jiang Chen was still studying his golden finger, and the people listening to the song below were already impatient. Why are you just gawking? Are you going to sing? Come down if you don't sing. Get delayed. I want to hear Princess Chasing Moon. That's right, get off the stage. Princess Moonchaser is next. Princess Chasing the Moon is also one of the resident singers in this bar. Her voice is very sweet, very healing, and the scene is also very stable. There are so many people in this bar, and the Moon Princess is one of the most important factors. However, this princess chasing the moon has never shown her true colors, and every time she goes on stage, she always wears a mask. A drunk once tried to go up and lift her mask and got beat up by the bar owner, and then it never happened again. Jiang Chen also realized that he had just dazed for too long and hurriedly adjusted the height of the microphone. Sorry everyone, I was just thinking about something else, so I'll sing you one of my original songs today. It's called Actor. Chapter 2, a song actor that rocked the house. When they heard the words original song, all the audience members scoffed. What kind of talent is there in these bar singers? I come here mainly to listen to them sing the current pop music. But before the objections could be shouted, the guitars had already begun to swing. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Jiang Chen's perfect voice combined with the rhythm of his fingertips on the guitar created a special beauty. He remembered the way Su Chanqian looked when we broke up just now. Isn't that an actor? Break up, just break up. Obviously not want to stay at all, but also to pretend to care about Jiang Chen's appearance. People had their own aspirations, and there was nothing wrong with choosing their own careers, but then they preferred to make Jiang Chen think that she was the reason that was holding her back. Is that bitchy? Please omit the recursive mood. You're not an actor. Don't set up those scenarios. No problem. I just want to see how you're going to do it. Your sadness is too superficial. Like an actor with no talent. The audience can see it at a glance. The main song part alone is very heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen himself didn't even realize that he was so devoted when he sang. And the emotions coming out of his voice were like ripples spreading throughout the bar with him as the center. This was the power of sound of the voice. The function of this golden finger was to make him sing with more emotion. All the people at the scene froze. They were captivated by Jiang Chen's song, and they had their mouths wide open in disbelief. The boss, who was leaning on the bar, the moment Jiang Chen's voice came out, his entire body also stood up straight, his eyes staring intently at Jiang Chen, who was putting in his efforts on the stage. The bar's biggest celebrity who was waiting to go on stage, the masked moon-chasing princess, was also staring blankly at Jiang Chen on the stage. She knew what level Jiang Chen was at. His ability to sing was actually quite average, but it seemed to be different now. His voice and timbre had changed for the better, sounding very comfortable. Some people had already picked up their cell phones and were filming Jiang Chen on the stage. When the chorus came on, everyone's bodies leaned back and they sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm blind to what you're supposed to be doing. I'm forcing the one person who loves you the most to improvise. When did we start putting away the bottom line? Changing with the times. Look at the botched shows. But you used to love me so much. Why the details of the show? What should I become to slow down the boredom? It turns out that when love lets down its defenses, that's the test. The chorus is the part of a song that has the most soul, and that tone goes up a notch with the power of the vocal. Surprisingly, it created a very shocking effect in a short period of time. People heard that disdainful feeling in Jiang Chen's song, which was a bit sad, but most of all sneering and disdain. He didn't like that hypocritical look of Su Chanqian just now, like a talentless actor, acting like a child who did something wrong and asked for praise. This original body in Su Chanqian's surprisingly 3 years of love has not been divided is also a strange. Jiang Chen from a bystander's perspective can clearly see that this Su Chanqian did not really like Jiang Chen. The reason why he fell in love with him, but because of his school's identity, used to satisfy their own vanity. But a lot of the time she can be seen going around getting high with the president of the student council, those presidents of other clubs, and other such campus figures. He asked himself to help buy this and that all day long when he knew he needed to make money to support himself with a bar residency. But the original body didn't even feel a thing, and trusted her beyond fucking belief. You say that couples trust each other is just. The key is, these years, has been their own unilateral payoff. Su Chanqian, she really is a penny did not give themselves to spend. It's pretended to be for the cause, but it's never been about love. No problem. I'll do whatever you want. Jiang Chen's song was accompanied by his own emotions in a continuous output, and there were already some silent tears in the audience under the stage. That was beautiful. Who said he had to get off the stage? Some sighed silently, as if recalling sad memories. Soon the song that gave old Shui a run for his money had been performed, with a very catchy melody that makes you want to hear it again. Jiang Chen only had time for one song at a time, and he wasn't the only resident singer here. I'm done with my song. Thanks for listening. Jiang Chen stood up and bowed solemnly to the audience below. The stage instantly resounded with fierce applause as everyone stood up to applaud Jiang Chen. One more song. One more song. They were all up in arms, wanting to hear Jiang Chen continue to sing. It seemed that they had all forgotten that when Jiang Chen had gone on stage just now, They were all clamoring for him to get off the stage. Surely listeners are fickle. Jiang Chen glanced at Princess Moonchaser, who was waiting on the side to go on stage, and then looked at the audience under the stage. Sorry, I only have this one original song. I'll sing it with you guys next time when I write a new one. The audience was sorry to hear it, but it wasn't a wasted visit to hear the debut of this original song. Jiang Chen held the guitar off the stage, passed by the side of the Chasing the Moon Princess. Actually, you can keep singing. I don't really care. She had a very nice voice, like a lark in a tree. It felt like there should be a beautiful woman underneath the mask as well. Jiang Chen thought so. I only have one original. After singing, Jiang Chen's time was actually over. Sometimes when the other resident singers didn't show up, he got to sing more than 2 songs, but when there were more other singers, he only got 1 song. This bar was in the neighborhood of the Star City Conservatory of Music, and many of the singers who came to reside there were students of the conservatory. The owner is also trying to give these students more of a chance, and the price for a song ranges from 50 to 200, depending on the audience's vote to distribute. Listeners who came to the bar were given a chance to vote, with the highest vote getter taking $200 and the lowest vote getter taking $50. Even if no one voted, there was still $50, and that was why Jiang Chen liked to come here. The bar owner's name was Su Tianyang, a handsome man who was no less than a handsome man, and many girls came to hit on him, but he always had a cold, refusing look on his face. He walked over to Jiang Chen and asked, "That song just now? It's called Actor?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Is it original to you?" After Jiang Chen searched his memory and confirmed that there were no travelers from Earth in this world yet, he nodded very firmly. "That's right, it's my original. And yes, after all, it takes a runaway girlfriend to write lyrics like that." Jiang Chen? Boss, if you don't know how to talk, don't talk at all, okay? Chapter 3: The Secret of the Schoolmate's Classmate. You're quite talented. My suggestion is to write more original songs. And the skin is not bad. If you want to mix with the entertainment industry in the future, there is a good chance, but the voice condition can maintain the level of today's level is very good. Jiang Chen hurriedly nodded. Then Su Tianyang did not speak again, holding his chest and looking at the Princess Moonchaser on the stage. Princess Chasing the Moon was worthy of being the headliner of the Sun and Moon Bar, and when she sang, everyone on stage looked mesmerized. Her delicate voice and melodious timbre, combined with the mystery of wearing a mask, made her popular. Jiang Chen was also very mesmerized by what he heard. Even though she was wearing a mask, he had already imagined her as a beautiful woman. After a long time, Su Tianyang asked Jiang Chen, "What do you think of her singing?" Jiang Chen froze for a moment and said, "It's already at the level of a professional singer. I've been to concerts before, and when some second-tier female singers sing, they often have car crash scenes, but she's very steady." Hearing Jiang Chen's comment, the corner of Su Tianyang's mouth rose imperceptibly. The music hour at the bar was cozy and short. It was soon time to get off work, and the main reason why Jiang Chen was stationed here was because he had to wait for his paycheck. Of course, if there was a vacancy, you could go up and sing another song, but unfortunately not today. Singing here is done on a daily basis. Jiang Chen left the bar humming a song. He was in a beautiful mood. Not only does it solve the relationship problem, but it also has an extra hangout system. It was late at night, and as Jiang Chen was embarking on his way back to school, a petulant cry came from the rear. "Robbery! He robbed my bag." Looking back, it turned out to be a motorcycle that was speeding along, with a bag for women in the driver's hand. Behind it was a girl anxiously chasing a motorcycle. Seeing this image, Jiang Chen visibly froze for a moment. "I Nima, this other world is so exciting, and you can still encounter a robbery like this?" Coincidentally, next to the construction site, Jiang Chen copied a wooden stick without saying a word. It was a straight-up lateral stop as the motorcycle was about to drive up next to him. This motorcycle robber didn't anticipate that this fresh meat would dare to screw himself like this. "You fucking ouch." With a clang, the scene was directly the separation of people and cars, and the robbers fell off. The robber, who had fallen to the ground, had a fierce look on his face as he pulled out a knife from his arms and was about to get up and have a big fight with Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was also hard-headed, holding his cell phone with an excited face and said, "Families, this is not a program effect. This is a real gangster. An airplane, directly with him in a physical fight. Old iron people brush up." He pulled out a knife. The robber was so shocked that he covered his face, despite wearing a helmet, and pulled up his motorcycle in a panic and fled. The speed was so fast that it didn't take a moment's hesitation at all. Jiang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. His legs a little weak. Damn, oh, he really has a knife. The second life was almost lost in a wave. There was a bag left behind by the robbers on the ground, and it was no surprise that it would be the beautiful woman who had called for help. Soon a girl with a ponytail arrived in front of Jiang Chen out of breath. Thank you, who are you okay? Is it going to be okay? I'm sorry, I didn't realize he had. When she looked up, her entire body froze. This face, isn't this schoolmate Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen also froze for a moment. This perfect face, dimpled body, is exactly our school flower classmate Su Yuexin. Good evening, Mr. Su. Jiang Chen bent down and helped Su Yuexin pick up the bag, because when the robber fell just now, the contents of the bag also poured out, and inside were some cosmetics and other things. But when Jiang Chen picked it up, he found something remarkable. A golden, moon-themed design mask. Yeah, it's not. Su Yuexin snatched the bag over and glared at Jiang Chen. What did you see? Jiang Chen coughed dryly and hurriedly waved his hands and said, Didn't see. I didn't see anything. This, who would have thought that the school beauty who was extremely popular on campus, she would be a bar resident singer, or the head of the bar's resident singer, Princess Moonchaser. Rumor has it that an entertainment company has already taken a liking to Su Yuexin, and almost all of the campus competition shows have Su Yuexin in them. This kind of person is like the moon in the sky, and to have a residency at a bar is like taking it down a notch. Jiang Chen felt that only singers like himself, who had no level and wanted to earn some pocket money, had to go to a bar as a resident singer. Su Yuexin packed her bag while explaining, Actually, that mask belongs to a friend of mine. I'm holding it for her. I didn't say I had seen the mask. Su Yuexin's face stiffened for a moment, realizing that she seemed to have made some pale explanations. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that the figure and height of Princess Chasing the Moon was a perfect match for Su's schoolgirl, so how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Su Yuexin bit her lower lip, sighed helplessly, and said, Don't say it out. Jiang Chen didn't have this kind of bad taste either, and simply responded, Is Su going back to school? Aha, let's go together. It just happens to be on the way. It's a big night. If we run into robbers again, there won't be anyone like me to do justice. Thank you. The two just went side by side in the direction of the school gates. As a big celebrity of the Star City Music Academy, Su Yuexin naturally received a great deal of attention. Just arriving in front of the school drew a lot of stares. Jiang Chen sensed some hostility, if any, emerging from the passing boys. Although Jiang Chen was the school grass, this was only circulated amongst the girls. Not many boys felt that they were inferior to Jiang Chen. Besides, Jiang Chen was a really very average person on campus. Not only was his academic performance average, he was absent from all the clubs or class activities. The girls around them whispered about them as well. Su Yuexin came back so late again. This time she actually came back with Jiang Chen. Could it be that I heard she goes to clubs a lot and does all that very social stuff. I wonder if it's true. How can that be fake? Wandering day after day into the night and now coming back with Jiang Chen. Doesn't she know that Jiang Chen has a girlfriend? Chapter 4, Video Fermentation. A small fire. Jiang Chen's ears were still quite sensitive, and he naturally heard these students gossiping about Su Yuexin. These gossips had been around before because Su Yuexin went out almost every day in the afternoon and then didn't come back until most of the night, and didn't join her roommates. So many people rumored that she was doing some kind of unclean work. Jiang Chen used to be a little bit skeptical, but today he knew that she, like himself, was a resident singer at a bar. Su Yuexin didn't say a single word, and just went in the direction of the girls' dormitory with an expressionless face. Jiang Chen also left just like that, and he could only lament that there were a lot of right and wrong in people. The next day, Jiang Chen was shaken awake by his good roommate Wang Xiaopeng before he even woke up. Jiang Chen, get up quickly, you kid is on fire, you know that? Jiang Chen struggled to get up from the bed and opened his hazy eyes. Peng, do you know that telling someone to wake up early was punishable by death in ancient times? You kids stop comparing yourself and get up and buy me a big meal. Look at this. Wang Xiaopeng handed Jiang Chen his cell phone. Jiang Chen yawned, then saw himself on his cell phone. It turns out that a video of himself singing actor in a bar was posted and it became an overnight sensation. And now it's also being reposted by all the major marketing outlets. The song's influence in the previous world was outrageous, and when put into this world, it was actually expected that it would catch fire. After all, it's the old Shui's decade of overstaying his welcome with a song that flipped the script. Jiang Chen is also very happy, so it seems that if he wants to take the singer, this road is also feasible. Scroll through the comments section and read it. What's this song? Never heard it before. Begging on my knees for the soundtrack album. Good lord. How many girlfriends did it take to run off and sing like that? Oh, little brother is good looking and sings so well. I love it. Isn't this the Sun and Moon Bar next door to the Star City Music Academy? This bar is quite famous in the area. Thanks to the magic of soundscape, listeners are able to reap more emotion from the songs. There are many singers who sing well, but few singers who sing with feeling. Once the song comes out, there should be an agency coming to get you to sign, right? Damn you for not posing with me, Wang Xiaopeng said enviously. When he went to bed last night, he studied his system. The system was very rudimentary, but it was enough for Jiang Chen. In addition to the ability of vocalization that was given to him at the beginning, there is also a civic shop. The store is also full of items. The complete book of music theory, self-defense fighting techniques, the birth of an actor, song components. These books are consumable and will go directly into the mind to form a memory after use. But these things cost money. That's right. It's going to be RMB for nothing. This complete book of music theory knowledge would cost $1 million. But Jiang Chen was someone who was willing to go to even a $50 a day residency. So where could he shell out $1 million? This song component, on the other hand, was a complete presentation of everything about a complete song in Jiang Chen's mind. After all, there were many song arrangements that you couldn't replicate from memory alone. So this thing was especially important to Jiang Chen. But unfortunately, such a thing also costs $100, 000 a piece. The video of Jiang Chen singing is also rapidly fermenting on Jitterbug. And with his face value and ability, he will naturally have a future wherever he goes. Then naturally, his video was also seen by Su Chanqian. In the office of Lushang Entertainment, Su Chanqian whole apprehensively sat in front of Feng Wei, the manager of Lushang Entertainment Company. Su Chanqian, right, your condition is very suitable for our company, and we are very willing to train you as an artist. But to become an artist, you have to suffer a lot. Do you really have the courage to give up everything for your dream? Su Chanqian hurriedly nodded her head like a chicken pecking. I'm very willing. Feng Hui smiled. He was already basically certain inwardly that this was a good pit master. Then this is an agreement you will sign. Although Su Chanqian was eager to become a star, she still had to read this kind of document. A facelift? There's no need to be rare. In fact, although your face value is already very good, a higher face value will bring you a better future. Don't you want to become more beautiful? We do have cooperation with some plastic surgery hospitals in the kimchi countries. When the time comes, the company will advance the cost of plastic surgery for you up front. Su Chanqian swallowed a mouthful of water. She thought of Su Yuexin's 10,000 people chasing after her in school, and thought to herself that if she hadn't been a little bit lower in face value, this school flower position would have been hers. She also quickly convinced herself to look down immediately afterward. This crystal maiden. Oh, this is the Potato Video website is about to launch a talent show web series, although the company decided to sign you as an artist. But there should be a talent show process or have to have. Besides, as a conservatory origin, you should not be unable to get on stage, right? Su Chanqian's entire eyes lit up. Having a stage and a program is a good thing. She couldn't wait to fantasize about the way her spotlight would hit her. One step closer to becoming a big star in the future. She, Su Yuexin, is only making a name for herself on campus by virtue of her skin, and in the future, I will surely trample her under my feet. At this time, Feng Hui's cell phone rang. He smiled and said to Su Chanqian, you can look at the contents of the contract first. I'll take a call. Su Chanqian also nodded, but from Feng Hui's mouth, she heard a familiar name. Hello, Kong Chen? Is that the guy who sang the actor? I swiped his video today too and thought he had an agency. Since you're optimistic about him, go ahead and recruit him. Just give him a Netflix contract. After going out, Lu Yu also asked with an anxious face, Qianqian, how is it? It's been successfully signed and I'll soon be a real artist. Great. But on top of the joy, Su Chanqian was also a bit puzzled. Just now, she heard Jiang Chen's name from Feng Hui's mouth and said something about swiping his video. So with suspicion, she opened her cell phone. It turned out that the front page of Jitterbug just pushed a video straight to her that left her dumbfounded. Chapter 5 The Power of Bar Residency. Jiang Chen, in the picture, was playing the guitar with deep emotion, singing an original song she had never heard before with a very moving voice. I'm blind to what you're supposed to be doing. Listening to Jiang Chen's song, Su Chanqian's entire body froze. Lu Yu on the side was also a bit dumbfounded. What had happened yesterday after they left the bar? Fake singing, right? Isn't Jiang Chen he has no talent and no singing skills? Fake a head off fake. This voice of course she can hear it is Jiang Chen's. Just why suddenly become good? Of course, the most important thing was the emotion expressed by the song, and as the person involved, she certainly heard the mockery and disdain coming from within the song. She was a little reluctant to accept the fact that her ex-boyfriend was talented, which would send her into some sort of guilt and regret. Lu Yu hurriedly consoled, Shanshan, don't worry, he has been 4 years all the same. This has just happened to write a good song. If the gold has long been glowing, we still don't understand him? This is definitely just luck. Maybe it's still copy from somewhere else. Su Chanshan could only nod her head with a pale face. She only hoped that Jiang Chen wouldn't appear in her vision in this way again. She still preferred to watch the man she abandoned fail to accomplish anything and fall down. Jiang Chen also received an offer from Lusheng Entertainment to sign him as an artist under their banner. Without even thinking about it, Jiang Chen directly refused. Not because Su Chanshan is in this company, but because the contract is too low level for him to see. These agencies probably just saw that he could sing a good song and boxed him in, squeezed a little bit of value out of him, and let him go off to be with the leader or bring in the goods. Now it's the company that picks him, and in a little while, it could be him picking the company. Still, one of the biggest problems plaguing him at the moment was that he had no money. So in order to solve the problem of food and clothing, it's better to go to the Sun and Moon bar first to earn some small money. The boss gave him $200 yesterday. Today's Sun and Moon bar seemed to be extraordinarily crowded. The main reason was still the explosion of that singing video of Jiang Chen yesterday. And this place became a Netflix hit point. Many people wanted to see Jiang Chen. Of course, there is also the headliner here, Chasing the Moon Princess. And even by Jiang Chen brought fire. There is also Chasing the Moon Princess singing video. Jiang Chen took advantage of the customers' inattention and used the dim light to blend in next to the front desk. Although today's business was very hot, Su Tianyang still looked like he had nothing to hang on to. Boss. Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Su Tianyang scanned him before saying, "You're the grand finale today." Jiang Chen inwardly rejoiced. This was an unparalleled treatment, comparable to Su Yuexin. After a while, Su Tianyang asked Jiang Chen, "Do you have any more songs? There are a lot of short video bloggers coming today, so maybe you can sing 2 more songs, which will bring you a nice wave of traffic." Jiang Chen searched his memory, then nodded confidently. A guitar and a microphone would be enough to hold many of the songs in his head. As the lights flashed alternately, a steady stream of students took to the stage to sing. There are no professional singers, all cheap students, which is kind of a specialty of Sun and Moon Bar. He Xiaorui was also a little-known anchor. Just like Jiang Chen, she was a student at the Star City Music Academy. She was on live at this moment. Families, I really didn't lie to you, Jiang Chen, he really is the school bully of our school. That video before also didn't have a P picture. Wait for the little sisters who want to see a handsome guy, don't miss it. Wow. Next up is Princess Moonchaser. Families, Princess Moonchaser is the best resident singer in this bar. She sings really well. If she's on stage, then Jiang Chen shouldn't be far away. Wait patiently. Families, her pop-ups were also hilarious. Sit back and wait for the rollover scene. Show me my husband Jiang Chen. I want to hear the actor. I want to hear the actor. I can't stand it. Su Yuexin, who had put on a mask, sat on the stage, and as she adjusted the microphone, a loud applause rang out from underneath. Although the schoolgirl was wearing a mask, she was still quite strong, and her singing skills were not at all on the same level as the others. As soon as her voice came out, the audience that was supposed to come to see Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and clapped their hands. I didn't realize that this small bar was hiding crouching tigers. I just didn't know what kind of face this moon-chasing princess had underneath her mask, and whether it was worthy of such a perfect voice. Jiang Chen also marveled at Su Yuexin's strength, but he was next. After Su Yuexin finished singing, she bowed to all the audience, said thank you and got off the stage. This was followed by Jiang Chen, who came on stage clutching his guitar. At this moment, the customers below erupted in strong cries. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Looking at these enthusiastic spectators, Jiang Chen also froze for a moment, did not think that he still had fans, listening to them shouting their names. There was actually a strange sense of pleasure in his heart. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen. Thank you for your support, and thank you all for liking me. I hope you can vote for me after listening. After all, it's about my salary today. He Xiaorui's live broadcast room was also filled with pop-ups at this moment. There are all kinds of gift effects flying around. Thank you for the gifts from your families, but I'll stop arguing when our schoolmaster wants to sing. She was also looking at Jiang Chen on the stage with a look of anticipation, and the camera of her cell phone was also aimed at him. Yesterday I sang an original song called The Actor and I'll sing it again for you today. Guitar sounds emerged from Jung Chen's fingertips as he gently rocked his body. And the bar, which was originally a bit noisy, quickly became quiet. Keep it simple. Keep it simple in the way you talk. The magnetic voice came out. And with the power of the sound of the voice, everyone was wide-eyed. No one made a sound to disturb Jung Chen's singing, and the emotions were released along with the song, moving everyone. Crap, why am I thinking of my ex-girlfriend? Listening to it like it's a relief? Ooh-hoo, why is it that when you've obviously never been in love, you just want to cry? So it's those when love drops its defenses that are the test. He's so good at writing. Music is an art of transmitting emotions, and the listener's ability to resonate emotionally is the greatest recognition of the singer. Chapter 6 Those Flowers, The Power of School Ballads. When Jung Chen finished singing, the scene instantly applauded. Under the influence of the voice, many of the audience members at the scene had tears in their eyes. After singing, Jung Chen looked at Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang nodded to him, signaling him to continue singing. Jung Chen smiled. He still had so many songs in his head. Campus, youth, guitar. These elements blend together in a genre called school ballads. The crowd was unsurprisingly chanting for Jung Chen to do another song. Jung Chen took a deep breath as he stroked his guitar and said softly, I also have a new original song, so I'll dedicate its debut to you all today, and I hope you can enjoy it. Hearing the words new original song, Su Yuexin, who had stepped down from the stage, also put her eyes on Jung Chen. In the bottom of her eyes, the gaze of Jung Chen, who was playing the guitar, suddenly became softer. Those flowers, for everyone. He Xiaorui didn't dare to disturb loudly. She whispered to the audience in the live broadcast room, brothers, new song our schoolmaster Zhang's new song debut. You guys are blessed with ears. The pop-ups were all looking forward to it, but there were also some rather harsh ones. Claptrap. I bet the next song will never be of the caliber of actor. Sit back and wait to make a fool of yourself. When are you bringing the goods? The reason why some of the pop-ups were so piercing wasn't that Jung Chen had gotten into trouble with anyone. It was simply because he was now combining his talent with his face. And on this small stage, he was surprisingly able to shine as well, which could easily catalyze an emotion called jealousy. However, when Jung Chen's voice just came out, everyone once again froze. That laughter reminds me of those flowers of mine. In every corner of my life, it blooms quietly for me. I thought I'd be by her side forever. Today we are gone in a sea of people. The power of school ballads lies in their subtle yet repressed emotions, blended with memories of your youthful years, and the songs that hit you in the heart. Jung Chen recalled his classmates from his previous life, now that he had traveled to another world, and he had said goodbye to those flowers from that time forever. When one gets older, one passes by a vibrant campus and hears the energetic laughter of his classmates. He would remember that once he had such a past, laughing with those he had liked. Just when the train of time passes by, it turns out that those people have already fallen into the sea of people, forgotten in that period of time. The soundscape LV1 amplified the emotions within Jung Chen's heart, and everyone present had their mouths open as a heartbreaking feeling surged through their heads for some reason. It's like watching someone you love gradually drift away from you and then, they're old, aren't they? Where are they? Luckily, I used to open up with them. Tears blurred eyes. Favorite people may not accompany you to walk through the whole period of youth, but to meet them in their most beautiful age, how can it not be a kind of luck? La 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 la. Miss her. La 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 la. Is she still on? La 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 la. Let's go. They've been blown away by the wind, scattered at the ends of the earth. Su Yuexin also stared blankly at Jung Chen, who sang passionately on the stage. She was not someone who was easily moved, but this song today, why did such simple lyrics, such simple tunes, possess such magical magic? The cheeks under the mask had been streaked with tears. Everyone hadn't expected that they had intentionally wanted Jung Chen to satisfy their ears. But now it wasn't their ears that were being satisfied, but their hearts. The lights in the bar became a little dimmer, and people were listening to Jung Chen's song in silence. Distant memories were swaying with the music, surfacing in every mind. And so we go, each to his own. At the end of the song, all the audience on the spot burst into applause. He Xiaorui's live room, pop-up screen full of tears. Boss Su Tianyang was also watching Jung Chen carefully. If one song was luck, then two songs was talent. For him, the song Those Flowers expresses a little more emotion than actor. Ballads are better to sing, but to sing with flavor and emotion, that's a rare thing. Jung Chen had unsurprisingly become the resident singer with the most votes today, and the other resident singers were envious. It feels like if this goes on, Princess Moonchaser won't even be able to keep her position as head honcho. Before leaving work, Su Tianyang sought out Jiang Chen for another chat. He handed Jiang Chen a cigarette. Chat? Jiang Chen waved his hand to indicate that he didn't smoke. Then asked suspiciously, "What's the matter, boss? Want to be an entertainer?" Jiang Chen froze for a moment. Joking, wasn't this golden finger just letting himself be an entertainer? Who wouldn't want to be one? Definitely want to then. Could it be that you're the hidden big boss of the entertainment industry? Boss? Su Tianyang leaned on the bar, glanced at Jiang Chen and said, "For a young man like you who has no backstage but has talent, there are two routes to becoming an entertainer. One is to take advantage of your popularity on the internet like you are doing now. Open a live broadcast and sing when you have something to do, and have an agency come to you, so you can naturally get inside that circle. But this kind of probability will need to start as an internet star do start. What about the second way? Draft. The draft?" Su Tianyang nodded and handed Jiang Chen a publicity poster. Jiang Chen took the poster, and on it were clearly written a few large words. "The Chosen Son." What kind of talent show is this? A large-scale talent show launched by Penguin in conjunction with several major video websites. The people selected for the program can be of various styles. Top singers, those who can sing and dance rap, those with creative talent and even those with face value are the targets of this program. The program has a total of 100 potential new stars selected from various channels, and there are a total of 4 rounds of aftershow to select the final 11 to receive the signing qualification from the major companies. Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed at the introduction on the poster. To be honest, he was a little ticked off. "Where did you sign up for this? The enrollment period is over." Jiang Chen's face stiffened. "Boss, aren't you fooling me? If you want to participate, I'll give you a chance." "Crap, boss, you're not really the hidden big boss of the entertainment industry, are you? Do you want to participate? Think." Jiang Chen promised with a resounding voice. Chapter 7, He's a Scumbag? After Jiang Chen left, Su Tianyang made a call. "I found a nice good one on my side. A bit of talent. I'll send you a video later." "Yes, it's from the Star City Conservatory of Music. As for the contestants, you can kick out a connected person or add a seat. In short, the way is up to you." "Okay, that's it, bye." Su Tianyang hung up the phone as he opened the video of Jiang Chen singing that the others had captured today. There was something vaguely expectant in his eyes as he watched him sing. La 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 la. Su Tianyang hummed and hung a closed sign at the door. On the way back to school, Jiang Chen was also in a very happy mood. It happened to meet Su Yuexin again. "Ha, classmate Su. What a coincidence." Su Yuexin smiled. "It's quite a coincidence. After all, we work in the same place." The moon was bright and the streetlights were shadowed. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Let's walk together. If you're as pretty as Su, the probability of encountering robbers while walking alone is very high." Su Yuexin nodded, then followed Jiang Chen as they walked back to school. The Sun and Moon Bar is very close to the school. It's only a 10-minute walk back, and this bar is dedicated to the students here. On the way back, Su Yuexin looked at the side of Jiang Chen's face and couldn't figure out how he managed to sing such a vicissitude and rhythmic song as those flowers. "Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? You sing beautifully. No one doesn't like to be complimented." Jiang Chen laughed and gave Su Yuexin a thumbs up. "Thank you, you too, Ms. Su, I think that with your strength, it's more than enough for you to casually go to a talent show and become a star." Su Yuexin was silent for a moment and said, "I'm not as talented as you, Su. Narrow-minded. You already have a super high face value, a perfect voice and a near-perfect score. If you still have to have the talent to write songs like me, then do other people want to live? Also, songwriting is actually a matter for songwriters. If all singers become original singers, how do you expect these songwriters to live?" After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Yuexin snorted a laugh. It was pretty emo, and after listening to it I instantly felt like it would be a bit much if I could write another song. But on second thought, why was he, Jiang Chen, so awesome? In the midst of small talk, the two soon arrived at the school's entrance. Same as last night, still a lot of finger pointing, and Su Chanxian and Lu Yu had just come back. When Su Chanxian saw Jiang Chen shoulder to shoulder with Su Yuexin back to school, her whole body froze. With Su Chanxian's understanding of Jiang Chen definitely does not flirt with girls. Usually, he didn't dare to talk to other girls, let alone have a laugh with the schoolgirl. Why did he go with Su Yuexin? Why is he hanging out with other girls just after he broke up with me? Does he really not love me anymore? Su Chanxian's mind flashed through a lot of images from when she was with Jiang Chen in the past. Jiang Chen had always been her loyal licking dog. She herself was with Jiang Chen because he was good looking and she was honored to have the school bully as her boyfriend. When Jiang Chen would become a hindrance to her career, she didn't hesitate to kick it away. And that was fine. The problem was, she couldn't accept that the guy she kicked off was with a girl she hated and was prettier than she was. A nameless jealousy spread through her heart for no reason. She walked straight to Jiang Chen and said coldly, "Jiang Chen, I really misjudged you before." "Jiang Chen? Egu this woman. Annoying or not, it's over. What's the point? It's none of her business even if she's walking with a diva actress herself." "Mr. Su, can you be reasonable? We don't have any relationship right now. I'll pretend I can't see you, and you'll pretend you can't see me, okay? Jiang Chen, you, okay, big star. You are not allowed to have a scandal in the future. Don't whine to me. It's not good for you either. Just be a stranger in the future, okay?" Jiang Chen sidestepped and walked past Su Chanxian. His actions attracted a lot of onlookers, and when Su Yuexin saw this image, she instantly felt that it was kind of funny. She followed Jiang Chen, who was walking away quickly, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, if you don't explain to her, you'll be misunderstood." Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, "This woman, don't mention it. Alas, what a sin the original owner created. On the contrary, it's you, Mr. Su. Going with me is going to cause some bad public opinion. Whatever, I don't have much public opinion anyway, and I'm about to graduate, so they can say what they like. Besides, I just saw someone who pissed me off. Maybe you're getting a grudge from someone. I'm not afraid though, but you boys are kind of bad." Su Chanxian looked at Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin's backs, so angry that she was shaking. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails embedded in her flesh. At this time, a pretty good-looking student in a suit also walked by. He stared at Su Yuexin and Jiang Chen's backs, his face somewhat gloomy. When the other students saw him, they greeted him with a smile. "Hello, President. His name is Fan Lijun. He was the president of the last student union, although now it has been changed. But he is also excellent in both character and academic excellence and also won a lot of prizes. He is also very well liked on campus. Even now, whenever he returned to the student council, he was basically in charge of all together." But the gazes of these melon eaters present looking at Fan Lijun were all a bit odd. Fan Lijun's pursuit of schoolgirl Su Yuexin was not a secret in the school. The schoolgirl was very high and cold, and had once rejected Fan Lijun's pursuit very clearly. But Fan Lijun was persistent, pursuing Su Yuexin for 4 years. Call him a dog licker, he doesn't even seem to have a chance to lick. So this time when he saw his high and mighty goddess Su Yuexin actually walking together with that punk Jiang Chen talking and laughing, it was hard for him not to associate something with it. But he still put on a spring-like smile and asked Su Chanxian, "Qianxian, isn't Jiang Chen your boyfriend? Did you guys break up?" Su Chanxian looked at Fan Lijun and said with an aggrieved face, "President, Jiang Chen, he dumped me yesterday and turned around with Su Yuexin. He's a scum." Fan Lijun was thoughtful. His gaze flickered with some strange light as he said, "I see. Uxin should not have seen through his true colors. I will make her understand." Chapter 8, Chairman, I have an idea. The next day, unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen's singing of those flowers was another minor hit. The comments on the video in question are pretty great as well. Being there, I'm not an actor. I was literally crying from listening. I thought actor was already amazing. I didn't realize he had other original songs. They're old, aren't they? Where are they? Tears. Families. What about being touched? Please release it to music platforms soon. I want to hear the recorded version. Compared to yesterday, there were more agencies that wanted to come to Jiang Chen for a signing today, but Jiang Chen still refused. Now that he's signed, he'll have to start out as an internet star, and he'll be able to fight for very little from those agencies without his value being reflected. The chosen one is his time to show his worth. As a traveler, or a traveler with a system, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be satisfied with just being a small netizen. Today, Sun and Moon Bar is temporarily closed for the day. Su Tianyang sent a message to Jiang Chen saying that he has to go and do some errands, so he doesn't have to go today. Jiang Chen was also happy to have some leisure time, and he began to study the arrangement of the Chosen One's tournament. What he was blissfully unaware of was that over at the girls' dormitory, Su Chanxian looked at the video of Jiang Chen's heartfelt singing of those flowers that was playing on her cell phone's short video. Both went to school at the conservatory. Su Chanxian naturally knew how good or bad a song was, and she was also naturally clear about how well Jiang Chen sang it. She scrolled through the comments section and saw the comments that were all praising Jiang Chen. only to feel incomparably solid. Is he that good? Why do you pretend to be a loser when you're with me? He can obviously write songs, but he hasn't written me a single song in 3 years. Su Chanxian was pissed off to the point of scalp numbness again. The better Jiang Chen was, the more she couldn't accept it. She hated being the evil female sidekick to the hero of a cool novel. Lu Yu also sat beside her. She saw the soulful look of Su Chanxian and hurriedly comforted. Qianxian, don't look at him, he's a seamless scumbag. What's there to keep? But he can write songs. Lu Yu snatched the cell phone, said with hatred, Qianxian, you are going to be a big star in the future. You are the person of Lushang Entertainment Company. Can not be a little bit of interest? He has only 4 years to hold 2 songs only. You will be in contact with the gold medal producer. What is he, Jiang Chen? Didn't you hear manager Fan say? He can only be considered a net star at best. He's not on the same level as you. Su Chanxian suddenly realized that yes and yes. She had already signed. She was already considered an artist. She just didn't have the exposure yet. But Jiang Chen was just a vegetarian, and he was no longer in the same class as him. Suddenly she was much more mentally balanced. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I finally figured out that Jiang Chen and I aren't from the same world. It's good that you can think that way. Come on, let's go rehearse the program. The graduation party is about to start. This is a good stage. Yes, the 2 BFFs left again in high spirits. And at that moment, the rehearsal room. Su Yuexin was rehearsing the piece she had chosen for the graduation party. Snap! Crisp applause rang out from outside the door, and Fan Lijun smiled as he walked in, saying with a look of admiration, Uxin, with your strength, you can totally go and sign with any economic company. Su Yuexin frowned. The moment she saw this person she was annoyed. This feeling was like Jiang Chen seeing Su Chanxian. What can I do for you, Fan Lijun said gently. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Eat Jack. Su Yuexin had goosebumps all over her body, oiling her to death. Bye. Su Yuexin wanted to retreat. She really didn't want to come to the rehearsal just because she was afraid of meeting this earthly oil thing. Fan Lijun's eyes flashed a hint of gloom. Yesterday Su Yuexin was talking and laughing when she left with Jiang Chen, but she never gave him a good face. Wait, Uxin. I came to see you for something. Su Yuexin frowned and asked, what is it? Fan Lijun moved a little closer and whispered, Penguin's talent show Crystal Girls, which opens next month, is going to have an audition, and I just happen to have the appropriate channels to help you get a spot to participate. Thanks. No. Wait. Uxin. You should know my heart. This isn't my true strength yet. As long as we're together, I can fight for more resources for you in the future. No need. Bye. Su Yuexin's expression became even more disgusted as she directly turned around and left. Fan Lijun still wanted to stay, but Su Yuexin had already left with a quick step and closed the door in her hand. On her way out, Su Yuexin happened to run into Su Chanxian and Lu Yu at the door. Su Yuexin ignored it. She wasn't familiar with these people either. But she hadn't gone far when she heard Su Chanxian's yin and yang, obviously a miscreant. What's the point of pretending to be noble? Su Yuexin paused for a moment, then turned her head and glanced at Su Chanxian with interest. This kind of look made Su Chanxian blush. She felt like Su Yuexin was looking at a retard. Condescending. When they entered the rehearsal room, they saw that Fan Lijun's eyes were somewhat terrifyingly gloomy. He asked coldly, what did you hear? Su Chanxian and Lu Yu both shook their heads at once. We just arrived and are here to rehearse. Fan Lijun nodded, then pointed to the stereo and microphone next to him. Su Chanxian's good best friend Lu Yu, although they do not have much ability, but also like to come up with ideas. While Su Chanxian was singing, she rolled her eyes and said to Fan Lijun, President, can you help Chanxian teach that Jiang Chen a lesson? He's just too hateful. When he said Jiang Chen, Fan Lijun became angry. Where exactly was he worse than Jiang Chen? What else does he, Jiang Chen, have besides a skin that's a little bit better than his? It's time to teach a lesson. Lu Yu was delighted. She had long looked at Jiang Chen with displeasure, and after being disliked by Jiang Chen at the bar the day before yesterday, she felt prickly and scratchy all over. Chairman, I have a plan to put a gap between their two hearts. Tell me about it. If he's asked to sing a song with Su Yuexin and it's specified to be his original, Fan Lijun was full of question marks. This damn, let himself give them a red line? Lu Yu hurriedly explained, President, listen to me. Recently Jiang Chen wrote 2 songs and became a bit popular, right? There are only a few days left before the graduation ceremony. We asked him to write a new song out. He must be too late to do so. Those 2 songs are 100% what he has been holding back for the past few years. If he had talent, he would have already become a campus sensation, right? Fan Lijun pondered for a moment, then nodded. Luyu saw Fan Lijun agree with himself, inner joy, and continued, and Su Yuexin's singing level we know, Zhang Chen and she is not a grade. Let the two of them in front of the face of all of us in the conservatory as a chorus of a rehearsal is not too late and is still rushed out of the song. There is no tacit understanding of the two. Will definitely become a car accident scene. At that time, the two of them, whether they have a relationship or not, Su Yuexin will definitely never want to work with Zhang Chen again. Won't this kill two birds with one stone? It can also hit Zhang Chen's face and make Su Yuexin disgusted with Zhang Chen. Fan Lijun didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that Luyu was making sense. He lifted the corners of his mouth in a smile and said, interesting offer. Ha! Chapter 9, not just for the stage, but also for the money. Zhang Chen had somehow gotten laid this time. He suddenly received an invitation from the student council. The school hopes that our graduation party this term can be a bit more interesting. And since you, Jiang, have recently written 2 better songs, our student council has agreed that it would be a great loss to the school if we didn't have you at this year's graduation party. Zhang Chen looked at the announcer in front of him and was also at a loss. What's this graduation party got to do with you? I didn't sign up for this. Senior Jiang, please save us. No one in our class can write songs like you. Zhang Chen directly waved his hand in rejection. Are you kidding? Going to a bar and singing at least has a paycheck. This whole graduation party doesn't pay for itself. The school is full of talent. Go find someone else. This schoolmate who came to Zhang Chen was called Lu Kai, and he was asked by Fan Lijun to invite Zhang Chen to the graduation party. There were only 3 days left in the party. Trying to convince Zhang Chen to write a song and sing it in front of all the teachers and students would be too difficult for him. But Lu Kai, before he came, he took $2,000 from Fan Lijun. If this thing is not done well, $2,000 will be gone. So he can only continue in a low voice. Senior Jiang, why don't you give me a condition, and I'll try my best to fulfill it? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. You're satisfied? As much as possible? Give $100,000, anything. After Lu Kai heard this, his face darkened and he directly walked away. Don't bother with the $2,000. Meanwhile, inside the student council office, Lu Kai said bitterly to Fan Lijun, Chairman, it's really not my problem, it's that he's not willing to cooperate. Fan Lijun revealed a cold smile after hearing this, thinking to himself, he really doesn't have any more stock left, or else it's unlikely that he would have refused this opportunity to show his face. What did he say? He said he wanted him to play unless he was given $100,000. $100,000. For these students is also a lot of money, but Fan Lijun his family is still relatively generous. $100,000 he can take out. But isn't it a bit of a waste to use $100,000 just to get out of a bad mood? Fan Lijun was in deep thought, yet he was now somewhat mesmerized by Su Yuexin's whole thing. Just for a moment, he immediately opened his eyes and made a decision. You go tell him that I can give him $100,000, but he has to make sure that his song gets a score of 9 or higher from all the judges and teachers on the floor. At the graduation party, after each program is performed, there will be a scoring session, and the scoring will be done by the teachers of the school. At the end of the evening, the highest scoring will receive a sponsorship distributed by the school. Lu Kai's entire body was shocked. How could this be? What can he, Zhang Chen, do, in addition to looking a little better? Zhang Chen is a mediocre little transparent odd in school. So Lu Kai went back to Zhang Chen. What? You're willing to pay $100,000? Do you really think I'm a big star? Zhang Chen was shocked. They could all still be in school. $100,000 was definitely a huge amount of money for the vast majority of students. Lu Kai really knew what excuse to make up, and said stiffly, Senior Jiang, our president said that there is a condition for this, that if you get a rating of less than 9 from all the tutors at the party, you have to return the money. Zhang Chen laughed. Here's a card number. You tell him to call my card. I'll take this $100,000. Lu Kai was inwardly contemptuous. Who didn't know Zhang Chen's level? Hold 4 years in the bar to hold 2 songs from nowhere to float. So dare to take. How to make a fool of themselves when the time comes. The deal was struck very quickly, and Fan Lijun was very satisfied with Zhang Chen's reaction, and he even secretly mocked a wave of words. A bumpkin who's never seen any money, and can't recognize who he is at $100,000. He then sent Zhang Chen his request. Songs must be original, need to be sung with Yushin Su, related to graduation, and represent a blessing to all students and faculty. Zhang Chen also directly said okay no problem but he didn't know why he got involved with schoolgirl Su again. Soon Su Yueshin made a call to Jiang Chen. Hello, Jiang. Aha, where did you get my number? Asked from the boss. It dawned on Jiang Chen that the boss still had his phone number there. Almost thought the schoolgirl had a crush on her and was secretly investigating her. What's up? Su Yueshin said. Just a reminder to you. If Fan Lijun wants you to perform on stage at the graduation party, it's advisable to just refuse. Why? I threw him a bit of a face today. I'm afraid it will spread to you. He should want to make things difficult for you on purpose. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I'm afraid this is a bit late. What? Jiang Chen immediately told Su Yueshin what had just happened. After all, just now Fan Lijun had given him the mandatory request to sing on stage with Su Yueshin. Su Yueshin was silent for a moment, then said, Milk tea store in front of the school. Meet up? The school beauty invites me to go to the fire. Su Yueshin propped up her face, straightened her hanging hair, and said helplessly, Can't you see that he's deliberately making things difficult for us? Where is this being difficult? This is clearly giving me money. Although I think it's rather childish. You agreed to it, which I didn't expect. After all, I was ready to quit the graduation party. Jiang Chen asked suspiciously, Why did you quit? With your reputation in the school, wouldn't it be a major loss if you quit? Su Yueshin spread her hands and said with a disinterested face, That Fan Lijun tried to take me down this morning. I didn't agree. Then he said that I never went to rehearsals and had a bad attitude. Threatened me that if I wanted to continue on stage, the opportunity should be left to someone more suitable, and said something about me having the strength to neutralize and join you on stage. Actually, it's mostly because I was jealous that I went with you yesterday and wanted me to make a fool of myself with you. Su Yueshin still saw it quite thoroughly, but she really didn't care about whether she went on stage or not. She just didn't expect this Jiang Chen guy to agree. Then isn't this intentionally creating heat for me, and giving me $100,000? Don't tell me you can write the formulated song in 3 days. And the teachers are expecting more from original songs. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed. If I hadn't been given this $100,000, I really wouldn't have been able to get it. But with it, it's a different story. What? You want to buy it from someone else? No. Money fully inspires my talent. Chapter 10, Why would the schoolgirl ask you out? Did he promise? Lu Yu and Su Chanshan both asked Fan Lijun expectantly, and both of them also hoped that Jiang Chen wouldn't be with Su Yueshin. As long as Jiang Chen was having a bad time, they could happily mock or express their pity. Fan Lijun nodded. Never mind whether Jiang Chen had problems with Su Yueshin or not. In any case, he just couldn't let his goddess get good with another boy. There couldn't even be a hint of it. Plus Jiang Chen's face value was a bit higher than his. So Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin stood together looking like a good match. And he couldn't stop thinking about it. Su Chanshan said with some concern. He won't really be able to write any good songs, right? How is it possible? How can you write it in a few days? Fan Lijun also said with deep concern. I can confirm that he doesn't have any inventory in his hands, because when I first asked Lu Kai to go to him, he didn't agree, but he's a money-minded guy, and to satisfy the money aspect of the problem, he immediately agreed. Lu Yu froze. How is there still money matters? Fan Lijun sent money to Jiang Chen? President, you gave him a chance to go on stage and he's going to ask you for money? Fan Lijun's face stiffened slightly, but he waved his hand and pretended to be indifferent. It's just a little bit of small money. Convincing a guy who hasn't seen the world that a little bit of small money is enough to make him lose his mind. For the time being, he couldn't reveal that he had used $100,000 to specifically break up Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin, or else he would appear to be a dog licker. Su Chanshan's eyes flickered with some fire. Soon she would also have a lot of money like Fan Lijun. No, she would definitely be richer than Fan Lijun. Jiang Chen's just arrived $100,000 hadn't even been warmed up yet, and he was about to hand it over, because he needed to buy songs from the system. And if it was something simple that he could handle with a guitar, he could certainly not rely on the system. But now a complete song is needed to make a good soundtrack. Oh system, how do I buy it? When he asked this, a store interface appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. He clicked along with his realization and purchased the song component. And he thought for a moment. Let's go with this song. I hope the students will remember them as teenagers today. The song component of You Were a Teenager has been generated. The host can check it out on their own at their own computer. And $100,000 has been deducted. Jiang Chen looked at his account with two black eyes. The large sum of money that had just arrived was gone. But he took a deep breath and consoled himself by saying, Consider it the cost of my sponsorship by the Great Grudge of Van. That night, he sent the entire song to Su Yueshin. At that time, Su Yueshin was lying on her bed with headphones, watching the video of Jiang Chen singing those flowers. Under the influence of sound of the voice, she felt that when Jiang Chen sang, there was an indescribable charm, emotional yet not pretentious. Can you really write and rehearse a song in 3 days? She recalled the way Jiang Chen swore today and was a little worried. In fact, she really didn't care. It was just that she did have a little bit of selfishness. On the one hand, she wanted to see if Jiang Chen could really write good songs again, and on the other hand, she also wanted to get a close-up feel of what Jiang Chen looked like when he sang seriously. That's when she suddenly received a message from Jiang Chen. A short version of You Were Once a Teenager. I've written it. I've made this soundtrack. Familiarize yourself with the lyrics and the short score. Let's go practice tomorrow. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Good night, schoolgirl. Su Yuexin was dumbfounded as a whole. How come it's written? Didn't we just talk about it at lunch today? It's not going to be some shoddy rushed song, is it? Su Yuexin read the lyrics and the score from the beginning. After reading it, the schoolgirl student really wanted to light a cigarette emo. She looked at the dark ceiling, and for the first time she really felt the storm from the genius. The next day, the boss Su Tianyang sent Jiang Chen a form. This is the enrollment form for Chosen Sun. The recording will start about a week later. The location will be in Star City. The quota has been secured for you. Don't make a whole lot of backtracking moths. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and his entire body became grave. This was his chosen pathway to step into the entertainment industry, and it had to be approached with care. He carefully looked over the matters to be filled out in the form, as well as the attachment of the competition process that Su Tianyang then sent over. Roommate Wang Xiaopeng passed by Jiang Chen, took a look, and immediately exclaimed, "Crap, what are you yelling about? You're actually going to the chosen one?" Jiang Chen said with a contemptuous face, "You're shocked, Hammer. Look at this face of mine, purely natural and unpolluted. It's not too bad with a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years, right? Isn't it because you kid never dared to participate in any activities for 4 years? I even suspect that you've been taken over by someone, and it's weird that this licking dog doesn't become a dog anymore, and can write songs, and is even going to participate in the chosen one." Jiang Chen sighed and said in a profound manner, "I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was alienation and coldness. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I have a system. After being a licking dog for 3 years enough, I'll be able to awaken the civic entertainment system and go straight against the odds." "Ha, read too many tomato novels you." At that moment Jiang Chen's cell phone rang. Wang Xiaopeng took a glance. Caller, Su Yuexin. In the past 2 days, Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin seem to have passed on some small gossip. Originally thought it was false. This wave of Wang Xiaopeng was shocked. Jiang Chen answered the phone. "Hello, what can I do for you? Schoolmate? What's the matter? You really aren't in a hurry, are you? It's 10 o'clock schoolmarm. Time to go practice. Yikes, almost forgot. Go now. Go now. Where to meet? The school gates. 5 minutes. Jiang Chen shut down the computer in a flurry of wind and fire, then put on a pair and brought the USB flash drive with him. Wang Xiaopeng's back teeth were about to be clenched. "Jiang Chen, you kid, you really deserve to die. What right does the school flower have to ask you out? Do you know the meaning of schoolboy? Doesn't Cynthia Su smell good anymore? Don't mention this woman, we're still good friends." Jiang Chen quickly went out to go. The boss hadn't come back yet today, so once again, Jiang Chen didn't need to work at the bar. Su Yuexin was already waiting at the entrance of the school. Today she only wore a plain white t-shirt, but some people are born to be the moon, and the stars that pass by have to go around or they will become dim. "Go." Seeing Jiang Chen come over, Su Yuexin said indifferently, "Where to? Just follow me. Don't be too surprised later." Chapter 11, Rehearsing a New Song. Su Yuexin brought Jiang Chen to a place they were familiar with, Sun and Moon Bar. Then Jiang Chen clearly saw Su Yuexin pull out her key and unlock the bar door. "What's the matter with you? What's your relationship with the boss?" Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. How could she have the boss's key? Su Yuexin skimmed her mouth. "What are you thinking about? Think about what the boss's name is and what my name is." Su Tianyang, Su Yuexin. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. "Sun and Moon Bar? The sun and the moon? My brother and I. Aren't we even remotely similar? You've never made the connection?" Jiang Chen then suddenly realized that when he thought about it, the boss seemed to be really similar to Su Yuexin. At least in terms of face value it was pretty much right on the money. "Come on in. I'm closing the door." Jiang Chen hurriedly entered inside the bar, and Su Yuexin closed the door. The bar had very professional sound equipment on top of the station, perfectly adequate for the two of them to practice their songs together. "Is your accompaniment done too?" "Of course. Jiang Chen handed Su Yuexin the USB flash drive he had prepared, and soon after plugging it into the computer, it was connected to the stereo. The two men tuned up the singing equipment. Su Yuexin looked at the lyrics in her hand, and she was surprisingly a little nervous. The song, in her eyes, was really well written. Originally, she was a bit indifferent to singing at school, but this time, when Jiang Chen was involved, and it was the first stage of such a great song, she became so cold. Ahem, let's assign the lyrics first. I listen to all the songs you write. So Jiang Chen sat close to Su Yuexin, pointing at the lyrics on top of the paper, both of them discussing them seriously. Every now and then there was some humming again. The quiet bar only had the voices of the two hovering around, and in order to prevent being discovered, Su Yuexin had only turned on a little bit of dim light. An hour passed and Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. That's right, it's that feeling just now. Let's just sing like that when the time comes. Then try it officially? Su Yuexin also asked with some anticipation. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen went to play the backing track. There are times when you miss the old days, but you didn't say a word when Innocent left. The two men's singing echoed inside the bar, but the soundproofing was good enough that it wouldn't reach the outside. There was always some small clash of eyes between the two as they sang. With these 2 days Jiang Chen's understanding of Su Yuexin. In fact, the schoolflower is a relatively high and cold, but the personality is very unrestrained. She does not care what others say, and never go to argue with others, always alone. But if a little bit of a common language, it's still quite interesting a person. But for some reason, there was a hint of averting of the schoolmates' gaze. At this time, Fan Lijun was managing the rehearsals for the graduation party, and all day he was busy with the graduation party. But what puzzled him was how Su Yuexin and Jiang Chen hadn't come. There's only 2.5 days left. Don't you want to make time for rehearsals? At this time, he learned from Lu Kai that Jiang Chen had already gone out with Su Yuexin this morning. He just didn't know where he had gone. Hearing this, Fan Lijun's back teeth clenched. So Fan Lijun sent a message to Su Yuexin, and unfortunately, he had long since been blacked out. The message followed by a red exclamation mark. He sent another message to Jiang Chen. There's not much time left, and you guys still have the heart to go out and play? Jiang Chen replied back, practicing. Don't disturb. This time it was Fan Lijun's turn to be confused. Why did it feel how to think how to lose? Did he personally create alone time for Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin? Bad. Am I an NTR myself? He wanted to say something, but nothing came out. And no one says that song practice has to be in the school's rehearsal room. At this time, Su Chanshan and Lu Yu passed by and were a bit worried when they saw Fan Lijun's gloomy face. President, what's wrong? Fan Lijun looked at Lu Yu and said grimly, they went out to practice their songs alone, and I spent money to create opportunities for them? Let them cultivate their feelings? Lu Yu sensed the murderous aura, so he hurriedly said, President, you have to calm down. Jiang Chen, he must not be able to write a song. That's why he doesn't dare to come here to rehearse. Otherwise why would he avoid us? And Su Yuexin is notoriously high-strung, so how could Jiang Chen take her down in 3 days? Lu Yu suddenly got wise in a hurry and said, after all, Su Yuexin even has a cold attitude towards such an outstanding president, so she definitely can't look at that loser Jiang Chen. Fan Lijun was patted on the back a bit, and his face became eased a bit. I hope so. Chairman, you're just too much of a worrywart. Jiang Chen hiding is exactly a sign of lack of self-confidence. Let's just wait and see the two of them collaborate on the stage in a mess then break up. Well, you guys go ahead. Su Chanshan and Lu Yu hurriedly trotted away, practicing his song. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin practiced until dinner time. Both of them were a little thirsty and took a drink from the bar fridge. Jiang Chen thought about it for a moment and asked suspiciously, why did fellow schoolgirl come to the bar to reside as Princess Moonchaser? If you didn't hide it, there wouldn't be any of those bad gossips at school, right? Su Yuexin sat on the stage, propped her hands on the floor, looked up at the ceiling, and said, because I'm so good looking, I'm always being complimented, and I don't know if they're complimenting my singing or my face value, so I want to try to separate my face value from my singing. Hear thou, do men speak? Jiang Chen thought she was in Versailles. I see you've been on your own, kind of out of place. It doesn't feel like you have a terrible personality. Why? Su Yuexin laughed and said, oh, because the girls don't like me and the boys like me too much. I don't want to face them too hypocritical and I'm too lazy to make friends. But then again, what makes you kid qualified to say anything about me when it comes to the matter of not fitting in? Jiang Chen coughed dryly and said in a serious manner, you know, in general, experts are always hidden in the world. Great hiding as a lickspittle? Jiang Chen's face collapsed, and he said bitterly, "Schoolmate, I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander." Su Yueshin also let out a silver bell-like laughter when she saw Jiang Chen get defeated. "Mr. Jiang, how have you been hiding so much these past few years? Don't mention it. Be a lickspittle for enough 3 years and awaken the civic system for me. I'm forced to hide." Su Yueshin was again amused by Jiang Chen's nonsense, laughing and getting hungry. "Are you hungry? Hungry? Sister schoolgirl invites you to dinner today." Chapter 12, The Gala. Poor Chairman Fan. The following day, the two also went to the bar together for a secret rehearsal as usual. Fan Lijun's side urged Jiang Chen to hurry up and send him the song accompaniment. However, Jiang Chen refused. "What's the rush? I'll send it to you when it's tomorrow night." Fan Lijun also sneered when he saw Jiang Chen's reply. In his opinion, the reason why Jiang Chen didn't send it to him must be that he didn't write it. "Still in no hurry? I'll see how you make a fool of yourself tomorrow night." However, the main reason why Jiang Chen didn't send it to him was because he was afraid of him backtracking. This Fan Lijun is the person in charge of the party. If he just cut his program after watching the songs and asked him to return the $100,000, where is he going to return it? So Jiang Chen had pretty much been with Su Yueshin for the past 2 days. Su Yueshin frowned and said, "Why don't I sing with as much emotion as you?" Through these 2 days of rehearsals, Su Yueshin's entire body was a bit confused. She thought she sang pretty well if there was no comparison. But singing from Jiang Chen, it's not a matter of sounding good. Sometimes she wants to cry when she sings with Jiang Chen. It's not that she has feelings of her own. She is affected by Jiang Chen's singing. Jiang Chen himself was having a hard time explaining the principle of soundscape. If you're asking why, I don't know. Could it be natural? No. When I heard you sing in the bar before, it was clearly mediocre. I'm hiding my strength? Su Yueshin was choked, and she glared at Jiang Chen grudgingly. Forget it if you don't say it. After a final rehearsal, the two were also finally done with, this time alone as a lone man and a lone woman. So on the day of the graduation ceremony, Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin, who were usually always missing in action, finally appeared in other people's view again. It was the last stage for the senior students of Star City Music Academy, so it was organized with great pomp and circumstance. Fan Lijun, the student president, did have some ability, pulling in some very good sponsorships and building a very gorgeous stage. After he saw Su Yueshin, his eyes also lit up, and he hurriedly walked up and asked gently, "Yueshin, you'll be the 13th program later? Do you need me to help you arrange a seat in the front row?" As for Jiang Chen, who was standing beside Su Yueshin, he was directly ignored. But Su Yueshin was really annoyed with this persistent student president. "Thanks. No. Thirsty? Would you like a glass of water?" Su Yueshin. God. Save the child. Just how cold a stink face do you have to put on to make this Fan Lijun die? She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was looking around next to her, gritted her teeth, and without doing anything, she directly reached out and took Jiang Chen's arm. "Jiang Chen, Fan Lijun, Sigma, degree winky face." Su Yueshin smiled and said to Fan Lijun, "It's urgent. Why don't you go and work on yours first?" "President, I'm going to go put on my makeup with my partner." So Fan Lijun watched his goddess leave on Jiang Chen's arm, and his heart, at this point, shattered like shards of glass. At this moment, not only Fan Lijun, but all the people present revealed a look of shock. What happened? A high-caliber schoolgirl walking with a loser schoolboy on her arm? What kind of pose is this? This is the official announcement pose. My goodness, they're really together? No. Where exactly did Jiang Chen and I lose? Isn't he just a little bit better looking than me? A little bit taller than me? A little bit better at singing? You're wrong. We're not the ones who lost. Chairman Heartache. Witnessing this scene at this time, there was also Su Chanxian, who had just come out with her makeup painted. She saw Su Yueshin holding Jiang Chen's arm and smiling sweetly at him. The moment was like a blossoming summer flower, like the moon revealed in a dark cloud. All the stars eclipsed. Su Chanxian was clearly in a state of finished makeup, but when she saw Su Yueshin smile, a strong sense of inferiority rose in her heart, and along with the low self-esteem springing up, comes intense jealousy and resentment. Jiang Chen was very good looking and was able to be named the schoolgrass by all the girls in the school because he really grew on the girls' aesthetic. And this man, who was originally her boyfriend, the capital she usually flaunted around, was also the loser boyfriend she kicked away. At the moment, the two of them walked together arm in arm, making her whole body freeze in place. Jiang Chen's gaze didn't rest on his own body from start to finish. Liu tightly grabbed Su Chanxian's hand. "Chanxian, calm down. The stage is to rely on strength. How honorable they are now." How embarrassing it will be when they sing later. Cynthia gasped and took a few deep breaths, then said hatefully, "That's right, they'll lose face. They'll definitely lose face." Faced with this Su Yueshin's sudden stroke, it scared Jiang Chen really badly. He only felt that the gazes of the male students around him were like millions of sharp blades. If eyes could kill, he would already be in pieces. Crap, my dear schoolmate. You didn't tell me this in advance. I'm always worried that President Fan will GA my waist. Su Yueshin also sighed with all the helplessness and said, "I'm sorry, there's really nothing I can do. As you can see, he's really annoying. You cooperate well. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Doesn't matter, I'm the one who earns it in the end anyway." Schoolmate, you don't know how many male students can't even dream of the image of this set of moves you just pulled off. Shut up, he's watching our backs. Don't show. Oh, Family June's hands were a little shaky. He was the host for the night, and for some reason, his brain went down for a second and suddenly he kind of forgot his words. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chairman, it's about to start, so you need to go over to the stage and get ready. What? The beginning of what? You're bullshitting me. They've only known each other for a few days. How could they have started? President, I'm talking about 1 more minute and you'll be on stage. Oh yeah, I'm going on stage. Family June hurriedly organized himself and ran soulfully in the direction of the stage. Everyone present silently gulped when they looked at Family June like this. President, this is also a popular figure in the school. I did not expect that there will be a time when I lose my temper so much. Alas, poor President. This story tells us not to be lickspittles. I heard that Jiang Chen wasn't originally on the program list, and it was the president who personally proposed for Jiang Chen to appear on stage with the schoolgirl. The president is trying to fulfill the two of them. I'm crying my eyes out. Chapter 13, The School Flower and the School Herb Combination. After putting on their makeup, Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin were both waiting in the waiting room. Su Yueshin glanced at Jiang Chen, who looked very confident and didn't seem to be afraid of rolling over at all. Jiang Chen, she shouted softly. What's going on? Aren't you nervous? Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I would be nervous before, but not now, because the ability of vocalization will allow him to sing with great dedication. Naturally, he won't lose his standard due to nervousness. Add to that the fact that he was confident in the song he was going to sing, and there was even less to be nervous about. The one who should be nervous is the student body president. After all, the taste of being a licking dog is not pleasant. That $100,000 he is sure to take. Jiang Chen, if that's right, you should be a hit. What one shot? It's just a graduation party. Su Yueshin smiled and said meaningfully, No, you think this is a small graduation party, but in fact, this party attracts a lot of attention still. The school, in order to publicize, this year also invited some of the singers who graduated out from our school to come back, although the first-line singers can't afford to invite. But some of the third and fourth line singers can still be invited back. Looking at Jiang Chen's puzzled gaze, Su Yueshin continued to explain, and the managers of these singers won't miss the opportunity for this kind of hype. Despite the fact that they've received a large sum of money from the school, they'll still market themselves on social media as being grateful to their alma mater, and so they come back to sing for it. These people are still one aspect. The other aspect is that the school, in order to promote itself, opens up some slots at the graduation party every year for some anchors to come in and do a live broadcast of what's going on here live, providing the school with a lot of traffic. So, in addition to the live audience you see, there's a lot of potential audience. It's a mega concert. Hiss. Hearing Su Yueshin say this, Jiang Chen was suddenly enlightened, and suddenly a magical sense of mission surged through his heart, and it's very favorable for him to enter the draft next. A certain amount of fame will bring him a lot of votes. The casting in a way to see is the companies of the marketing means. As long as the willingness to spend money, there is no star that cannot be read. But if the talent is great enough, that's a different story. At this moment, underneath the audience, in an inconspicuous corner, Su Tianyang was standing with an older man in a suit. The uncle leaned into Su Tianyang's ear and asked, looking down so far, it seems like there's no player that particularly caught my eye. You're not lying to me, are you? Hold your horses. 13th program. Only this one program? Su Tianyang nodded. I basically know the students of this term of the Star City Conservatory of Music very well, and other than them, there's no one who can catch my eye. The uncle was also curious. It was very rare to receive such praise from Su Tianyang. As each program was performed, the teachers sitting at the judges' table raised their signs to score the crowd. The 10th program is the appearance of Cynthia Su. Su Chanxian is not ugly, and she is also very popular in the school, because she is usually very keen to participate in various activities, treating people very warmly, and Su Yuexin is completely two extremes. Other than that, the most striking thing about her was Jiang Chen, her schoolboy boyfriend. At this moment, Su Chanxian's mood was a bit not very good, especially after witnessing Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin walking together arm in arm just now. She had a feeling of being betrayed. This feeling of humiliation made her want to impatiently vent out her emotions, wanting to trample Su Yuexin hard under her feet on this stage, making Jiang Chen realize that she was the best. Her vocals were actually pretty good, and she sang a light rock type of song that had all the audience in the entire venue chanting for her. Seeing this image, Su Chanxian's whole body was excited. She felt that she was definitely going to win. Those two guys definitely didn't have the means to sing an original song in 3 days' time. Please ask the judges and teachers to score Su Chanxian. The 5 teachers looked at each other. Then they all flashed their cards. The principal's main hit was a favor, directly giving Su Chanxian a 9. Vocal teacher Xiao Wen, on the other hand, scored an 8. He smiled and commented, Su Chanxian students' vocal skills are what I teach. I think she completely instilled what I taught her in this rendition. The reason why I only gave 8 points is naturally because your singing didn't touch my heart. When the skills have been mastered well, you have to learn to inject feelings into the song. I hope that Su Chanxian can get better and better in the future. Su Chanxian also bowed happily. Thank you, teacher. And the composition department teacher Qi Shangmain is a strict. He only gave 7 points. He gave the reason, this song was already a classic. In my case, Su Chanxian students did not give it a new value. I think that since it is already impossible to surpass the original song, it would be better to add some more of your own to it. Even if it is to do some tail-end processing is also very good. But there is no see these innovative things, so I can only give it a 7. Su Chanxian pursed her lips, still continuing to thank. The other 2 teachers gave 186 and 185. So altogether, Su Chanxian's score was 822. That's actually a pretty good score. Yet Su Chanxian was not satisfied. As she walked off the stage, Lu Yu hurriedly draped her in her clothes and then said happily, Chanxian, you're great. Only 82 points. What do you mean only 82 points? You know you're the highest score so far. At Mr. Qi's place, it's generally low scores, and only originality has a chance of reaching a score of 9 or more. So we're already pretty good. This statement made Su Chanxian feel much more at ease. But once she thought about Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin singing an original, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. There were only 3 left before Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin's program, and both of them were ready in the waiting room. Both of these men have a face that is out of this world. The makeup artist couldn't even be bothered to put too much makeup on their faces and just worked on their hair. The 2 programs went by quickly, until the host announced, please welcome Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin, who will bring us an original track together, You Were Once a Teenager. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin glanced at each other, both seeing strong confidence in the other's eyes. Su Yuexin held out her hand and said with a smile, if you want to get a bigger scream, maybe hold my hand? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, then gently held Su Yuexin's small hand like a gentleman. I'm not the one who suffers anyway. Chapter 14 You Were a Teenager. 2 people holding hands together on the stage. That picture. In 2 words, match. Fan Lijun's entire body had gone numb, and he was the host. He happened to walk off the stage just as Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin walked onto the stage together. Her eyes skimmed over Su Yuexin's fairy-like face, but her gaze lingered on other men. And the image in front of me was so damn self-inflicted. Fan Lijun's eyes reddened and he gasped for air, thinking that he might have done something really stupid and foolish. On the other side, Su Chanxian was also a bit bewildered. Why did she have a feeling of inferiority when she saw those 2 walking on the stage together? They sure do sing downright, Xiao Yu? No one responded to Su Chanxian. She turned around in panic. Xiao Yu? Where's Xiao Yu? At this time, Lu Yu had already quietly hidden behind the curtain. She had just seen Fan Lijun's eyes a bit scary, and had an ominous premonition, so she secretly hid. But she was still firm in her heart that Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin would definitely pull off this first-time stage collaboration. But how could she not expect that this schoolgirl and schoolgirl merging together would produce such a terrifying effect? Deafening cheers were already coming from the bottom of the auditorium, higher than the cheers for all the previous shows. Su Tianyang's entire face darkened when he saw Jiang Chen holding Su Yuexin's hand together on the stage. Uncle Blasses said in surprise, ouch, these 2. This face value. Ouch, this packaging, is the top stream. Shut up and look good. Just look, why are you so mean? All eyes were focused on the 2 on the stage. Xia Wen at the judge's table frowned and said to Qi Shang next to him, "What's going on here? Why is UXIN in a program with Jiang Chen? Isn't this letting the signboard of our current class of students be spoiled?" Qi Shang laughed and said, "I don't think Mr. Xia swiped short videos, right? Jiang Chen isn't as simple as you think. And how it's arranged, that's a matter for the student council. I don't know even if you ask me." Xia Wen still let out a slight sigh. He still felt that Su Yuexin had been spoiled by Jiang Chen. "Next up is an original song for you. You were a teenager, and I hope that you will always remember in the future that you are the teenagers you are today." Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin glanced at each other, both seeing strong confidence in the other's eyes. The big stage wasn't scary. He, Jiang Chen, was the one who wanted to become a big star. The noisy cheers of the audience quieted down as the accompaniment sounded. There are times when you miss the old days. The moment Jiang Chen's song came out, the sound of sound skill was directly launched, and Su Yuexin noticed that Jiang Chen's aura immediately changed. It was as if he had become a middle-aged man who had suffered a lot, whispering to himself and complaining about how he had been changed by time. At this moment, Jiang Chen also substituted himself into the role. His singing voice had a unique charm, and the teachers who knew Jiang Chen had their mouths wide open, staring at the singing Jiang Chen on the stage with an unbelievable look on their faces. But you didn't say a word when Innocent left. You just waved your hand, like throwing away scrap paper, saying it's a necessary part of life. 7 points. But I'm feeling frustrated. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin were singing to each other. Jiang Chen seemed to be looking at Su Yuexin, his eyes a little misty, but Su Yuexin knew that he wasn't looking at himself. He was playing the role in the lyrics, looking at himself in the mirror. Under the influence of the sound of sound, Su Yuexin couldn't help but substitute into the feelings of the song as well. Her gentle tones also carried some reproachful feelings. Inside the mirror, it's like seeing the end of life, maybe in a few years. You've got a hypocritical face, too. Is that why we're here? It's too late to think about it. Every day, every year, always in a hurry. Jiang Chen followed immediately. You and I come from Hubei, Sichuan, Guangxi, Ningxia, Hunan, Shandong, Guizhou, Yunnan, small towns and villages. Used to swear to be great, but in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, one night suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, like being woken up by fate. It says you can't live your life like this. Everyone at the scene froze, affected by the soundscape. Everyone seemed to feel the meaning expressed by the song. As for the uncle beside Su Tianyang, he couldn't help but tightly grasp Su Tianyang's cuffs, his mouth open and breathing heavily, wanting to say something, but afraid of missing the next chorus. When the backing track changed, he knew the chorus was coming, the most soulful part of a song. The chorus was sung by Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin together. Many years ago, you had clear eyes, running like a bolt of springtime lightning. I want to see the world and go to the farthest away places. I feel like I have wings and I can fly over mountains and oceans. Many years ago, you were a simple boy. When you love someone, you're not afraid to give your whole life. Believe in love that lasts forever. Believe in every stranger. I believe you will become the person you want to be the most. A surprisingly large number of students were outright teary-eyed when this chorus came out. And what a direct attack on the feelings here. By the teachers and staff here. At their age, they are most easily tugged by memories of their youth. The principal, who had grown fat, removed his eyes and wiped his tears over and over again. It's as if you seem to see your young, reckless self in the song. But the vast majority of people don't live the way they want to like. They didn't become the person they most wanted to be. Xia Wen, who was not optimistic about Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin just a moment ago, was now also red-eyed. And as long as one puts in the effort to listen to it, one can clearly feel the kind of emotion conveyed by the song. Jiang Chen was one of his students. Could he not know what kind of goods he was? But now Jiang Chen seems to have turned into another person. His singing skills, timbre, and emotional output and control of the scene, completely the level of the descending blow-ah. Does it mean you've matured if you're used to lying? Can you love someone only after you have a house? I always thought that success would heal the wounds. There's a missing person buried next to desire. When youth is gone, and all that's left is to be hated. Once the second verse of the main song came out, the teachers just couldn't hold it together. The principal was directly propped up with his hands on his forehead, crying out in disoriented pain. The lyrics of this verse are just devastatingly true, and to be in his position, he's considered a successful man. But he's a lot more hypocritical nowadays compared to the spiritedness he had as a teenager. I've missed a lot of people, and I've exhausted my youth. In the blink of an eye has changed from a vigorous teenager to a middle-aged greasy uncle. the least favorite image of his self at that time. Chapter 15, Perfect Interpretation. Full house shouting. Su Yuexin didn't know what was going on. Her emotions were carried away by Jiang Chen. She's totally into this rendition of the song. The voices of these two seem so buttoned up at this point. At this time it was not only this entire school of students and teachers, but also included a lot of netizens in the live room. Originally, these anchors had come to shoot those third and fourth tier stars who were singing back at their alma mater. But who would have thought that these singers who had already made their debut would have their popularity completely suppressed by Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin? Many years ago, I was a simple teenager. When you love someone, you're not afraid to give your whole life. Believe in love that lasts forever. Believe in every stranger. When the world and I first met, when I was once a teenager, the backing track stopped with it, and people realized that the song, it seemed, was over. It doesn't matter if a song is good or not. If the melody is catchy enough, it already has the potential to become popular. If the lyrics were even deeper and the singer gave it more soul, it could easily be the dominant song of the year. Everyone had a feeling that they couldn't get enough of it, and all of the audience stood up, dedicating enthusiastic applause to Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin. Looking at the excited faces on the stage, Jiang Chen suddenly had a feeling of being a world away. When he sang, he didn't pay too much attention to the audience's performance because of the influence of the voice. He looked over at Su Yuexin and found that she was also looking at him. The two looked at each other and just laughed. What a satisfying stage. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you all stay young and teenagers forever. The two held hands and gave a bow to the audience. This is a real male silence. It drew screams and cheers from the crowd. Su Yuexin, needless to say, like her can be too much, only because of Fan Lijun's explicit pursuit, swearing sovereignty. Many people just secretly like. Jiang Chen already had a face value, and when his talent was shown to match his face value, the ability to attract fans was quite outrageous. Once the scene had quieted down a bit, it was time for a few judges to score. The principal was the one who cried the most, and he hadn't gotten his emotions together at this point. The hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, then choked and said, "This song, it's so well written. Jiang Chen, Su Yuexin, the two students are fantastic. Sang to my heart. 10 points. Whoever dares to deduct half a point from you today, I'll be in a hurry with them." The other three jury teachers. Too subjective. Dear principal. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin smiled faintly before bowing politely towards the principal. Thank you, principal. Xiaowen picked up the microphone and coughed dryly twice, saying, Yuexin is my student, so I am very clear about her strength. From the aspect of singing, she has been flawless, and the most surprising surprise to me is naturally you, Jiang Chen. You've been overly ordinary these past 4 years, but this party, you were anything but ordinary. Your timbre, pitch, and control of your voice are all perfect and impeccable. From the perspective of singing, it's really hard for me not to give you full marks, and your renditions really touched me, reminding me of myself when I was a teenager. Without further ado, I'm proud of you guys. Very unexplained. Qi Sheng hurriedly grabbed the microphone in Xiaowen's hand and looked at Jiang Chen with an old fatherly gaze. Jiang Chen, Su Yuexin, you guys sang really well, and the emotional output was absolutely spot on. Originality is a plus with me, but if it's not well written, then I won't show any mercy. But today's song, you used to be a teenager, whether it's the lyrics or the arrangement, it's all top-notch. He thought for a while, then continued, in my own place, beating me to death. I couldn't write such lyrics, although the lyrics are very vicissitudes, but also rich in a strong sense of youth. I can't comment on anything, it's just that this is a 10. I have to give it. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin both bowed politely to Xiaowen. Thank you, teacher. The two remaining judges then gave Jiang Chen 10 points without any surprise at all. The audience on stage was applauding enthusiastically. This was the first full score contestant born tonight, and I guess there won't be any more back there. The aftermath of that song from earlier still lingered in the minds of the crowd, seemingly in the form of a grown-up person's self-description of himself, but in reality, it was actually his younger self's hopes for the future. I hope that as I get older, I also don't forget that I am exactly who I was as a teenager today. When Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin walked off the stage, the audience was still chanting their names. Fan Lijun's entire face was extremely pale at this time. His fists clenched tightly and his face hurt a little for some reason. How is it that he is still not clear that he has become a great grudge-bearer? Not only did he single-handedly facilitate Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin's performance on the same stage, letting them make a big splash, but he also paid out of his own pocket to give these two people a red line. His eyes were dead set on Jiang Chen, who walked off the stage. If eyes could kill, Jiang Chen would have died a million times over. On the other side, Su Chanxian's face was even more ugly. Her lips trembled slightly. What had just happened seemed like a nightmare to her. The man she abandoned was a lot better than she thought. On stage just now, glowing with another girl even prettier than her. And I'm a clown. How can he be so powerful? The look she gave Su Yuexin was filled with jealousy. This should have been hers. If she was the one standing on the stage with Jiang Chen, she and Jiang Chen would be the ones enjoying the cheers right now. Obviously she was still Jiang Chen's girlfriend a few days ago. By what right did everything she profited from Jiang Chen become Su Yuexin's? And the originator of all this, Su Yuexin's good best friend Liu Yu. Now the whole thing had disappeared, and she now only felt that a rainstorm was coming. This could all be a plan she came up with. The dogheads are undoubtedly there. The uncle beside Su Tianyang's side. His entire body became short of breath. After hearing this, he excitedly shook Su Tianyang's shoulders. Old Su, you have to save me. I must sign these too. Jiang Chen, he'll participate in the chosen son. We'll see what sincerity you can give then. As for Su Yuexin, that's my sister. You want to sign her? The uncle said with a tangled face. Why don't you invest in my little studio? I'll convince Jiang Chen to come to us. Su Tianyang glanced at him lightly, then said, $20 million. And subsequently, if you can earn it back, I'll invest more for you. Crap, old Su no. Father Su, if you don't give up, I would like to be a righteous father. Get out. Chapter 16, The End of Youth, the Time of Graduation. This graduation party had brought Jiang Chen out of the limelight. After it was over, Fan Lijun didn't go back to Jiang Chen to trick him into giving the money back. That would only make him look even more foolish. Although $100,000 was said to be a large sum of money for Fan Lijun's family fortune, it was actually just that. When he graduates, he's going to go back and inherit his father's entertainment company, and by then some of the second and third tier stars will have to call him their boss. The money was small to him, but he couldn't swallow it. The schoolgirl that he had longed for was holding another man's arm right under his nose, which was really practically bouncing on his head. That night, he also wanted to go find Su Yuexin, but she and Jiang Chen had already left long ago. The two of them disappeared together. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a restaurant, sitting with Su Yuexin, Su Tianyang, and a greasy uncle, Wei Chao, eating hot pot. Boss Su still had a cold look on his face, while the most enthusiastic one was this greasy uncle Wei Chao. Hey, little Tatsu, want to be a star? I'm the owner of the legendary artist studio. As long as you nod your head, I'll take you into the entertainment industry in minutes. Jiang Chen only felt unsettled as he pushed Wei Chao, who had come closer, and then said with a look of disgust, Uncle, your demeanor is very much like that of a liar. Liar? No, 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 I really don't have anything to do with those two words. I'm the owner of a proper brokerage company, he said as he handed Jiang Chen a business card. Jiang Chen glanced at it. Superstar Studio? Yeah. I don't recognize it. So instead, why don't you tell me which star you've taken? Wei Chao's face changed slightly as he wanted to speak, as if he had something difficult to say. At this time Su Tianyang spoke out to interrupt the conversation between the two. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, If you trust me, there's no problem with this person. Of course I'm just giving you a reference object. When you take part in the Chosen Sons, on the program if you make a successful debut, there will be more agencies coming to find you. So don't pay any attention to him right now. Wait for you to get a ranking and then start to talk about the conditions. Wei Chao became anxious on the spot. Old Su, which side are you on? Su Tianyang didn't pay any more attention to him, but continued to ask Jiang Chen, You were once a teenager. Is this song original to you? Jiang Chen nodded. Of course. One of the most important skills for an entertainment text traveler is to be thick-skinned. Do you have any more in stock? There are ideas that are not perfected. Jiang Chen could only say this, or else it wouldn't be appropriate for the output frequency to be too fast when he copied it later. Su Tianyang nodded and said, If the quality doesn't lose out to these songs, taking up a debut spot won't be a problem. Of course that's just a stage to showcase yourself. When the time comes you make your own choices, that's it. It all depends on what you want to pursue. Jiang Chen nodded. He was still quite grateful to Boss Su. With his previous broken singing skills, he was still able to go to the bar every day to make a living. Thanks to Boss Su. Thanks a lot, Boss Su, but I'm going to the audition soon, so we won't see each other too well in the future. Su Tianyang waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about all that nonsense. This time I'm looking for you because I have something to ask of you. What is it? But there's no harm in saying? Su Tianyang glanced at Su Yuexin, who was concentrating on drying her rice, then said, "Invitation song. Ha, inviting songs? Are you going to make a debut, Boss Su? It's not me. It's UXIN. Su Yuexin glanced at the confused Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" Jiang Chen scratched his head. "Are you going to debut?" Su Tianyang explained. "Next month, UXIN is going to participate in the talent show Crystal Girls launched by Penguin Video. At that time, she might need some songs. Of course, if she can write them, it doesn't matter if she can't. Her strength is clear to you." Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, then tentatively asked, "Then it can't be for nothing, right?" "Naturally not. You can make an offer." How much a song was actually worth? This kind of thing Jiang Chen wasn't too sure, but he was aware that he had to buy a song from the system for $100,000. So the asking price had to be higher than $100,000. Otherwise he would lose money. He pondered for a moment, then said weakly, 200,000 a song? Okay, it's a deal. Jiang Chen people stupid. Asking price is not low ah? Su Yuexin reminded from the side. Jiang student, you may not have any concept of 200,000. In general, 200,000 a song is already considered not a low price. If it's those gold medal producers, it's only when you invite songs from them that you can reach more than $1 million. It's a relatively reasonable and higher than average price. After listening to Su Yuexin's explanation, Jiang Chen also nodded. So when do we need it? Recording doesn't start until next month, so you just write it in 20 days. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and smiled heatedly. Boss Su, if you pay me first tonight, I'll write it out for you on the spot. Don't be crude. What words? What kind of words are these? The songs written by me, Jiang Chen, are guaranteed to be of quality. If you're not satisfied, you'll get a refund. Several people were looking at each other. Su Yuexin tugged on Jiang Chen's sleeve. Student Jiang, you're short of money? Do you have something in stock? If you pay for it, you'll get the job done. Pay first and I can write it out for you tomorrow. Finally, in a burst of friendly exchanges, Su Tianyang said that he would call the money to Jiang Chen's card tomorrow. So much for the last show at Star City Music Academy. Last night's graduation party was extremely impressive for all. One of the most discussed is not some 18th line singer returning to his alma mater to sing, but Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin singing the original song You Were Once a Teenager on the same stage. The song carries some inspirational elements. This type of song is very often meant to have more resonance than a love song. The main reason why there are more love songs on the market is because they can fit a lot of melodies and have better lyrics. Jiang Chen is really awesome. Hibernating for 4 years and only showing his true colors when he graduates. Too strong. With face value and strength. This is just a dream girl. Okay? So the question is, such a perfect man, why would Su Tianyang dump him? Do you know there's something called an epiphany? Jiang Chen's talent only exploded after Su Tianyang abandoned him. Thank you, Cynthia Su. Campus girls just like to talk about all kinds of gossip, like Jiang Chen, Su Tianyang, Su Yuexin, Fan Lijun. A few campus sensations get together. That topic can simply write a Mary Sue romance novel. Su Tianyang dragged her suitcase past this group of elementary school girls. After seeing that, this group of elementary school girls immediately chose to shut up and quickly walked away. Su Tianyang's face became unsightly. She had previously rumored that Jiang Chen had dumped her, but over the past 4 years, Jiang Chen's dog-licking attribute had been too deeply rooted in people's hearts, so no one believed her words at all. Not to mention the fact that the one who had started the mess was originally herself. The last stage of this school was not a wonderful one for Cynthia Su, who was up all night last night, but she's also figured out that soon she'll be going to Kimchi country for plastic surgery, and when she returns, she'll go straight to the Crystal Girls casting call. You'll definitely regret it when the time comes. Jiang Chen, I will trample Su Yuexin under my feet. It'll be even more beautiful and farther than her. Chapter 17 Schoolmate. You're actually a rich woman. Most of the graduates left school today. After today, they're off to the next stage of their lives. Jiang Chen did the same, and after saying goodbye to his good roommate, he dragged his suitcase and left. Looking back at this campus, everything last night seemed like a dream to myself. For the first time, so many people were calling out their names, and they were still on the same stage as the schoolgirl. When Jiang Chen went out to the entrance of the school, many elementary school girls surrounded him. Senior Jiang Shuajiang, I'm a 10-year fan of yours. Can you sign an autograph for me? Senior Jiang, will you come back later? Senior Jiang, can I take a picture with you? Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen's brain was full of question marks. Let's not spit on the 10-year-old fan one. What's with the big star treatment? He dragged his suitcase and said very apologetically, "Wait, you guys, don't do that. It's going to block traffic. I called a cab. The driver will be here in a minute." However, looking at the aggrieved faces of these schoolgirls, I felt a bit overwhelmed. He sighed and said, "I'm really in a hurry, and I'm not a big star, so if you guys really want autographs, then sign them, only 10. Me. Senior Jiang, I heard that you're going to participate in the chosen one. You'll definitely be a big star in the future. You're good at talking, but who revealed this? Senior Wang Xiaopeng. Okay, signed. Next. My turn. At this time, Fan Lijun also arrived at the entrance of the school, and he was still wearing a handsome suit like before. In just one night's time, his and Jiang Chen's status on campus had already changed drastically. At this time before, there was always a large number of schoolchildren who gathered around themselves to greet them. And now that Jiang Chen's side was full of excited elementary school girls, he only had a few elementary school brothers here politely greeting themselves. This disparity in status, the feeling of watching someone he despised climb above him, made Fan Lijun extremely disgusted with Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen hadn't even spoken to him, the feeling of disgust was unusually strong. At this time, a handsome Audi A8 parked at the entrance of the school and quickly attracted a large number of eyes. The driver of the car stepped down, then came in front of Fan Lijun and respectfully said, "Young master, let me carry your luggage for you." The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this image. Many people know that Fan Lijun's family is very superior, but exactly how superior? Only now can we see some. Who's a nobleman with a near $1 million limousine for transportation? Fan Lijun craned his neck, and his gaze drifted, if anything, to Jiang Chen, who was busy signing autographs over there, trying to see some envy in his expression. But what annoyed him was that Jiang Chen hadn't even glanced at Fan Lijun from start to finish. How dare he ignore me? Fan Lijun was fucking pissed off again. The fact that these elementary school girls were just too enthusiastic and noisy like a food market. Jiang Chen hadn't seen it in the first place. Inexplicably, I'd made Chairman Fan angry again. Yet another jaw-dropping scene occurred next, only to see a slutty red Ferrari F8 parked in front of the school again. The appearance of this top-of-the-line sports car immediately attracts a great deal of attention. Even the elementary school girls surrounding Jiang Chen couldn't help but look sideways. Dash. The horn blared twice, the window rolled down, and Su Yuexin poked her head out and shouted at Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, get in the car." At this time everyone on the scene was shocked. Most people in this world are still ordinary people. Many people in fact may not have seen a Ferrari in their lifetime. Even more shocking however, the owner of this car was actually Su Yuexin. What a big name for a schoolgirl. For 4 years, Su Yuexin had few friends and socialized at school, but the top spot on the grade list was where Su Yuexin often stayed. It could be said that Su Yuexin was a very low-key person, and if it wasn't for her outstanding face value, there probably wouldn't be much discussion. And those girls in her class, like Su Qianqian, maybe because of jealousy, often say some unfounded things, such as Su Yuexin's sleepless nights are to go to nightclubs to get high. Hell, a family like that is doing the school a favor, right? On the other side, Fan Lijun hadn't gotten on the bus yet, and when he saw his goddess, his entire expression was extremely wonderful. He suddenly felt a little pain in his face. A few days ago he was in the rehearsal room trying to use his financial power to help Su Yuexin get a spot in the competition, but now it seems that his own little financial power might be a joke in Su Yuexin's eyes. Under the envious gazes of a group of elementary school girls, Jiang Chen pulled his suitcase to the front of the car. His brain was still in a bit of a state of downtime at this point. Looking at Jiang Chen's stagnant gaze, Su Yuexin said in a bad mood, "What are you still standing there for? Get in the car." "Ha, get in this car? And what else?" Jiang Chen didn't know what mood he was using to get into the car. His entire body was trembling with fear of messing up such a luxury car. "I can't help it. It's really the first time. I don't know where I'm going, but the car is on anyway." As the sports car's engine revved, the gang of elementary school girls shouted, "See you later, Senior Jiang. Go Senior Jiang on the show. Take the title. Happy graduation." The red sports car drove off quickly and a large group of boys drooled with envy. The girls were envious of how well matched this Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin were, while the boys were envious of having a luxury car to ride in. Fan Lijun froze for a moment as he looked over at the group of elementary school girls. "Program? What program is Jiang Chen going to participate in?" Fan Lijun immediately pulled a passerby to inquire. "I don't know, but his roommate said that Jiang Chen signed up for the chosen one. I don't know if it's true, After hearing this, Fan Lijun's expression instantly became particularly wonderful. He gave a slightly grim smile and quickly got into the car. Going straight home, young master? No, straight to the office. My dad wants me to take over the manager's position straight after graduation. Yes, is there anything else young master wants? Drive your car. Fan Lijun closed his eyes as he began to visualize Jiang Chen's defeat in his mind. That almost overflowing talent had made him flip straight from a small transparency on campus. And that's even if he had flirted with the goddess he had been longing for. If I don't take this revenge, I won't be a human being. Jiang Chen, want to rely on talent shows to make a debut? Oh, Chapter 18, in the recording studio, the two of them together. Hey, Jiang Chen, why don't you say anything? Su Yuexin inquired as she drove. Jiang Chen smiled far-fetchedly and said, Schoolmate, this Ferrari you're driving out makes me a little numb. You're a rich woman. Why didn't you tell me earlier? No, you whole so flamboyant. Well, at least let me a little psychological preparation. Su Yuexin laughed and said somewhat smugly, isn't this helping you put on a hand? Fan Lijun was showing off his car to you just now, and I'm helping you slap your face, and a punch in the face. I don't even know where he is. And oh yeah, after all, your eyes are stuck on the elementary school girl. Ha, too charming. Can you blame me? These elementary school girls are too enthusiastic. Su Yuexin turned her head to look at Jiang Chen and instantly revealed a strange smile. Just now, when Jiang Chen got on the car with a trembling look, she thought that Jiang Chen would show some unnatural behavior with herself because of the financial gap between the two sides. Now it seems that he doesn't have any inferiority complexes as a result and is still adapting quickly. Jiang Chen hugged his guitar and lamented. I used to think that rich women were far away from me, but it turns out that they are actually by my side. Look at you. Hiding it from me is really bitter. But, what's the point of telling you? Don't you want to fight anymore? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, not really. It's mainly because it felt like the money was going to be less last night. The corners of Su Yuexin's mouth twitched slightly. Look at your little bit of talent. You've got all the money. Have you written your song yet? Of course it's written. Su Yuexin? Come on. I'm just asking. How long has it been since last night? How come it's already written? You're not going to perfume me, are you? Are you kidding? I'm pretty serious when it comes to writing songs. Su Yuexin thought of the fact that Jiang Chen had written You Were a Teenager in one night a few days ago, and that the lyrics hadn't been altered in any way from the beginning to the end, which meant that the first version was the perfect version. The world of geniuses is a hard one to understand. Indeed. After a while, Jiang Chen didn't hold back and asked, Schoolgirl classmate, even though I'm on the bus, where are you taking me? It's not going to take me to Karma Waste, is it? Su Yuexin froze for a moment and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. What's wrong? Jiang Chen inquired. Just chatting and driving through. Jiang Chen, 6. Su Yuexin hurriedly turned around, and Jiang Chen realized that she was preparing to take herself to the recording studio. It's Su Yuexin and her family's own recording studio. Walking inside the recording studio, Jiang Chen was also amazed to see all the professional equipment. It's all brand name stuff, Su Yuexin introduced. This recording studio was originally owned by Uncle Wei, who later went bankrupt, and my brother temporarily helped him acquire it so that he could pay off his debts. What song are we going to record here? Record the recorded version of You Were a Teenager first. You're going to the talent show in a few days. It won't be that easy to meet up then. Oh yeah, those two songs you sang before, Actor and Those Flowers, do you want to record them while this is the time? Let's leave those two songs for now. I haven't perfected the arrangements yet. Su Yuexin thought for a moment and asked, what about the song you just said you wrote for me? You were talking last night about wanting a song that celebrates love, weren't you? Yeah, I want to sing a love song too, Jiang Chen said with some odd eyes. This song? It seems like it's not quite the same as a normal love song. Why don't I demonstrate it first for you to see if it's okay? Su Yuexin leaned toward the sofa, hugged the pillow in her arms, and said with an expectant face, come on, sing. I'm ready. She'd like to kinda Jiang Chen sing. Of course, this refers to Jiang Chen after being dumped by Su Chanxian. When the actor came out in the bar the other day, the sound was as evolved as it ever was. Jiang Chen tuned his guitar and sat across from Su Yuexin. His demeanor changed all of a sudden, becoming very gentle. Soft sounds played along while Jiang Chen's fingertips, wing-year-old, gray, napping by the fire, drowsy. The ability of sound spread at this time, and the listener was the only one, Su Yuexin, who was positively blown away by the emotions of the song. Jiang Chen's singing voice carried a very strong emotional resonance, and no matter what type of song it was, He was always able to substitute himself into it and interpret it in the most perfect form. The song When You're Old, a customized love song requested by Su Yueshin last night, was meant to be sung at the beginning of Crystal Maiden. During the lilting song, the images depicted in the lyrics appeared before her eyes in a trance. Two old men sitting by the fire, snuggling up to each other as their lives draw to a close. The passionate love that was like fire so long ago seems to have burned slowly with the fire until only the last bit of flame was left. It's not as warm as it was in my youth, but it's faintly warm and cozy. This song is, well, for you. Jiang Chen sang the last line, then revealed a look of satisfaction. Well, should you be happy with this song? Jiang Chen had just raised his head when he was suddenly a bit startled. Su Yueshin unexpectedly burst into tears after hearing this. You calm down. What are you crying about? Su Yueshin's eyes were red, and it took several minutes for her to slow down. Jiang Chen awkwardly handed her a tissue. Today Su Yueshin had put on beautiful makeup, and this was a bit of a crybaby. Although Jiang Chen felt that she was already stunning enough with a plain face, this makeup mess instead looked cute. Cute was a slightly out-of-place word to apply to a school flower student, but it made sense. Through these days of contact, Jiang Chen also discovered Su Yueshin's other side hidden under the high cold and spontaneous. Sometimes very leathery, sometimes very girly, and sometimes sentimental. Su Yueshin glared at Jiang Chen grudgingly. I'm not going to sing. Ha, why is that? I spent 10 nights writing this. Su Yueshin said accusingly. I can't sing this song well at all. I can't sing this feeling at all. She was afraid of spoiling such a great song. Nonsense, Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Su Yueshin, how can you doubt yourself like this? Is this still the school flower I know? But, no buts. Do you believe in my talent? Believe. I wrote this song for you just for you. Don't I know you well enough? You are 100% able to sing it and can interpret it perfectly. A song is interpreted differently in different people. Your voice has healing attributes, emotional infusion, and it's practicable. Really? It's truer than a pearl. Can't be faked a bit. I suspect you're Puai. You must be thinking too much. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth pulled. This $100,000 from the system to buy down the song. You say do not sing it The key he didn't expect Su Yueshin to react so much after he demonstrated it once. Chapter 19, The Family Situation of the Schoolmate's Classmate. Jiang Chen then proceeded to teach Su Yueshin meticulously. The scum teaching the bully looks funny, but can't resist her willingness to listen. The power of the voice is really powerful. Singing was able to make Jiang Chen more emotional, and the combination of skill and emotion was a realm that many singers had been pursuing. Moreover, after becoming familiar with Jiang Chen, Su Yueshin was extremely cognizant of Jiang Chen's singing level. Maybe the technique could be achieved, but the emotional resonance was too difficult for her, so she listened to whatever Jiang Chen said. The two tossed around the studio for most of the day, and finally managed to teach When You're Old barely enough to have some flavor. Jiang Chen only needed to get Su Yueshin to sing with the flavor of Karen Mok, which wasn't easy because Su Yueshin's timbre was actually going to sound sad, a bit like Lin. But that's okay, just lean towards Mo. The two then recorded You Were a Teenager, chorusing with Jiang Chen. Su Yueshin felt very comfortable, because she didn't need to force herself into the emotion. Jiang Chen's voice would take her in the right direction. Jiang Chen, let me treat you to dinner. After finishing, Su Yueshin rushed at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen scratched his head. I was supposed to report to the chosen one side today. Will I be late or something? What are you afraid of? I've asked around. It's only the 8th today and the recording doesn't start until the 12th. So what's the point of you going so early? Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and said in a serious tone. The program group includes food and lodging. So if you go a day early, you earn a day. Su Yueshin. She was actually speechless. Then directly afterward, he waved his hand. It's okay, I'm a rich woman. You can whore me out for nothing. Well, that statement would be misleading to the reader, but just a simple dinner shouldn't be a problem. So it's on you. You're the rich girl. Su Yueshin. That's pretty righteous. But she likes it. At this time, Su Tianyang looked at his empty garage and revealed a helpless look. He crossed his arms and asked, Where's the car? The butler next to him replied awkwardly. Miss drove out to play. You're just going to let her play by herself? Won't you follow a little? How many times has she driven a car? What if she gets mugged? Facing Su Tianyang's 4 consecutive questions, the butler also said bitterly, Young master, aren't you making things difficult for me? How can I care about her? Besides, she said she just graduated and wants to drive to feel youthful. What did you say? Feeling youthful? Feeling what youth? A young master. Miss wouldn't do the kind of thing you're thinking of. Odds are she's looking for someone else to play with. Su Tianyang pulled out his cell phone and called Su Yuexin. The other person ended up hanging up directly. His face darkened instantly. The good sister had just graduated and was rebelling? Su Tianyang then called Jiang Chen again. Hey boss, what's up? Is Uxin at your place? At this time in a hot pot restaurant, Jiang Chen looked at Su Yuexin who was eating. Su Yuexin froze for a moment and made a silent gesture to him. Jiang Chen, yes, we're eating. Su Yuexin? Put her on the phone. She didn't seem too keen on picking it up. Suddenly Su Tianyang felt that Jiang Chen had become obnoxious. Even though he knew that Jiang Chen's talent was the top amongst the young people he had seen, he couldn't help but feel some disgust. Damn, why does it feel like my sister is going to get arched? Boss Su, don't worry. There's nothing at all wrong with the schoolgirl classmate. We did go to the recording studio to record and practice the song, but she opened a Ferrari out today. It's a bit ostentatious. Next time you tell her to keep a low profile. Su Tianyang, why do you suddenly feel like you're being educated? He was about to retort something when Jiang Chen said, there's nothing wrong with her, but you're not too competent as a brother. This point is still to say about you. I'll hang up first. The phone was hung up by Jiang Chen. Su Tianyang's head was filled with black lines, and for some reason, he wanted to beat up Jiang Chen. Su Yuexin gritted her teeth and said, I specifically drove a luxury car out to help you put on a hand, and this is how you betray me? Jiang Chen dryly coughed twice. Cough cough, your brother is worried about you. You don't answer his call. You have to let him know that you're okay now, right? After all, like your condition is so good, it's easy to meet robbers. Last time if not for me, your bag. Well, this goes without saying. Su Yuexin glared at Jiang Chen without any good reason. Jiang Chen lowered his head to dry his rice, and after a while, he asked again. Schoolmate's family should be very well off, right? Why did you choose to go to the talent show? The implication of his words was that Su Yuexin was able to bypass the process of casting to become a star. Su Yuexin was silent for a moment and sighed. Do you know who my father is? Jiang Chen shook his head. Su Dongmao, chairman of the Mingda Group. Hiss. Jiang Chen directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This was a nationally famous real estate tycoon, and also ranked among the richest in the whole of Xia. Mingda Group is not only one of the biggest real estate giants, but also Mingda Cinema is one of the biggest cinema lines. With this kind of family background, it's not surprising that Su Yuexin can drive a Ferrari. But one problem is that my dad doesn't want me to go into showbiz. He says it's messy, it's not for me, and he doesn't think I can be a singer. Get it? The brave young girl determined to break with the father who stands in her way in order to pursue her dreams. Su Yuexin's face darkened. You know a hammer. Okay, I'm just kidding. You carry on, you carry on. Su Yuexin glared at him, then continued. He said that mixing in this circle, unless I can become a first-rate singer, I'm wasting my youth, and he wants me to go back properly to inherit his family business. Actually, inheriting the family business is quite good, isn't it? Jiang Chen said weakly. It's hard for him to understand the life of the rich. Su Yuexin said calmly. You think inheriting the family business means just inheriting his property? I didn't say that. Succession of the family business means becoming one of the shareholders of the company and going entirely as a businessman to work wholeheartedly for the development of the company. Jiang Chen understood this slightly better. Though to the poor, it's a rich man's pretense, but different people look at things from different perspectives. People who are not short of money have the power of choice, and they are entitled to choose their own lives. Chapter 20, Your program is lucky I'm here. This time, Su Yuexin told Jiang Chen a lot of money troubles. Maybe it was because she really didn't have many friends in these 4 years of college, so she had a lot to say when facing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't know how to comfort, or perhaps people didn't need to be comforted at all, and her troubles didn't allow Jiang Chen to act as a substitute. Certainly don't think she's pretentious as all. After pouring out a lot of her heart, Su Yuexin felt much better. She knew that these thoughts of hers were pretentious, and was a little worried that Jiang Chen would turn against her because of it. But the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were clear. Worthy of someone who had been a licking dog for Su Chanchen for a few years. Oh yeah, do you know the schedule race for Chosen One? Jiang Chen shook his head. We'll know when we go. Su Yuexin said without a trace of anger. Why aren't you at all serious about your most important career turning point? Injustice. I've been seriously writing songs in preparation for the audition. That's why I haven't had time to read this. Su Yuexin felt a bit ashamed after hearing this. Today she was a bit self-involved and wasted Jiang Chen's time for the whole day. Will this leave him no time to write songs? Jiang Chen could see her concern, so he hurriedly said, but there's no need to worry, because I'm so bullish. This kind of draft facing those newcomers. Not that I'm blowing, no one is my opponent. This extreme confidence naturally came from his system. How do you lose with all the cultures of another parallel world hidden in your stomach? Then I'll come to your public performance then. You're not as awesome as I am. You need to be prepared. Su Yueshin. Suddenly, he felt the urge to beat up Jiang Chen again. Happiness is always so short. And after graduation, it's time to work on the rest of your life. For Jiang Chen, this wave of casting was his first step into the entertainment industry. The Chosen Sun is a talent show launched by Penguin in conjunction with several other top-tier platforms. And even before the show started recording, the crew had already spent a lot of money to start building momentum. The main theme of the program is, electing the future divas. This slogan is a huge exaggeration because in the last few years, fresh meat has been running rampant in the market. A large number of male and female group castings have emerged. And the clear-cut favorites of these castings are popular idols with average strength who can only simply sing and dance raps. However, under the influence of the general environment, from last year, the fresh meat culture in the market appeared some aesthetic fatigue, although still able to harvest leaks in large quantities, but showing a downward trend has been an indisputable fact. People are favoring talented and powerful singers again. Of course, it would be nice to have the face value on top of having both. It was still Su Yueshin who sent Jiang Chen over today. Only that flirty red Ferrari couldn't be driven out. After Su Yueshin went back last night, she was taught a lesson by Boss Su, and wasn't allowed to touch that key anymore, so just drove a low-profile Audi out today. Jiang Chen said he could handle it himself, while Su Yueshin insisted on coming, saying she wanted to come and see the world. The venue for the Chosen One was also in Star City, which was about a 2-hour bus ride from the school neighborhood. Is that the enrollment center up ahead? There doesn't seem to be anyone there. Su Yueshin squared her sunglasses and said, who would come over a few days early? Most people are stuck coming over on the last day. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and looked at the huge stage being built in front of him, and the ambition in his eyes gradually burned. Come on, let's go over there. You're Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, who was carrying a guitar, nodded and submitted the enrollment report he had filled out to the staff member in front of him. His name was Peng Xing and he was an employee of Penguin, responsible for the arrangement of the contestants who came to the talent show this time. Those who came to participate in the talent show this time were carefully selected by the program group, which included not only singing and dancing trainees cultivated by various agencies, but also underground rappers, as well as some of the popular figures from music colleges and universities, as well as small anchors from video platforms and a small number of vegetarians. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't belong to these categories, and he hadn't yet become the school's celebrity by the time his name appeared on the list of people who were on the program. Peng Xing looked at Jiang Chen's handsome and compelling face, and also with a girlfriend, obviously with a fresh meat face, ready to be a love bean and still have a girlfriend. For Peng Xing, this is a very unprofessional performance. It was supposed to be someone else's spot, and while I don't know what layer of connections you have, this show isn't about picking vases. So if you don't have something to offer, I'd suggest you just drop out and give the opportunity to someone who needs it. Peng Xing's tone carried very strong personal emotions, and he didn't hide his contempt for Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen only smiled gently and said, there's something I don't know if I should say. What? Jiang Chen tapped the desktop with his knuckles and said indifferently, I don't have any of the contestants you've gone through so much trouble to find in your eyes, and it's your program team's good fortune that I'm able to appear here. His voice, like flat thunder, exploded in Peng Xing's ears. He looked at the young man in front of him with his mouth open and an incredulous look on his face. Madness. It's crazy. Even Su Yueshin was taken aback. Was this still the Jiang Chen she knew? From the moment Jiang Chen arrived here, his aura had completely changed. During Su Yueshin's time with Jiang Chen, she felt that Jiang Chen was completely unrelated to the word arrogant. He's usually quite humble, so I can't imagine he'd say something so arrogant. But it's time to say no. A little bit of madness is indeed handsome. Peng Xing's face became even more gloomy as he threw the hotel door card to Jiang Chen, then said icily, big words are beautifully spoken. When you meet your opponent, I hope you dare to say such arrogant words. Jiang Chen looked at the hotel door card in his hand. Then he turned around and waved his hand in a dashing manner. Don't bother. I'll only be even madder than I am now when the time comes. Su Yueshin hurriedly followed, staring at Jiang Chen with an astonished expression. When he arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Jiang Chen said breathlessly, Schoolmate, why do you keep staring at me? TSK, I want to see if you've been taken over. You were a bit wild just now. Oh, also, don't call me schoolmate. How unfamiliar. Am I wild? Of course, but if you're still saying such arrogant things about your competitive personality while the program is being recorded, it's actually not very pleasing to the audience, Su Yueshin kindly reminded. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, just shook his head and said, "You've got one thing wrong. I don't have any intention of competing with them, but rather, because, with me, they really won't be able to get any advantage." Su Yueshin, what the fuck is this if not crazy? You can just pretend at people. In front of me, it's not necessary, is it? Jiang Chen's gaze met Su Yueshin's eyes. Su Yueshin was instantly startled, and she realized that there was a blazing intent of aggression like fire in this man's eyes. Good lord, she then really realized that this kid, Jiang Chen, really didn't put his opponents in his eyes. There's something odd about this man. Chapter 21, A Call from Home. After checking into the hotel arranged by the program, the next step was just to wait for the program to start. There were still 3 days left before the official recording of the program, which was still quite ample for Jiang Chen. But while Jiang Chen was packing his own bags, someone called. Looking at the caller ID on his cell phone, he froze for a moment, lost in thought. Su Yueshin saw Jiang Chen looking stupidly at his cell phone and said suspiciously, "Why don't you answer the phone? Ex-girlfriend calling?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "It's my dad." "Then why don't you answer it?" Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. In fact, the original master and his parents were still quite affectionate. Although he had inherited his memories, the main body was still dominated by himself, and in the face of the original master's own social relationships, he was actually more like a bystander's perspective in terms of his feelings. It was like the original owner was Su Chanshan's loyal licking dog. But Jiang Chen just couldn't like it. He hesitated for a moment, but answered the phone. "Hey, Dad. What's up?" On the other end of the phone came a voice with a heavy accent. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you graduate and go on vacation? Why don't you go home?" "Ah, I'm going to stay on this side of Star City and prepare to be on the talent show, The Chosen One, and then I'll be a big star." "Ha, don't joke about it, okay? You inherited my top face value. Let's go directly to become an actor. I have an old classmate in the capital side as an assistant director. I have already contacted him. You come back, have dinner with him, let him take you to the capital to mix." Jiang Chen said helplessly. "Dad, I'm studying music, not acting. Can I not tell you're a music student? I don't know how good you are at singing, right? Listen to me. If we want to be in the entertainment industry, let's be fresh meat. Don't waste our youth. Dad, just don't worry about it. I'm going to take this draft. Your son isn't the same as he used to be. What's the difference? Is it disfigured? Stop it. Your son is a powerhouse. Just go to Penguin Video and watch me perform then." The phone over there is a bit anxious. Hey. Your kid is not the department of KTV to go more. Really think that send a few department of the strength of the party? You're not a chicken. Geez, why do you keep saying that? Give me your cell phone. I'll talk to Tatsu. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Chen's mother snatched the phone over. Jiang Chen's father's name was Zhang Yun and his mother's name was Li Lanfang. The person who spoke at this time was Li Lanfang. "Yeah. Has Xiao Chen been eating well lately? Has he grown?" "Mom, I'm 22. I can't grow." Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. We're both graduates of a serious music college. We'll definitely be singers in the future." Your father's ears are confused. He can't understand your young people singing and ignores him. You've been saying since you were a kid that you want to pursue your dream of becoming a singer. And even though mom is a farmer, she supports you. It's not easy for you to get a chance to be on the stage, so you have to make the most of it. "I'm going to the temple tomorrow to burn some incense." Li Lanfang rambled on and on about a particularly large number of things, the most of which was not concern about Jiang Chen's ability to get good grades, but rather every aspect of his clothing, food, housing, and transportation. In his last life, Jiang Chen was an orphan and didn't experience parental care. The concern he now felt from Lelendine put him in a bit of a trance. It was surreal and awkward, but again, the feeling made him love it. But chatting away, things got weird. In fact, can be successful in the talent show is not important. You and Shanshan not talk about a few years? Mom has no special requirements for you. You have to hurry to bring her to meet us. Hurry to do the wedding. Also can be regarded as a piece of our heart. Jiang Chen's touched emotions suddenly came to an abrupt end. Li Lanfang's voice was still quite loud, and although it wasn't on speakerphone, Su Yueshin still heard it. The look she gave Jiang Chen was a bit odd. Parents are such amazing creatures. Before you graduate, school is the priority. After you graduate, marriage is the priority. The urge to get married is a must for every contemporary youth. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. then said, "Mom, I've broken up with that woman." Hearing this, not only Li Lanfeng, but also Dad Jiang became nonchalant. What are you doing? You've been in a relationship for years and you just want to break up? Are you a womanizer? You're the one who inherited your face value and you're the one who squandered it? Yes, Tatsu. You mustn't follow the scumbag's example. Jiang Chen said helplessly. It's not me. It's her who wants to break up. She wants to be a big star. She dislikes that I'm too bad and doesn't want to have a scandal. After hearing this, both parents became silent again. Then the attitude directly made a 180-degree change. It's good to be separated. The next one is better behaved and the next one is more obedient. That's right. There's a saying, the sky is the limit. The next door village flower misses you every day. When are you coming back? Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen's frown, Su Yuexin was going to laugh like crazy. The village flowers next door are here. But with Jiang Chen's kind of condition, it's always been the meat and potatoes on campus. Okay. Let's leave this topic for now. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first. That show you're in, doesn't it cost a lot of money? I've heard that those kind of talent shows are all internalized and cost money. Mom here has saved $100,000 to $200,000 over the years. Look, Jiang Chen immediately refused. Mom, don't think about this. I'm sure I'll succeed. Your son still has the strength. That's it. I'm hanging up first. Ugh. Tatsu. Jiang Chen still hung up the phone directly. Mainly because Su Yuexin was watching from the side, and he was afraid that he would be laughed at for a whole year if he chatted any longer. She was laughing now. Gaga, the flower of the village next door has her eye on you. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he said in annoyance. What's the problem? Do you think the school grass is self-appointed? Su Yuexin also stopped laughing at him, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, it seems that your necessity to succeed on this path of casting is far higher than mine. Obviously, that's a load of crap. Because the two sides of the family is a world of difference. Jiang Chen is not only for the dream, but also for his family. He's an only child. He's responsible for his parents. But Jiang Chen smiled confidently. It doesn't matter. No one is my opponent. It's starting to act up again. Chapter 22, Sniping Jiang Chen's Mission. In the evening, Jiang Chen was again pulled out for dinner by Su Yuexin. It is a great joy to have a rich friend. For example, now, Uxin. We're considered good friends now, right? Yeah. What's up? Borrow money. Su Yuexin. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that she was more familiar with Jiang Chen, she would have been high on giving this brat 2 slaps. Are you short of money? How much do you need? Jiang Chen said with embarrassment. Why don't you borrow a few $100,000 or something first? I can pay you back anytime. Although Jiang Chen had already shown a great deal of talent, there was a problem in that he didn't have a channel for his talent to be realized until now. With those songs he sang before, selling some copyrights to music platforms, it would be a matter of minutes to make money. But it's quite a hassle to get all this stuff done by yourself without an agency. Send me your card number when the time comes. Su Yuexin was also quite forthcoming. Borrowing a sum of money was not a matter to her at all. Her allowance is in the millions and millions. By the way, have you not opened a personal scarf account yet? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. What's the use of that thing? Su Yuexin said with hatred. Are you stupid? A talent show is chosen for the fans. How can you be hot if you don't even run a fan base? Jiang Chen actually had some prejudice against scarfing. He didn't really like the culture of rice circles, and to really say that one day he would be besieged by a traffic jam caused by getting off the plane was a bit too much for him to accept. But there's no getting around things like fans. Whether you are a powerhouse or an idol, you have your own loyal fans, who will respond to your calls when you have a concert, and who will not leave you when you are down and out. So either way, running a fan base is definitely something that needs to be done. Su Yuexin continued to explain. The show will be a referendum by then, and in a way, the more fans you have will be able to get more votes. And even if the strength shown can make up for a lot of it, who knows you? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and took out his cell phone to immediately download a scarf. How? Su Yuexin grabbed Jiang Chen's cell phone and heatedly laughed. Let me help you operate it. First of all, you should have a Shakeology account, right? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. Has a video been posted yet? No. Jiang Chen felt a little embarrassed. Before the video of him singing on the internet fermentation, it looks very hot. In fact, it is all other people fire. All sorts of carrying marketing numbers so earn a lot of money. But the principle is nothing. This path of the entertainment industry is still a long way to go for Jiang Chen. Su Yuexin posted the video of herself and Jiang Chen singing "You Were a Teenager" at the graduation party to Shakeology, and let Jiang Chen authenticate that it was me. Su Yuexin then helped Jiang Chen open a scarf and explained that she would be participating in the annual large-scale talent show The Chosen Son and hoped that everyone could cheer for her. Under Su Yuexin's skillful operation, Jiang Chen finally had his own account. Why are you so skillful? Do you think everyone is like you? Ready to break into showbiz without preparing anything? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose in embarrassment again. It's actually kind of nice to have an agent, isn't it? Why don't you be my manager? How lame is it to be a singer? Blah blah blah. You want me to be your toolman? You wish. That said, Family June also took over the company's casting program at Lightspeed after graduation. Lusheng Entertainment is also one of the several famous entertainment companies within Xia. These entertainment companies usually have an industry called trainees. The trainees, however, are inside the company to prepare for various talent shows. Some form in-house boy bands, some go to boy band talent shows to form boy bands, and those with outstanding abilities debut individually. The number of these trainees is extremely large, with Lusheng Entertainment having 60 of them, and out of those 60 trainees, the ones who were selected to participate in The Chosen One were 3. They are Meng Liang, who is well versed in singing and dancing rap, Yi Kaiyang, a vocalist with excellent voice conditions, and Zhou Hang, an all-around idol. One of them, Zhou Hang, is the ultimate killing move prepared by Lusheng Entertainment for this talent show. Although this trainee is still a trainee on the surface, he has already made a lot of waves on the short video platform many times under the various campaigns of Lusheng Entertainment. Because of the professional marketing team, Zhou Hang's popularity was far higher than Jiang Chen's on the internet. At this moment, Fan Lijun was wearing a suit and standing straight in front of these 3 trainees. I'm Fan Lijun, the company's new head of trainees, and I'm now specifically in charge of your casting. The 3 trainees glanced at each other before they all respectfully shouted, Supervisor Fan. Fan Lijun was satisfied with their performance, but in fact, the 3 trainees had long been informed accordingly that the new boss was the chairman's own son. That's no way to just throw a tantrum. The Chosen Son is Penguin's biggest invested talent show this year. It has a tremendous amount of exposure and is the perfect path for you to make your debut, and the company hopes that all 3 of you will take up one of the 11 debut slots. The one who bet the most heavily this time is naturally you, Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang straightened his chest. It was nothing to be ashamed of. He also felt that he was the most powerful. I will be the champion. Very well. The company's goal for you is to be champion, and the company has put a lot of marketing into you, so I hope you don't fail to live up to the company's expectations. But there is one person who needs your attention. Fan Lijun paused for a moment, then slowly uttered a name that he hated to the core, Jiang Chen. Who is Jiang Chen? All 3 trainees had a big question mark over their heads. The original singer of Actor and You Were a Teenager, which have recently hit the internet, has nothing else to ask for, and don't miss any opportunity to eliminate him. Fan Lijun glanced meaningfully at Meng Liang and Yi Kaiyang and said, whoever eliminates him will have the company's limited marketing resources tilted in his favor. Zhou Hang is not to worry about this. This is the trump card of Lusheng Entertainment. But don't the other 2 have ambitions? They definitely do. And inwardly they all feel that they are not much worse than Zhou Hang. Only that the resources for publicity are not tilted in their favor. Now that this opportunity arose, they would not let it go easily. Don't worry, Supervisor Fan. With my strength, I'll eliminate him in minutes. Let me catch him at it, and I'll definitely eliminate him on the spot. Meng Liang and Yi Kaiyang had both put out harsh words, and in their eyes, Jiang Chen, who didn't have much popularity, had already become their prey. Chapter 23, recorded live. No one knows me. This time, the large-scale talent show of The Chosen Son. The popular winning contestants. In addition to Zhou Hang, there are other trainees trained by other entertainment companies. For example, Yu Feixiang of Strawberry Entertainment, and Wenny of Tingfei Entertainment. These top streamers, their companies give them one target, and that's the championship. The difference between the treatment of the champion and the other debut seats is sky high. Just like so many debutantes in Tomorrow's Children, the only one who really mixes it up is the champion, Mao Yanqi. As for Jiang Chen, no one knew Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen had just opened his personal scarf and jitterbug account, there were a lot of Void fans who had yet to find their rightful owner. Su Yuexin pointed to these circled names in the list and said solemnly, the strength of these few should not be underestimated. They are all your biggest rivals this time. No. Okay, got it. Seeing Jiang Chen in this indifferent manner, Su Yuexin was so angry that her teeth itched. Can you be more serious? Oh, come on. Where am I not being serious? But you still owe me money. How are you going to pay if you get eliminated? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, and still had to brace himself for sleepiness as he listened to Su Yuexin popularize the information about the various players here. He wasn't being cocky either, but because, with a plug-in on his side, if he still couldn't beat these fresh meat, it would be too much of a shame for the traveler, right? For this talent show, Jiang Chen had also carefully selected some songs. Okay, that's all that needs to be said. You get it, right? Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. Su Yuexin was also really enough of a friend these past 2 days, and had been busy for Jiang Chen, even created a fan base for himself. Jiang Chen's schoolmaster level looks and talent that was so full that it overflowed, coupled with the push flow of the Jitterbug platform. He was now a small netizen with 80,000 followers. Jiang Chen was also quite moved by these things. Full count, he and Su Yuexin hadn't really known each other for more than a month, and she was already worrying about herself here and there. Near the start of the audition, Jiang Chen was also finally receiving news from the program. Everyone came to meet in the practice room and then had their set photos taken and a little introductory video. This personal introduction video is similar to what the man with the basketball in that background is showing. In order to make eyeballs, people without power will rack their brains to make as many demons as they can hear. By this point in the process, Su Yuexin couldn't follow anymore. Jiang Chen didn't have much experience, so he held his guitar in front of the camera and calmly said, "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen from the Star City Music Academy, and I'm here on this program with the purpose of winning the championship." The other trainees who heard this also hid their mouths and snickered. Did you guys hear what he said? He actually wants the title? Joy to my heart. He's just a relation. Originally his spot was my friend Li Yun's. Hey, don't get it, do you? He's doing it to be new and noisy. Hiss, I've come to my senses. Damn it, black and red is red too. The 3 popular contestants from Lisheng Entertainment were all casting curious glances at Jiang Chen when they saw him. They also wanted to know what was so special about this player named by the new supervisor. Upon hearing him say that he was going to win the championship, the 3 of them all unanimously revealed a look of disdain. Meng Liang hugged his chest with a disdainful face and said, "This kid is quite arrogant. Opening his mouth is the champion. He can't champion a point. How would he know what we've been through all these years? It's supposed to be a claptrap clown. Our enemies are the ones from Strawberry Entertainment and Tongfei Entertainment." Because of the lack of popularity, most people didn't think highly of Jiang Chen. Popularity in a way represents their respective strengths, and if they really didn't have any strength at all, their companies wouldn't be spending money to promote them. When he came out of the room, Jiang Chen was also able to see the contemptuous and mocking looks that these players outside were giving him. At this he also smiled and didn't say anything. Wasn't the reason why a punch in the face would come good because of the amount of skepticism that would be endured prior to it? Alright, everyone's personal introductions have been filmed. Tomorrow we will start officially recording the first installment. At that time all 100 of you will have 2 minutes to present yourselves. The judges are love song diva Su Qin, famous movie star Deng Chen, Golden Melody Award-winning singer-songwriter Hu Xiujie, and singing and dancing heavenly King Guofeng. I hope everyone is ready to do so. You may now be dismissed. Jiang Chen easily left and headed in the direction of the hotel. Everyone else was hugging each other and having a laugh as they noticed the cameras had started filming them. Everyone has to maintain their persona in front of the camera. Cold face paralyzed. Steel straight man, passionate social cow. But Jiang Chen wouldn't engage in these off-site factors, and he was too lazy to do so. The purpose of coming here was to raise his popularity, and it's all going to be in your own song. Some people who knew that they had no chance of advancing also wanted to come to Jiang Chen to make a scene. Hi, hello Jiang Chen, I'm Yang Xiaoyan, I really like your song. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, and then, Yang Xiaoyan squirmed a bit and said, "Where is your room? I'm a little scared to be alone. Can I get a ride as a roommate?" Jiang Chen? Mouth area. It's also a persona, preening and selling out, and girls in the dining room especially eat it up. Yang Xiaoyan just wanted to find someone to forcibly bind a CP with himself, and had thought that Jiang Chen, as a little transparent, would be happy to speculate on a CP with himself, but he still overthought it. Jiang Chen just frowned, then waved his hand. "A big man, please be normal, and also, I really like to live in a room by myself. Don't bother me." Jiang Chen left directly after saying that. Yang Xiaoyan's face became a bit stiff, but facing the camera, he still made a beeping and stomping motion, just like a little girl who was rejected by her beloved. It was sickening to watch. Jiang Chen also didn't expect a small talent show to gather so many bullies. After returning to his room, he opened his phone and Su Yueshin had already sent him several messages. How's it going? How's it going? Was there any flirty talk during the shoot? Sing a couple lines or anything? Did anyone bully you? How about those opponents of yours? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as Su Yueshin's curious face had already surfaced in his mind. He typed back. Didn't perform anything. Met some bull ********. All actors. Su Yueshin's side also replied in seconds. You nerd, how can you attract fans if you don't show yourself in your personal introduction? It's okay, I have the strength. I've put so much effort into you. I'll hammer you if you go rounds. Chapter 24 Examination Site. Hundreds of people compete. Early the next morning, everyone was summoned. The chosen one schedule is divided into 4 stages. The first of which is the audition, or 100 to 50. There is no audience at this stage. Only 4 mentors to make the selection. And everyone only has 2 minutes. And 2 minutes means only half a song. So if they don't stand out, then they're likely to be eliminated outright. So demonizing for eyeballs doesn't make any sense here. Because once you're eliminated today, you immediately move your bags. Well, dear viewers, this is the live broadcast of the large-scale talent show Chosen Sun, exclusively titled by Penguin. I'm the host, Zhang Dalak. We would like to invite 100 young people, hand-picked nationwide, with great talent, to take the stage. Please have all the contestants take their seats on the spot. The side aisles began to flood with clean-cut young dudes. These are all the players who came to compete. 100 people, including trainees from major entertainment companies, famous internet stars, and some rappers. They applauded as they made their way to their seats with smiles on their faces. A few poses are made as you pass the camera. Jiang Chen silently walked behind the crowd, and when he passed the camera, he suddenly remembered to let Su Yueshin see himself. He then turned his head and gave the camera a smile and a thumbs up. Since he came out late, the most demonstrative positions had already been picked, and Jiang Chen was also undoubtedly seated in the top left corner. A very unassuming location that even the cameras don't bother to take care of. And his number is also exactly 100, because he was the last contestant to be confirmed to come to participate, belonging to the type of being an interloper. Welcome all the contestants to the scene. You are about to have the first wave of examination on this stage, and the session is brutal. 100 of you, each of you only have 2 minutes to show yourselves, and 50 of you are going to leave from among you today. Zhang Dailak spoke in a sorrowful tone. How was it? Does it feel exciting to leave before your ass is even warmed up? Some of the contestants were laughing, some were up in arms and some were silent. But it's really not like past castings, with an extremely high elimination rate and little performance time. Very well. I have sensed your fighting spirit. I hope you will not let down the hard-won opportunity. But the person you want to impress is not me. The 4 who are responsible for assessing you today aren't they are respectively. As the rousing accompaniment sounded, a figure emerged from the stage. Let's welcome love song diva Su Qin, famous movie star Deng Chen, Golden Melody Award-winning singer-songwriter Hu Xiujie, and singing and dancing King Guofeng. Amidst a chorus of cheers, all 4 stars who are hugely recognizable across the country arrived on the scene. They were followed by their own performances of their classic tunes, much to the delight of these 100 contestants in the audience. Hello everyone, I'm Su Qin. I'm very happy to be here as your judge. I'm sure there'll be some refreshing chosen ones appearing here. I'll be a little bit stricter in terms of vocals. I hope you can impress me with your talents, okay? Yes. The players cheered again. Su Qin's achievements in the Chinese music industry have fully deserved the name of diva. She is 35 years old, but still looks young and beautiful. Then came the movie star Deng Chen, who also introduced himself to everyone with an excited look on his face. Hello everyone, I'm Deng Chen. Although we're a crossover, we used to be a record producer, right? Please believe in my appreciation. I will judge you on your overall performance ability. I hope you won't let me down, okay? Yes. Hu Xiujie is a very young singer-songwriter and just won the Golden Melody Award this year. It's the right time to get excited. He's only just turned 30 this year, and there are already very popular songs in the music industry that he's written. I'm Hu Xiujie, and as an original singer, I'd like to have some originality amongst you, but original songs will also be stricter with me. Guofeng, on the other hand, is an older singing and dancing contestant, and in his youth was also a top idol capable of eliciting screams from complete teenage girls, and is roughly as well known as Aaron Kwok. I'm Guofeng. I think this program should be able to accommodate a more diverse range of contestants. Then the singing and dancing types will also be very popular with me. I know that most of you are of this type, so I hope that you can show me a surprise. After the 4 judges were introduced, they too took their seats. You can tell by the curiosity of this mentor lineup that the show is very ambitious. Penguin is also investing a lot of promotional resources into this. This, along with Crystal Girls a month later, is Penguin's annual ace in the hole when it comes to variety. Here comes contestant number 001, Meng Liang from Lusheng Entertainment. The scene immediately elicited a cheer. Meng Liang is also a big hitter in this competition. One of the 3 cards that Lusheng Entertainment is playing this time. And if Zhou Hang is a king bomb, Meng Liang is also a 4 tier 2. Hello, Mr. Judges. I'm Meng Liang. Please start your show. Meng Liang took a deep breath, then came straight to a rap. Born in 1996 with the dream of being a rap leader. In the latter minute, he began a sing-song dance. My show is over. Thank you. Meng Liang held his head high and looked especially confident. Jiang Chen looked a little embarrassed. In fact, this kind of is more suitable for a male group talent show, right? Luckily, he didn't know that this one was ordered by Fan Lijun to come against him. Otherwise he would have had to laugh out loud. The 4 judges glanced at each other, and then they too expressed their own opinions. Guofeng was very complimentary of Meng Liang's performance. I recognize your singing and dancing strength. The whole rhythm is very smooth. I have a feeling you are able to go to the end. The rules for advancement are that the 4 mentors will advance as long as they give 3 or more passes, and anything less than 3 is pending, and if the pending spots are divided up at the end, there is no future. Meng Liang also received 3 passes and lost a point to gold songwriter Hu Xiujia, who Hui's comment was, personally, I don't know anything about singing and dancing, but these lyrics that you've written, they kind of didn't hit me. Meng Liang inwardly cursed his lack of knowledge, but on the surface, he still smiled and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Hu. After the first performance, all the contestants below had basically figured out what kind of strength was needed to pass. As strong as Meng Liang, he also failed to get 4 passes, which made their complexion become a bit gloomy. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was fuming as he pondered why he hadn't brought his cell phone in. Chapter 25, A Song Light Chaser. The whole crew is dumbfounded. The next contestants, many of whom were performing singing and dancing. Even Jiang Chen could clearly feel that all of them were of the same type, and that Meng Liang was indeed slightly more bullish, but he's also the tallest of the short ones. As more and more people advanced, the players in the back became a little restless. Only Jiang Chen was more calm. If it doesn't get all on stage, then the draft is a failure. These 4 judges will also put an end to this and will definitely leave some spots open until the end. By the time number 025 took the stage, there was finally a 4-pass, unanimous advancement. It was that ace Zhou Hang from Lusheng Entertainment, who didn't sing and dance this time, but instead sang an original love song, with a surprisingly good vocal condition, which was at least a bit stronger within these contestants. Jiang Chen was also slightly surprised. After all, this was the player who actually saw what was considered a bit of strength in his eyes. All 3 of Lushan's advanced, and as the tournament continued, more and more players were placed in the waiting area, and as Jiang Chen, who was at the bottom of the queue, he had a long time to wait. It even took an intermission in the middle and a box lunch before continuing. When 099 had finished his performance, there were 5 spots left for advancement, all of which had to be chosen from those in the waiting area. The host, Zhang Dailok, called out the name of the last contestant. Let's welcome the last contestant. Contestant number 100, Jiang Chen. Everyone looked up as the very handsome but understated-looking teenager stretched and then walked off the stage. It's a fantastic finale bit. Those 3 people from Lusheng Entertainment were also staring at Jiang Chen. They had all advanced, so naturally, they didn't consider Jiang Chen as their opponent. Even Meng Liang and Yi Kaiyan were vaguely expecting Jiang Chen to advance, so that they would have a chance to eliminate Jiang Chen head-on and please the company's newly appointed supervisor to get resources tilted. The people in the waiting area all wanted Jiang Chen to be eliminated. One is because he's connected. The other is because he has a chance if he eliminates people in the pending area. Jiang Chen said very politely, "Hello judges and teachers, I'm Jiang Chen, an original musician." This statement caused Hu Xiujie to raise his eyebrows, revealing a look of interest. He also picked up the microphone. To be honest, those contestants who claim to be original singers just now didn't bring me much surprise. I wonder if you, as the grand finale, can hold down the pressure? Jiang Chen smiled. They're them, I'm me. Why don't we meet in the music? These words caused those players present to show their dissatisfaction, which meant that he wasn't on the same level as these players? You boys are pretty funny, so please start your show. The song is called Light Chasers and everyone has a light in their heart that belongs to them. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then nodded toward the band. They had already gotten the accompaniment Jiang Chen had given them a long time ago. As the accompaniment sounded, Hu Xiaojie's eyes had lit up. If you're a firework on the sea, I am the foam of the waves. At some point, your light illuminates me. If you're a river of distant stars, it's so bright it makes you want to cry. I was chasing after your eyes. I always look at the night sky when I'm alone. Jiang Chen's soundscape began to activate its effects, and everyone present froze. Even the 4 judges were a little dumbfounded. Everyone saw something different about themselves, and as Jiang Chen said, everyone had a light in their heart that belonged to them. Maybe it's an unattainable dream, maybe it's a crush on someone, or maybe it's something that has passed away that you miss. All these things are awakened in song. If I had to describe their feelings in 2 words, it would be healing. I can follow you, like a shadow sleepwalking after the light. I can wait at this intersection, whether you'll be passing through or not. Whenever I lift my head for you, even my tears feel free. There's love like sunshine pouring down, having and losing at the same time. The chorus comes on like angel wings brushing their cheeks. It's very healing, but a little bit sad. It seems that the light they are pursuing can never be held. Those players who had originally looked down on Jiang Chen were also dumbstruck at this moment, and even some of the eyes with strong empathy were already moist. In fact, after singing the first verse, 2 minutes had passed. Zhang Delac was about to warn, but he sensed a gaze with a murderous aura. Hu Xiaojie was glaring at him viciously, meaning, let him finish singing. Since the other party didn't call a halt, Jiang Chen naturally continued to sing as well. If you're a firefly on a summer night, some love is like a downpour, even though, believe in rainbows. After Jiang Chen finished singing, he also politely bowed to a few mentors. Thanks for listening. I'm sorry for overrunning the show. There was a round of applause. How much of it was genuine is unknown, but there were indeed many people who were impressed by Jiang Chen's song. Su Qin was the first to make a comment. She was very surprised and said, "This original is the biggest surprise I've encountered today, and your vocals really touched me. Although the song is not difficult to sing, the lyrics and music are all very well written, and your rendition is very moving. In my case, you have to get a pass." Hu Xiaojie was even more pleasantly surprised. Jiang Chen, your voice condition is great. I had thought that your song was an inspirational style, but I didn't expect it to be so healing. The lyrics and arrangement of this song, did you finish it yourself? Of course, this is the first stage for this song. Then I can come to the conclusion that you're a genius. Thanks for the compliment. Do you have more songs in the pipeline for this stage? Jiang Chen's tone all revealed confidence. You'll see more surprises. Ha ha, I'll see what happens then. Hu Xiaojie also gave a straight pass. The other 2 tutors were also not at all stingy with their praise, and after giving Jiang Chen a round of compliments, they likewise gave him a pass. This meant that Jiang Chen became one of those few 4-pass players, originally thought to be soft, but did not expect to have the potential of a hidden demon. The eyes of all the advanced players and the pending players looking at Will Jiang Chen changed. Original singers are a very unstable factor. Is the most likely god a ghost? After all, has not experienced the test of the market? Even the singer himself does not know his next song can be loved by others. The trio from Lu Sports Entertainment are also on the prowl. Chapter 26, Finding a Tollman's little brother to team up with. Finally, the last 4 advancement spots are selected from those in the pending group. There's also a defiance challenge in this one. So if you're not convinced, you can come up and challenge. And if you beat it, you can take the spot instead. Although it looked bloody, it was no longer Jiang Chen's business. After it was over, there was a big drama of crying and wailing. It was clear that they had only known each other for less than 2 days, but they embraced each other as if they had known each other for a long time. In order to prevent being approached by those eliminated to embrace himself, Jiang Chen slowly retreated behind the crowd. When 50 people had been eliminated, there were still 50 left who had managed to advance. Many of these people have their own little groups, such as all being in the same company or knowing each other from some previous event they attended. Jiang Chen was still by himself. Zhang Dailac took the microphone and said regretfully, "Obviously, the path to becoming the chosen one is not simple. The purpose of our program is to select the next generation of heavenly kings, and the cruel competition system also shows how difficult the path is. But no matter what, congratulations to all of you who have successfully entered the next stage now. The next stage is group match." Everyone started cheering when they heard about this race, and many of them were already eyeballing each other with their buddies. Jiang Chen, however, frowned slightly. This was not a good thing. The connections are one thing, and another is that one doesn't really like working with these guys. But the rules of the program are like this. so there is nothing to be done. The car will be able to do it. The rule of the second stage is that all the contestants form their own teams, and each team cannot have less than 2 and no more than 7 people. This round tests your ability to work together. In a team, can you continue to shine? Can you still make everyone call for you? Now, the grouping begins. You have 15 minutes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire studio was in a state of disarray. All the players scrambled to find their little ones. Alas, good brother. What say? How? Together. Of course. Hey, add me. I promise not to drag my feet. Jiang Chen was still sitting alone in his chair as he thought. If you must team up, 2 people are enough, and the other teammate better not be a demon. A vocal, knows what he's doing and listens. His eyes swept over, and instantly rested on a trembling teenager in another corner. Not particularly colorful looking and looking like he didn't have a lot of friends, clutching at the corner of his coat. It seemed to have never experienced such a scene before and looked very panicked. Jiang Chen had a bit of an impression of him, as it was a contestant that had caught his attention. His name was Fu Xiaoxing and he was a vegetarian contestant. In the first 2 minutes of the stage display, his ethereal voice gave Jiang Chen a bit of an eye-opening feeling, much like a singer named Zhou Xin in his previous life. Only Fu Xiaoxing's voice was still very young, and there was still a huge gap with deep. But the fact that the tone is here means that it's malleable, and it looks like a good bully. So I've decided it's you, Pikachu. At this time, a player happened to come in front of Jiang Chen, and he said with an expectant face, Jiang Chen, team up? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Sorry, you're not my choice. This player's face stiffened slightly. He just wanted to come over to hug his thigh, but it turned out that the thigh didn't give him any face at all. Then Jiang Chen walked straight towards Fu Xiaoxing. Hello, Fu Xiaoxing, want to team up? Fu Xiaoxing was taken aback. Her eyes were revealing a look of panic, and her speech became stilted. You are asking me? Or what? Fu Xiaohuan was flattered. In his opinion, for past players like Jiang Chen were all demon-level existences. Now the Demon King wants to find himself a team. What is to be done? Fu Xiaohuan's mind was a bit messed up. He wanted to say something, but he stammered and couldn't say anything. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. A social terrorist. Very good. Must be very obedient. He extended his hand to Fu Xiaohuan and said with a smile, don't be nervous, you're strong. Be confident in yourself. Fu Xiaohuan thought about it, but still reached out and shook Jiang Chen's hand. This meant that he and Jiang Chen had reached a temporary alliance. The others also intentionally or unintentionally turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wasn't on the same page as them, so apart from the ones who wanted to hug their thighs, all the other popular players tacitly tried to isolate Jiang Chen. And when they chose all their relatively powerful teammates away, Jiang Chen was forced to team up with the weaker ones. In that case, Jiang Chen, who was being dragged down, could be eliminated quickly. And at this moment, they were relieved to see Jiang Chen and Fu Xiaoxing reach an alliance. Fu Xiaoxing is not a 4-pass contestant. When he took the stage, he also forgot his words because he was too nervous, although he also advanced. But this kind of newcomer with no stage experience, they all think that there is no threat. First of all, congratulations to all of you for finding your own team. While you are forming your own team, you are also responsible for all of your members, because from now on, all for one and one for all. You have now formed a total of 11 teams. For the next installment, again, a portion of you will be eliminated. And how many will be eliminated will depend on which of your teams will be eliminated. And 7 days later, the public performance site will be opened. The weight of the 4 mentors accounts for 30%, while the votes of the 2,000 viewers on the site account for 70%. After the first public performance, 4 teams will be eliminated, with a maximum of 24 possible eliminations and a minimum of 13. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone became tense. Some people were already regretting the group situation. Someone must be weaker. If there is a case of being held back, then you may have to eliminate the whole team along with you. Good paddling with lots of people. Lots of shots with fewer people. Jiang Chen was still quite satisfied with his teammates. From now on, the practice room is open to all of you for a period of 7 days. You can all practice here, during which time various instructors will be present to give you some guidance. Teenagers, for that position chosen, start working hard now. By this point, the recording of the first installment is finally over. Jiang Chen also felt quite tired. Although he had only sung 1 song, his heart was tired. He loved the feeling of conquest though. Light Chaser was just an appetizer. It was time to show these guys some otherworldly gold later on. Jiang Chen was about to leave with his guitar on his back, and Fu Xiaoxing hurriedly followed him. Brother Jiang, what are we going to do now? It's the end of the day, so of course we're each going home. Ha, but they're all talking about the program. They're them, we're us. They're not hungry, I'm hungry. Fu Xiaoxing. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and laughed. Don't be nervous, brother will take you flying. I'll send you the demo tonight, so you can familiarize yourself with it first. Ha, going to sing an original? Trust in brother's strength, okay? Chapter 27 Jime guys, cheer for Tatsu. After returning to his room, Jiang Chen was finally able to play with his cell phone. And outside, Yang Dan, the general director of the Chosen Sun program group, had also quietly arrived at the scene. As a director, you must know how to capture the audience's attention. These contestants interacted with each other and it was clear who was more talkative to her. There were a few contestants that she thought had great potential, and one of them was Jiang Chen. Viewers like to see dark horses, and what Jiang Chen has shown from the first installment is a well-deserved dark horse, but it's hard to say if it will be a blackout. But at this moment, she froze, and she inquired to the camera crew, "Where's Jiang Chen?" He just went back. Jandan? What kind of person is this? Do you know where the camera is? Do you still want to be famous? You're just going to leave? Are you sure? I'm sure. I was going to follow you there just now, but it feels a little more important here. Yang Dan is a bit despondent. How can a talking head hide? You carry the camera and go after him. The cameraman revealed a difficult look. Director, this isn't too good, right? Everyone should have their own little space, right? Jandan nodded thoughtfully and said, it's really not good. The photographer was also relieved. He didn't want to break into someone's room carrying a camera. How embarrassing would that be? I'll get someone to set up a camera. Photographer. Okay, you're the director. Toss it around all you want. After Jiang Chen returned to his room, he picked up his long-lost cell phone. He had to message some rich bitch back first. Have you finished singing yet? What was the song? It's not over yet? It's going to be recorded all day? You're not too eliminated to return my messages, are you? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What was all this talk? He immediately messaged Su Yuexin back. It's going to be a full day for 100 performances, and we're going to have to do group teams, so I'm so tired that I can only play with my phone now. Su Yuexin seemed to have nothing to do and also returned the message in seconds. Good lord. So it's really going to be a day of recording. Yeah. I sang a new song called Light Chaser and guess what? It advanced unanimously. Su Yuexin sent 2 annoyed emoticons. Why don't you give me a listen first? Ha ha, you can wait until the show airs next week. Soul Taker, what's your next song? I don't know about that. Annoying JPG. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin were chatting happily when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who? The program. Jiang Chen opened the room, only to have 2 masters with toolboxes standing outside the door. Fuck what? Camera mounted. With that said, the 2 skillfully took out their cameras and found a 360-degree camera that could see the entire condition of the room. On top of that, one was also installed in front of Jiang Chen's desk. 3 question marks slowly popped up on Jiang Chen's head. Hey, don't you guys think it's a little presumptuous to put a camera in my room right in front of me? The 2 masters said in a tone full of apologies. I'm sorry, it's the director who asked us to install it. She said that it's written on the contract that during the recording of the program, your clothes, food, and shelter are all within the scope of filming. Jiang Chen's entire being was a big speechless. Who in the family understands? What's a big man to monitor? He even took out his contract to look at it. And it turned out that it was really there. And he hadn't realized it when he signed it. What a hell. The 2 masters also said they were sorry and left. Yang Dan also nodded with satisfaction when she heard the 2 masters come to give her a report. The entire flow of the show is only 4 episodes of actual competition. And the goal is to air 9, which means they need more live specials to water down the hours in addition to the main event. And, for what it's worth, the talent show is now. The off-court conversation can be far more potent than the on-court one. The CP firing, the tearing up, the bickering, and all that, but it's all manifested off-site. Penguin is quite efficient and the personal introduction video shot yesterday has been edited today. And it's ready to go live tomorrow. This is called the pilot. And the reason why we have to release it a day late is just so we can see who advanced and who didn't in today's 100-person audition. And for those who didn't, don't waste the footage. The major short video platforms, major social official media, and the entertainment companies that each contestant belongs to have already begun to create a sensational campaign. The pilot is officially in theaters. It was a surprising wave for a while. The talent show that claims to select the future king of the world has come out of nowhere. with a brutal and fast-paced format that has attracted a lot of attention. Su Yuashin was lying on her bed, holding her tablet and staring at the Chosen Sun pilot movie that was playing. Each contestant was given a half-minute presentation. But of course, because of the limited length, most of those who were eliminated were lost in a single cut. So, it is also necessary to rely on strength. Make a demon to lens of those who want a lonely. All the contestants are focusing on themselves in this session. Some do a little dance. Some do a freestyle. Some show their guitar. When Su Yuashin was full of anticipation to see what kind of work Jiang Chen was going to do, only Jiang Chen appeared on the screen, then smiled and introduced himself without any waves. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen from Star City Music Academy. I just graduated not long ago. I came to this program with only one goal in mind, and that's the champion. And then it's gone. Su Yuashin hated it and hammered her pillow. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? It's so peaceful. But as a qualified fan group leader, Su Yuashin still clipped Jiang Chen's part and sent it to the fan group. Jime guys, our Tatsuya finally showed his face. According to reliable sources, those who can show their faces and introduce themselves in the pilot movie are those who passed the first round. We can see Tatsuya on the stage of the public performance. As she typed these words, Su Yuashin also felt ashamed. But who asked her to be the woman behind that man? The fan base exploded all of a sudden as well. Whoa, so photogenic. Woohoo! Is our little paste curry finally going to start hitting it out of the park? Do the Tiburones have voting access? How do I get it and how do I get it? I've heard that this show doesn't do hit voting anymore. Only those who are there can vote. Wouldn't it be a rest? Won't my Tatsuya be at a disadvantage against those people from last voyage? The fan group's Jimes were all harmonious, and Su Yuashin felt very pleased, so she asked Jiang Chen to send herself a few set photos, and then helped Jiang Chen edit them and post them on her scarf. It's such an honor to be a part of this show and I hope my fans can continue to love me. Chapter 28. This Jiang Chen cannot be underestimated. The favorites to win this time were Lisheng Entertainment's Zhou Hang, Strawberry Entertainment's Yu Fei Xiang, and Tengfei Entertainment's An Wenyi. These three are unique in terms of popularity and visibility, and the others, although they also have 200,000 followers, are all a bit worse compared to these. The three favorites to win the title have long since surpassed the 500,000 follower mark on the bib. They'll definitely be taking it to the next level after the show airs as well. And poor Jiang Chen and Su Yuashin's overnight registration plus publicity now can rise to more than 90,000 is not easy. Fans of these title favorites are also tearing it up on the fence. Voyage must be the champion. According to the comprehensive strength analysis, his strength is unique above all the players. If not, the champion is shady. Laughing my ass off. How does that vase Zhou Hang deserve to win the championship? He's not even close to our Yu Fei Xiang. You guys are right, but my Wenyi brother is the first place. I'm not convinced. I think the first place goes to Jiang Chen. What pussy move? Where's the little transparency? Is that the name that should be here? Get out of here. Jiang Chen's fans were also very suffocating right now. The other fans were joyfully tearing each other apart. They could only be beautiful alone. And most of Jiang Chen's fans were from the Star City Music Academy. After hearing that Jiang Chen was going to participate in the Chosen One, the news also spread quickly inside the campus. That you were a teenager that wowed the whole school at the graduation party made Jiang Chen quickly become a big celebrity in the school. After all, the students could have seen Jiang Chen live with their own eyes. Everyone was from the music academy. There was no one who didn't know music. Naturally, he was also clear about how powerful Jiang Chen's on-site strength was. For those favorites to win the championship that are noisy on the internet, they are all indignant. Those favorites to win the championship, how can they compare with Jiang Chen? There are 7 days until the first public performance, and the officials of Chosen Sun have released 2,000 tickets, which are theoretically up for grabs by all, but most of it ends up in the hands of the rich. During these 7 days, all the competitors trained hard. Inside the practice room, in front of the cameras, the contestants looked like they were working extra hard. Some people even danced until 2 o'clock in the morning. In front of this kind of attitude, it was hard for Jiang Chen to make fun of them. Who isn't trying to get ahead? Although Jiang Chen didn't like their form of performance, this was really all they knew how to do. Fu Xiaoxing was now in Jiang Chen's room, and the two of them were rehearsing in preparation for the competition in a week's time. Brother Jiang, will we lose out? Everyone else is singing and dancing. Fu Xiaoxing was a little worried. It seemed like everyone was singing and dancing except them. It's not so much that there is an advantage in singing and dancing, but it's because the other teams are more crowded. Even Zhou Hang and their Lisheng trio were prepared to sing and dance, but their stage design was quite interesting. with the rap part given to Meng Liang, the vocals given to Yi Kaiyang, and Zhou Hang having all of them. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "What are you thinking? Do you know how to dance?" No. And do they know how to sing as well as we do?" Fu Xiaoxing blushed. "I don't know. We're building on our strengths. They're building on their weaknesses. This show is going to be something different. And it's obvious we're something different." When Zhang Chen sent the song to Fu Xiaoxing last night, he recognized Zhang Chen as his big brother on the spot. Zhang Chen then logically took on a junior brother. But this little brother has a tiny bit of an inferiority complex. And in his condition, he's more than likely going to have trouble getting up on stage. However, Zhang Chen had also discovered some patterns. The influence of his own sound of the voice would also have a certain effect on the teammates who chorused with him. Just like when he sang the chorus with Su Yuexin. Su Yuexin's emotions were completely brought in by herself. Fan Lijun was always hung up on Zhang Chen, and he knew that the 100-man competition had produced results, so he couldn't wait to call Zhou Hang. "Supervisor Van, what can I do for you?" Fan Lijun said in a deep voice. "How was the first installment?" "Of course there's no problem. All three of us advanced with flying colors, and I still got 4 votes. Well done. The next match is where the brutality begins. By the way, where's that Zhang Chen?" Zhou Hang froze for a moment, and his tone became solemn. "Supervisor Fan, this Zhang Chen's strength cannot be underestimated." Fan Lijun frowned. How was it not to be underestimated? How? He sang a new song and received extremely high praise from the 4 mentors. Hu Xiaojie said he's a genius. Fan Lijun hated the word genius. The images of being humiliated by Zhang Chen and Su Yuexin were still fresh in his mind. And if he let Zhang Chen get the chance to make his debut, he was afraid that in the future, Zhang Chen's status would be higher than his. That way he's in full rout. If it was before, he could have easily dealt with Zhang Chen, such as spending some money on the program to make Zhang Chen go straight out. But this time Penguin is determined not to give other capital involvement. After all, Penguin is the biggest capital. You guys find a way to do away with him. I have the resources for the second male lead in an idol drama here. Whoever can eliminate him, the role will be theirs. Zhou Hang's eyes widened at once, and his breathing became rapid. In fact, for trainees like them, it doesn't matter whether they are singers or actors, as long as they can make it in the entertainment industry. The second male lead in a one-step idol drama, which is a top resource for newcomers. This kind of substantial promise can be much more seductive than any future heavenly king. Meng Liang and Yi Kaiyang both heard it as well, and they were simply thrilled to death. This is a chance to become famous. Even if you get the champion of Chosen Sun, it's hard to get this kind of resources without settling down for a year or two. Don't worry, Supervisor Fan. This kid has something he's not good at and I've found a way to deal with him. This task is yours. How you accomplish it is your business. I just want results. Fan Lijun hung up the phone, but his brows were also filled with deep concern. He couldn't help but think of the graduation party when Zhang Chen was shining brightly on the stage. He must not be allowed to debut. Fan Lijun gritted his teeth. He couldn't swallow this breath. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't a good singer himself, he would have wanted to go up and fuck Zhang Chen over himself. And that trio had already begun to study how to take Zhang Chen down directly. Although they were all competitors, Zhang Chen was their common enemy. Chapter 29, Public Performance Opens. Finale again. Su Tianyang looked at his sister, who was lying on the bed playing with her cell phone, and was helpless for a while. Is that how you prepared for the draft? Su Yuexin said indifferently. Can't we take a break? It's still early to start recording. Then what's the point of having a fan group for Zhang Chen every day? Su Yuexin stood up in a flash. Fine, you spied on me. Su Tianyang pinched his brow and said, although you've graduated, you have to do something about your career. Didn't you say that you won't rely on our father's efforts to become a music diva? That's how hard you've been working? What do you know? You can't see my efforts. Indeed, see you every day holding a cell phone, he smile. That Zhang Chen is not a mysterious person, How do you hole with the rice circle woman like? Su Yuexin was immediately offended. What do you mean by a dinner party girl? I'm making a good investment ahead of time. Ugh. Su Tianyang eventually shook his head helplessly. He had reason to suspect that Zhang Chen had brought his sister down. Why else would she start to rebel as soon as she graduated? 7 days was quite a long time, and Zhang Chen stayed in his room most of the time. I don't forbid myself to play with my cell phone, I guess, but it's kind of boring to play with it too much. In the silent waiting, 7 days had finally passed. The brutal second round is always about to begin. As Su Yuexin, who continued to keep an eye on Zhang Chen, she didn't grab a ticket, but she unleashed her banknote power and got an entrance ticket. But she didn't tell Jiang Chen about this. When Jiang Chen went on stage and saw himself on stage, that expression would surely be wonderful, right? Before surrendering his phone, Jiang Chen sent a message to Su Yuexin. The recording is going to be ready to start and I'm going to sing a new song tonight, haha. We're not going to be eliminated today, are we? What words? Just wait until you see me perform. Okay, cell phones are going down. Get ready to start recording. Jiang Chen and Fu Xiaoxing were both already inside the dressing room. While applying Jiang Chen's makeup, the makeup artist's entire body sucked in a breath of cool air. She had thought that Jiang Chen's face value had been tinkered with by various means, but she was shocked to find out that this kid was actually purely natural. Many of the other contestants in this program, although they looked handsome, but as a professional makeup artist, she still clearly detected that the face had some pits or signs of having undergone a knife, and this kind of would require a lot of powder to conceal it. A purely natural handsome face was quite rare. The makeup artist carefully put on a light makeup for Jiang Chen. Most of the effort was used on the hair. This face she was afraid that if she touched it more, it would look unnatural. After applying the makeup artist patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and encouraged. Jiang Chen, I wish you good results. Jiang Chen politely returned. Thank you. I'll try my best. Handsome men are naturally popular bodies. When the makeup was done, everyone went to the waiting room to wait for the show to start. Everyone was nervous and anxious. The group stage was also brutal, with a maximum of 7 teams, and as long as they were ranked in the bottom 4 as a group, they were eliminating 7 people at once. The 2 stages, Jiang Chen and Fu Xiaoxing, stood out here. Fu Xiaoxing's complexion also looked very nervous. He was a bit fidgety and kept drinking water. By this time, the host on the screen, Zhang Delac, had reappeared. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I welcome you to the competition site of the large-scale talent show The Chosen Son. After the last internal examination, the 100 contestants who participated, now only 50 remain in the program, and they also stand out in order to meet you. Are you looking forward to their scene? The 2,000 spectators all began to cheer enthusiastically. Each of these entrances had their own rightful owners, with the 3 favorites for the title of course having the most fans, many of whom cheered and screamed as they held up brightly lit signs of support. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world, and some of them are still pinkos sent by the contestants' companies. They came with a mission, one to wave the flag and the other to vote for their rightful owners. Of course, the scoring of the 4 mentors by the show's team is also quite important for certain fairness, taking up 30% of the weight. This was followed by the 4 mentors taking the stage. These 4 mentors are all veterans of the stage, and their ability to control the scene on the spot is not comparable to that of the fresh meat. Please take your seats, and welcome to the 4 teachers and all the friends on the spot for their great support to our program. The scores you give tonight will decide whether a group of dream-chasing teenagers will go or stay on this stage. Are you ready? Ready. Let's look at the big screen and turn our view back to the waiting room. The captains of each team are coming up to draw lots to determine the order of appearance. Jiang Chen had rightfully become the captain in their team. Each captain reached inside the box and took a ball out. Jiang Chen drew 11. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised by this result. Good lord, I'm a finale pro? His combination with Fu Xiaoxing managed to draw last place, and to Jiang Chen, it didn't really matter, because he has plenty of confidence in himself. Fu Xiaoxing's face turned even whiter. The finale gave him a lot of pressure. Jiang Chen patted Fu Xiaoxing's shoulder. Don't be nervous, usually the finale is the main character. Oh, brother Jiang, I'm afraid I'll drag you down. Scared shitless. When you get on stage, just keep up with my rhythm. Not that I'm bragging, every one of these guys is my opponent. First up is our septet. Let's have them come on stage and introduce themselves. 7 heavily made-up teenagers stood on the stage, squawking and greeting all the spectators in the audience. Then squeeze out a big smile and chime in with, "We're candy fruit super sweet." The crowd started cheering. 4 mentors. Jiang Chen's expression, on the other hand, was all over the place. These 7 hugs, and I don't know who they came up with the idea. The whole thing was so effeminate. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that these 7 lads wouldn't go far. He had basically figured out the evaluation tendencies of the 4 tutors, and this kind of forced cuteness style wouldn't be able to curry favor with any of these 4 tutors. As expected, the mentors gave their scores when they finished their confident performance and finished posing for the camera while catching their breath. The average score was 69, while the average score voted by the audience was 78, giving them a total score of 753 based on the weighting of both sides. Your styles have been completely assimilated into the girl group mold. Everyone has lost their own style, and since this isn't a boy group girl group talent show and your dances aren't difficult, It's hard for me to give you a high score. The 7 lads broke down and cried on the spot. The difference between this result and their expectations was just too great. No one can accept the outcome, but adults are responsible for their choices. Chapter 30, Provoked. Fighting back. Some people in the waiting room were happy and some were sad. Those whose style was similar to Candy Supersweet were terrified, while those whose style was different were secretly happy. Jungchen still looked like an ancient well. He suddenly felt that someone was looking at him, and when he looked sideways, it was actually those favorites Zhou Hang, Mang Liang, and Yi Kaiyan looking at him, and there seemed to be a provocative look in their eyes. Mang Liang even unabashedly gave him the thumbs down gesture, hiding from the camera of course. In the face of his provocation, Jungchen felt puzzled on the one hand and amused on the other. He didn't even know that these 3 were sent by Fan Lijun to snipe him. Therefore in the face of Mang Liang's provocation, he simply mouthed 2 words. Rubbish! Mang Liang's face stiffened and his entire fist clenched. Fuck! He cursed me! Mang Liang was an underground rapper before becoming a trainee, and was only selected by Lusheng Entertainment to be trained as a trainee because of a less-than-ideal life as well as a little bit of face value. And the rapper himself was short-tempered. He even wanted to go up and fight Jungchen. Zhou Hang hurriedly pulled him back. What do you want to do? Want to be caught on camera? Mang Liang gritted his teeth and said. He called me trash. Calm down. We have a stage to go on. Let him get carried away for a while. Maybe he'll just be eliminated later. Mang Liang's chest rose and fell, and in the end, he could only swallow this bad breath. The main reason why he had provoked Zhang Chen just now was because he wanted to disturb Zhang Chen's state of mind, so that he would misbehave when he went on stage later. It had to be said that they had taken Zhang Chen quite seriously, all to the point of using these off-site tactics. As the show continued, the people in the back were finally saving some face and not pulling down as much as Candy Supersweet. And now we have our 3 sons of Lusheng on stage. Lusheng Sanzi was naturally the name of the trio combination of Zhou Hang, Mang Liang and Yi Kaiyan. They were the 7th combination to make an appearance. Zhang Chen also raised an eyebrow, wanting to see what level these 3 guys were at. Daring to provoke him like this? Do you know who the main character is? The popularity of these 3 was quite scary, and all the audience sound waves at the venue were a level higher than before. Zhou Hang, Zhou Hang, Zhou Hang. It was as if everyone was shouting Zhou Hang's name, and the 4 tutors were somewhat surprised. Zhou Hang was already pretty much hyped up by Loxin Entertainment before he joined the show. We're performing our collaborative original song Touch Your Heart this time. Hu Xiu Jia nodded, then asked, was it created in the past few days? Zhou Hang nodded confidently. Yes, this song combines the characteristics of the 3 of us. So, start your show. The 3 men immediately lined up. As the music played, they danced along. Within the song, there is a solo dance part, a solo singing part and a solo rap part, but these cut-off elements blend together pretty well and bring out the best in everyone. One of the most notable is of course Zhou Hang. Although Yi Kaiyang specializes in vocals, the singing skills Zhou Hang has shown are no worse than his. When they finally finished, there was a roar of cheers and chants from the crowd. Champion, champion, champion. After the cheers weakened, the 4 tutors also gave their scores. Combined, they had a surprisingly high score of 91, while the audience gave them a score of 95, which combined gave them a final score of 938. This is the highest score so far. In the waiting room, those other 2 favorites to win the title, Yufei Xiang and Enweni, both had stony faces. The 2 of them glanced at each other, and both of them had a sentence appear in their inner minds at the same time. It seems that Zhou Hang is the biggest obstacle to my winning the championship. As for Zhang Chen, they all seem to have inexplicably ignored him. The 4 mentors also gave relatively high marks. Here's what Hu Xiujie said. It's already extremely rare to be able to create such a song that expresses everyone's characteristics in 7 days' time. And your interpretations are quite perfect. There are a few minor flaws but overall the flaws do not cover up the good. I hope to see more surprises from you in the follow-up. Everyone else, abar abar. The 3 men returned confidently to the waiting room, a bit of flair filling their brows. As the highest score so far, they are certainly entitled to flaunt it. And Mang Liang, who had a small collision with Zhang Chen just now, looked at Zhang Chen's position again. Originally, he wanted to make some sort of move to provoke him, but he realized that Zhang Chen simply ignored him. Zhang Chen was whispering to Fu Xiaoxing with his head down. This feeling of being ignored made Mang Liang quite upset. He immediately shouted, Zhang Chen! Zhang Chen froze for a moment, then looked up to see Mang Liang staring at himself with an arrogant expression. Director Yang Dan, who was hiding behind the camera, also smelled something different at this time. Her eyes lit up immediately and she hurriedly urged. There's a conflict, there's a conflict. Quickly dislike the face. Expression close-ups all the way. What? Called me for something? You got 4 passes. I'm not convinced. I hope you can survive this round. I will challenge you in the next round. 3 question marks popped up on Jiang Chen's brain. I stole your family's rice? So hostile? There was a burst of laughter from the people watching. Meng Liang's face was a shade of green and a shade of red. This wasn't the script he wanted. Shouldn't Jiang Chen now be wary of the strength he had just displayed and then not dare to answer the battle? Do you dare to answer the battle? Jiang Chen hadn't messed with anyone on this show. And there were 2 possibilities for this to happen. One was that this Meng Liang was going crazy for topicality. And the other was that he had been given certain instructions to beat himself to the punch. Either way, Jiang Chen didn't mind. He snorted. I don't know if you're going traffic crazy to commit such childish behavior, but I'd like to say that you're not worthy of wanting to challenge me. Hiss. All the melon eaters present at this time were all sucking in a mouthful of cool air. This Jiang Chen, it seemed that he wasn't a lord to be messed with either. Won't you get cyberbombed if you say something like that? Meng Liang's fire came up all of a sudden, and he even wanted to make a move. You guys. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, Zhou Hang hurriedly pulled Meng Liang away. Calm down, just calm down, we're on a program. Meng Liang blushed and looked to the photographer next to him who disliked his shot, then sat down weakly. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked indifferent and allowed the camera to film himself. These players felt a hint of sharpness from Jiang Chen at the moment. Chapter 31, Stubbornness debuts, sparks the stage. Let's have the final group of contestants, who are also the least numerous of all the combinations. After a long wait, it was finally Jiang Chen and Fu Xiaoxing's time to go on stage. At this moment, Jiang Chen, holding his guitar and looking flamboyant, slowly walked out from the back. Inside the pilot, Jiang Chen appeared in very few scenes and did not do anything particularly impressive. The only sentence was to take the title, which also caused a small mob of fans of popular contestants such as Zhou Hang. When Jiang Chen appeared this time, the spectators on the scene revealed their surprise. His face was zoomed in on the big screen, and surprisingly, he was quite handsome. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Chen. No sooner had he finished speaking than loud cheers erupted near the front row. Jiang Chen, I'm crazy about you. This voice was not as loud as Zhou Hang's and theirs before, but it was still very conspicuous. And the girl holding up the lighted sign is none other than our schoolmate Su Yuexin. Su Yuexin was leading a group of Jiang Chen's true fans in loud shouts at this time, with the schoolmate being the leader. Seeing this image, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Good man, you're the eldest daughter of the top rich family in Xia. Is it appropriate for you to do such a thing? This made Jiang Chen feel a little ashamed. Seeing this somewhat embarrassed look on Jiang Chen's face, Su Yuexin was also quite pleased. At this time, Hu Xiaojie also picked up the microphone and inquired. Jiang Chen, I'm very optimistic about you. So is what you've brought today still original? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. Looking forward to your performance. Hopefully it will wow me as much as last week's auditions. Jiang Chen tapped the microphone, then revealed a still confident smile. I won't let you teachers down. Su Qin also smiled and said, then please begin your performance. Jiang Chen said to all the spectators at the scene. Stubbornness, it's an attitude. He nodded toward the band teachers, and the accompaniment soon sounded. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood on the stage, and the moment the accompaniment sounded, the entire person directly united with the song. It was as if some sort of aura had erupted in that moment. When I'm not like the world, then let me be different. Hold on to me. It's just a matter of beating the shit out of them. Jiang Chen was radiating confidence all over his body, and he pointed at Fu Xiaoxing next to him in passing. Fu Xiaoxing's eyes were also starry inside at this moment. Under the emotional impact of such a close distance, sound of the voice, he, who was originally of a timid and inferior character, felt an incomparably strong self-confidence from Jiang Chen. He was teased by his classmates from a young age because of his voice. His classmates called him a sissy and said he was a pussy. He was born different from everyone else. I am not like the world. So let me be different. These lyrics gave Fu Xiaoxing immense inner strength, and he was no longer timid about the stage. A voice full of power came out of his mouth. If I compromise myself, if you lie to yourself, even if someone else forgives, I can't forgive either. Look at the lyrics. It's almost as if they were customized for you. Fu Xiaoxing's eyes were already a little moist. This is followed by a chorus of 2 people singing together. Best wishes. Must be the craziest. I am my own god. Where I live. Me and my proud stubbornness. Never let go of your hands. Is the next stop heaven? Even if you're disappointed, you can't despair. Even the 4 judges were instantly transported into the song, which contained a very powerful energy. You know, inside many high schools, the song Stubborn is used as their class song for motivation to keep overcoming and surpassing themselves. Hu Xiaojie even clenched his fists to follow the rhythm and kept swaying. His face flushed. Me and my proud stubbornness. I'm singing loudly in the wind. This time I'm crazy about myself. Just this once, me and my stubbornness. The powerful vocals echoed throughout the stage, spreading to all of our friends in the audience. The emotional impact of this positivity had all the viewers flushed. They too have raised their fists in the air and shouted. At this moment they were about to forget who their rightful owner was. They only felt that the man on the stage was damn handsome. Take it easy on the people who love me most. My air is kind. The dirtier my hands get, the more the eyes glow. Just this once. Me and my stubbornness. Just this once. Let me sing out loud. La 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 la. Zhang Chen waved his arms on the stage as he shouted. This part, let's do it together. Shall we? La 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 la. All the spectators were excited, and they all followed Zhang Chen's law. Everyone was waving in response to the 2 men on stage. The 4 mentors also stood up and interacted with Zhang Chen and the others. Just this once. Me and my stubbornness. As the last line is sung, the accompaniment stops. The whole crowd applauded, and they were in a state of perpetual shock. Just the atmosphere. It's like a concert. There was no harm without comparison. There were some singers in front of them who were considered to be very good, but when compared to Zhang Chen, they all seemed to be a notch lower. Silence fell over all the players in the waiting room. Those favorites to win the title have as stony a face as you can get. And in order to please Fan Li Jun intentionally to Zhang Chen wore letter at this time Meng Liang face is also very ugly. In front of him to Zhang Chen shouting, and not so without brains. He is just afraid of the back of the challenge Zhang Chen's opportunity to be robbed by his 2 teammates. He was also now suddenly aware of a problem. They seemed to have been descended upon. The people at the scene were still shouting Zhang Chen's name, over and over again, louder than all the previous favorites for the title. Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen. Su Yuexin was also excitedly shouting along with everyone else, but it turned out that as she shouted, she realized that these girls seemed to be a bit fanatical. The sister next to her, holding Zhou Hang's support sign in her hand, was blushing and shouting at the top of her lungs as if no one else was there. I love you. Zhang Chen, I want to give you a monkey. Su Yuexin? Look further to the left. Zhang Chen, hubby, look at me, look at me. Su Yuexin. It's a mess. It's all messed up. Although the last graduation party had brought Zhang Chen some popularity, most of that time was seen from other people's filmed perspectives. Although it brought Zhang Chen a wave of void fans, it was a time when people were popular and songs were not. Not so much now. Now that people are going red, and the show hasn't even aired yet. I don't know why, but seeing so many girls being so crazy about Zhang Chen, Su Yuexin surprisingly didn't feel that happy. Chapter 32, Overwhelming Victory. The next part was blowing up Zhang Chen. Su Qin was the first to take the microphone. She didn't hide her praise for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, this performance of yours has made me a fan of yours. Your voice, your pitch and the lyrical meaning of this song are all so perfect that I can't pick out any faults anymore. She was just about to put down the microphone when she suddenly remembered that there was a Fu Xiaoxing next to Zhang Chen. She coughed dryly twice and said, and Fu Xiaoxing, this performance also overturned my view of you. Your timbre is different from the public, but that's not God closing the window for you. It's God rewarding you with a meal. Today's performance was very confident, but when the emotion arrives, I hope that you can restrain yourself a little bit. There are places where you break the sound slightly because of emotional problems. Fu Xiaoxing said thank you one by one. After the song, he wondered to himself why he had just been so brave. Hu Xiaojie exclaimed, I had thought that you were still going for the healing style, but I didn't expect the song to be on the rock side. But very inspirational. Your songwriting ability, your stage presence and even your face value are all born to be a star. Seize this opportunity. Your future will definitely be more popular than mine. Everyone in the audience screamed along with them. Hu Xiaojie always plays a relatively harsh role here, and this is the first time such high praise has come up. Zhang Chen wasn't modest either, but politely thanked. Thank you for your blessing. He doesn't need to cozy up to the judges or make a demon to gain traffic. If you put on a good enough performance, it will be enough to please these judges and teachers. The 4 tutors then started scoring, and Zhang Chen actually got an unprecedented 98 points. The audience also scored it a 99. It was a little bit flawed because Fu Xiaoxing was a little bit emotional and sang with a little bit of excitement resulting in a broken voice, but overall it was perfect. So Zhang Chen gained 99 points this time, crushing all the players. When Zhang Chen and Fu Xiaoxing re-entered the waiting room, no one applauded for them or came forward to hug them. To them, Zhang Chen was a heretic. He's a little too strong. For the first 7 days, all of them interacted inside the practice room looking for shots, gaining some friendships even if they were false. Zhou Hang and the others were strong, but at least they were strong to the same degree. Zhang Chen's kind was talent-crushingly strong. Plus, during these 7 days, Zhang Chen almost always hid inside his room, not coming out to play with them at all. There hadn't been a single word said, so it would be a bit phony to say something like congratulations at this point. Hence this bizarre scene inside the waiting room. Everyone was interacting with their own little groups, and no one paid any attention to Zhang Chen and Fu Xiaoxing. By now, the final scores for all teams are in. A total of 4 teams were eliminated, including the first one up, Candy Super Sweet. With 50 people, a total of 20 were eliminated, and in the end there were only 30 left. When the results were announced, another wave of bitterness played out inside this waiting room. Those who were eliminated cried and those who stayed cried. Zhang Chen only felt surprised. So look, actually these young fresh meat acting skills are quite good. How do a TV series or movie on the pull down it? Fu Xiaoxing also inquired with a tangled face. Brother Jiang, isn't it not good for us to sit here and do nothing? If you want to cuddle with them, go ahead. Why are you acting like me? I'm invisibly pretending. Pretending is my persona, not yours. Fu Xiaoxing said weakly. I don't know them either. Why don't I sit here with you? Whatever. That brother Jiang. Thank you. He was thankful not only that Zhang Chen had brought him along to the top 30, but also that he had helped him regain his confidence on stage. Everyone has a song inside that means a lot to them. And starting today, in Fu Xiaoxing's heart, that song is stubbornness. What a big deal. If he didn't have to team up, Zhang Chen definitely wouldn't have looked for a teammate. But Fu Xiaoxing's greatest strength was his obedience. And when they rehearsed in the room, he listened to whatever Zhang Chen said. After sending off the second batch of eliminated people, Zhang Dilac also came to the crowd. Regardless of your feelings, I would like to congratulate you for making it to the top 30. Your probability of qualifying for the debut has expanded from 11/50 to November 30th. This is the result of your hard work these days, so please applaud yourselves. After the applause was over, everyone waited for Zhang Dilac to announce the rules for the next installment. Next game. Still elimination. Elimination. Match. Hearing those 3 words, everyone became tense inside. For the third installment of the competition, each of you will have 1 song to perform, and it's up to you to decide what opponents you want to meet. Tomorrow night is the airing of the first installment of our show, and after it airs, a popularity poll column will open on the website. That said, those who already had a fan base are already getting excited, but Zhang Dilac still saw their thoughts and said meaningfully, this popularity vote will not directly affect your results, but it will allow you to gain some initiative. The next installment will be a 1v1 battle. The winner will advance, the loser will be pending, and then finally, 5 players will be competitively selected from the losers in a secondary competition to advance to the top 20. The order in which you appear will be determined by the popularity rating tallied on the website, and only those with the highest popularity will be eligible to pick their opponents. This advantage is actually quite obvious. Those favorites to win the title must be highly popular, and when the time comes they can pick relatively weak players who can advance directly. By this point, it's up to the marketing techniques of the respective companies. In addition to themselves, there is no absolute fairness in the world, and penguins still need to cut leaks. When today's recording was over, Zhang Chen also left on his own. Not a single person came up to talk to him. The other people's gazes all drifted towards Zhang Chen. If anything, they felt that the maverick Zhang Chen was pretentious, and they were all a bit disgusted. The one with the ugliest face among these people was naturally Meng Liang. Directly provoking Zhang Chen without having a clear idea of his strength was likely to result in a punch in the face. Of course, a punch in the face is still a minor thing, and in serious cases, you might have to be eliminated outright. Instead, Zhou Hang greeted Meng Liang and came over to discuss a plan together. He patted Meng Liang's shoulder and said, "Don't panic, we have a clear idea of his strength, and there's actually a way to win against him." What way? Chapter 33, Are you asleep? Zhou Hang's eyes became sharp, with him then creation then singing. We will absolutely lose very badly, but personally he will have shortcomings. Think about what we will and he will not. Meng Liang frowned and said, singing and dancing, rap, or basketball? Singing and dancing for sure. He can already crush you with his stage presence. Meng Liang wanted to retort, but couldn't find any excuse to do so. So what do you say? Rap, have you forgotten? Didn't you used to specialize in this? How? Mang Liang's eyes instantly lit up, and then the two of them were scrutinizing it together. Their bosses had given them the task of eliminating Jiang Chen, and they had thought it was a smooth task, but who knew that the other party was an original demon king? What Jiang Chen showed on stage was the ultimate dark horse. It's going to take a different kind of wind to pull this dark horse down. As for what they were talking about, Jiang Chen didn't bother. To be able to beat the songs that Jiang Chen had handpicked from the system, then Jiang Chen would have to recognize them with a word of genius. As for now, he was on the phone with Su Yuexin. Ha ha, surprised or not, there aren't many friends as good as me who come to the site specifically to call for you. Although Jiang Chen was also quite happy, he was also helpless. The way you look just now, you kinda look like a true fan. What, am I not your true fan? Nonsense, don't do this kind of thing in the future. If your brother knows about it, he's afraid he'll hammer me. Besides, you're a high cool schoolgirl. Can you maintain your persona? Holy shit, you actually resent me for something so touching? Not quite as disgusting. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, always feeling that Su Yuexin had been talking a little exaggeratedly lately. So I'll come back next time? That's actually not true. He logged into the inside of his account, only to find that he had posted a lot of updates, with some graphic videos of himself singing inside the school, set to the BGM of You Were a Teenager. It didn't blow up, but the comments were pretty good. He opened the comments to see that there were tons of low-level accounts saying repetitive things besides his fans. Brother Jiang Chen is so handsome, I love it so much. Jiang Chen's face became heavier and heavier as he watched. He then opened his scarf again. During the 7 days, his account was posting daily updates for everyone to support him. There are just as many zombie fans that are blowing themselves up awkwardly. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart was a bit heavy. He exhaled heavily and looked despondently at the ceiling as he figured out a lot of things. Su Yuexin must have spent money on him in this regard, not knowing from what channel she bought him traffic. While he's here for the tournament, there are people out there helping him to promote himself as best as he can. Did I just talk heavy? Jiang Chen frowned and muttered to himself, a bit unable to sleep even if he wanted to. And at this time Su Yuexin's home. The schoolgirl's classmates looked in a very unhappy mood right now. Su Tianyang leaned against the door, holding his chest and said, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you've been hurt by a scumbag?" Su Yuexin grimaced bitterly and glared viciously at Su Tianyang. "It's up to you. If I didn't care about you, you'd have been taken back by your dad long ago and would have had a chance to sign up for the draft." Su Yuexin's face stiffened and she stifled a grunt, not daring to say anything bad about Su Tianyang anymore. Su Tianyang took a deep breath, then sat on the edge of Su Yuexin's bed. "Who bullied you? Brother helped you bully back. Nobody bullies me." Jiang Chen? Su Yuexin was violently startled when she heard this name, then hurriedly waved her hand and denied. No, really no one bullied me. I was simply thinking about life. And suddenly I felt that the universe was full of mysteries. Su Tianyang's entire body choked when he saw his own sister in this state. He was just saying it. Why are you reacting like that? There can't really be anything, can there? No way Uxin? You wouldn't do that to him. What are you talking about? Go away. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Su Yuexin pushed her annoying old brother out, letting Su Tianyang knock on the door outside. She didn't open it. At the same time she sat down, looking a little alarmed. Before she met Jiang Chen, she had never been this attached to someone. Su Tianyang didn't say that she herself wasn't aware of how much she seemed to care too much about Jiang Chen. She wasn't supposed to be such a random girl, was she? Bad. I'm not going to have impure feelings for that boy, am I? No. I simply find him amusing. I value his talent. And it's easier to make a good relationship with him in advance, so that it's easier to invite songs in the future. Having thought of this, Su Yuexin nodded in satisfaction with herself. That's right, that's how it is. No less. I'm the high-flying and spontaneous schoolgirl, love and all that. How can it be? Then the phone beeped. It was Jiang Chen who sent her a message. Are you asleep? I kind of want to give you a call. Fight. The speed at which Su Yuexin knocked down this word could simply apply for a Guinness World Record. Chapter 34, The First Airing. Dark Horse Jiang Chen. After the call was connected, Jiang Chen was the first to speak before Su Yuexin could even open her mouth. I'm sorry, did I speak a little irrationally today? Are you angry? Su Yuexin froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Are you kidding? How could someone as generous as me be so pretentious? Really not mad? No really, do I seem like a very pretentious person to you? Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, then said softly, Thank you. I didn't realize you did so much before. Well. Actually, there's no need to spend money on those things. Although I know you're a rich woman, but you have to believe in my strength. We don't need that kind of off-site factor. It doesn't matter if other people have a lot of fans. After the program is aired, those fans will become mine. Su Yueshin couldn't help but giggle. Ever since Jiang Chen had joined this program, he had always said some very wild and crazy things. But today, when she went to the scene to watch Jiang Chen's first public performance, she also felt that Jiang Chen's strength was a descending blow against those opponents. In fact, sometimes strength may not be so important. Inside the male group casting, the competition is who can please the girls. A lot of male and female group talent shows. The person who gets eliminated is probably a lot stronger than the C-suite. However, in Jiang Chen's case, he had a great advantage. In terms of face value, he's handsome as hell. Power-wise, he descended to strike. Characteristically, he was wild and unruly. Most importantly, he sang in a way that could truly mobilize the emotions of the audience. And those who were touched would definitely become Jiang Chen's hardcore fans. I've decided that I'm going to start practicing for next month's Crystal Girls tomorrow as well, Su Yueshin said with excitement. Don't forget to write me songs when you have time. I'm not interested in anyone else's songs. Oh yeah, you still owe me money. You'll have to write songs to pay your debt. Ha ha, I'm a great believer in you. I'll hang this bunch of youngsters here first, and in a month's time you'll go and hang those little beauties. That must be. Your schoolgirl sister is always at the top of the school's list. Isn't it for nothing? The two chatted for a long time, neither seeming to realize that the time had crept up to 2 o'clock in the morning. It seems to be late. Yeah, oh, I didn't even realize. Good night then? Good night. The two finally hung up. Jiang Chen let out a breath after putting down his cell phone. His mood was much better. He should be able to fall asleep. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Who? Repairman. Jiang Chen opened the door, and it was those two from last time who came to install the camera again. They said awkwardly, "Just now your director said that you can't get sound here and asked us to check the equipment." Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. He said helplessly, "Nothing went wrong. I was the one who just turned the sound off myself. I'm talking to my family on the phone. You guys aren't going to be listening in too, are you?" The two of them smiled back, both feeling quite embarrassed. "That actually there's one more thing. Director Yang said that he hopes you don't stay in the room all the time. You need to go out and interact with other people more often so that you can get shots." I know. It's late, I'm going to rest." Jiang Chen closed the door, and the two repairmen went to report the news to Yang Dan with bitter faces. Yang Dan inquired, "Well, what did he tell you guys?" "He said he was on the phone with his family and didn't want us to know, so he manually turned off the sound," Yang Dan said with hatred. That look on his face just now is clearly the look of being in love. What family? Who believes that? Director. Let's just say that it's not really polite to eavesdrop on someone's phone call. Yang Dan waved his hand and said, "Get lost. Are you the director or am I the director?" Although the program is called Choosing the Future King of Heaven, from the performance of the program so far, the person who is chosen is still the EGO. And lovebirds are a profession where falling in love means caving in. If the matter of Jiang Chen falling in love was actualized by her, she could actually use this material to gain more benefits. And the more popular Jiang Chen became in the future, the more benefits she could gain. The next day, the day after Jiang Chen and the others recorded the second installment, was when the first installment aired. The previews for this show have been very successful. It's also the only talent show in the same time period, so there won't be a show to steal traffic. A lot of people are already crossing their fingers. They were waiting for their brother's first performance on the show. The moment the program aired, coming. Voyager's wife comes to report. Fly. You shine the brightest. 1E, you're the most literary. The pop-up screen was instantly filled. And Yang Dan, who was paying attention to the background data, was laughing like crazy at this point. Although a lot of money was invested in the pre-promotion, the response from the backstage data now shows that the ratings are higher than all the previous programs in the same genre. Jiang Chen's alma mater, Star City Music Academy. Inside almost all of the dormitory buildings, Jiang Chen's schoolmates had opened their penguin videos, ready to watch the most licensed male god that had come out of their school this term. Yikes, Jiang Chen is going to be on camera. Damn it, why isn't there a hit vote button? I want to vote for my family Tatsu. Does he sing new songs? Or does he sing songs he's sung before? No blowing. After seeing Jiang Chen live, I think these people are no match for Qin Chen from their face value to their strength. In the meantime, inside the small countryside of Guinan province, Jiang Yun pinched his cigarette with one hand and greeted with the other. Open wash is open wash. It's time to start washing for the tournament my kid is in. What are you guys up to? Ajab moved his stool and came over here. Hey, come on, throw that gorilla. I've been saying that there are many contestants who don't have a shot. Your family's Tatsu won't have no shot. Will he? Throw. You're talking about this kind of hey, my kid's got the makings of a star. Jiang Yun gathered the neighborhood so that everyone could watch Jiang Chen's show together. On the one hand, it's to promote neighborhood-only bonding, and on the other hand, it's to pretend. If Jiang Chen really made a successful debut from this program, he would be so happy to have everyone to witness it together. It didn't matter if it didn't work out. He could take this opportunity to have a drink with a few of his brothers. After all, usually Li Lanfan kept him in check at home and didn't let him drink, because he has high blood pressure. As the program continued, the group of rednecks were glued to the camera in front of them. Old Zhang next door immediately shook Jiang Yun's arm. See a Chen, can't you calm down? It's just a show. Old Cloud, why are your hands shaking? What? You're looking at it wrong. Chapter 35, One Night's Fame. Some happy, some sad. Su Tianyang and Su Yuexin, the siblings, were also watching the video together today. Watching with them was that fat Uncle Wei Chao. All three were glued to the program. Unsurprisingly, we'll see Jiang Chen's first stage today, Wei Chao said regretfully. I can't believe there's only 2 minutes of performance time. Su Yuexin immediately said. The others only had 2 minutes, but Jiang Chen finished a song. How do you know? I just know it. Su Tianyang gave Su Yuexin a deep look, and inwardly heaved a sigh. Although the show could be fast-forwarded, they patiently watched it from the beginning. This first installment of the video was edited into 2 parts, top and bottom. The first half is free to watch, while the second half is VIP priority. And where Jiang Chen made his appearance was at the end of the first half. When she saw Jiang Chen pick up the microphone, Su Yuexin's eyes were also filled with anticipation. It was a pleasure to listen to Jiang Chen sing, and he was able to infuse the songs with strong feelings every time, making the listener unconsciously infected by the emotions. The Light Chaser? I can't believe it's another new song. Sounds like it's inspirational. Wei Chao was fussing, and both of the Su siblings glared at him in dismay. Listen to the song properly and don't talk. Wei Chao closed his mouth in embarrassment. Jiang Chen's healing voice then came out. If anything, you're a firework on the sea. At this moment, all those watching the program fell into silence. What a healing, ear-catching melody. It was as if there was a summer breeze on his cheeks, a gust of freshness, but also with a hint of sadness. Although the original singer of this song is female, the lyrics are actually by Wang Sutaki, who has a version of his own. At this point the direction of the pop-ups had begun to change. Best in the house. Those 4 words dominate the screen. Those fans of the other contestants forgot to tear themselves apart. The power of the Yi voice is as terrifying as it is. Jiang Chen's old homeside was also a bit dumbfounded looking at this image. Although they might not quite understand what Jiang Chen was singing, and although the songs they were listening to were from a previous era, they were all healed by Jiang Chen's song at this moment. Old Cloud, didn't you say Tatsu couldn't sing well? The level is still average. You Chicken Road. I have high expectations of their own children. Jiang Yun said so, but that smug face couldn't be hidden at all, and his cocked legs were shaking with the music. When Jiang Chen finished his performance, the cameras all gave close-ups of the 4 tutors' shots. The shock was overwhelming. Then it's the bragging session of the 4 tutors to Jiang Chen. They can't understand whether the song is good or bad, but they can understand the words of praise. Jiang Yun laughed out loud and kept bragging to old Zhang. Exaggerated. My kid is not that good. And Li Lanfang hid behind it and secretly wiped her tears. What could be prouder than a child being on TV and being praised by their mentor for being the best in the business? Tonight is destined to be a night to remember. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Jiang Chen also became famous and gained a large number of fans with his label as an original singer. Fan Li Jun had also finished watching Jiang Chen's performance. Late at night, he silently lit a cigarette. He was also from the Star City Music Academy. Could he not see that Jiang Chen was not on the same level as the others? At first, he thought that Jiang Chen had settled down for 4 years before writing the 2 songs of good quality, Actor and Those Flowers. Later, Gang Chen's You Were a Teenager proved that those 2 songs weren't all he had to offer. With his overflowing talent, he punched Fan Li Jun in the face. Not only that, but it stole his goddess. 1 or 2 songs can be considered luck, but 3 or 4, that's real talent. At this time, his father, Fan Tianhua, the chairman of Lushan Group, gave him a call. Have you watched today's first installment of The Chosen One yet? Just read it. That Jiang Chen. Send someone to make contact and try to sign him to our company ahead of time. Fan Lijun's face became even more bitter. His conflict with Jiang Chen was probably just a minor one in Fan Tianhua's eyes, and the best way to deal with such a newcomer with huge potential was either to sign him or to discredit him. But he just couldn't swallow it anymore. Fan Lijun coped with the promise and then hung up. He remembered that Meng Liang and the others said that they had found a way to defeat Jiang Chen. Let's hope they're somewhat useful and don't force me to use other means. Fan Lijun lying on the window looking at the night sky. His back is a little depressed. Tonight he is extraordinarily melancholy. Equally despondent was another, Cynthia Seo, who was far away from the plastic surgery hospital in Kimchi country. As Jiang Chen's legitimate ex-girlfriend, she was very concerned about all of Jiang Chen's affairs, but she was worried that Jiang Chen was doing better than her. Cynthia Su came to this hospital as soon as she graduated, and was helped by the company to contact her. Her face is now covered in bandages. Plastic surgery is an agonizing process and it's now time to recover from the surgery. She had to spend more money on some expensive medication in order to speed up her face's recovery in time for the recording of Crystal Girls. Of course, the money was borrowed from the company. There are loves that are like pouring rain, but still believe in rainbows. Jiang Chen's singing voice came out from his cell phone. Su Chanqian's chest rose and fell violently. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Why, Jiang Chen? Why haven't you ever written me a song when you can obviously write one? This song Light Chaser if I were to sing it. The more Su Chanqian thought about it, the more angry she became. She completely felt that Jiang Chen had victimized her. The more he shines on stage, the more he makes himself, who dumped him, look like a clown. I'm going to be a star too. I'm going to be a big star. Su Chanqian's eyes were filled with ambition inside. The last days of school were not a bit of a good memory for her. Her best friend is also missing. And after the graduation party, Lu Yu, probably afraid of being liquidated, moves her luggage overnight and blackballs her. Jiang Chen was on fire. The showrunners also build momentum. After the show aired, they were also on fire editing the few personal videos of Jiang Chen. The teenager in the finale became a force to be reckoned with. Jiang Chen's scarf followers were also soaring. Of course everyone was rising, but the rate of increase was not as high as Jiang Chen. Overnight, his fan base had reached 300,000 and the number continued to grow, and Zhou Hang and the others were not to be outdone. Originally it was more than 500,000. Now it was close to 700,000. Chapter 36 Offer from the Record Company. The program team had understood that Jiang Chen was their traffic code. Yang Dan personally came to Jiang Chen and wanted to do a small interview with him. Although Jiang Chen didn't like this director very much, this was also a way to attract fans for himself, so he naturally agreed anyway. The person in charge of asking the questions was a young lady from the program. Seeing Jiang Chen's magnificent face up close, she actually sucked in a breath of cool air. I've seen a lot of pretty boys, but I don't see many this decent. Jiang Chen, thank you for joining our little post-match interview. Can you introduce yourself to everyone first? Jiang Chen smiled and said to the camera, hello everyone in front of the screen, I'm Jiang Chen. How do you feel about the fact that you received unanimous praise from all 4 judges in the first installment? Naturally, I'm very happy, and it's very satisfying to have my creations recognized by several mentors. That's also congrats on getting the only 4 full passes. What do you think about those other 3? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This was digging a hole. If you say it's not good, when you send it out, you're afraid you're going to lose your powder. They're all pretty good. So the next question is a question about your work. The song Light Chasers is very well written. I wonder where you got your inspiration from. Read a lot, watch a lot of news, listen to a lot of music, and inspiration comes naturally. The host blushed slightly, so he answered perfunctorily. Can you be specific? After listening to a song, everyone has a different feeling in their mind. Everyone has a unique light in their heart, and there's no need to force my thoughts on everyone, so I won't get into anything more specific. The host then asked some strange questions, but Jiang Chen answered them all. And finally, please say a word to your fans for them. I'm Jiang Chen, the one who's going to win the championship. I don't lose anything by powdering me. The hosts were very pleased when they finally said something a little more wild. So that's it for today's interview. Thanks again for being with us. You're welcome. This video was also released at light speed. Jiang Chen's fans were also ecstatic. The rice circle is a kind of magical circle, and the people in it care more about how much footage of their main man appears than their own brother. So wild and crazy. Ha ha. Tatsu will take the title. One black to the end. Hubby is so handsome. Who in the family understands? My Tatsu has exclusive interviews. Where's the person who said yesterday that our Tatsu was a little transparent? Speak up. The other people's fans were unable to hold back. Seeing Jiang Chen's fans so crazy, they were also angry to the point of no return. Yo yo yo. Only see so many more fans overnight. People with backstage are awesome. Those who don't know would think that he, Jiang Chen, has won the championship. That's right. What else does he have besides being a better songwriter, a better singer, and a better looking guy? What else is he? Seriously doubt that upstairs is a reverse. Kick it out. The main man doesn't even need a statement. The fans are already at each other's throats. Obviously tearing up the internet is one thing that brings out bad feelings, but the girls in the rice world are happy to do it. Also many fans of other players defected on the spot, especially those who were there to see the group's public performance. Having signed a contract not to divulge any information about the scene, some people still risked their lives to spread the word on a small scale. Little news. Jiang Chen's second phase of originality is still a landslide victory. My brother is no match at all. I'm ready to defect. It was tearing up outside, but Jiang Chen was too lazy to care. He's been busy all of a sudden lately. Hu Xiaojia came to see him, and it came to him as a private person. As soon as they met, he couldn't suppress his praise for Jiang Chen. Ah, our champion Marquis, you're finally here. Hello, Mr. Hu. I wonder what you wanted to see me about today. Hu Xiaojia wasn't one to beat around the bush either. He took out a few pieces of contract paper in his hand, then smiled and said, I've heard that you don't have an agency yet, and that you're still a solo trainee at the moment, right? Jiang Chen revealed a dawning look. It seemed that Hu Xiaojia had seen his potential and had come to invite himself. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm not signed to a company for now, but I'm technically a singer-songwriter, not a trainee. Then let me introduce my company. The company I work for is the top record company in all of summer, Zenith Records. Unlike normal studios or entertainment companies, we specialize in music. And the reason why we think you're a good fit for us is because you have all the potential to become a musician. Many young people are proud to enter Zenith. I was able to achieve what I have now, but I can't do it without the help of the company. You can be behind the scenes or in front of the stage in the future. Our company has conditions for training musicians that are unparalleled by all other companies. Jiang Chen still remembered what Su Tianyang had told him. That signing a contract was a major life event, one to be considered carefully. What level of contract can you give? For newcomers, we all start at D. But you're different. The company is willing to sign you straight up with a B contract. Jiang Chen frowned. He wasn't satisfied with this. The more advanced the contract, the more autonomy and share the artist has, and vice versa. He won't even sign it without an A or higher. Let me think about it. I'd better talk to my family about this kind of thing. Hu Xiaojia was slightly regretful, but he still put the contract away and shook Jiang Chen's hand. I still hope to become a colleague with you. And in the future, if there's a chance, it would be great to work on a song together, but it really should be considered. He didn't expect that after sending Hu Xiaojia away, Su Qin would also come to Jiang Chen. As a diva in the music industry, Su Qin surprisingly also came with a recruitment mission. Su Qin was from Streaming Cloud Entertainment, one of the few largest entertainment companies in the Summer Kingdom. The contract given by Streaming Cloud Entertainment was also a B-level contract, and since it wasn't a record label, there were still a few more restrictions instead, but Jiang Chen still said very apologetically, "Thank you for lifting me up. I'm going to focus on the competition for now, and I'll think about signing up with a company after the show is finalized." Jiang Chen felt that the potential he was showing now wasn't enough, and although the chosen one was a springboard, he wanted to jump to the upper echelon of the circle. Now that we have a system, we have to demand more of ourselves. The company chooses him, not him the company. Take the S contract if you deserve it. You don't think I deserve it? Then I'll show you who doesn't deserve it for the rest of the stage. Chapter 37, Supervisor Fan. I have a plan to defeat Jiang Chen. The show is allowing major companies to come inside the show and reach out to the contestants. It's part of their income stream. There is an entrance fee to get early access to these players, but 90% of the contestants actually have their own companies, and when they succeed in becoming one of the 11 debut slots from this show, the agencies behind these people will work with Penguin. Penguin helps them promote, helps them fight to get resources to become more popular, but accordingly, all of their earnings will be split with Penguin in addition to the original company. Of course they could have refused to sign with Penguin, except that there would have been less support from Penguin for the latter route of development. In his room, Jiang Chen spent most of his time playing guitar or writing songs. More accurately, it's a song copy. There are some songs that he wants to reproduce directly through his memory. After all, with the help of the system, it is $100,000 a song. The system is a money eater. Jiang Chen didn't know exactly where this thing had thrown his money. Actually, Family June had gotten the appropriate instructions to come and sign Jiang Chen up, but he couldn't pull this face. Jiang Chen could beg to come and join their Lisheng entertainment, but he couldn't be the one to take the initiative to find Jiang Chen. And at this moment, Su Tianyang's home. He said to Wei Chao, "I heard that Zenith Records side has already found someone to contact Jiang Chen." Wei Chao's face changed drastically. Crap, how can this be? It would have been fine. Spend some money and go have a private chat with Jiang Chen. Damn it, it's so despicable. I'm going to find Jiang Chen too. Wei Chao looked exasperated. And he had reasons why he had to sign Jiang Chen. His studio had actually gone out of business, and if Su Tianyang hadn't bought it and helped him pay off his debts, he would have been left with nothing. Jiang Chen was the only person he saw who could help him rise again. Wei Chao has always believed in the idea that the artists he chooses are based on their strength, and face value will always come last with him. Of course, Jiang Chen also comes with a face value, and signing is earning. And Su Tianyang stopped Wei Chao. Why are you panicking? Geez, a big company with that kind of bull is going to sign him away. And you're not panicking? I've already told him that there's no rush for any company to approach him for a signing, and that when he gets to the finals, his value will go through the roof. Does he listen when you tell him? It's not like he's stupid. Ultimately Wei Chao had to be patient here. He was just a small studio owner, and the kind that went out of business. But that doesn't take away from his advantage in the matter of signing Jiang Chen. Voting will be open for a total of 3 days, after which it will close. As long as the votes are in the front, you can choose for yourself which opponent you want to PK. That's why this whole thing is so important to some of the players. The one who cared most about this initiative of picking opponents was Meng Liang. After Jiang Chen sang stubborn that day, he felt that things were very bad, and that he was definitely not Jiang Chen's match. But after discussing it with his two colleagues, Meng Liang instantly felt that he could do it again. They had already discussed ways to deal with Jiang Chen, so he called Fan Li Jun overnight. "Supervisor Fan, I'm sorry to bother you all night." "Meng Liang, what happened?" "I've got a chance to fight Jiang Chen, and I've already decided to challenge him." Fan Li Jun frowned. "Are you his opponent?" In his opinion, the only one who could pose some threat to Jiang Chen was Zhou Hang, but Meng Liang still said with great confidence, "Please rest assured, Supervisor, after a day and a night of discussion, we've found a way to deal with Jiang Chen, and we'll use his least skillful area to crush him." "You guys?" "That's right, the two of them decided to help me write a new song together." "You're fucking new songs to him?" "Supervisor, trust me, you know, I used to be an underground rapper. My new song is a diss. The chorus part is written for me by Hang and the others. I'll write my own more aggressive one, and when I challenge him, I'll provoke him to sing rap with me." Fan Li Jun hurriedly interrupted him. "Wake up, what if he doesn't sing rap? Then he'll lose. Battle shyness is a big no-no in rappers. Even if I lose, my brothers in the haha circle will help me diss him together." Fan Li Jun's eyes instantly lit up. Self-destructing trucks. Ha! Of the 3 people they had out of Lisheng Entertainment this time, Zhou Hang was the top horse, and Meng Liang and Yi Kaiyang were the bottom horses. It's worth it to use an inferior horse to blow himself up with a dark horse. What do you want? I need the company to help me buy some traffic, and I have to be ahead of Jiang Chen in the voting position so I can force him to fight me. Fan Li Jun thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Yes, the company will remember your efforts, and it's best to eliminate Jiang Chen outright. Just put your mind at ease. Where has he seen the world of rappers? Okay, hang on." Meng Liang breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes had regained their sparkle. He really didn't think he was going to lose. Fan Li Jun was still quite reliable in such matters. Early the next morning, when all the fans opened their computers and prepared to cast their popularity votes of 1 each, suddenly they all stared in disbelief. "Crap, what happened? What the hell? The first place isn't actually Voyage? Don't you sail away? My Tatsu didn't even come in first. Damn, this Meng Liang is something. Oh, he must be spending money, right? My family's Shaoliang strength is worth spending money on? Didn't you hear how amazing his song Born in 1996 was?" Su Yuexin's entire body was furious. "Isn't this buying traffic openly? It's so arrogant." The first phase of the performance, Meng Liang did not have half a highlight reel at all. The results of the vote out even Zhou Hang cannot compare. In addition to buying traffic or website statistics error. Otherwise there is no other possibility. Damn, richer than rich. Ha, Su Yuexin was about to unleash her banknote ability when Jiang Chen directly sent her a message. Don't spend money. It's a waste of money to spend money. If you have more money you might as well just be me. Seeing this, Su Yuexin still held back. She thought about it for a moment. And this Meng Liang was indeed very average. And the votes only determined the order of appearance and the opponents to fight. As long as they are strong enough, they are not afraid of anyone. What's your next song? I don't know. Are you coming to see it? Ha, aren't you kinda unwelcoming to me? Which is not true. I've thought about it and it doesn't matter how you swing it. When I get mixed up I'll take you straight to the air. Soul Taker, who are you looking down on? Who wants you to bring it? Chapter 38, Challenging Jiang Chen, Courageous but Brainless. Zhang Dailok is here again. Everyone was brought together today. After 3 days of competition, your popularity vote on the first stage. The current ranking is. Zhang Dailok pointed to the large screen behind him. And instantly the votes of the 30 contestants appeared on it. When this image came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The one who ranked first was clearly Meng Liang. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was only ranked 5th in terms of popularity, which was actually quite reasonable. He didn't have as much of a fan base as Zhou Hang's group, and he was able to achieve this popularity all because of a song called Light Chaser. The only thing that doesn't make sense is Meng Liang. Anyone can see that he's kryptonite, but it's not even explicitly stated. Because their popularity isn't really particularly formalized. They all have their own companies pushing a hand behind their backs. Congratulations Meng Liang. On the popularity vote, your popularity value topped to gain the first place. The total number of votes is 460,000. Now you have the initiative to choose the opponent you're going to face in the next public performance. Please step forward. Meng Liang very confidently took a step forward, then said with some emotion, "This is something I didn't expect at all. But thanks to producer all for loving me anyway. I won't let them down." Everyone applauds, but it's hard to know if it's sincere or not. The corners of Zhang Dailok's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't let you make a speech either. But people say all that. Let's just follow the process and water down the hours for the show again. Very well. Then you have the first qualification to choose your opponent. The chosen opponent cannot be refused. May I ask your chosen opponent is? Everyone showed a look of interest. During the last public performance, Meng Liang had a small conflict with Jiang Chen. Of course that was purely Meng Liang's own fault. Later, when Jiang Chen came on the court, he overwhelmed everyone to get the highest score, proving that this was a demon-level person. This situation basically put huge pressure on whoever was up against it. And last time, Meng Liang had named Jiang Chen. Then it would be embarrassing if he didn't pick Jiang Chen with this preference, right? If Jiang Chen is chosen, at his level, what's the difference between suicide and suicide? But surprisingly, Meng Liang still looked at Jiang Chen with great confidence and said somewhat arrogantly, "Our 4 mentors have a very high opinion of player Jiang Chen, and I'm wondering one thing, does he really deserve it?" Oh yo! Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected Meng Liang to be so rigid, but everyone's hearts were bursting with ecstasy, because this silly egg had chosen Jiang Chen away, so they all didn't have to worry about having to fight against him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You see? Some people are just born to die. Meng Liang still continued. To gain my approval, I want you to accept your challenge head-on. Do you have what it takes to have a battle that belongs between rappers? Zhou Hang was sweating as he watched. Good lord. That's a little too low for this level of mockery. This will be treated like a silly egg if you put it out there. Jiang Chen was all amused as he sneered unmercifully. I've already gained the approval of the 4 tutors. Why do I need to gain your approval? Could it be that you think your curiosity is higher than that of a pop diva or a golden song singer-songwriter? Meng Liang's face immediately turned red. This kind of thing can't be admitted to death. The crew didn't come out to stop it, but instead the camera disliked their own faces to see a close-up? But Meng Liang still hardened his heart and changed the topic. Oh, are you afraid to answer the battle? Jiang Chen had been looking indifferent since the beginning. You act childishly. You don't know what you're doing and you don't know what you're talking about. Meng Liang was trembling with anger. But Jiang Chen turned his words around. But there are some things you don't know. For example, I never said I wouldn't rap, so you can get ready to pack your bags now. After all, the next public performance will be your last stage. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Was this arrogant persona popular in this year? Jiang Chen's words were also unforgiving and even more ruthless. Jiang Chen would not give the slightest bit of face to this kind of person who picked a fight and specialized in finding trouble for himself. Meng Liang's breathing became short. He even wanted to rush up and do battle. But Zhou Hang still pulled him back and whispered in his ear. The camera is filming. Don't make trouble. And hasn't he already promised? Meng Liang's emotions calmed down then. His gaze toward Jiang Chen became even colder. You'd better not regret it, Jiang Chen said indifferently. When the time comes, I hope you cry louder. The gunpowder smell had reached this level, and Zhang Delac also hurried to step in. By this point, the flow is there. It won't end well if the fight goes any further. But no matter what, a super dark horse with a broken lead, and an arrogant contestant who swiped the top popularity spot on the ballot. The collision between the two only to be seen is also definitely exciting enough. It seems like our contestants have a lot of gunpowder. According to the rules, contestant Meng Liang chose Jiang Chen, so Meng Liang and Jiang Chen will be the first group of sparring contestants. Then the next one ranked second in popularity value is Zhou Hang. Then it was Zhou Hang who came up to pick his opponent. Zhou Hang was very knowledgeable, and he didn't go for those other favorites to win the title, but instead directly chose a contestant whose popularity value was in the 10th place. It won't look like he's too scared, and it will keep him stable enough to win. The remaining people were then picked quickly. It was worth mentioning that Fu Xiaoxing was chosen by Yi Kaiyang this time. Yi Kaiyang was but 9th in the popularity rankings, while Fu Xiaoxing was in the 20th place. Aside from the fact that it was because Fu Xiaoxing was the same type as himself, there was also a reason to discuss Jiang Chen. He thought that Jiang Chen was good friends with Fu Xiaoxing as a group, and even though Meng Liang lost, at least he was able to eliminate the only contestant inside the program who had friendly interactions with Jiang Chen. Fu Xiaoxing was also becoming very nervous. He was always a bit distracted. When the selection was made, everyone began to disband again. Jiang Chen naturally went back to his room, but Fu Xiaoxing quickly chased after him again. Brother Jiang. What? They're targeting you. Hey, who called me a bully? Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then looked at Fu Xiaoxing. They, other than the so brainless Meng Liang, who else? Ah, don't you know, Brother Jiang? Zhou Hang and Yi Kaiyang are the same batch of trainees as Meng Liang. They used to be internal groups in their company. They all belong to the semi-debut state now, and I've often seen the three of them discussing together, and I clearly feel that they're all targeting you. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and twisted his head to look, and sure enough, those three guys had already begun to gather together to secretly discuss something. Chapter 39, Helping a Hand with His Own Little Brother, the whale that transformed into an isolated island. Jiang Chen didn't know that Fan Lijun was the son of Lusheng Entertainment right now. Even if he knew about it, he didn't feel like he had much of a problem with Fan Lijun, but he was really the person Fan Lijun hated the most right now. What Jiang Chen knew was that this company was messing with themselves. From the time they were on this program, these three guys always glanced at themselves, and behind them, Meng Liang even took the initiative to provoke himself. To say that he didn't receive instructions, he definitely didn't believe it. In that case, that Yi Xian's purpose for choosing Fu Xiaoxing was also obvious. Eliminating the only person on the show who was playing with Jiang Chen left Jiang Chen completely isolated. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. He put his arm around Fu Xiaoxing's shoulders and asked, "Do you have any confidence in dealing with Yi Kaiyang?" Fu Xiaoxing lowered her head and said regretfully, "I may not be very confident because my popularity is too much inferior to his, but I'll give it my all. It's not that I intentionally praised you. This voice condition of yours is God's reward. That Yi Xian's performance I also watched. My evaluation is mediocre. The innate conditions would be completely inferior to you." Fu Xiaoxing was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. "Brother Jiang, my voice is not good." "Who says it's not good? It's a personal touch. And in this show, having a memorable point that sticks with the audience can be a big advantage." Jiang Chen continued, "Do you have any money?" A little bit." "Why? Now there's a heavenly good opportunity in front of you, enabling you to have the magic weapon to defeat Yi Kaiyang. And it will also make you a hit. How about it? Do you want to grasp it?" Fu Xiaoxing said weakly. "Brother Jiang, you make it sound a bit scary. I don't quite dare to grasp it." Jiang Chen slapped Fu Xiaoxing's head with hatred. "Can you compete? Did you come to this show just to go through the motions? Don't you want to make it to the finals? Just think about it. $200,000 to write you a song. Guaranteed to fix your voice. Guaranteed to take off. Jiang Chen is not a great benefactor. Buying a song from the system costs $100,000. It's not too much for him to earn a $100,000 difference, right?" Fu Xiaoxing was also dumbfounded, not expecting Jiang Chen to market himself like this. Fu Xiaoxing was a bit rattled, and he didn't know how he was going to react now. But Jiang Chen continued, "You've heard all my previous songs, right? Which one of them isn't worth $200,000? Now is the perfect opportunity for you. After you go out from this program, when others come to me for songs, then it won't just be this price. This was something Jiang Chen said confidently, and he really did think so. But if Fu Xiaoxing can't even take out $200,000, then it can only be said that he doesn't have a destiny with himself. Fu Xiaoxing gritted her teeth and said, "I'll buy it." He truly recognized Jiang Chen's level of creativity, and he didn't want to be eliminated just like that. "I'll ask my uncle for the money right away." How he wants money, Jiang Chen does not care. The money to their hands on the line. Fu Xiaoxing was inside a small netizen agency, and the owner of the company was his own uncle. When it was too late, under Fu Xiaoxing's repeated pleas, his uncle finally gave him $200,000, and Fu Xiaoxing asked his uncle to pay the money directly on top of Jiang Chen's bank card. After seeing the money arrive, Jiang Chen directly took Fu Xiaoxing inside the program's recording studio. When Fu Xiaoxing got the brief score, her whole body was captivated. The whale that became an island. Jiang Chen explained, "This song is about a whale growing up in loneliness and love." Fu Xiaoxing was directly amazed after reading it. What romantic lyrics! It's not a love song. It's simply about the journey of a whale in the deep. Since Fu Xiaoxing's timbre is very feminine, of course he was given the choice of deep songs. As for why he wasn't given the more iconic Big Fish, naturally, it's because the song has a lot less meaning without the animation. Confident yet? Fu Xiaoxing's eyes erupted with an intense light. With this song, I will definitely win him. Before he even started singing, he knew that the song was worth it. "I'll take you through the song. You feel the mood, and imagine you're a lonely whale." Jiang Chen used the power of the sound of sound, and brought Fu Xiaoxing into the endless azure sea. "I am a blue whale in the form of an island, with the most gigantic figure." After singing, Jiang Chen left, leaving Fu Xiaoxing to do her own research in the recording studio. When he left, Fu Xiaoxing was already in tears. What a terrible ability to resonate emotions. To cry. To sing about a whale and make yourself cry? Jiang Chen couldn't possibly teach him how to sing each line hand in hand like he taught Su Yuexin. After all, Fu Xiaoxing wasn't a schoolgirl or a rich woman. He's got his own work to prepare. After leaving from the recording studio, Jiang Chen also made a call to Su Yuexin at fire speed. "Hello, Jiang Chen? What is it?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Do you know how to sing an American voice?" "Are you kidding? I was first in my American voice class too." "Okay, how high is your soprano?" "Break through the sky." "Good. I need your help." Su Yuexin stood up with excitement. What help? What help? You want me to help you sing? The piece I'm performing on stage at my second public performance in 3 days needs an Americana vocal to punctuate it. Is your song awesome? I won't sing it if it's not. Jiang Chen smiled. All I can say is that the bull is broken. So am I going over there now? What if your program won't let me in? I'll go talk to the director and hope she gives some face. Yeah. Su Yuexin was suffocating at home and finally had her own business. She also rushed straight to Su Tianyang and jumped straight onto his back. Brother, you must come to the next public performance of The Chosen Son. Your old sister and I are going to perform on stage too. Su Tianyang shrugged Su Yuexin off in disgust, then asked suspiciously, "What's that program got to do with you?" "Jiang Chen's new song has my lyrics." Su Tianyang raised an eyebrow. "New song? What's it called? Do you have a demo? Show me?" "Ha, no. Geez, just come when you're there." Although he didn't really want to admit it, every time he saw that Jiang Chen had a new song, he had a sense of anticipation. The sense of anticipation is like opening a blind box. You never know what he's going to surprise you with next song. Chapter 40, Meng Liang's Network. Attack from the Rap Circle. A new round is about to begin. And at this time, Meng Liang began his means of attacking Jiang Chen off the field. As a singer who raps in the underground, Meng Liang naturally has a bunch of oddly shaped best buddies. He called the head of the label he used to work for. "Ugh, brother Wang. I'm Meng. Ha, didn't you kid go off to become a love bean? What? Can't hang out anymore and want to come back?" Brother Wang is joking. "I have something I need your help with." Then Meng Liang spoke out about the grudge between the two of them and Jiang Chen. And the way to take revenge between rappers is simple. Just curse. The technical term is diss. Wang was also supporting his own little brother. And since the program Chosen Son was so hot right now, they were naturally happy to rub off on this wave of heat. "No problem. I'll leave this matter to your brother Wang." "Thank you, brother Wang. When the recording of this program is over, I'll treat you to dinner." After hanging up the phone, Meng Liang sneered. Jiang Chen was now a major problem for him, and he didn't have full confidence in his next matchup, so it was quite good to engage in some off-court factors to put pressure on Jiang Chen. At the very least, he should let everyone know that Jiang Chen was a connected person who had forced the others out to get into this program. Meng Liang was secretly messing things up, and Jiang Chen was completely unaware of it. A day before the recording of the program, MC Wang Ku, the founder of the famous summer label Black Club, directly issued a song dissing Jiang Chen. The lyrics are offensive, presumably meaning that Jiang Chen is a vase, relying on selling his way to the top and stealing positions that should belong to others. It contains all sorts of TMD and other obscenities. This wave of disses came unexpectedly, and at first it was baffling, but soon people felt like this could be fun. The founder of a well-known underground label went so far as to publicly diss Jiang Chen, who had no halfway relationship with them. Jiang Chen's fans on the spot gas shaking cold, directly on the scarf to go to the Wang Ku flushed. What the hell are you? You're also worthy of touching Jiang Chen? Are you sick? Did people mess with you? How much did you charge? You're crazy about traffic, aren't you? Rubbing in all kinds of heat. Disgusting thing. Wang Ku also didn't expect this wave of heat to rub off so excitingly, and in an instant the bottom of his scarf was filled with curses from Jiang Chen's fans. But instead of being angry, he was happy that he didn't want the heat delivered to his door. He even went crazy with Jiang Chen's fans on top of his scarf. In terms of aggressiveness, where were these fans of Jiang Chen's compared to him? This matter was once a big deal, and Jiang Chen didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to it. It wasn't until the start of the third taping that everyone assembled. The gazes of the other players towards Jiang Chen were more or less like watching a good show. Have you heard? Jiang Chen was dissed by Wang Ku. That's rubbing it in, isn't it? How can that be? MC Wang Ku is a titan in the rap world. That's a real attitude on his part. He just simply doesn't like Jiang Chen. Why isn't he fighting back? What else? That must be because rap isn't his field. How else could he put up with it? Hearing the others' comments about Jiang Chen, Manhwa smiled inwardly with immense joy. Jiang Chen actually didn't respond. He must have been afraid and didn't have the ability to fight back, so naturally he could only hold his tongue. Fu Xiaoxing was also worried and said to Jiang Chen, "Brother Jiang, they seem to be talking about you. Talk is talk. The protagonist is born to be talked about." Jiang Chen acted with a breezy face. Of course he knew about Wang Ku dissing him, but responding to it online would be a step down. Slurring and arguing wasn't his favorite thing to do. Su Yuexin also mobilized her contacts to investigate and found out that Meng Liang was Wang Ku's former little brother. Then it's no surprise why things happened the way they did. Meng Liang, this brainless thing, wanted to mess with Jiang Chen both inside and outside the program, and Jiang Chen was now very upset with him. Please get ready. Our second public performance is about to begin. This time the audience will be expanded to 5,000, using a vote system, in which each of the 4 mentors is equivalent to 100 votes. Your winners and losers will be decided by both the mentors and the audience, and the 4 mentors will have one chance to absolutely designate their advancement. The order of this appearance is determined by the popularity value of each group of opposing players in the popularity poll. The higher the popularity value of the group, the further back in the order of appearance. Hearing this rule, Jiang Chen was also a bit stunned. With Meng Liang, the guy who was blatantly swiping votes, he logically became the finale. In fact, according to the show's original idea, it was the person with the highest number of votes who chose their order of appearance first. Later, considering that we can create a king of the finale persona for Jiang Chen, it would be better to just let Jiang Chen continue. As for the others, those who had more fans were secretly happy. The more the audience the better. Pleasing the audience was much easier than pleasing the 4 tutors. Over the course of the 7 days, the original stage was expanded once more, partly to charge more money for tickets, and partly to make the show more powerful when it airs. Old acquaintance Zhang Dilac and the 4 mentors reappeared on stage. This time, because Sukin released a new album to promote on the show, she performed a hit song. All the spectators cheered enthusiastically. This show is a huge hit, and anyone who can snag a ticket to attend the show is very lucky. However, they will need to sign a confidentiality clause and cannot bring cell phones into the arena or divulge any information about this game. Thank you to our MS, Su Qin, for the wonderful performance. So next up is our contestants' performance. This time, our contestants will face an even more brutal match. Everyone has been divided into groups. Everyone will have to fight a 1v1 battle. The winner will directly get a top 20 spot. The loser will go into the standby. And the 15 contestants in the standby area will be chasing the remaining 5 spots at the end. It's hard to imagine that 100 people are about to be down to 20 after only 3 weeks. The second public performance will now begin. Let's welcome the first group of singers to face each other. The tense and exciting 1v1 session is about to begin. The match between Fu Xiaoxing and Yi Kaiyan was the 8th appearance, so none of the Jiang Chen in front of him had much interest. The finale wasn't really all that good. And anyway, Jiang Chen felt that it was quite boring to keep sitting here and watching the other players. After almost 2 hours of dueling, It finally came down to the 8th group of sparring contestants. Fu Xiaoxing looked very nervous. Zhang Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Relax. Blue whales are free. How can you sing when you're tight?" Chapter 41, The Whale Who Became an Orphan Island debuts, and all his minions are invincible. Yi Kaiyang stood up as he smiled at Zhang Chen. Then the meaning is obvious. It's okay that I can't eliminate you, but I can eliminate you, the only friend of the show. In disgust, Zhang Chen said to Fu Xiaoxing, "Look at his arrogant expression. If you can't kill him, the 200,000 won't be spent in vain." Fu Xiaoxing said bitterly, "Brother Jiang, don't pressure me. Fine, don't give. Go Pikachu." Fu Xiaoxing and Yi Kaiyang both went on stage. This set of matchups was very exciting and all the players showed great interest. Fu Xiaoxing had been carried away by Zhang Chen in the last installment, and everyone was well aware of that. But the discerning can also see that Fu Xiaoxing's skills are not bad, just too lack of stage experience, either too nervous or too emotionally involved. Now that he had been tempered by Zhang Chen for a week, he didn't know what kind of progress he had made. Zhang Dilac continued his introduction from the stage. "This group of contestants is interesting. Both are big vocals and both can sing. And what's most interesting is that the star combination carried over into this one in an unexpected way." The crowd began to cheer excitedly. Next to take the lead is Fu Xiaoxing, who is bringing a new song, The Whale Who Turned Into a Lonely Island, with lyrics and music by Zhang Chen. Let's look forward to it. And in the front row's VIP seats, Su Tianyang and Wei Chao both revealed their astonishment after hearing that. Wei Chao's eyes widened. Crap, this kid wrote a song for someone else? Confused. How confused? It's not like you don't know the quality of the songs he writes. That's money for nothing, giving it away like that. Su Tianyang said with a look of contempt. How do you know that he didn't receive any money? This. Let's see if the songs he writes for other people are crude. After Zhang Dilac introduced the track that Fu Xiaoxing sang, all the contestants in the waiting room had their mouths open. They really didn't expect Zhang Chen to write a song for Fu Xiaoxing. And when they thought about the quality of those songs Zhang Chen had sung before, everyone's hearts were cut to the bone for a moment. I'm envious and jealous. I should have known that I'd go and make good relations with Zhang Chen. Damn it. That's right. You can't win against him anyhow, so why don't you go and lick it? People have licked themselves to a song. Save it. I was looking for Zhang Chen to team up and he didn't even care. You must not be sincere enough. Zhou Hang and Meng Liang were also dumbfounded for a while. To them, Yi Xian's elimination of Fu Xiaoxing should be the nail in the coffin, provided that Fu Xiaoxing played at his previous form. But now there was a variable. Zhang Chen had actually written him a song. Zhou Hang frowned and whispered, "Kai Yang, he won't be eliminated by Fu Xiaoxing, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's not like the song written by Zhang Chen is omnipotent. Not to mention how that song is. Do you think that Fu Xiaoxing's singing ability will win against Kai Yang? Let's see it first." Zhou Hang sighed. He had an uneasy feeling. Only under the spotlight, Fu Xiaoxing stood alone on the stage. A large screen behind it appeared with an endless ocean and a huge whale tumbling over the surface. Some moving subtitles appeared on it. Lyrics by Zhang Chen. Composed by Zhang Chen. Arranged by Zhang Chen. Several Zhang Chens came down in a row, causing Zhang Chen's fans to puff out their chests with pride. Look what a genius is. Ha! After Fu Xiaoxing got the song and heard Zhang Chen sing it once, he started searching for all kinds of messages about blue whales. It's a lonely and free sea creature. I'm a blue whale in the form of an island, with the most gigantic figure. Fish and shrimp pass by. There are also birds of prey listening on their backs. The moment Fu Xiaoxing's voice came out, everyone including the judges instantly widened their eyes. Previously Fu Xiaoxing impressed a lot of people with her feminine tones though, but now there is something new. Something called ethereal. As sad and healing, lonely and romantic as whale song in the deep sea. This is also inseparable from Zhang Chen's coaching. Although Zhang Chen did not bring him to practice word by word, but every time Fu Xiaoxing sang, he would send a copy to Zhang Chen to give some guidance. Zhang Chen naturally followed a deep template for him, and so it came to this, an ethereal voice that needs a little bit of airy tone added to it, but not in a way that seems contrived, which Fu Xiaoxing now grasps very well. Your clothes are tattered, and the song is gentle, drifting around aimlessly with me. My back is like a barren hill, and you smile and wave your head. Think of it as the whole universe. You wave to the sun, greetings from the seagulls, to accompany me in my love of heaven and earth. I'm just sorry you ended up, can't lie on my chest. Admire the night sky at its most expansive and monumental. Put the stars into the eyes. Admire the night sky at its most expansive and monumental, and put the stars into your eyes. The lyrics are very, very romantic. When Hu Xiaojie saw the lyrics, he covered his chest and leaned back, revealing a look of awe. What he marveled at was Zhang Chen's lyrics and music, both of which were too perfect. And it's tailor-made for Fu Xiaoxing. It's perfect. It's just perfect. All the spectators did not make any noise, and their hearts were greatly healed under the ethereal song. The 4-minute-plus song was performed by Fu Xiaoxing, and although there were minor flaws towards the back, it didn't affect the perfection of this performance at all. I want to give you banks where you can run and be as a queen. After the last line was sung, Fu Xiaoxing already had tears in her eyes, and at this moment everyone including the 4 mentors were standing up and giving Fu Xiaoxing a desperate round of applause. Fu Xiaoxing, Fu Xiaoxing, Fu Xiaoxing. They were calling out Fu Xiaoxing's name over and over again. Where had Fu Xiaoxing ever seen this scene? He didn't hold back and cried directly. Is this what it feels like to be recognized by an audience? But he also understood that it was all from Zhang Chen. In this moment, he made a decision to go against his ancestors. I want to hold on to Zhang's thighs. I want to have it all too. I'll go wherever he goes after the show. But on the other side of the stage, Yi Kaiyang, who was waiting to go on stage, did look pale at this time. How's this for a fight? He now realized that he seemed to have the wrong opponent. Fu Xiaoxing might fight casually on his own, but when he had a demon king behind him, the quality of the song, and the live effect, he took a headshot? I'm not going to be eliminated, am I? Yi Kaiyang shivered. Also shivering was everyone in the waiting room. He just writes songs for other people and can't even get a handful of king bombs without having to do it himself. Can't play it, can't play it, can't play it, can't play it. Meng Liang's face was red and his fists were clenched to death. Gritting his teeth, he said, he's a crazy person. Such a good song. But he gave it to that pussy Fu Xiaoxing. Zhou Heng hurriedly reached out to cover Meng Liang's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want to be net-bombed? Chapter 42, Are you rapping or cursing? All 3 of the men who came to Lexan Entertainment are now riding the tiger. After Fu Xiaoxing stepped down, it was Yi Caiyang's turn to take the stage. Yi Caiyang's entire body had been dumbfounded. And unlike that brainless Meng Liang, he was self-aware. The quality of the song in Fu Xiaoxing's state today had basically reached a superb level. So preoccupied and losing his confidence, he made a major blunder after he started singing. Not only did he forget the words, but he was out of tune. There were also a lot of Yi Caiyang's fans who came to the scene, and they should have cheered, but they felt a bit unable to do so now. I would have accepted the darkness if I had never seen the light. In contrast, Yi Caiyang's performance was a world of difference compared to Fu Xiaoxing, mutinied and unloved. Then when the polls closed for both, there was an overwhelming split. With a total of 400 votes, Fu Xiaoxing surprisingly obtained 999 votes, while Yi Kaiyang only had a pitiful 233 votes. Hu Xiaojie sighed, then commented, to be honest, I also feel sorry for this result, but it makes sense. Yi Kaiyang, your singing had some mistakes that professional singers shouldn't have. Every stage is hard to come by, and you didn't treasure it. Yi Kaiyang directly couldn't strain himself to cry. He really thought Fu Xiaoxing was a soft touch before he picked him off. It's all Zhang Chen's fault. Why did he write a song for Fu Xiaoxing in good time? He's a scumbag. He must be targeting me. He had really guessed right. Zhang Chen was targeting him. Although these guys from Lishang Entertainment didn't pose much of a threat to him, they disgusted him. The program is still in order. Among them, Zhou Heng's mentality also suffered a bit, and when he got on the field, he still made some mistakes, but his teammates were more crotch-pulling, so Choang advanced anyway. Other than that, there are no other highlights. The performance of the others was quite good, but with Fu Xiaoxing's performance in front of them, the others were a bit less impressive. The cheers came to a maximum until the last group of sparring players. The following debut is our last group of sparring combinations today, and to break the news to you, these 2 contestants have a lot of gunpowder. For today's sparring match, they are also doing all the hard work. Let's welcome the contestant with the highest popularity in this program, Meng Liang. Awkward are cheering with Zhou Heng. They are a big difference. You have to say that this is the most popular player. The dog does not believe. Meng Liang's face was also a bit unnatural when he went on stage. He felt that these audiences were very impolite. Even if they were just coping, they should have shouted a bit, right? Combined with Yi Caiyang's pending decision and Zhou Heng's poor play in front of him, Meng Liang's mindset has been affected a bit. Zhang Deloc's voice also got louder at this time, and contestant Meng Liang picked the darkest dark horse in this program. Known as the original singer at the level of the great Demon King, he is Jiang Chen. The audience shouted Zhang Chen's name with excited faces. And at this time Jiang Chen also walked out from inside the waiting room idly. Today he wore a hunting outfit, wearing a deer cap on his head, just like a detective from the medieval Britain. Good-looking people just look good in anything. This outfit also gave Jiang Chen a different flavor, like a gentleman from a foreign country. The audience's voices were also directly a few octaves higher, as if the entire venue was shouting Jiang Chen's name. In contrast, Meng Liang looked even more embarrassed. And at this time, Zhang Dailok also started to mess up. As Meng Liang stood on the stage, Zhang Dailok inquired, "Meng Liang, may I ask if you have anything you wish to say to contestant Jiang Chen?" Meng Liang revealed an arrogant look as he raised the microphone, then said with a disdainful face, "Some people say that Jiang Chen is a great devil, but in my eyes, he isn't, and it's completely luck that he's able to walk here, because there's only one true great devil, and that's me." He yelled the last 4 words. This now sent everyone at the scene into an uproar. Everyone was talking. He's the one who swiped the votes? Yeah, he's swiping votes. How does he still have the face to say he's a demon's? Just his one born in 1996? Pushing man reel down head. Zhang Dailok let everyone murmur for a while before asking again. Please introduce the song you are performing this time. The song I'm performing next is about the attitude of being a rapper. Some people come to this stage by being backstage, while I'm by strength. So please enjoy my new song, Burglar's Rebellion. That made everyone sweat to hear it. Even Zhou Hang and Yi Kaiyan were frowning. This was a very unemotional thing to say. Not only did he talk about Jiang Chen's midway entry, but he also insinuated that the program team had taken Jiang Chen's money. Subsequently, when Meng Liang began to sing, all 4 tutors frowned. To them, underground rappers don't really fit their tastes very well, because inside this kind of song, it is filled with all kinds of foul language. What they can't deny is that some raps are very good, but some of them, for the sake of rhyming, the lyrics are even stained with pornography, gambling and drugs, and one of the lines in the song is, "Your song is a dependent defense in my case, an expired opium that even addicts don't look at." I don't see how to express attitude in the whole song, just cursing, and the whole time he was sneering at Jiang Chen. For example, "It's kind of bad luck for this show to meet a thief like you who got to the top on money." Even director Yang Dan's face twisted when he heard it. What the hell is this song? There are also lyrics that involve shit. Everyone in the audience felt as if their ears had been contaminated. And this contamination lasted for 4 minutes of nothing short of human misery. He finally seemed to get a kick out of singing and held the microphone high with an excited look on his face. This is called rap. It's something that some people can't grasp for the rest of their lives. Zhou Hangman went numb. He was 100% sure that Meng Liang had changed the lyrics. He had co-written the song and the original version didn't even have that much swearing. This exasperated Zhou Hang so much that he cursed Meng Liang 1,000 times in his heart. If you change the lyrics, just change the lyrics. What the hell is it that I'm included in the lyrics? There was a sizable round of applause. It's too early for this art to catch on with these audiences. Meng Liang, however, felt good about himself. Usually when he sang, he felt that when he sang, it meant that the human song was won, a realm that he didn't even know how to lose. As for the reaction of the live audience, I must have been too shocked to speak. Chapter 43, Chapter 7 of the night, Rap is not a dirty rap. Thank you for the performance brought by contestant Meng Liang. Please exchange places between contestant Meng Liang and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also walked to the center of the stage. He was still smiling and polite. Looked much more personable than Meng Liang. At this point, there was another loud cheer. Obviously discarding all the kryptonite, Jiang Chen was already the most popular player in the chosen one. As usual, Zhang Dailok asked, "Jiang Chen, after listening to Meng Liang's contestants singing, do you have anything you want to say to him?" Jiang Chen picked up the microphone and said calmly, "First of all, let me say 2 things. The first thing is that the reason why I appeared on this stage is indeed because I came in through connections." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Everyone didn't expect this to happen. Su Tianyang under the stage also narrowed his eyes. Originally there was indeed no place for Jiang Chen. It was him who had stuffed Jiang Chen in through certain contacts, and the one that kicked out was actually one that got in on connections and looked unpopular. Hearing this, Meng Liang revealed a somewhat hideous smile and muttered, "Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, originally I didn't have any evidence, but it turns out that you blew yourself up, so you're just waiting to be cyberstormed." Instead, Jiang Chen followed up with a remark so wild that it had no bounds. "But it's lucky for the chosen one that I'm able to appear on this program." Hiss. The entire room sucked in a breath of cold air, including all the players in the waiting room. Is that something a human being could say? The second thing, Jiang Chen smiled, then said, I'm going to teach manhwa's contestants as well as certain rappers the truth that rapping isn't about spouting profanity, and that it's okay to rap with a cleaner mouth. Everyone on the scene started to get loud and boisterous. Everyone was applauding enthusiastically. After all, manhwa's song just now was really polluting the ears. The four mentors were also looking at each other. None of them had expected things to develop to this point. According to this current direction of development, it seems that Jiang Chen is also going to sing rap, Zhang Dalek hurriedly reminded. Then contestant Jiang Chen, please introduce the song you're going to sing. Jiang Chen squared his deerstalker hat. There is a detective called Sherlock Holmes, and I invite you to enjoy the original song Chapter 7 of the night. The screen became darker, and the screen behind it changed to a medieval European image. Jiang Chen had checked, and there didn't seem to be any Sherlock Holmes or Conan Doyle in this world, but he still needed to anthropomorphize the character in order to fit the mood. It gives you a feeling of I don't know who he is, but it's awesome to see. The cello sound sets the song on the darker side. 1983 Alley. Sunny December. Chapter 7 of the night. The typewriter continues to push the next line closer to the truth. Fog of the briar pipe. Drifting towards the withered tree. Silence cries out to me. Rotunda off Baker Street. The crest of the iris on the arm of the knight in armor shines brightly. The sound of an unmanned carriage. Late night visits. Evil in the Victorian moonlight. Bloody opening. These dense lyrics came out of Jiang Chen's mouth word by word. Under the influence of the voice, everyone seemed to be transported to a land of darkness and crime. And here's a detective hero searching for the truth in a wide web of evil and blood. Disappearing pistols. Scorched cane. Melting wax figures. Who wasn't there? The illusion of symbols on a jewelry box. Contradictions lead to the cul-de-sac he stacked. The evidence was buried perfectly. The corners of the mouth that mocked Scotland Yard turned up. The image becomes originally stronger and stronger, giving the impression of a mountain of rain. The criminal snickered at the police after committing the crime. Just at that moment, however, the stage's spotlight disappeared. A high-pitched soprano voice appeared abruptly and naturally. If evil, it's a gorgeous, brutal piece of music. So justice is a deep and hopeless despair. It's the endgame. I'll write it myself. Then I'll light up an ember in the ashes. Morning light. The last line of sadness is drying. Then the raindrops will wash away the high walls of darkness. Black ink, tainted with tranquility. Lights go out. Red curtain goes down. Accompanying this stunning soprano was Su Yuexin in a long black dress who appeared under the spotlight. The emotion of the moment was firm and solemn. It was the ultimatum that the detective had launched against evil, saying that after his debut, all criminals would have nothing to hide and all darkness would be washed away. Inside the chorus, interspersed with Jiang Chen's raps, makes this inner monologue-style dialogue more graphic. People even forgot to pursue who this girl who appeared out of nowhere was, and were completely captivated by the song. Hu Xiujie was even gripping his head with his entire hands, his eyes red and his teeth clenched. He was suddenly jealous of Jiang Chen's talent at this moment. Facts can only be worn to soil without footprints. I hear footsteps anticipating moccasin heels. He pushed open the door and the evening breeze shook the kerosene lamp for a moment. The typewriter stopped at the killer's name and I turned around. The night sky in Westminster began to boil over, bloomed in the chest in a gaudy death. I savor this last sip of sweet truth. Smile back as justice is only quietly served. Fiddle in the Thames. The entire song is brought to a climax by this melodic rap. A vague glimpse of the detective who, like a madman, begins to gracefully pull the rapture after probing for the truth, is a celebration that also taunts the self-absorbed criminal. The chorus then comes back on again, all the way to the end, by Jiang Chen himself. Black ink, tinted with serenity. All the spectators at the scene stood up in excitement and could hardly contain their emotions. Applause spread throughout the room. The four mentors also stood up, and they too applauded emotionally. The other players who originally didn't like Jiang Chen very much couldn't help but applaud him at this moment. No words can express the shock in their hearts. Chapter 7 of the night is part of Jay's Dark Trilogy, and each of these three songs taken together is a king's bomb, representing him at the peak of his rap game. Among them are the 7th chapter of the night, which pays tribute to Sherlock Holmes, Stop the War Gothic, which tells of the brutality of war and calls for peace, and In the Name of the Father, which pays tribute to The Godfather. Choosing this level of song to deal with Meng Liang has the feeling of a cannon hitting a mosquito, but Jiang Chen just wanted to abuse this Meng Liang, using his most confident field to abuse him until he was out of temper. It was true that Meng Liang had no temper now. He froze in place with his mouth wide open. He had even forgotten who he was. He even had a feeling that this kind of rap was the kind of rap that could really be put on a pedestal. The pounding sense of superiority crushed his pride to smithereens, and Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin looked at each other, then smiled and hugged each other, finally working together again since the graduation party. Ha! Su Yuexin said smugly in Jiang Chen's ear. How was it? I'm awesome, right? It's perfect, you're just the best. Hey! The black bowler hat and veil hid her worldly features and her flushed cheeks. Seeing this image, Su Tianyang on the stage couldn't help but darken his face. Wei Chao, on the other hand, was jumping and dancing uncontrollably. He was so emotional that he couldn't stand it. Geniuses are seen a lot, and so are the best of the best. But there had never been one as young and talented as Jiang Chen. Ah, Tianyang, you must let me take him. I want to become a legendary agent. Chapter 44 Crushing Victory. All are invited to vote for both contestants. The moment the results were announced, the entire room was once again in an uproar. The vote ratio is 122 to 53-44. It was also the score with the biggest gap in the entire show, hardly giving Mang Liang half a face. Those 122 people who voted for him are basically Mang Liang's hardcore fans or originally came with a mission already. As a result, this scene of Mang Liang's disappointed them greatly. This was followed by the critique session of the judges, and Mang Liang now only hoped that this session would end soon. The judges' quaaludes are online. Su Qin, Jiang Chen. I can't use words to describe how much I love you. The style of your song sounds very dark, but at a closer look it's full of positive energy, and all the various instruments are blended perfectly. It's the first time I've heard you rap, yet it doesn't seem like a newcomer at all, and I don't even feel like I'm very qualified to comment on this one song. Hu Xiujie, from the time I heard your first song Light Chaser on this program, I had a feeling that you were a genius, but your performance today still breaks through my imagination of you. Whether it's the one you wrote for Fu Xiaoxing earlier or this one now, it proves that you have a wide range of creative facets. I personally don't like rap, but if it's the kind of the seventh chapter of the night, I'll love it. As for contestant Mang Liang, Hu Xiujie's face all became a bit ugly. Your performance today makes me very disappointed. This song of yours is not supposed to appear on this stage. There is a sentence that I think Jiang Chen is right. In fact, it is possible to rap without swearing. He had already said it politely. If Mang Liang was his student, he would have gone up high and low to give Mang Liang 2 slaps on the face. What the fuck is the point of singing shit? Rappers have a stage that belongs to rappers, but not here obviously. In Hu Xiujie's eyes, there was basically no difference between Mang Liang's lyrics cursing. Then Deng Chen also coughed dryly twice, then said, in fact, I think that player Jiang Chen is quite talented as an actor. Every time he sings, his emotions are able to fit the mood expressed by the song, and for an actor, this kind of feeling is especially rare. In the future, if you want to cross the border, old Deng can introduce you to it. Upon hearing this, all the players in the waiting area gave a sour expression. It doesn't matter to them what they do after they debut on a talent show. What matters is having the resources. Many contestants who debut in the talent show face the awkward situation of being out of a job and leaving the show without ever getting a chance to be on stage again. As long as they can get a foothold in the entertainment industry, whether they are singers or actors, they don't care. And Jiang Chen politely bowed, then smiled and said, thanks for the love, Mr. Deng, but I'm still standing here as a singer, so I'll wait for me to get through this path first before I look into other aspects of my skills. Then Guofeng also praised, I for one like your attitude. I like people who talk a bit wildly, but you have to come up with strength that can match your words, and you've done it. Truth be told, I'm already a fan of yours, Jiang Chen. Everyone on the scene was up in arms. Then Guofeng also smiled and said, your creative side is so broad. I want to ask you for a song. If you're also interested in rock music, you might as well contact me. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. Oh, Jiang Chen didn't deny it. He still said courteously, then Mr. Voice should hurry up and place an order, or else when I become popular in the future, my songs won't be as cheap as they are now. Guofeng laughed out loud. I like your wild and uninhibited look. But the expressions of those other 3 mentors as well as those contestants sitting in the waiting room became a bit subtle. The quality of the songs produced by Jiang Chen has never been poor. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a lot of difference in seniority, Su Qin also really wanted to find Jiang Chen to work with. Now that she saw Guofeng saying this, she was really a bit moved. Okay, all of our contestants have finished performing today. The PK winners advance directly to the top 20 in the country. The losers still have a chance. Your tickets will still be valid at the same time next week, and the last 5 spots are up to you. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel that the program group was going to water down the duration. 30 into 20, and surprisingly, It had to be recorded in 2 installments. Then there's nothing for Jiang Chen next week off. After the recording of the program ended, Jiang Chen returned inside the waiting room. And at this time, his aura had changed drastically from before. If Jiang Chen was everyone's public enemy before today, then after he sang the 7th chapter of the night, basically everyone had already decided that he was unbeatable. And except for Meng Liang's kind of brainless ones, who would have nothing to do to challenge Jiang Chen. Meng Liang, on the other hand, was now in a state of soullessness throughout. Zhou Hang already had a premonition of what kind of netstorm Meng Liang would receive after the program aired, and now that he was still playing with him, this wave of big beats was afraid that it would fall on himself. What's the point of putting up a fight for an idol drama's second male lead? Before the 7th chapter of the night, Zhou Hang was kinda using Meng Liang to test Jiang Chen's bottom line, but this test turned out to be a big devil. He had already sworn that he would never provoke Jiang Chen in the future. If you can't compete for first, you can't compete for second? When their recording ended, Fan Lijun also called Meng Liang directly. Are you done recording? How's it going? Meng Liang's face was pale. He was really crying now. With trembling lips, he said, Supervisor Fan, I'm sorry for that Jiang Chen. He's simply not something I can defeat. Fan Lijun's face darkened. Then he gritted his teeth and said, do you know how much money the company spent to fulfill your request of being number 1 in popularity value? Hiring water armies, buying circulars, buying traffic. Do you think these don't cost anything? How the fuck did you swear to me back then that it would work? Meng Liang cried. I didn't realize he could rap too. And he raps. What happened to his rap? Meng Liang didn't dare to go on. He felt that Jiang Chen's raps were the real raps, so what were the ones he sang? Fan Lijun took a deep breath, then said icily, where are those underground rap friends of yours from before? Tell them to step up their efforts to diss Jiang Chen. Meng Liang's face was bitter. Everyone was a rapper. By the time this issue aired, who didn't understand Jiang Chen's level? And now they're still asking them to diss Jiang Chen. Isn't that just pitting them to the death? Supervisor Fan, save me. Can you ask the program team to cut down those images of me provoking Jiang Chen? If it's broadcasted, I'll be net bombed. Waste stuff. Why don't you wimp out when you say that? I didn't expect to lose that badly. Shut up. Do you think penguins are that easy to fool? Do you know how much this is going to cost you? Me. You simply don't embody enough value to keep the company spending money for you. You're now on your own to get into the top 20. No one can save you. Fan Lijun hung up the phone angrily, and the wall was smashed twice by him. Chapter 45 The Lure of Top Contracts. He felt that Jiang Chen was already going to become his own demon. Every time he tried to target Jiang Chen, it was always himself who ended up suffering. He didn't know just how far Meng Liang had been crushed by Jiang Chen to become this shit, but he had also realized by now that it was already a fool's errand to rely on these few trainees to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was no longer on the same level as these trainees. That night, Jiang Chen had wanted to go out and have dinner with Su Yuexin. But if you go out, you need to ask the director for a vacation. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that director Yang Dan, who usually always wanted to see himself get into trouble, was uncharacteristically very friendly to Jiang Chen today, even friendly to the point of being a bit of a dog licker. Xiao Jiang, you're going out. It's fine, feel free to go out. What leave of absence? No need to take a vacation, just go out directly. Hey, do you have a car? If you don't have a car, I can give you a ride to your destination. How is a camera possible? Am I the kind of director who wants traffic to go crazy? All the shots. I respect the contestants' personal wishes to shoot. You go out there and have seen any of the program's cameramen following you. I'll just hang myself. Yan Dan spoke with a righteousness that was as strong as his words. This was completely different from Jiang Chen's previous impression of her. Jiang Chen didn't think it was because he played well, so it was most likely Boss Su. Once outside, he saw an SUV parked on the side of the road. The car window rolled down and Su Yuexin's head poked out as she waved excitedly. Here, get in. Jiang Chen smiled, then opened the car door. He saw the unsmiling Boss Su Tianyang again, and the fat Uncle Wei Chao. Good evening Boss Su. Su Tianyang, who was holding the steering wheel, also answered softly before saying, I underestimated you before. Harm. Where are the words? Isn't it thanks to you that we have this opportunity? Su Tianyang didn't say anything else. Having watched Jiang Chen's performance today, Jiang Chen was the one he had watched grow up with his own eyes. And this growth, surprisingly, was only less than 2 months. He didn't even see where Jiang Chen's limits were. And with his appreciation, the 7th chapter of the night was basically a work that could be nominated for a Golden Melody Award. The 4 of them soon arrived at the fondue restaurant again. One of the most excited people was not Su Yuexin, but Wei Chao. It was only after his bitter pleas that Su Tianyang used his identity to ask Young Dan to let Jiang Chen out. Su Tianyang said indifferently, "The reason why I'm looking for you today is because of him." Su Tianyang pointed at Wei Chao next to him. Wei Chao hurriedly put on a formal expression before saying with a solemn face, "Jiang Chen, I'm now extending a formal invitation to you as the manager of Superstar Studio." Jiang Chen frowned slightly before looking at Su Yuexin. Su Yuexin nudged her mouth, signaling him to listen to Wei Chao and not look at herself. Jiang Chen also said seriously, "Before this, several companies had come to me, including companies like Zenith Records and Flowing Cloud Entertainment, but I refused them all. I know they came to you, but I have a better offer than they did. How do you know they've been looking for me? It's all in the same circle. I've got channels to know what moves they make. Okay, so tell me what advantages you have over them?" Jiang Chen had previously learned from Su Yuexin that this superstar studio of Wei Chao's was already in a state of closure, and he didn't have a single artist right now. This kind of shell company. Jiang Chen is still a bit resistant. Wei Chao took a deep breath and said, "I have a wealth of experience in bringing up newcomers, and there are two names I'm reluctant to mention that I can tell you now, both of which I brought up. Starting from newcomers, they are Han Feng, the superhuman power and idol singer who just won the Best Album Award last year, and Kai Yin-chi, who took home the award for Youngest Movie Queen." Jiang Chen immediately stared wide-eyed. You don't have to say. The original owner of this body's idol was Han Feng, and also happened to like watching movies starring Kai Yin-chi. Having brought out such awesome people, this studio should be the only one of its kind in the whole summer country. So how could it go bankrupt? Seemingly seeing Jiang Chen's question, Wei Chao sighed, then said with a very struggling face, "I was accused by Kai Yin-chi of sexually harassing her, and subsequently my reputation became infamous, and Han Feng terminated my contract for his own development." It's a lot of information in a few short sentences. Jiang Chen knew that there must be a lot of stories hidden in here. Su Yuexin raised her hand at this time and said, "I guarantee that Big Brother Wei's character is absolutely upright. He was definitely falsely accused." Su Tianyang nodded as well, acquiescing to his attitude towards this matter. But this could not be a bargaining chip to attract Jiang Chen, as Wei Chao's reputation had been stigmatized. He'd be labeled bad if he signed with Superstar Studios. They believe in your character. And naturally I believe in you, but that doesn't make it attractive to me. I certainly know that I have more to offer, said Wei Chao as he flipped out the already prepared contract to Jiang Chen. With a puzzled mood, Jiang Chen took a closer look. As a result, he was suddenly wide-eyed with incredulity. 90% of all the artist's income is shared with the company? Do you want to die? I've seen sincerity. I've never seen such sincerity. Like the Studio Nature Company, the artist's share is more than those large entertainment companies. But 73 is already a very high degree. You can read on. Jiang Chen continued to look, and the results became more and more alarming the more he looked. In this, there is basically no coercion whatsoever, and he has the highest degree of initiative. For example, the artist has the right to refuse any commercial performance, and all schedule planning requires the artist's consent. This is not recruiting an artist, this is recruiting a father, Wei Chao said with a serious face. And the company now has a liquidity of $20 million. As long as you sign the contract, you can use this $20 million to do anything. I won't intervene. Jiang Chen's person was numb. That's too good to be true, isn't it? What's the concept of $20 million? He could buy 200 songs from the system now, and 200 songs was enough to splurge on the singing world for a lifetime. It still doesn't require labor to acquire. But Jiang Chen still suppressed his greed. He placed the contract on the desktop, then turned his head to look at Su Yuexin and inquired, "Do you have any comments?" Chapter 46, Let's Go for a Walk. Su Yuexin froze for a moment, then straightened up and said in a serious manner, "If you ask me, it actually doesn't matter where you go as long as you have the strength. It's just that if you sign up with Big Brother Wei, we'll have a somewhat different relationship." "How?" Su Yuexin said with embarrassment. "Actually, Superstar Studio had already gone bankrupt, and then my brother acquired it. So it looks like he's the owner of Superstar Studio. But in fact, his real identity now is my brother's hired hand." Speaking of which, Wei Chao was also very embarrassed. But to him, none of this mattered. As long as he could lead Jiang Chen to kill his way back into the entertainment industry, there's no need to worry about money. Even with a 9-to-1 opening, he'll be able to make a lot more. This was all because the strength Jiang Chen had shown had caused Wei Chao to take him himself at all costs. Jiang Chen had never seen such lenient conditions before, and he instinctively felt that this wouldn't work. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, there's no need for this. You said earlier that with UXIN's layer of relationship, we'll actually be able to talk a lot better." Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Su Yuexin had an odd feeling inside, and she hurriedly lowered her head and ate vigorously, hiding her expression through her hanging hair. "Ah, this contract represents my sincerity. That's not a very reasonable split. 91 won't work. 73. Wei Chao's face was overjoyed. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so nice. And looking at this, Jiang Chen is willing to sign with him? Seeing that Wei Chao was a bit frazzled, Jiang Chen sighed and said, "We don't need to rush this. You can trust me. Since I've already promised you, I won't sign with anyone else." Signing with Wei Chao. Jiang Chen had actually gone through some deep thinking. For example, Wei Chao is now taking one of his artists alone, and with the one-on-one model, he is able to give more help to the artist. There is also the fact that Wei Chao has enough experience and ability for one person to be able to bring out a movie queen and a quasi-diva was second to none in the entire Xia kingdom. Apart from that, having the Su family siblings as guarantors was also an important reason. Su Yuexin was the first real friend he had met when he came to this world, and Su Tianyang was the nobleman who helped him enter the program Chosen Son. There were times when one still had to respect fate. This dinner was still a bit rushed. Boss Su always had a cold look on his face. Wei Chao was very self-congratulatory, thinking about the future for Jiang Chen. And Su Yuexin, who was chatting quite a bit on her cell phone, had actually become a bit formal. When it came to the end of the proceedings, Su Yuexin tugged on Jiang Chen's clothes. "Let's go for a walk together." Hearing this, Su Tianyang's expression directly froze. Although his expression was originally quite stiff as well, his gaze was fixed dead center on Jiang Chen, as if to say, "Try agreeing to one if you dare." Jiang Chen directly pretended that he didn't see it, stood up and said to Su Yuexin with a smile, "Let's take a walk together then." Su Yuexin hemmed and hawed, then turned around and glared at Su Tianyang, who wanted to get up and follow him. Wei Chao put his arm around Su Tianyang. "Aya Tianyang, we have to take this opportunity to talk about Jiang Chen's new contract." Su Tianyang was very helpless. He could only watch as his beautiful sister went out with Jiang Chen. The two were walking shoulder to shoulder along the city streets. "Why would you suddenly want to come out for a walk?" Jiang Chen inquired curiously. Su Yuexin put her hands behind her back and revealed a sweet smile. "Don't you think my brother is too cold? He's a cold king as a person. It's not fun to eat with him." "Say, why is your brother always out there? The bar not open?" The Sun and Moon bar was actually open just for me, specifically to give me stage practice, and it's all graduated, so he definitely doesn't have to keep it there." Jiang Chen. He kind of didn't know whether to spit on Boss Su's sister control or on the mobility of the rich. So in the bar, everyone is just a chaperone for Princess Chasing the Moon. Harm. Why talk about him? Talk about me. I sang so beautifully for you today. You didn't even praise me properly. Su Yuexin said and stomped her foot. Jiang Chen awkwardly scratched his face with his index finger, then said in a serious manner, "In my eyes your performance was flawless. I can't find any complimentary sentences at all. Without your help, I would have definitely been eliminated." Put. Su Yuexin was amused by Jiang Chen. She could see that Meng Liang was not a match for Jiang Chen at all, or not even worthy of lifting Jiang Chen's shoes. Thinking of this, her expression also became serious. "What's wrong with that Meng Liang? He's on the verge of pointing his nose at you with that song. What more do you want? Isn't he pretty miserable now?" Su Yuexin shook her head, then said in a somewhat angry tone, "That's not enough. You know about that MC Wang Ku, right? He's Meng Liang's former big brother, and this time he dissed you for no reason. He must have been instructed by that Meng Liang. You told me." "I know. Why don't you get him if you know?" Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly. "It's enough that I can beat him by a large margin, and I can't go toe-to-toe with that brainless guy of his. Can I? How degrading would that be?" Speaking of this, Jiang Chen thought of something and inquired to Su Yuexin, "By the way, I've noticed that the three guys, Zhou Hang, Yi Kaiyang, and Meng Liang, are all targeting me, and they seem to have a great deal of animosity towards me." "Oh, they're all from Lusheng Entertainment. Why is Lu Sports Entertainment targeting me?" Su Yuexin said in a somewhat odd tone. "Do you know who the biggest shareholder of Lusheng Entertainment is?" "Who?" "Fan Chang. There is another identity, and that is Fan Lijun's father." "Who's Van Lijun again? What a familiar name." "You guy, you forget. Assembly President Fan. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have had the chance to sing together at the graduation party." Jiang Chen suddenly realized, "Oh, so it's him. I didn't realize that he actually had this relationship." So this falls under the category of him getting back at me? If Fan Lijun knew that Jiang Chen was on the verge of forgetting his name, he was afraid that he would vomit blood on the spot. The enemy he had gone to so much trouble to deal with had forgotten him. If you think those three are indeed targeting you, then that should be the problem. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Finally, we know who the enemy is. Su Yuexin asked curiously, why are you smiling so evilly? Even though that Zhou Hang hasn't messed with me, I suddenly feel like he should be eliminated. Zhou Hang, who was in the hotel at the moment trying to memorize the lyrics and had already made up his mind that he wouldn't mess with Jiang Chen again, suddenly felt his right eyelid fluttering wildly. He stood up uneasily. Crap, there's a bad feeling about this. Chapter 47, the second installment airs, and Dark Horse is gradually getting a poker face. Right. There's one more thing. How come you kid wrote a song for someone else, and you didn't actually write it for me first? Jiang Chen asked a little awkwardly. Have you practiced that when you're old yet? It's rolled off the tongue, and I can't even pick fault with it myself, except that I don't sing it with as much feeling as you do. Jiang Chen had also almost forgotten that it had been a long time since he had written a second song for Su Yuexin. He coughed dryly, then said, actually, I wrote that a long time ago. You write a good hammer, trying to fool me again. I've really written it down. I'll send it to you when I get back to the hotel. Ah, I was just joking around. You don't have to push yourself so hard. You do your own song first. Su Yuexin revealed a worried look. She knew that everyone's energy was limited, and so was their inspiration. In case she spent too much time writing a song for her, and Jiang Chen didn't get his own right instead, she would be ashamed. Don't worry, it's really already written. The two walked aimlessly along the roadside, with the occasional silver bell laugh. Jiang Chen was telling her about the interesting things he had encountered while recording the program, and even though a lot of them had already been told above WeChat, Su Yuexin was still listening with great interest. Su Yuexin, on the other hand, was telling Jiang Chen about all the funny things his fans got up to online. The streetlights recorded the gradually lengthening and disappearing shadows at one stop, and the moonlight slowly faded into the clouds. Jiang Chen slept well last night. He had been walking with Su Yuexin for a long time, and could have been walking for even longer, but he was taken away by Boss Su. Jiang Chen rocked his body while playing the guitar. It's a behavior he uses to show he's happy when he wakes up in the morning, and today is also the day when the second installment of The Chosen One airs. Being the first live public performance, all the fans were more excited than the first installment. On the voting website, Jiang Chen's popularity had caught up to the top tier. Everyone waited for the show to air, wanting to see what kind of surprises the teens could bring to the table. Star City Conservatory of Music, where almost all the students and faculty are watching the program. Posters of Jiang Chen's support had even been put up on campus. If you want to know why it's so grand, you'd have to ask the principal. On the day of the graduation party, Jiang Chen's song You Were a Teenager made the old principal cry. And since then Jiang Chen has gained one more Iron fan. Tonight also happened to be the weekend, so the principal simply organized a cheer for Mr. Jiang event on the playground. A large screen was erected on the stage, and the entire school could watch Jiang Chen's program together. Headmaster, it's not right for us to give Jiang Chen so much attention, right? It's not like our school hasn't produced stars before. Jiang Chen hasn't even made his debut yet, so we're giving him this treatment. There were other teachers who took issue with the principal, but the principal directly argued forcefully, what do you know? According to my rich experience, Jiang Chen will definitely be the winner of The Chosen One. How bad do you think the winner of this program can be? Also, we're rubbing off on the heat. Rubbing off on the heat. Do you understand? Enrollment discipline. With such a signboard, we can definitely attract more quality students to come. But what if he's eliminated? Are you crazy? It's definitely shady if he's eliminated. The principal had turned into Jiang Chen's hardcore fan, and at this time the playground had already gathered a large number of students. They had moved their small stools to come and cheer for Jiang Chen. Even those who are not starstruck like to come and have a good time. It's starting. I bet senior Jiang Chen will be number one this period. That's not necessarily true. This installment is a team battle. Senior Jiang Chen might be held back. This installment should still be original, right? Yes. He's already said on his scarf that this is a show he's going to stay original to the end. As the minutes ticked by, it was finally time for the finale. Jiang Chen, to make his appearance. When he appeared, cheers went up across the campus, especially the schoolgirls, whose hearts had long since turned into the shape of Tatsumi's. However, as the camera turned to the audience, a cheer that was exclusive to the Star City Music Academy appeared. Crap, did I see it right? That's definitely school beauty Su Yueshin, right? Ooh, family, they can't be real, can they? She's actually cheering. Have any of you ever seen Su Yueshin like this? Bad, bad, bad. I'm losing it. Talk properly. You've never even been in love. But that wasn't the most important thing. They mainly wanted to hear Jiang Chen sing his new song. Only after Jiang Chen on the screen finished his introduction, he soon began his singing. When I am not like the world, then let me be different. His voice is still so charming, still so infectious. It's of a level where anyone who isn't a fan of Jiang Chen would be impressed. From within this song, people heard Jiang Chen's attitude. No matter what people say, no matter what they think, be brave enough to be yourself, to rise to the challenge of anything that is considered impossible, like a phoenix reborn by fire, gorgeous and brave. In the end, it led to a school-wide chorus of la 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 la. The principal removed his black-rimmed glasses and wiped his eyes, looking at Jiang Chen, who was growing up at will in the picture, and listening to the cheers of the students. He didn't hold back and cried again. This is youth. Yeah, I really want to get high with them. Jiang Chen's vocal teacher, Xia Wen, also came over and said enviously. In the meantime, Pingshan Village, Gainan Province. A hearty laugh came from one of the courtyards. Ha ha, my kid. First place. Neighbors all around cast envious glances. This person was none other than Jiang Yun, who was so nervous that his hands were sweating as Jiang Chen made his entrance. Don't look at him. He usually always had a big grin and didn't really care. But in fact, he had secretly registered his scarf and went to it every day to watch Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's opponents. When he saw that Jiang Chen's popularity value wasn't as good as those few favorites to win the title, he was also in a very apprehensive mood. He even went to the temple with Li Lanfang yesterday to burn incense and bless Jiang Chen for a smooth debut from the program. Old Yun, you kids, this shall not be wow. Oh my, we're going to have a star in our village. Throw, that doesn't set 2 tables? Jiang Yun slammed his thigh and said with bravado, kill the pig tomorrow, set up a banquet. In the future, my family's Chen will kill a pig every time he advances. Come and support us all. Come and support us all. Everyone was also congratulated. Seeing Jiang Yun say such impulsive words, Li Lanfang had wanted to stop him, but seeing Jiang Yun's eyes reddening with excitement, she suddenly felt that it would be good to celebrate. When you can see your child being loved and praised by so many people, you really want to share the joy of being a parent with others. Chapter 48, approaching the final. And Jiang Chen's stubborn has gone straight to the bib hot search this time. Jiang Chen's fans had also risen directly to a terrifying level. This is also not without Penguin's power. And the show knows who the traffic is on. Originally, the showrunners felt that the traffic code for this one would be on the favorites to win, such as Zhou Hang. As a result, they eventually realized that Jiang Chen, this guy, was no longer as simple as a dark horse. This simply belonged to a descending blow. It's really true what he said. It's an honor for the show to have me on the show. As of today, Jiang Chen's fan base had surpassed 800,000, surpassing all of the contestants. Moreover, unlike the others, who were targeting female fans, Jiang Chen was killing both men and women. It's obvious that you can eat with your face, but you have to rely on your talent. Jiang Chen's song also attracted a lot of resonance, but the embarrassing thing is that till now he has not uploaded a single song on the music platform. All live. No recordings yet. Jiang Chen's fans had also been screaming for Jiang Chen to quickly upload it to the music platform. Then Jiang Chen would naturally have to fulfill that request. He was given 2 weeks of free time, as the show forced a week for those who lost PKs, and the following week those pending contestants were then chosen for the final 5 advancement spots. Therefore Jiang Chen planned to go straight to get the recording done. When Yang Dan found out, he also hurriedly asked the person in charge of Penguin Music to come and dock with Jiang Chen, so that Jiang Chen could make a good exclusive signing with Penguin Music. These things were a bit troublesome, and Jiang Chen had also directly asked Wei Chao to help deal with them. Since he had already decided to sign with Superstar Studios, the agent should act like an agent. Wei Chao also does these things quite lightly. In order to prove that he was a reliable agent, he was also very efficient, and in one day, he directly finalized all the matters of cooperation with Penguin Music. Jiang Chen was also finally making money. Penguin Music's exclusive contract gives 200,000 for a song, plus various splits such as paid download splits, and Jiang Chen gets more money subsequently. Jiang Chen spent a day in the recording studio recording a total of 5 songs, including Actor, Those Flowers, Light Chaser, You Were a Teenager, and Stubborn. Of course, last time, He had already recorded You Were a Teenager in advance with Su Yueshin. This time, Jiang Chen directly harvested $1 million. This made Jiang Chen very emotional. Really never felt that it was so easy to make money. Of course, these songs of his are given such a high price because they are of high quality and Penguin Music trusts him. The first time he got the money, Jiang Chen sent $200,000 to his family. The rest of the money he'll have to use for his own hangout. Ah Chen, the family is not short of money. When you earn money, keep it for yourself. Be kind to yourself outside. Don't save. Mom, I have enough money. I still have several $100,000 on me now. The old house at home can be renovated. I'm just starting out now. I'll make more money later. You're such a child. So mom will save it up for you to use as bride price money. I'll hang up now. I'm pretty busy. Jiang Chen also hurriedly hung up the phone. He was worried that if he chatted any longer, he was afraid that the topic of urging marriage would be brought up again. When the third public performance comes around, it's time to decide the final 5 of the top 20. This time, Meng Liang surprisingly went against the grain and stopped performing his kind of underground rap and sang a melodic rap instead. Unfortunately, exposing his true singing ability still couldn't save him from stopping at 30 and 20. What made Jiang Chen a bit surprised was that Yi Kaiyang had advanced. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's brows unexpectedly furrowed. Hell, it can't even kill them? Zhou Hang and Yi Kaiyang were both relieved. God knows how much pressure they were under. Family June gave them the target of all making it to the finals and taking a debut spot. If they can't do it, then they may have lost everything. Inside a group of trainees this imploded. They will never have the chance to be on a similar stage again. After these two had advanced, they also quietly glanced at Jiang Chen. Their mentality had long since changed, and now they were not wanting to run into Jiang Chen at all. So what's the male number 2? Hell, the male number 2. If he keeps on with Jiang Chen, people are going to be eliminated. As a result, Zhang Dalok's next words caused them all to break out in a cold sweat. Congratulations to all of you sitting here for your success in advancing to the top 20 in the country. No matter what the final result is, you should all applaud yourselves for making it this far. The next public performance will be in full live mode. Hearing this, many of the players' faces turned a little pale. Live means no sound fixing, and without sound fixing they're likely to turn into a car crash. It's a terrible thing, especially for singers and dancers. It's hard to stabilize your breath when you're required to be fully mic'd. All the audience will face the real you, and you will meet the most real audience on the whole network. Then the whole network will score. Your performance will decide the final 11 people. Yes, the next public performance is the finals. You all have 2 weeks to prepare between now and the finals. And that's 2 weeks to enjoy yourselves with your friends here. After all, next time your friends could very well be rivals. And next time, it will still be a 1v1 peak duel. Perhaps you will think that such a selection will be unfair, but at least in each group of sparring matches, the winner will definitely be the stronger one. And this stage never belongs to cowards. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one will not be afraid of any challenge. Hearing this, the two of them, Zhou Hang and Yi Kaiyang, were directly dumbfounded, and their faces were even paler than ever. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows and looked at the two of them with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. It seems to say, mess with me and you still want to debut? After Meng Liang was eliminated, his entire body was disheartened to the core. He's cooled off, can't make it as a love bean. And it's hard to go back to being a rapper because the Lu Sports Entertainment contract makes it impossible for him to jump out. The look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with resentment. The staging of this show was well done. It was just a little too agonizing to wait. Since Jiang Chen usually didn't interact with the other players, he naturally didn't have many friends. If you really want to be friends, he realized that the kid had changed since the last time he sold a song to Fu Xiaoxing. Brother Jiang Jiang, have you signed with the agency yet? Jiang, where are you going? Brother Jiang Jiang, if you don't have a place to go, you can go to my uncle's studio. Chapter 49, Father's Day, a song for fathers. On this day, Jiang Chen was playing the guitar inside his room as usual. Suddenly, he received a call from Wei Chao. What's up, Chao? Wei Chao inquired. Are you free these days? Unsurprisingly, the next 2 weeks are free. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. You say. Wei Chao paused, then said, tomorrow is Father's Day. If you have time, you can write a song for your own father. Of course, if you don't have time, forget it. It's not something too important anyway. In case it's overly hasty, it's not good if the quality of your song drops. After listening, Jiang Chen fell into silence. He really hadn't paid much attention to the holidays, and maybe his father hadn't either. Maybe his father didn't even care or ask him to do anything either. But if you do something for him, he will be touched and impressed. I know. I already have ideas. I'll write it soon. Should I rush to release it tomorrow? Preferably tomorrow. In that case, you can also get a good wave of traffic. According to the years of observation and experience, the majority of people who can be impressed by love songs are young boys and girls, while those that glorify affection can instead be appreciated in all directions. I know. After Wei Chao entered broker mode, many situations acted in Zhang Chen's interest. There's nothing wrong with having a strong sense of purpose, but there's nothing wrong with that. Many artists can't wait for their agents to make more out of them. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chen also quickly got a head start. Only when he was just about to audition for the song, a notice came from the show's side asking him to go to tomorrow's live recording. Zhang Chen rejected it outright without even thinking about it. But Jandan soon came to the door. Zhang Chen, you must attend tomorrow's event. It's not in the contract, is it? Hey, could I harm you? Tomorrow is a very important event. And don't you interact with the other contestants because tomorrow is Father's Day. And our program is planning to do a Father's Day special, where everyone records a message to their father. Zhang Chen froze for a moment, then nodded. What time tomorrow? Yang Dan was ecstatic. Meet me in the practice room at 9 o'clock in the morning. I know. After receiving Zhang Chen's reply, Yang Dan also left joyfully. For the program group chosen son, Zhang Chen is now the master. And Penguin has also explicitly stated internally that capital intervention is not allowed, which means that the contestants' companies wanting to spend money to buy footage and votes won't happen. So Zhang Chen is now irreplaceable. With what Zhang Chen had shown on stage, he just couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to, and he couldn't fix the malicious editing even if he wanted to, because the 4 tutors were all praising him. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Chen arrived at the practice room on time. All of the players had gathered here, originally all talking and laughing, and when they saw Zhang Chen, they instantly quieted down. Their gazes all drifted elsewhere if anything, fearing that they would be picked as opponents after locking eyes with Zhang Chen. Only Fu Xiaoxing came over and shouted, "Brother Jiang." After everyone had gathered, Zhang Delac also came out. He looked at everyone in the room and gave a little Father's Day science talk before saying something sensational. Those with low tier points have been teary-eyed, some of it forced out of them. Of course. Anyway, as soon as it's aired, fans will think that their brother has such a great ability to empathize. It's been a month since everyone came to our program, so you should all miss your families, right? On this special holiday, our program team has also given you all a special gift. Please look back. The crowd looked back with suspicion, only to have a middle-aged man in a suit appear on the screen. Hang! It's been a long time, Zhou Hang exclaimed. Dad! The father and son then began a unique conversation in front of everyone. Seeing this, Zhang Chen probably understood. No wonder the director wanted to let himself come over. Inside this program, Zhang Chen always looked like he was the only one. He doesn't play with the other players, not because of social terrorism, but because he doesn't feel like he's in the same category as the other players. Then of course Yang Dan also wants the audience to see the other side of Zhang Chen when he is facing his family. There is contrast and there is traffic. This time, Zhang Chen finally didn't need a finale. 20 contestants, each of whom seemed to talk to their father for about 3 minutes. When it came to the 9th, the joy-filled accent also appeared. Crooked, did you get it? Hey, isn't he my son? Zhang Yan's eyes looked up and down before he surprised Zhang Chen with a greeting. Everyone present kind of wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh out. What if Zhang Chen retaliated by choosing him as his opponent in the final? Zhang Chen also rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Hearing this blessing, Zhang Yan's face instantly smiled. Wait a minute, son. Today your father will give you a whole poker face. Zhang Yan immediately raised his eyebrows and then yelled towards the side. Old Zhang, Auntie Zhang, and whoever that is, come over quickly. Coming. Soon. Under the watchful eyes of all the players and staff at the scene, a group of villagers pulled up a banner. Only Zhang Yun was seen picking up a gong and pounding on it. Clank! Everyone shouted in unison. Congratulations to Pingshan Village Grass Zhang Chen for entering the top 20 in the country. Clank! Zhang Chen, you are a god. Clank! Zhang Chen, the light of Pingshan. The knock-a-knock roar is a bit of a crying shame. Some of the contestants really didn't hold back their laughter. It was a real king's graduation and they couldn't hold it in. Those staff members were also doubled over with laughter. The somewhat rustic-looking way of refueling. With that regional accent, the show pulls full circle. Yang Dan also smiled with satisfaction, thinking, I knew by his son would be his father. And this wave is bound to have great traffic. After hearing a burst of blessings from the folks, Jiang Chen's shame was instead all gone, and his heart was very moved. Because everyone is actually quite simple. They just think that this way can show that Jiang Chen has more cards. Ha ha, how about it, son? Do you like the surprise? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Dad, I received your blessing, and thanks to all the folks, I also have a gift for you, and all the fathers in the whole world. Everyone in the room froze. Jiang Chen then turned his head to Yang Dan and said, Director, can you accommodate for a few more minutes? Also, I'd like to borrow the piano. Can, it's too good. Who's that? What are you waiting for? Woo, go get the piano for him. The contestants all showed jealousy. This is the treatment gap. Jiang Chen then sat in front of the piano and adjusted the microphone before looking at his father and the townspeople on the screen. I wrote a song, and it's called Father. Chapter 50, When Father Comes Out. The whole team breaks down in tears. Very unpretentious song title. Yang Dan was now 100% convinced of Jiang Chen's talent, and every song that came out of this program was perfect. While she was still thinking about it, the sound of the piano slowly resounded with the rhythm of Jiang Chen's fingertips. Jiang Chen threw himself into it quickly, his voice slightly lower today. Always asking you for something without ever saying thank you. I didn't realize how hard it was for you until I grew up. You always act like it's easy when you leave. Smile and go back. Turning around with tears in my eyes. I'd like to be the same as before. Holding you in the warm palm of my hand. But you're not with me. Let the breeze bring you good health. Under the influence of the soundscape, everyone's mind conjured up the likeness of their father. The man who had covered for him since he was a child had never been so clear in his mind as it was today. Yang Dan's mouth opened and his eyes reddened for a moment. She is a career-oriented woman who is 34 years old and unmarried. And by now she hadn't been home in 3 years. As a variety director, she is always busy. And her father is already 70 years old this year. Sometimes a phone call to ask her if she is busy lately. She always casually deal with 2 sentences and hang up. The mind even recalls the days when I was just in kindergarten. Dan, you're going to start school today. So be good at school, okay? Oh who no. I don't want to go to school. I want my daddy. Back then she was always crying and yelling that she wanted to follow her dad all the time. Then she grew up. Little by little. The young girl had something on her mind that she began not to share with her father. When I reached the rebellious stage, I also fought with my dad a lot. All the way through college. She remembers when she went to the upper school theater for the directing program. It was her father who helped her drag her suitcase to school and organized her dormitory by hand. At the time she was still ashamed and lashed out at her father. And then later, graduation. Her father began to worry about her job, her relationship, and her inability to find a date. But now when I think about it, it's really been a long time since I've had a proper conversation with my dad. She can plan this heartwarming contestant-father conversation for the sake of the show's traffic. But what about herself? It was amazing how she almost forgot that she had a father too. At the thought of it, the guilt inside rushed like a tidal wave. Here comes the chorus. Time, slow down. Don't let you get any older. I give everything I have for you to live forever. A strong father. What can I do for you? Take it for what it's worth. Thank you for everything. Hands on our home. Always trying to give me the best. Am I your pride? Still worried about me? The child you cared for. Growing up. The intense emotion of the chorus hits the heart. Yang Dan couldn't hold it in any longer. And she crouched on the ground and clammed up. Her dad. He's old. His face is all wrinkled and his head is full of gray hair. But the heart that loved her never changed. The person who becomes the person is herself. She becomes less dependent on her omnipotent father. The impact of this emotion was such that not only Yang Dan, but many of the people present did not hold back their tears. On the other end of the camera, Jiang Yan listened to Jiang Chen's song with mixed feelings. He was a very coarse, rough man, and never pondered these delicate emotions. But along with Jiang Chen's song, he recalled the bits and pieces of his relationship with Jiang Chen. And in a trance the teenager in front of him who was in the limelight overlapped with the child who sat on his shoulder when he was a child. All those years of pain and suffering were actually worth it. Am I your pride? Still worried about me? The child you cared for. Growing up. Thanks for the ride. Jiang Chen exhaled and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't experienced parental care in his last life, so what he had just entered was all inside the original owner's emotions. He looked at his father on the screen, then solemnly said, Dad, you've worked so hard for so many years. I'll excel. Starting with this program. Jiang Yan burst out laughing, which he used to hide his reddened eyes. Ha ha, what did I say? I told you my son is a big star. Proud. Very proud. You're not just dad's pride alone. Our old Zhang family's children are no worse than anyone else, haha. Oops. The internet is bad, woo. Zhang Yun directly hung up the video link with his poor performance. When he finally spoke, he really couldn't hold it together and cried one after the other over at Pingshan village. A grown man, touched by a song from his own son. But he was so happy. He was crying and showing off to the people next to him. My son wrote me a song. Awesome? What are you babbling about? Tatsu just said it was written to all the fathers in the world. That's right. That was clearly written to me too. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you're his father. Wipe that snot off your nose. It's not embarrassing to cry at your age. A group of neighbors were mendacious, but they couldn't stop envying in their eyes. Other people's sons are able to write songs to their fathers. Why don't their own sons call back one? And back in the practice room, everyone applauded Jiang Chen. These players were truly convinced. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? He can sing ballads, love songs, raps, and such melodramatic songs. The point is that all of it was made by him alone. Can't compare at all. Even Zhou Hang didn't hold back from wiping his tears just now, and after wiping them he began to regret it again. Hell, didn't I just video call Pops a while ago? Why do I suddenly miss him again? The program was still going on, and because the song Father that Zhang Chen had just sung had made everyone's inner feelings for their fathers reach a peak, the contestants in the back were wailing when they saw their dads. The dads of these guys were so scared that they thought their kids were being mistreated in some inhuman way on the set of the show. After all this last night, Zhang Chen left. Yang Dan now gave him some privileges. He didn't need to go out without the program's approval. He could just talk to Yang Dan directly on WeChat. After going out, Wei Chao was already waiting at the door early. After Zhang Chen got into the car, Wei Chao hurriedly inquired, "Why are you so late? Did you encounter something?" "It's okay, let's hurry to the studio." Already written? Yes. While Zhang Chen was mixing it up here, the outside was already in an uproar. That MC Wanka started posting new songs to diss Zhang Chen again after a few days of bickering with Zhang Chen's fans on his scarf. Chapter 51 Whose father is proud of whose child? Of course it's because Meng Liang was eliminated, and Meng Liang called him to complain. "Brother Wang, you must help me get out of this. I've managed to get to where I am today, and I'm only one step away from the finals. And that Zhang Chen purposely challenged me and eliminated me." "What? Didn't you say he was related? He can be eliminated by you? What the hell do these audiences know about rap? They know absolutely nothing about music. They just look at Zhang Chen's face to vote. Don't say my brother didn't help you. This is the last time. And you know how badly I've been sprayed. Thank you, Brother Wang. You're my big brother for life." So in order to stand up for Meng Liang, Wang could directly spray Zhang Chen in anger. And this time it was even more exaggerated than the previous diss. The lyrics had come to an unbearable level, and Wang Ku enjoyed the feeling of cursing. In his opinion, Zhang Chen must not be able to rap after being scolded by himself for so long without returning the favor. This feeling of abuse made him feel very accomplished. Zhang Chen's fans were instantly on fire. Uneducated dog. All you can do is curse with trashy lyrics? So this is the rapper. No quality is standard. Can the rubbing stuff die far away? Wonka doesn't care. Now that he's got heat on him, any love child will have a ton of black fans after the true fans. Zhang Chen was naturally no exception, because Zhang Chen's strength threatened their family's brother's cake. So even if Wonka scolded Zhang Chen even harder, they were all happy to be there to support him. Tatsu Pink is in a hurry. Got a sore spot, didn't you? I've been watching him for a long time, and finally someone is telling the truth. Always thought rappers were all meh. MC Wonka's realness blew me away. Pow pow pow. This thing is continuing to fester, but a lot of rappers aren't getting involved, and some of the old-timers are still rather disdainful of Wang Ku's behavior. In their opinion, Wang Kechuan has a brain problem and wants traffic to go crazy. What strength people have. Many people still see clearly. You can't judge people just because they're from the draft and assume they're those trophy freshmen. Wei Chao also told Zhang Chen about this. What's up with this rapper who keeps calling you names online? Should I send a lawyer a warning or something? Zhang Chen shook his head, smiled contemptuously, and said, "Jumping clown. Don't bother. He'll shut up after tonight." Tonight is the date of the second public performance. Zhang Chen had played a Wang Bomb Divine song. He wanted to see how this Wang Ku would still dance then. At this time, Zhang Chen's fans also noticed that in the face of the noisy rhythms outside, Zhang Chen's personal scarf also sent a preview of a new song. This one was sent by Su Yuexin. Of course, this guy likes to run Zhang Chen's various social accounts. Free labor. Zhang Chen is naturally happy to whore himself out for nothing. Fans are also running to leave comments below. Ha, you're still in the mood to release a new song? Father, look and feel pretty good. Good brother. Go get that Wang Ku. He's too arrogant. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Father was also uploaded to Penguin Music. Su Yuexin put on her headphones. She didn't want to miss any of Jiang Chen's songs. 4 minutes later, she slowly took off her headphones, then called her dad. Wow, Dad, I missed you so much. At this time busy business manga group chairman Su Dongmao listened to his daughter's cries inside the phone. His mind cannot help but pop up many question marks. UXIN. If you've been kidnapped you just say so. Ooh, Dad. It's Father's Day and I just miss you. Su Dongmao's face changed drastically and he hurriedly ordered. Quickly go and check if my daughter has been kidnapped. Tell the kidnappers not to tear the ticket and have a word. Su Yuexin. Damn it. He'd rather believe I was kidnapped than that I'd call and say I missed him. Stinky Dad, you go over there with your business. Su Yuexin didn't have the good sense to hang up the phone directly. Su Dongmao was instantly relieved and hurriedly greeted the person he had just ordered. Wait, don't go. It's fine. This tone of voice filled with resentment towards me felt right. This was his daughter all right. But next he received a call from Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang's voice was also a bit hoarse. Happy Father's Day, Dad. Su Dongmao felt like the world had changed. No, you boys were kidnapped too? Su Tianyang? In the end, it was Su Tianyang who was more obedient and told Su Dongmao about the new song released by Jiang Chen. Su Dongmao raised an eyebrow. That kid's songs are that good? Even that girl UXIN remembered how good I am? After my research, the problem with the song is only partly accounted for. He just sings with more emotion than the average person. I have never seen a singer who can substitute emotions as well as he does. So, you're aiming for him to start with? Yes, and he's already signed with the studio I've acquired. So it's no surprise that he'll certainly have an extremely strong calling in the future. Su Dongmao also nodded his head in satisfaction. Then said, you have to sign more artists. We're relying on you to make this move to enter the entertainment industry. I know that, but there's one more thing. What? UXIN she might have some unhealthy feelings for that Jiang Chen. Harm. How big a deal? That girl what? Who's she going to make a move on? Su Dongmao jumped up at once. Su Tianyang coughed dryly and said, that Dad. What do you think about this matter? What do I think? I'll break his legs and go. By the way, what about you? How old are you? Why don't you have a girlfriend? Ha, Dad. I'm getting a bad signal here. Hang up. With a puzzled mood, Su Dongmao put down his hands and clicked on Jiang Chen's homepage on Penguin Music. It's rather human looking. He then clicked on Father to hear the song that had touched both his son and daughter. Results in 4 minutes. Su Dongmao sat despondently on the floor and silently lit a cigarette, and his eyes were also glistening with tears. Alas, Dad, your son is now a billionaire. Are you proud of me? Why did you leave so early? A big blessing you didn't get to enjoy. Chapter 52, the third installment airs. Shocking the entire rap scene. Tonight is going to be a night to remember. Because today is when the second public performance airs. Jiang Chen's fans didn't have the time to trade insults with Wang Ku on the internet, and stuck to their timetable in a hurry to open the latest installment of Chosen Sun. Today's headline is also pretty bombastic. Jiang Chen and Meng Liang's gunpowder taste. Even in the program debut original rap, the program has come to the realization that the headline is just half a sentence away from Jiang Chen. Wang Ku had been spouting off with Jiang Chen's fans when he realized that the other party had simply disappeared, and he felt a bit uninspired. Che, this is the fighting power of the rice circle? Laugh me to death. Ha, so today is the latest installment to air. Wang Ku clicked on the homepage of Chosen Sun, just in time to see the title of the latest issue. Jiang Chen and Meng Liang's names were written right on the title. I'd like to see what makes you win against my little old brother. He pulls right up to where Meng Liang debuts. There was also a clip of Meng Liang getting into a verbal altercation with Jiang Chen in front of him, and he said on the spot that he was not convinced by Jiang Chen. Then when it came time for Meng Liang to take the stage, Wang Ku looked like he was enjoying himself as he listened to those aggressive lyrics. Well, not bad, worthy of being a talent that came out from our black club. The flow is a bit worse, but the aggression should be more than enough to deal with a brat like Jiang Chen. As a result, the next moment when Jiang Chen made his appearance and let loose his harsh words, Wang Ku's entire body froze. Rapping isn't spiking profanity, and it's okay to rap with a cleaner mouth. To Wang Ku's ears, these words sounded as if he was mocking his own diss to Jiang Chen. He instantly snorted, laughing my ass off. What the fuck does he know about rapping? It's called keep real. Don't you have to be complimented on how awesome you are if you don't speak from the heart? He then watched the stage darken again and listened to the intro to Chapter 7 of the night. 1983 Alley. December sunshine. Lyrics filled with a sense of rhythm spit out one by one from Jiang Chen's mouth, directly substituting people into medieval Europe. Wang Ke's eyes were wide and red. Listening to it just feels wrong. It wasn't until the young girl in the veil and long black dress came out with that soprano voice that the tension of the whole song was pushed to its peak. Punctuation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can he write such a high-class song? Wang Ke felt like his entire body was a bit disoriented after hearing this. Not only is this song, Chapter 7 of the night, not half as dirty as it sounds, but every lyric is worth savoring. And even the chorus has a top-of-the-line melody. They were rapping about cursing, while Jiang Chen was rapping about telling stories. Can't beat that at all. It's too advanced. The whole song is permeated with a sense of superiority. It's not a track that he, Wang Ke, can touch. He realized at once that he was being punked by his little old brother. An angry Wang Ke immediately went to call Meng Liang. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Shit. He immediately sent another message to Meng Liang on WeChat. And the message sent out was followed by a red exclamation mark in front of it. Wang Ke was instantly enraged. Meng Liang, you fucking victimized me. At the same time, Jiang Chen's song The Seventh Chapter of the Night was also uploaded to Penguin Music at the same time. The appearance of this song was a big earthquake for the entire underground rap scene in Xia. A large number of well-known or unknown rappers left messages on top of Jiang Chen's scarf. Rizbei, this song is so artistic. You're the first singer to break my prejudice against fresh meat. Rizbei, unbeatable lyrics, unbeatable arrangement. Rizbei. Seeing these messages, Jiang Chen only smiled gently. What's this? Nocturne and In the Name of the Father are award-winning raps that haven't been brought out yet. Or wouldn't they be even more shocked? In his last life it was Jay before those rappers behind him. But in this life it was those underground rappers before Jiang Chen. So looking at it was a bit of a descending blow. Star City Music Academy. When all the teachers and students finished watching Jiang Chen's performance, they were all shocked numb. The voice teacher said dully, "We don't teach rap in our school either, do we? Self-taught?" The principal slapped him directly on the head. What words? He learned to become a student at our school. Yes, it's all because of our school. Knowing that, why don't you quickly go and use Jiang Chen's traffic to publicize the enrollment? It's not even summer vacation yet? Damn you. The conservatory next door has been sending out enrollment brochures for a month. Do you understand? And the students' focus is not quite the same. Looking at the young girl singing soprano on the screen, they always felt a bit familiar. Family, isn't that Su Yuexin? So much like. I feel like it's her. I've had a crush on her for 3 years. Not to mention the veil. I'd know her if she turned to dust. Heartbroken upstairs. But even more heartbroken for President Van. Then I heart Su Chanxian? What? Shouldn't we thank Su Chanxian? It was her who dumped Jiang Chen and forced him to be full of talent. Jiang Chen still underestimated the impact of the song. The next day directly on the hot search list first. And directly dominated the Penguin Music new song list first. And of course the hot search stuff is inexplicable. Hashtag Jiang Chen's new song, Chapter 7 of the Night, has been recognized by rappers hashtag Who is Sherlock Holmes? Hashtag The Whale Who Became an Island was also written by Jiang Chen. The related hot search for Who Holmes is surprisingly came in second. That's a little awkward. Many people heard Jiang Chen said there is a detective called Sherlock Holmes. Are all have to look for related characters. The results of both domestic and foreign are nothing. People with the same name, but not in the least related to detectives. At this time, Jiang Chen was also accepting the exclusive interview that the program had arranged for him. Jiang Chen, the netizens have been very concerned about one question lately, and that is, who is the Sherlock Holmes you are talking about? Jiang Chen dryly coughed twice, then said without blushing, this is a fictional character whose real name should be Sherlock Holmes. Ah, you actually wrote such a song for a fictional character? Yes, I think the character is very attractive. Can you tell us about the book? The Sherlock Holmes Mysteries, by Conan Doyle, which I also came across by accident, has some very compelling stories in it. Chapter 53. What? You're going to cross over and write a novel? After finishing the interview, Jiang Chen also hurriedly checked his system store. Fortunately, in the section in literature, there is indeed the Sherlock Holmes Mysteries. The selling price given by the system was $500,000. And when he saw this figure, Jiang Chen was also heartbroken. Looks like it's time to start a vest. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if such a book would be able to catch fire in this world. And the context in which it was written doesn't match up with the present. and it's not clear that it will make its money back from the manuscript fee. After thinking about it, he approached Wei Chao again. Brother Wei, there's something for you. Ha ha, congratulations. The song Chapter 7 of the night has gotten a clean bill of health from industry insiders. Let's not talk about that sort of thing. I'd like to release a novel over in the UK. Can you see what channels are available? Wei Chao's entire body was bad after hearing this request from Jiang Chen. He said stiffly, "Ah Chen, we're just saying that it's not time to cross the border yet, right? Never mind that. Just tell me if there's a channel." Wei Chao took a deep breath and asked helplessly, "What novel are you releasing?" "A detective novel. The Sherlock Holmes mysteries." Wei Chao's eyes widened directly after hearing this. "No way you? That song of yours is about a character from your own novel? What's the problem?" "Oh yeah. Don't let anyone in the country know I wrote this book. And remember to use Conan Doyle as a pen name. There's still a little bit of shame in this thing. Not to mention even more shame if it flops." Wei Chao was 10,000 helpless inside. In the end, he still agreed to Jiang Chen. After all, he just took over Jiang Chen's business. If this is not good enough, what if the little ancestor is not happy? "You email it to me and I'll put you in touch with the publisher there." "Oh yeah, need to use some money. Didn't you just get your signing fee with Penguin Music? Used up." "Wei Chao, you'll earn it back soon enough anyway." Wei Chao gave Jiang Chen $500,000 and told him not to spend money everywhere. On that day, Jiang Chen began to furiously pound the keyboard in his room. The damn system, hardwiring an entire novel's worth of memories into him, not giving him a ready-made electronic version. So Jiang Chen could only disguise himself as a yardman. After a day of fighting, others went straight numb. Can't code at all. The typing was still in English, adding to the already less skilled Jiang Chen's woes. In one day, he'd only coded a quarter of it. The entire Sherlock Holmes Mysteries collection consists of 56 short stories and 4 middle-grade stories, and that word count is killing me. In the end, Jiang Chen sent 20 short stories over to Wei Chao. Wei Chao sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw that it was all in English, but he was also quite good at English and was able to see what it meant. In the spirit of the obligation to check up on his own artists, Wei Chao read it over seriously. A study in the letter of the blood Sherlock Holmes, the murder of Dr. Watson. A fascinating story entered Wei Chao's mind. Wei Chao, this look is a whole day, and even in order to be able to look more enjoyable, he used translation software to translate into Chinese. After spending an entire day and night, Wei Chao finally finished reading the manuscript that Jiang Chen had sent over. His entire body sucked in a breath of air, not even realizing he'd actually pulled an all-nighter until he looked at his phone. Crap, why do I feel like this novel could really catch fire? Wei Chao fire speed to relations to find the British side of the publishing house managers. Just publish a book. It is not a difficult thing. But the other side still knocked Wei Chao more than 100,000 yuan. Wei Chao has no way. After all, it is the people who say, and they also promised to go through the approval process within a week. And if it goes well, 2 weeks will be able to publish. The prerequisite is to be able to pass the audit. So it will probably be at least a month before we see any gains. Jiang Chen was also too lazy to code after knowing this news. Isn't it a waste of time to play around with exploding shifts when you don't see the gains? And the conversation goes back to the 7th chapter of The Night Above. A phenomenal rap single. It's been in the forefront of discussion, and there was no one who suffered more than Wan Ku, who had previously criticized Jiang Chen online with great joy. He knew that he would never be able to write a rap song like this at his level, but it would be absolutely impossible to get him to admit his mistake. After a night of struggle, he made a decision to go against his ancestors, selling misery. He then posted what Jiang Chen's fans had written to him privately. "Recently I've been under a lot of pressure. Each of us has the right to judge the art of others. Maybe what I said was hard to hear a little bit, but that's because I was provoked by this group of Rice Circle fans. Every day when I open my own scarf, I can see these unbearable private messages. I feel like my whole being is about to be depressed. I hope that a Jiang Chen can control his own fans, and stop to the net explosion. Maintain network civilization. We all have a responsibility." Wan Ku also really had no choice. When Jiang Chen's song came out yesterday, his fans were off the charts too badly. If we don't redeem ourselves a little bit, this rap scene is going to be a bad place to be. Moreover, half of the rap circle was praising Jiang Chen, so it was impossible for him to scold Jiang Chen himself for not being able to do it anymore. As a result, not only did his wave fail to salvage the slightest bit of goodwill, but it drew even more angry comments. "Why do you still have the nerve to say such things? Look at those lyrics you wrote. Which words are not dirtier than these?" "That's right. I just asked you why you're targeting Jiang Chen. And you greeted my family, screenshot JPG. Pure passerby. I've long been looking at this guy with displeasure. And I don't see you talking about depression when you rub it in. I fucking spoke up for you earlier and said you were real. And you're so fucking real. Looking at the shocking comments, Wang Ke's eyes turned red and his lips turned white with anger. He really wanted to release another song to rage against these netizens. But when he thought of Jiang Chen's words, it's possible to rap without swearing, he felt uncomfortable. He felt that it was Jiang Chen who had banned his strengths, and he couldn't afford to play. In the end, he could only force himself to go toe-to-toe with the passion of these netizens. One of the netizens called Moonlight Goddess was really serious with him. Goddess of Moonlight, yes, you're good. You don't even have anyone to say you're good. Laugh your ass off. You call that rap? It's just pop music with a new skin. Moonlight Goddess, that's not called rapping. Are your disgusting blah 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 dirty words considered rapping? Oh yeah. Your predecessor is worshipping Jiang Chen in Riss, but you're denigrating him. You're below the law? What else does he know besides trickery? Taking a step back, he's admitted himself that he got into the show through connections. Shouldn't that be sprayed? Moonlight Goddess, he'll still be rapping without spiking profanity. He got in on connections. Go call the police. Go talk to the director about switching to see if she's willing to do it. In the end, Wang Ke's social account was banned for 7 days for excessive posting of vulgar and abusive content. Su Yuexin, who was sitting in front of the computer gritting her teeth and hammering the keyboard at this time, was also confused when she looked at Wang Ke's banned account. Damn, this is sealed? I haven't even utilized my full strength yet. Chapter 54, Zhou Hang gets a new song and floats up? For the next week, Jiang Chen just needed to wait for the finals to be the one in the limelight and then get off the stage. All the contestants became very nervous as we approached the final day. Some have made it this far with hard work and some with luck, but whether or not they reached the goal they started with, it's always a competition for 11 debut spots now. Their original companies couldn't give them any resources, and by getting a secondary contract from Penguin, they were more or less able to get some stage time. And they've heard that Penguin's second half of the variety show will be picking guests from the debutantes of this show. Another round of popularity voting has been opened on the show's side of the website. This time, Jiang Chen killed the other contestants in seconds with a ride. Those companies that wanted to spend money, after carefully studying the situation, despaired and realized that the amount they would need to spend to catch up with Jiang Chen's votes through Kryptonite was feared to be in the tens of millions. And it was only the first day. Jiang Chen's votes with the people behind him would only get bigger and bigger. The fans of those other contestants on the internet have finally resigned themselves to their fate. They used to be able to rely on various means to help vote for their own contestants, but now many of the voting channels are gone. For example, a previous talent show was buying bottles of yogurt to get the number of votes, which was subsequently accused of being a serious waste of resources. But they didn't care. They only cared that their own brother's ranking was high enough. Now with Chosen Son, you work hard and spend all sorts of means to play the pitch, only to find out that it ends up doing nothing more than affecting your brother's order of appearance. If you don't have the strength, you should be eliminated. Gmay guys, do you think there's a possibility that Jiang Chen is actually really better than our brother? You don't say. Jiang Chen also looks like he has a clean-cut brow. And the key is that his strength is also a one-of-a-kind existence. Right? Why don't we just switch to fan? We can't hack it anyway. I think it's okay. It's not that we don't love our brother anymore. It's that he hasn't captured our hearts properly. The closer it got to the final, the more people who switched their fans from other players to Jiang Chen, because they realized that fanning other players didn't bring them more fulfillment, and those fans of Jiang Chen had been living a really nourishing life lately. I've heard that none of Jiang Chen's fans have the long and tedious daily clock-in voting activities or any business of spending money on support. They didn't have to do anything to boast the title of Jiang Chen's fans. To build momentum for the finals, Penguin started a massive promotional campaign early on, and in addition to those 4 mentors, the program also invited many famous artists and music critics to the show. All of this is a sign that Penguin is taking the show Chosen Son very seriously, and at this point in time, Chow Hound, he received a call from Fan Li Jun. Supervisor Van. Zhou Hang, you're the person I value most. When Zhou Hang heard this, his entire body just went numb. Dear Supervisor Van, you might as well not take me seriously. I'm just trying to muddle through the finals, and the other teammates who were taken seriously by you have all gone home now. Fan Li Jun said with a sullen face. You're no match for Jiang Chen. I know that very well. Phew, you're clear on that. Zhou Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Just in case you weren't clear. As a result, Fan Li Jun's words turned and proceeded to continue. But it's not like there's no chance at all. Zhou Hang's mood is like a roller coaster. He really wanted to point at Fan Lijun's face and angrily rebuked. I fucking have no chance, I don't know myself? Fan Lijun said indifferently. I spent a large sum of money to have Lin Zong, a famous music producer over in Shangjiang, as well as Huang Shanwen, create a customized song for you. What? Zhou Hang's eyes went wide, and his entire body's breathing became rapid. Lin Zong is a great music producer, and his lyrics have been called poems with melody in the industry. Huang Shanwen is no less impressive, but he specializes in composing, and many of the songs sung by singers in Hong Kong come from the hands of these two seniors. The two of them have won a total of 10 Golden Melody Awards together. How many singers want to ask them to take a shot have been rejected? I never thought I would have such a day. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhou Hang slapped his face, feeling the pain but ecstatic. Thank you, Supervisor Fan. If there's anything you want to tell me, just say it. I'll definitely do whatever I want. Fan Lijun sneered and said, it's okay, you better live up to the song. He then hung up. Zhou Hang was also a bit dazed. He thought that Fan Lijun would let him challenge Jiang Chen with this song. In fact, Fan Lijun was under a lot of pressure. From Meng Liang, he understood that the three of them from Lusheng Entertainment's targeting of Jiang Chen should have been noticed by him. Almost even Yi Kaiyang followed Meng Liang and hit the road. And the finals are engaging in the matchmaking mechanism. So theoretically, the three cards they played this time in Lusheng Entertainment could potentially all be wiped out. So as a last resort, Fan Lijun made a trip to Shangjiang to ask those two seniors to help out. Actually, it was not a happy one at first, but then they listened to the 7th chapter of the night and heard that they were asked to write a song just to deal with the people who wrote the 7th chapter of the night. Therefore, they finally decided to join forces and touch base with Jiang Chen. Of course, the time was rather urgent and they couldn't write a gold medal level song all at once, but they also believed that Jiang Chen couldn't possibly hit a king bomb song of the genre like chapter 7 of the night either. Jiang Chen, I admit that you're very talented, but there's no way you're a match for those two, right? Lusheng Entertainment's side also started to build momentum and began to make a strong official announcement that famous Shangjiang music producers Lin Zong and Huang Shanwen will work with Zhou Hang on a new tune. This one went straight to the top of the Hot 100. Crap, what's going on here? The two seniors actually wrote a song for Zhou Hang? That cost a lot of money, didn't it? Keep your mouth clean. It was clearly my family's Hang's strength that impressed the two seniors. Jiang Chen has the ability to pick my family's Hang when the time comes. Now tell me out loud, who is the great demon king? A good song depends on who sings it too. Sit back and watch the Voyager fans laugh. And inside the program set, Jiang Chen also noticed this kid, Zhou Hang. Looking at his eyes seemed to be different. Originally, they were all dodging and looking like they were afraid to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Now it is full of provocation. As if to say, do you dare to choose me? Pick me and you won't get any better. Chapter 55, Let Your Ex-Boyfriend Write You a Song. Jiang Chen, as the top-ranked popularity contestant this time, you have the right to prioritize the selection of your opponents. May I ask which contestant you would like to face in the finals? Jiang Chen took the microphone and said indifferently, Zhou Hang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then revealed a look of watching the show. Unexpectedly, Zhou Hang was also not the least bit abashed as he calmly stepped forward, then said, you made a wrong choice. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. There's no point in sniping. The winner will be seen on stage. Fu Xiaoxing then chose Yi Kaiyang, who he had fought against together before, as his opponent. Now that the two were in a completely different situation, Fu Xiaoxing's popularity among all the remaining contestants had come to 5th place after she had embraced Jiang Chen as her thigh. The little boy who started out shy and socially terrified is now also the little devil that no one else wants to face. Compared to Yi Xiang's anxiety, Zhou Hang looked more excited. He felt like he was just heavenly ordained to be blessed with divine help in the most critical times. And the new songs those two seniors wrote for him were also of high quality. When everyone thought he was bound to lose, he would step on the great demon king Jiang Chen and walk to the top. The others were also whispering when they saw Zhou Hang in this state. Did he think he was bound to win? Look at him. He was avoiding Jiang Chen 2 days ago. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that Chaohound is coming to an end. Does he think that the songs of the two Huang Lin seniors are invincible? To be honest, I think Jiang Chen's songwriting ability is only one aspect. His singing ability is the real killer move. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are clear. Everyone seems to be less than optimistic about Zhou Hang. There was a bit of camaraderie, but since Zhou Hang got his new song, he showed his true colors and didn't like interacting with them anymore, always revealing the slightest hint of disdain in his words. He wasn't like Jiang Chen, who had looked down on any of them equally from the beginning until now. The program team felt that it didn't matter. What was there to see in Jiang Chen's descending blows? It was also nice to have someone who could pose some threat to Jiang Chen. They can also take advantage of the situation to publicize the dragon versus tiger. The dragon is a real dragon, but I do not know whether the tiger is a tiger or a cat. When he returned to the hotel, Jiang Chen received a message from Su Yuexin, "U finals. It seems like I won't be able to go watch." "What? I'm getting ready to start on my end too. I'm going to be doing the taping tomorrow. And like you, I'm going to be locked up by the show." Jiang Chen then realized that the recording of Crystal Girls seemed to be about to begin as well. Once this side of the finale taping is over, it will be a seamless transition to Crystal Girls. "I'll come cheer you on when I win the championship. You're popping champagne at halftime? Beware of turning over the car. Those two in Hong Kong are real gold medal producers. A good song depends on who's singing it, too. Come on. I'm going to pack my bags and get ready to go." "Go you too." Su Chanxian went back to China. Few people know about her trip abroad as well, and now she's returning to her home country with a low profile. Although she had spent a lot of time on the kimchi side of the country, her ambition had never been quenched. Especially after seeing Jiang Chen mixing it up, she often tossed and turned and couldn't sleep either. The good thing was that now she had finally gotten over it, and soon she would also have the opportunity to be in the limelight, and she would also become even more dazzling than Jiang Chen. But when she returned to the company, her face changed straight away. "President Fan, how are you?" She was greeted by none other than Fan Lijun. Fan Lijun glanced at Su Chanxian, who had returned from plastic surgery, and let out a cold laugh. "It seems that kimchi country's technology isn't bad. At least now you can be a qualified netizen." Su Chanxian's face was ugly to the extreme. Things like plastic surgery, she didn't want others to know at all. But Fan Lijun just said it outright. "What the hell?" Fan Lijun sat in his chair and said indifferently, "Lesheng Entertainment was originally my fan family's property, and I'm now in charge of all of the company's trainee debut programs this year." Su Chanxian cursed a bad luck, as early as knowing that this is Fan Lijun's property. "In the first place, I did not sign with Lesheng Entertainment." But she still quickly got into character, and after taking a deep breath, she respectfully shouted, "Supervisor Fan." Fan Lijun gave Su Chanxian a list of names. "Look who's up there." This was the list of all the contestants who participated in Crystal Girls, and there was a name that Su Chanxian could not forget for the rest of her life. Su Yuexin? It was also a name that Fan Lijun would never forget for the rest of his life. He wanted to investigate what exactly Su Yuexin was, but couldn't, only knowing that she had originally studied abroad, and then the university came to Star City Conservatory of Music to study. Su Chanxian's breathing became rapid. She hated this woman. "It's because of this woman that Jiang Chen doesn't love me anymore." She hadn't even realized that her mind had become a bit demonic. And Fan Lijun said coldly, "Do you know how awesome Jiang Chen is mixing it up now? Everyone says he's going to be the next generation's heavenly king." Of course Su Chanxian knew that. She could only watch it without missing a single issue. "What are you telling me this for? You think I want to talk about it?" But to change the subject back, "What do you think you have to win on the crew?" "Me? Relying on your freshly plasticized face? Look at the face value of your rivals. Who has had fewer knives than you?" Su Chanxian's face turned red, but she couldn't refute it. "There's only one way you're going to succeed on the show. For now." "What way?" Fan Lijun's eyes became sharp. "Let Jiang Chen write you a song." "What? Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what I am to him?" "I just know what kind of relationship you have with him, so you have a chance to squeeze something out of him. As much as I hate the guy, none of the songs he's written so far have been of poor quality. You don't have the hard power. You can only start on top of your work. Won't the company provide me with the songs to sing?" "Innocent. Is that clause in your contract?" Su Chanxian's face became even more ugly. "He's not the Jiang Chen I know anymore. There's no way he'd write me a song." "Oh, how do you know if you don't try?" You have to know that when a person becomes popular, there are many things that can't be easily blown out of proportion, such as him being your dog licker in college. Such as him having an incestuous relationship with Su Yuexin now. Chapter 56, The Grand Final opens. All eyes on the world. Fan Lijun had gotten the message, and in the final showdown Jiang Chen still chose Zhou Hang. This caused his expression to become even more difficult. Only he himself knew that begging those two seniors to write a song wasn't for the sake of taking Jiang Chen down, but for the sake of stability. Others can be eliminated, but Zhou Hang must not be eliminated, because he had been invested too much by the company, and had been given a lot of publicity before even participating in this program. If he ended up not even being able to take up a debut spot, then he, Fan Lijun, would be responsible. Originally he had been criticized by some in the company for being too young to become a supervisor straight away. Jiang Chen, don't embarrass me very much, or you won't fare well either. Whether he was embarrassed or not, Jiang Chen didn't care. Rather, when he realized that these three guys from Lishang were always targeting him, he wouldn't let them off easily. The singer had his own way of solving the problem, just like Jiang Chen did with Mang Lian last time. And with that pissy nature of Zhou Hang, if the opportunity to choose an opponent was given to him, he would not hesitate to choose Jiang Chen. Finally, the day of the finals came with all the anticipation. The live stream doesn't start until the evening, while there's a red carpet session during the day. Old far Jiang Chen smelled the flavor of the rice circle. In fact, many celebrities' rice circles are run by their companies behind the scenes, but Jiang Chen didn't like all this. On the one hand it was cutting the leaks of the fans, on the other hand it was because there wasn't that much energy. It's going to take a tremendous amount of time for Su Yuexin to help him with all those fan bases. Jiang Chen, look at me. Look at me. I'm your 10-year-old fan. Jiang Chen, this way. We're alumni. Jiang Chen takes the title. Each of these girls was excited. And Jiang Chen also noticed the delegation from the Star City Music Academy, which was most likely invited by the program's team to increase the effect of the program. He paused for a moment as he saw his composition teacher, Qi Sheng. Mr. Qi, what brings you here? Jiang Chen walked over and greeted Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng smiled and said somewhat helplessly, I'm a handful of years old, and our principal insisted that I come over to cheer you on, saying it's for enrollment promotion. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused as well, but he wasn't averse to his alma mater rubbing himself the wrong way. Let me help the teacher with the performance. He asked the cameraman to help focus the camera on the delegation from the Star City Conservatory of Music. Then together with Qi Sheng, they held up the banner, and the students behind them shouted along with themselves, Welcome to the Star City Music Academy. It's on the air now, too. The principal sitting in his office was also following the live broadcast of The Chosen One at the moment. When he saw this scene, he was all smiles. Hey, isn't this better than the enrollment brochure? The pop-ups were also very cooperative. If you study music, you go to the Star City Music Academy. Can I go to this school and become a big star? No, I'm not going. Thanks, already bought it. The kid loves it. Jiang Chen was then happy to sign autographs for his younger siblings, and it was quite hard to stand here in the sun. At this time within the village of Pingshan, a group of neighbors stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yun's house. Old Yun, how come I heard that the official start is not until 8 o'clock in the evening? It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not appropriate for you to let us come, is it? Zhang Yun, cough. I've been expecting this for some time now. Do you think I've called you here to watch TV? My son is going to win the championship this evening, so we're going to have a banquet tonight, so you're here to help wash the pots and pans. A group of neighbors then literally went to set the table amidst laughter. Even though it hadn't started yet, they seemed to have decided that Jiang Chen would win the championship. Only Li Lanfeng said sadly to Zhang Yun, how come I heard from the netizens that Chen's opponent has a very powerful senior to help write the song? You're making such a big deal out of it. What if Chen doesn't win the championship? What do you know? I know my son well, and no one else is surely a match for him. No, I have to go to the temple to offer incense. Later, I'll go too. The old ancestor still gives me more face. Brother Jiang, was I okay just now? Fu Xiaoxing inquired in front of Jiang Chen with an expectant face. He still sings the song that Jiang Chen wrote for him in this installment. Originally, Jiang Chen didn't want to write it for him, but he bid up to 300,000. Plus his opponent is Yi Kaiyang. If both Yi Kaiyang and Zhou Hang were eliminated, then it was just right. All three of Lushang Entertainment were eliminated. Jiang Chen also nodded with satisfaction after listening, then said, just don't lose your standards when you get to the stage. This is a very healing song. I hope you can convey the meaning of traveling. Fu Xiaoxing was also very touched by Jiang Chen's praise. By the way, Jiang, have you already signed with the studio? Jiang Chen nodded. It's already signed. Fu Xiaoxing pondered for a moment, then said with some hesitation, are you still short of people in that studio of yours? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. What did this kid want? What for? Don't you have your own agency? Fu Xiaoxing said with a bitter face. I'm in my uncle's studio. He's all about cultivating netizens there. It can't reach the Hall of Fame. You don't think you can whore out my songs for nothing just because you're in my company, do you? The corner of Fu Xiaoxing's mouth twitched slightly. What are you talking about? I definitely didn't think of it that way. He thought, even if you can't whore for nothing in the future, but the proximity of the water is the first to get the moon. And he felt that only Jiang Chen understood his voice and would customize songs that perfectly suited his voice. It was hard to be somewhat recognizable now, and he was worried that he would be knocked back after leaving Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thought about it, how Fu Xiaoxing could be considered the only person he met on this program that counted as a friend. I can ask him if he's still hiring for you. My agent, he doesn't necessarily want you. Fu Xiaoxing was overjoyed. Great, brother Jiang. You'll be my own brother from now on. Fuck off. It's my turn to rehearse. While they were rehearsing, many of the guests who had been specially invited by the show were arriving. Today's stage still offers 5,000 seats. The time gradually approached, and the atmosphere of the scene became progressively more enthusiastic. Dear viewers, the grand finale of the annual large-scale men's talent show The Chosen Son is about to begin. Please take your seats and wait. Let's count down to 10 and enjoy this artistic feast together. 10,987. Chapter 57. The Wind Rises. At the end of the countdown, Zhang Dalok's figure appeared on top of the stage. There were a lot of people tonight, and Zhang Dalok introduced some important guests one by one, such as some movie stars and actresses, heads of famous entertainment companies, and operators of video websites. One of them, Fan Lijun, also appeared on the scene. Le Shang Entertainment was also a ranked entertainment company, and he was rightfully invited. It's just unfortunate that their group only has the right to critique, not vote. Sitting further ahead were also Jiang Chen's acquaintances, Su Tianyang, the boss of Su, and Wei Chao, the representative agent of Superstar Studio. Su Tianyang was here on behalf of the Mingda Group, which was the biggest sponsor of the program, The Chosen One. The reason why this program will end up eliminating capital involvement is also a requirement of the Mingda Group. This was also the reason why Yang Dan's attitude towards Jiang Chen would make a 180-degree turnaround after learning of his relationship with Su Tianyang. After a fierce competition, our initial 100 contestants are now only 20 left, and tonight will be your final decision for each debut quota. A total of 11 debut quota. Using a 1v1 versus form, the successful one advances, the loser is pending. When the 10 groups of contestants have finished their matches, the one with the highest number of votes will be chosen as the last debut quota. When he heard this, Fan Lijun's eyes narrowed. He went to Shangjiang to beg for a song for Zhou Hang, begging for this last line of defense. Let's bring in the first set of sparring partners. The pace of the show continues to be very fast, and the contestants waiting in the waiting room are already going on stage before they are quite ready to perform. Since Jiang Chen was so popular, he was rightfully the finale. This was also the program's way of building up his momentum. And Jiang Chen now had the title of king of the finale. It's time for the finals, and these contestants are pulling out all the stops. Whatever hidden tricks they have are fully unleashed here. The final will only be more brutal than before, and the winners and losers are two landscapes. The contestant who lost cried so much that his makeup was smudged and it was very heartbreaking to watch. The direction of the pop-ups is also a bit odd. Why do I feel like it's all out of tune? Is there something wrong with my ears? Oh, it's a live broadcast with no voice modification. Just so we can see whose brother is in his original form. I told you why that Jiang Chen sang so well. It turns out he's had his voice repaired. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. The students of Star City Music Academy told you that Jiang Chen is not comparable to these stinky fish and shrimps. Who are you calling a stinky fish and shrimp? Tatsu Fan is here to disgust people again. Tearing down is always the main theme of the Rice Circle. And although Jiang Chen has never guided his fans, tearing down and pulling a stomp is a basic skill in the Rice Circle that doesn't need any guidance at all. By the time the 7th group came around, the popular contestants finally appeared. Let's welcome the 7th group of sparring contestants. They are the little dark horse Fu Xiaoxing, who reached a magnificent transformation on this program, and Yi Kaiyang, who was on the verge of elimination but managed to redeem himself in the end. This is also their second encounter. Both were invited to the stage. Everyone showed a slight look of anticipation. In the last installment, the most impressive song was Jiang Chen's The 7th Chapter of the Night, and a close second was The Whale Who Turned into a Lonely Island, which he wrote to Fu Xiaoxing. I wonder if the song Fu Xiaoxing sang this time was written by Jiang Chen. Zhang Dalok continued his introduction. This time Yi Kaiyang brings us the song Unbreathable Memories. This song was the song that first made Yi Kaiyang a minor hit on the internet back in the day, and by covering this song made many people remember this man with good vocals, which was also an important source of his fan base. The reason why he chose this song is partly to eat some sentimental points, and partly because it's really one of the best songs he's ever sung. Anything you want to say to your opponent? Yi Kaiyang swallowed a mouthful of water, then said with some lack of breath, losing last time wasn't my best. I'll get my revenge this time. Then the stage is yours. Yi Kaiyang also sang the song moderately well, drawing a lot of screams from the audience, which suddenly made him feel confident. And when it's Fu Xiaoxing's turn, Zhang Deloc's tone, however, became more excited. This time, the contestant Fu Xiaoxing is still singing a new song. Can you guess whose handiwork this new song is? Jiang Chen. The live sound wave came straight out of the venue and directly flooded the entire venue. This made all the bigwigs who came to the scene suck in a breath of cool air. This Jiang Chen's popularity was horrible like this. And now it wasn't even Jiang Chen's part. Zhang Deloc smiled and said, "Congratulations to everyone who guessed correctly. This time, it's still the new song Jiang Chen wrote for Fu Xiaoxing. The wind is rising." There was another cheer. The other players were showing helplessness. The word envy had been said badly. What does it mean to be a superstar? This is superstar treatment, right? Don't you come to this program for flowers and applause? Yi Caiyang's face was pale and desperate. Now he could only pray that Fu Xiaoxing would get nervous and break her voice during the song. Do you have anything to say to your opponent? Fu Xiaoxing remained a bit coy and said, "I hope I won't fail Brother Zhang's talent." "Okay, the stage is yours." Fu Xiaoxing took a deep breath. There were 5,000 viewers on the scene, and there were millions of online viewers in front of the camera looking at him. He recalled Jiang Chen's words, "Don't forget the meaning of traveling." A gentle yet delicate voice spat out from Fu Xiaoxing's mouth. "It's been a long journey. Follow the traces of a young man's drift." I was hesitant to leave the station. I can't help but laugh at the inevitability of this nearness to home. And the sky in Nagano. It's still warm. The wind is blowing up the old days. Once upon a time, when I first knew the world, have a great deal of time on one's hands. Look at the sky as if it were in front of you. I'd be willing to go through fire and water to do it again. Now walk through the world. Have a great deal of fondness for, turning over the years on different sides. I can't help but break into your smile. Jiang Chen, who was in the waiting room, couldn't help but smile even as he listened. In a previous life, this was a song that was covered by many people in different versions, and Zhou Shen covered it. Unlike Wu Qingfang's subtlety and Lin JJ's atmosphere, Zhou Shen's voice is very clean and refreshing. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world, and also indulged in dreaming. No truth, no falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I once turned my youth into her. I've played summer with my fingertips. Let's just go with the flow. Walk against the light and let the wind and rain beat you. The chorus took off in such a way that everyone didn't hold back a breath of cold air. A numbing sense of shock surged through his head. What the hell? Another song written by Jiang Chen? Chapter 58 Jiang Chen on stage. Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart. This was a song that cost Fu Xiaoxing $300,000 to buy from Jiang Chen. Last time, The Whale Who Turned into a Lonely Island received extremely high praise from the outside world, making Fu Xiaoxing a minor hit as well. With this premise, his uncle's side said that as long as Jiang Chen made an offer, the purchase would be complete. So not to mention 300,000. Even if Jiang Chen offered 500,000, he would still buy it. And now this song, The Wind Rises, sounds like it's of a quality that is nothing less than The Whale Who Turned into a Lonely Island. And it's a little more difficult to sing. In the name of love, are you still willing? There was loud applause as the last line was sung. The guests here were also pondering after listening. Some singers hadn't released any new songs for a long time, and at this time they saw their future from Jiang Chen. The other thoughts in his mind were, this song is so good, Jiang Chen is so good, and these career-minded singers think, if only I were singing this song. Right away, they decided that they would go and talk to Jiang Chen. The four main judges and teachers also have their own agenda. In the end, Fu Xiaoxing managed to win with a crushing number of votes. The face of Fan Lijun, who was sitting in the guest seat, became even more ugly. There's only one Chohang left. Those other entertainment companies couldn't help but gloat a bit when they saw this image. Look at that new supervisor of Lu Shang Entertainment. He's got that ugly face. Oh, they came out with 3 contestants for this program. And now there's only one Chohang left. I heard that for Chohang he even went to Shangjiang to spend a lot of money on a song. So if he still loses it will be too much fun. We won't be able to snatch the title anyway. It's pretty good to see Lu Shang Entertainment go grainless. The peers are all enemies, and the worse the loseports are the happier they are, facing the ridicule of the others. Fan Lijun was expressionless, but inwardly, he had already cursed Jiang Chen a million times. He must be targeting me before he writes songs for Fu Xiaoxing. And at this point, Chohang hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. He subconsciously thought that Jiang Chen, as a newcomer, the songs he wrote would be no better than those of the 2 gold medal producers even if they were of better quality. Right now, The only reason people thought Jiang Chen was powerful was because he hadn't made an appearance himself. And after seeing Yi Xian's elimination, not only was he not sad, but he was vaguely excited. Great! All eliminated. I'll be the savior of the company. At that time, not to mention the district's male number 2. I'll even take the male number 1. Jiang Chen noticed the gaze from Zhou Hang. He locked eyes with Zhou Hang and realized that the other party had a pair of eyes full of ambition. The most important thing for people is to have self-knowledge. And Fu Xiaoxing is very self-aware. He knows that he has the current popularity. All rely on Jiang Chen to write songs for himself. That achievement slightly up a little bit after not half a bit of pride, but worried that at any time will lose Jiang Chen this thigh. All the way until Zhang Delac shouted out those 2 names that everyone was expecting. The loudest cheers rang out from the scene. The terrifying sound wave drowned out the entire venue. The final 2 contestants slowly made their way to the front of the stage in front of all the attention. Let's welcome our final 2 contestants. They are Zhou Hang, whose popularity has remained high, and Super Dark Horse, who has gone from being unrecognized to being a household name today. Jiang Chen. First up is our contestant Zhou Hang. Zhou Hang, do you have anything to say to your opponent? Zhou Hang was annoyed that so many spectators were shouting Jiang Chen's name. He said coolly, "I'm sorry I didn't hear you all chanting my name. Maybe you all think Jiang Chen is going to win, but I'll use my strength to show you that he can't win." Zhou Hang's words were powerful and contained strong confidence, causing all the audience to gasp in shock. A lot of people are just watching the fun. On the pop-ups, Zhou Hang's fans were also straight up high. "My brother is so confident. I love it. Jiang Chen learn well. See what confidence means. If my brother goes berserk, he, Jiang Chen, won't even be able to catch up." Zhou Hang's words weren't over yet. Although he was confident, he hadn't reached the level of blindness. This time I will bring a new song, You in the Water, that I collaborated with Lin Zong and also Huang Shanwen. I'm very grateful to the 2 seniors for their favor. I won't let them down. The expressions of all the guests were somewhat meaningful. They could all see that Zhou Hang was deliberately moving the 2 seniors, Lin Zong and Huang Shanwen, so that the people who voted on the spot would think carefully before they voted. This was not an ordinary song. If you didn't vote, you would be questioning the creative ability of those 2 seniors. Zhang Delac stepped aside. Please begin your performance. It's surprisingly a very old-fashioned love song about a boy's uncontrollable pining for the girl of his heart. The whole song is very lyrical, but as many have said before, great songs also depend on who's singing them. Zhou Hang driving this song to listen to feel very reluctant, obviously as long as very normal to sing out on the line, but to add some unnecessary transcription, but the loss of a lot of emotion. When he finished singing, there was also a fierce applause. Not a great listen, but a round of applause is always in order. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic applause, Zhou Hang revealed a satisfied smile. How can this still lose? Wei Chao looked to Su Tianyang, who was next to him. What about this song? Su Tianyang said indifferently. The song is average, and the person who sings it is also average. I don't know where he gets his confidence. Yes, in Su Tianyang's eyes, there was nothing outstanding about this song produced by those 2 seniors, but not everyone dares to offend them. For example, those 4 judges on stage just blew off the production standards of the song for a while, and then appropriately criticized Zhou Hang's vocals. Well, thanks to contestant Zhou Hang for his performance. Let's hand this stage over to his opponent, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen walked onto the stage from the waiting area on one side. As a handsome man, it's normal to get cheered. Jiang Chen, do you have anything to say in response to what player Zhou Hang said to you just now? Jiang Chen smiled and said, I would like to say to player Zhou Hang that his strength is very average as I have seen. Everyone on the scene was up in arms. And when Zhou Hang, who had arrived at the waiting area, heard this comment from Jiang Chen, his face was gloomy enough to drip water. Zhang Diloc asked again in a smooth manner, can you introduce us to the songs you've brought to this stage? This song, called Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, is for all the contestants on this program, and the many people who are fighting for their dreams just like me. And I hope that everyone remembers what their dreams looked like in the beginning. Chapter 59, The Champion Returns. The Birth of a Legend. Jiang Chen has not sung a single love song on this program, and each of his songs has a unique meaning. When the stage was handed over to him, the scene quieted down as well. Distant memories surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. When he was very young, he had fantasized about becoming a big star one day, to pick up a microphone and shine brightly on the stage, enjoying the flowers and applause. But alas, this line of work depended on talent, and if Jiang Chen hadn't traveled across with the system, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to enjoy these cheers as much as he was now for the rest of his life. But anyway, Thanks for always being yourself and never giving up. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it does exist, then I'll definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliff. Live hard. Love hard. Even with your life on the line. I don't want to please anyone, just myself. I never chose to give up on my ideals, even on gray days. Everyone felt a seed sprouting inside. In Jiang Chen's song, they saw the climbers who climbed to the top, as well as themselves. Have you forgotten all the wishes you made when you were young and ungrateful? Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the innocence of a dream. I'm going to prove it, my whole life. Maybe I'm clumsy, but I'm willing to keep searching. No regrets for the youth who gave it all. Jiang Chen on the stage leaned his body back and roared loudly at everyone on the scene. Run forward, in the face of the cold eyes and the jeers. The roar gave a strong emotional impact to everyone present. Everyone felt the power contained in the voice, making all of them numb. What kind of sound is that? What sounds like a state that will be broken but not yet broken is representative of the most determined and exuberant power. How can the vastness of life be felt without suffering? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled in my arms. Keep running. With the pride of a bare-bones man, how can you see the light of life if you don't see it through to the end? Instead of living on the sidelines, why don't we just burn? One day it will sprout again. The pop-ups on the live feed went straight to boiling. They had never seen such a Jiang Chen, never heard such a song. Crouch, cripes, guys, I'm so fired up. Don't you burn first? Let me burn first. Holy shit, this fucking penetrates the soul. Everyone's mouths were wide open, staring with an incredulous expression at the teenager on the stage who was hissing with all his might. People saw the veins rippling on his forehead in the stubbornness that would rather die than give in. What's a teenager? Dare to think and dare to do, and never give in even to 1,000 dangers. Pang Xing was a staff member of Penguin, and he was the one who personally received Jiang Chen when he came to enroll that day. Remembering that day when he saw Jiang Chen bring Su Yuexin in with him, he was very contemptuous of Jiang Chen. He thought that this teenager was a connected person who came in by connections. But that day Jiang Chen said he came to the show and it was an honor for the show. At first, he only thought that Jiang Chen was talking big. But now, Pang Xing had completely fallen. He flushed and covered his chest with emotion. Crap, is this the power of dreams? I feel that a fire in my heart that's going to burn. At this time, Zhou Hang was ashen. Let's not talk about whether the song is good or not. Just this stage effect alone can get rid of him by 8 blocks. And under the impact of the sound of sound, Zhou Hang's legs were a bit weak. All he felt now was Jiang Chen's song, each note hitting his chest like a heavy hammer, containing unrivaled power. The future is always beckoning to me in all its fascinating splendor. Even if there's only pain to go with it, you have to go forward. I want to sail on the bluest sea there, instead of living on the sidelines. Why don't we just burn? For the good of the heart. No compromise until old age. It was a song that Jiang Chen was tired of singing. He didn't use any of his flashy, fancy soprano vocals. He just simply shouted, hissing hard, roaring at fate, charging at dreams. The power was deeply infectious to everyone on the floor. All had risen to their feet, their faces flushed and emotional, and their eyes blurred with tears. The applause continued as people shouted Jiang Chen's name over and over again. Although Fan Lijun, who was sitting on top of the guest seats, had already had a feeling that Jiang Chen might make a big move in the finals. This big move was just too hard, and the atmosphere was simply scarier than that of a rock band. The key is to sing such a positive song. Damn, what makes him able to write songs like this? He's so smooth. Where's he getting into trouble? Jiang Chen stood on the stage as the camera circled around him. People watching this live broadcast had the feeling that this teenager was the rightful king on this stage. Thanks guys. The people's cheers still don't want to stop. Tonight was destined to belong to Jiang Chen, and Zhou Hang was destined to be relegated to the background. Zhou Hang is lost. He's lost everything. In the battle between Jiang Chen and him, he lost by a large margin. The difference in votes is even tenfold. There was still a chance. If he had been playing against someone else, maybe the last debut spot could have fallen to him. Unfortunately, in comparison, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was just too obvious, resulting in him getting a very small share of the votes, eventually folding in the votes from the live audience as well as the online viewers. Jiang Chen came out on top in a crushing fashion. The final stage of this season's Chosen Son has also been performed, and the winner is our Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Su Qin commented. He is the deserved and undisputed champion. Whether it's his wonderful songwriting ability or his perfect stage presence, it's above another dimension. I'm even thinking that I couldn't have asked for any favors if it was me who was on the same stage with him. I'm flattered. Mr. Su, you are a legend. Then you will be a legend that I will witness getting started. The people at the scene were also in an uproar. That's a pretty high rating. Su Qin smiled, then said, although we didn't get to become colleagues, I'd still like to work with you in the future if there's a chance. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There's a chance. Wu Feng hurriedly grabbed the microphone from Su Qin, then coughed dryly and said, this last performance has shown me the rock bloodline in you. I've known for a long time that you have a different talent for the rock side of things. Last time didn't we have a deal? Hu Xiaojie forcefully interrupted Guo Feng. Ahem. Mr. Hua. He didn't promise you at that time, so please don't make things difficult for him, okay? Chapter 60, an end is a new beginning. Alright, the 4 teachers were on the air, so let's not talk about these off-site topics for now. Let's interview Jiang Chen about how he's feeling right now. Zhang Dalek promptly interrupted the 4 judges' little schemes and steered the topic back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also froze for a moment, and when he raised his eyes, all of them were people who were shouting for him. He could be fine with this championship, and he could be fine with the contestants on this show, but the excitement inside him at this point couldn't be fooled. My parents should be watching me in front of the TV at this time. I certainly want to thank them for their support. They are just ordinary farmers, but they are willing to send their child with no talent to school at the conservatory so that I can pursue my dreams. At this moment I want to say to them that it was all worth it and that I became the person I wanted to be. The scene erupted into applause. And at this time in Pingshan village, Zhang Yun's home, hearing these words, the husband and wife's noses were sore, and all of a sudden they burst into tears. The couple is also under a lot of pressure at home, and learning music is a money burner compared to a regular education. Learning this stuff would always be said to be unprofessional in the village, and even other villagers often mocked them. Only they know how much they have suffered in the past few years, but for the sake of their child's dream, they are willing to pay for him to go to an orthodox music academy even if they don't understand. Moreover, over the past few years, they also knew that Jiang Chen's grades were average. Originally, he had been prepared for his own child to be mediocre for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen would turn around and stand on the stage, becoming synonymous with genius and dark horse, and now he was even more powerful, becoming the champion in a crushing manner. No hard work. No hard work. It's all worth it. It's all good. The kid didn't forget us when he succeeded. It's all for the best. The couple embraced each other. At this point it didn't matter if it was humiliating or not. The neighbors who came to their house had very mixed looks, but in the end they gave them a heartfelt round of applause. Jiang Chen on the screen paused for a while, then continued, I also want to thank my alma mater, Star City Music Academy. 4 years of college life, so that my life experience has been enriched. Recognized some people, but also know some people. They all play an important role in my youth. And of course my teachers, schoolmates. Every time I can see you on my I wish you all better and better. Bright future and happy summer vacation. At this time, the entire Star City Music Academy was organizing events to watch Jiang Chen together. On the playground, the crowd cheered out when they heard Jiang Chen name their alma mater. When you go out in the future, you can tell others, see, this is my senior, the future king of the world. The principal was also giggling a lot when he heard this. It's been popping up a little too often at school lately. He was already thinking about new targets for enrollment now, and this time he might have to compete with the best ones in the country for the best students in the conservatory. He suddenly thought of something and pulled out his cell phone and hurriedly made a call. That publicity department? Didn't you see Jiang Chen win the championship? Hurry up and send a scarf to Shivering Voice to congratulate him. And at this time the recording venue for Crystal Girls, inside the hotel. Different people who heard this were in different moods, recognized some people and got to know some people. Su Chanxian was also watching the live broadcast. Her complexion was very complicated, and her face stiffened a bit when she heard these words. Seeing some people, talking about me? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was like a king on the stage. It was hard for her to associate the lickspittle who had treated her so well back then with this man. In the past, she could casually call out to Jiang Chen, but now the gap between the two sides was worlds apart. The feeling of falling was hard on her. We used to be so good. Even if we're not together anymore, it's okay to write me a few songs, right? Su Chanxian said to herself. And next door to her next door was Su Yuexin's room. Su Yuexin had watched the live broadcast from the beginning, and even though she was only there to watch Jiang Chen, she didn't want to miss any of Jiang Chen's footage. Her eyes were red when she finished listening to Chasing Dreams. Others may have gotten their motivation from the song, but she was heartbroken. She felt that Jiang Chen had come this far too difficult. The children of rural families to study music. In the school is not easy to meet a favorite. Results of talking about 3 years was dumped. To go to the bar as a resident singer to make ends meet. These experiences are truly visible to her. A world full of flowers is in your hands. Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen finished thanking his alma mater, Su Yuexin's entire body froze as Jiang Chen said something else. The last thing I want to thank is a very special friend of mine. Since I know her, I feel that my youth has more different colors. In these days when I recorded the show, she helped me a lot. And when I was short of money, I said a word and it came immediately. And I believe that she was watching. And this championship has her share of credit. Su Yuexin's entire body was wide-eyed and her face was red. With those words, she was incredibly sure it was herself she was talking about. She then began to giggle. Hey, looks like I'm pretty important after all. And hearing this, Su Chanqian directly shut down the live broadcast. Her face grew somber again. Then our first season of Chosen Sun ends here. Youth is always full of regrets. Some of you may only be one step away from debut, but I believe that must be because your precipitation is not enough. There are still more stages and more opportunities in the future. Don't be discouraged. Youth is not over, and your future has just begun. Zhang Dailok spoke stirring words, and amidst the unrequited cheers, the Chosen Sun also finally came to a close. At this moment, Jiang Chen appeared in front of Yang Dan. Yang Dan said very kindly, Jiang Chen, according to the contract, after you debut from our program, you need to sign a 1-year contract with us. Jiang Chen directly interrupted her, then said, Director Yang, I can't sign this contract. Yang Dan's face was bitter. Jiang Chen, don't make it too hard for me. Our program has spent a lot of effort on editing for your sake. Jiang Chen glanced at this contract, then said, change it. Just participate in one program. Jiang Chen, these are resources that other people can only dream of. These terms are too restrictive of my freedom, and if they don't change, forget it. I appreciate the show, but this contract is not in my planning. Chapter 61, quickly, contact Jiang Chen, play as many cards as you can. And Jiang Chen wasn't playing a big game, he was trying to get a reasonable benefit for himself. For other players, maybe this contract is a dream come true for them because there is a lot of business, but there are a lot of these business limitations, such as the fact that the split has to be discounted from the original deal with the studio. There is also the fact that once a contract is signed, these businesses become mandatory and cannot be refused. This was not Jiang Chen's pursuit, so he was first. Follow Your Dreams is also regarded by many as the best inspirational song of the year, and the energy contained in its lyrics is unforgettable. CCTV. Lin Guang received an assignment this year to do a historical science drama in the form of anime. On the one hand, it is meant to be accessible to small children, and on the other hand, it is meant to give people a sense of what their forefathers have done. The name of the production is called The History of the Bunny Family, and now the first season is done, but the leaders are not particularly satisfied with it, because some key elements are missing. Lin Guang felt that it was the lack of a straight-to-the-soul song as a BGM, such a song that could give everyone a strong inner impact at a critical moment. But after looking for many original singers, the songs they wrote didn't meet Lin Guang's requirements. It's going to be online next week and we haven't found the theme song yet. What can we do? Lin Guang was a bit burnt out throughout. As a result, when I was inspecting the staff today, I found them actually yakking and chatting. Did you hear that? The song Chasing Dreams Red Heart by Jiang Chen last night. Damn, it's burning. Okay, I feel like my blood is boiling after listening to it. Too strong. That Zhou laughed me to death. Too self-absorbed. As long as you listen to Jiang Chen, we're good friends. At this time, Lin Guang walked in. What are you doing? You're all touching fish. Don't you want to die? This time, all the employees became quiet. Ringo made the rounds, then asked, what was that burning song you guys were talking about? A few employees glanced at each other, then cautiously said, the new song Jiang Chen sang last night, Pursuing Dreams with a Red Heart. It's really very well written. The title of this song immediately hit home with Rincon. Really good writing? Light. Just listen to it, it's really especially burning. With a puzzled mood, Lin Guang put on the headphones. Where in the world is a world full of flowers? At this moment, his entire body was in a trance. Crap, isn't that the theme song? Quick, who sang it? Jiang Chen, is it? I want to contact Jiang Chen. Chapter 62. Jiang Chen. You don't want to. After leaving the program's hotel, Jiang Chen also moved into the house Wei Chao had prepared for him. The house was also quite large, and it was usually where Jiang Chen worked. Jiang Chen, someone from the central broadcasting station side is looking for you. Early in the morning, Wei Chao woke Jiang Chen up. Jiang Chen's entire body was taken aback. What? What happened? I didn't break any laws. Did I? You can tell them yourself. I'm not very good at making decisions about these things. Jiang Chen picked up the phone. Hello? This is Jiang Chen. After a few minutes passed, Jiang Chen revealed an odd color. You mean, you want to use Chasing Dreams as the theme song for the rabbit, right? Yeah. Let's talk about royalties. It's okay, no royalties. It's an honor to give the song more meaning and for me to be a Xanadu. Just say hi to me if you guys want to use it. Lin Guang hung up the phone sluggishly. When the employees saw his face, they asked worriedly, Brother Light, what's wrong? Does he not agree? Actually, we don't have to choose this song. That's right. It's a great song for that, but we don't have to force it, do we? Lin Guang sighed and interrupted them, then said with great emotion, This Jiang Chen is a good person. He said that we don't have to pay any royalties for using his songs. We can use them as we please. Hiss, this guy's pretty good. I've known for a long time that Jiang Chen isn't the type of person who is greedy for money. Then isn't it a little bad that we're just whoring ourselves out? Whatever. Let's re-edit the animation first. It's going live next week. Let's get our business done first. The entire animation crew got busy. In fact, they had it done. They just needed to replace the interludes where some of the emotions were in place. As a result, the entire production team was a little dumbfounded after the change. Lin Guang, who was the main person in charge of this project, actually cried as he watched the animation he produced. It's obviously so simply drawn. Just an anime to popularize history for children. But it makes all of them, the producers, cry old tears. The forefathers fought in the snow and wind of a foreign land, and eventually their bones were buried in another country. Later, as time flew by, the motherland transported their ashes back to their homeland. When the airplane flew to the motherland, the eyes of two generations met in history, and the expectation of the predecessors has now become a reality. The memories of the past are contrasted with everything in the present, and Jiang Chen's high-pitched, impassioned voice intersperses at the most opportune times. Home is the flower-filled world that our forefathers looked forward to. Everyone's scalp went numb for a moment. Light, I feel like this song. It fits so well. Yes. It's practically soul-infused. Send it to the auditing side right away and see. I don't believe I won't give it a pass this time. Jiang Chen's side had just finished resolving things on Lin Guang's side when he received another unfamiliar call. Although he didn't know who it was, he politely answered the phone. Hello there, Jiang Chen, it's me. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen's face instantly turned cold. What the fuck? Why is this stupid ex-girlfriend here again? Sorry, you've got the wrong person. Hang up first. When Jiang Chen was about to hang up the phone, Su Chanxian hurriedly spoke out to retain the phone. Wait, Jiang Chen, I have something to say to you. I'm busy, so if you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush. Su Chanxian took a deep breath and seemed to have summoned up a lot of courage. We've walked together for so long. Don't you have any feelings for me, Jiang Chen? You say anything else like that isn't nutritious and I'll just hang up. Su Chanxian was so angry that she bit her lips tightly, but she still made her tone as gentle as possible, because in her impression, Jiang Chen just ate this up. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry I hurt you before. I apologize to you. Come on, is that called hurting? That's called helping me out of my misery. Jiang Chen, I'll just hang up and pull the plug on a dragon if you're fucking fine. Jiang Chen was also fed up with this teary ex-girlfriend. Su Chanxian begged and said, Wait, Jiang Chen, you know, I've participated in the program Crystal Girl and will soon be doing the first phase of recording. I know you're very talented. I recognize your songwriting ability very much. For the sake of the fact that we've had such an unforgettable past, can you write a few songs for me? Consider it as a final farewell to me. With these words, Su Chanxian almost moved herself. It's no one who can talk about White Johns in such a refreshing way. And write a few fucking songs. Do you think you're Su Yuexin? Wait a minute. Su Yuexue? I need to give you a little bit of science. I write songs for other people. The minimum price is 200,000. With me winning the championship, now the value is not the same. The price of writing a song is also not the same as before. And then say a fact. I'm with you in these years of time. How can I count how much I've spent for you is also $70,000 to $80,000. And my memories have never had you pay for me picture. So I don't owe you anything. How the fuck do you have the face to ask me to write songs for you, ah? Jiang Chen all but exasperated himself. This original owner is good at everything. And her face value is also top-notch. It's the treatment of this matter of relationship that has left some stains on her open life. To Su Yuexin as a licking dog, he also endured. The key is to give this Su Chanshan as really blind. Su Chanshan's face paled as she listened, but she was also angry. Isn't it normal for a boyfriend to spend money on his girlfriend? You have to obsess about these things. Are you still a man? Besides, you're already a champion and your popularity is at the level of a second-tier star. Isn't it too small a pattern to talk about this? Jiang Chen, do you have to be this desperate? I'm really this desperate what? Su Chanshan laughed coldly, then said, you think you're very noble. But isn't it because you know Su Yuexin so you like the new and hate the old? None of your business. Oh, I've already seen her on the set of the program. She'll also be participating in the recording of Crystal Girls. Do you know how deadly a love affair can be to a female artist's career? As long as your affair with her blows up, she'll be cold before she debuts, and you'll be affected as well. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled then said, you're making threats? I'm just stating a fact to you. After all, you don't want your favorite girl to cave in before she makes her debut. If you won't write me a song. Da. Chapter 63 No Need for a Rice Circle. Su Chanshan looked at the hung-up phone. Her face was terribly gloomy. He actually hung up on me. How dare he talk to me like that? He really doesn't care about me at all. In Su Chanshan's preconceived notions, she reminisced tenderly with Jiang Chen about the past. Jiang Chen would definitely soften his heart then write a song for her. The matter of using Su Yuexin to threaten Jiang Chen was brought up by Fan Lijun, who said that as long as Jiang Chen cared about Su Yuexin, she would be able to use this matter to continually pin him down. But what she didn't expect was that after she had moved Su Yuexin out, Jiang Chen still didn't give her any face at all. This made her completely understand that the current Jiang Chen was different, and that she could not grasp this man at all. Jiang Chen, you forced me to do all of this. With anger in her heart, Su Chanshan called Fan Lijun to report the matter. What? Threatening him with Su Yuexin didn't even work? Didn't you say he's a love brain? Fan Lijun was also obviously a bit disbelieving. The Jiang Chen he remembered and Su Chanshan remembered were exactly the same. I've already told you that he's not the same as he used to be, and you had to put me through this humiliation. Fan Lijun sneered and said, who do you think this is for? This is for your own future. What's so humiliating about it? If you can't take half a bit of humiliation, do you still want to be in the entertainment industry? Su Chanshan didn't say anything. Then what now? The only person that Lisheng Entertainment put on Crystal Girls this year was Su Chanshan. And originally, in Lisheng Entertainment's preconceived notions, this was a program they didn't want to be on. Because last year they sent female trainees to a girl group talent show and all 4 trainees they sent out debuted as a group. Therefore, Lisheng Entertainment does not have any suitable female trainee reserve now, so they let Su Chanshan go up as a cannon fodder to mix her face. That's why their main goal this year was to focus on the chosen one. But the most fucked up thing was that because of targeting Jiang Chen, it made them steal a chicken and instead all 3 were eliminated. This is definitely a major blow to Lu Sports Entertainment. So coincidentally, Su Chanshan has become the only newcomer that Lisheng Entertainment can hold this year. After a moment of silence, Fan Lijun asked, did he say how much it would cost to write a song for you? He didn't give me a chance to buy it. Fan Lijun could only sigh in the end and said, then there's no way out, no matter what method is used. The first period on seeing this news. Chapter 64, Breaking Fierce News. Jiang Chen collapsed his room? The next day, Jiang Chen, who had just won the title of Chosen Son, was caught up in a huge rhythm overnight. Explosion. Jiang Chen turned out to be a scumbag. Hashtag personality collapses. Jiang Chen's college life is such a mess. Similar headlines soon flooded the web. Nowadays, it was the time when Jiang Chen's popularity was at its highest, and things related to him naturally gained a great deal of attention at once. The thing that the unknown reporter broke out was a photo of Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin having dinner together in college. According to our interviews with students at the Star City Music Academy, Chosen Son winner Jiang Chen has a complicated love life. Not only did he kick his girlfriend of 3 years out of the picture, but he's also seamlessly linked up with schoolgirl Su Yuexin. For your information, Su Yuexin is the one who sang You Used to Be a Teenager with Jiang Chen, and the mysterious soprano on the stage of the 7th chapter of the night. And we also noticed that on the stage of the second public performance, Su Yuexin was on stage shouting for Jiang Chen. We get the news is that Jiang Chen just broke up with Su Yuexin good, and let a person surprised. In the upcoming broadcast of another talent show Crystal Girls above, Su Yuexin's name is listed, but also Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Su Chanshan. I think the idol to clean up, fall in love with their own fans is irresponsible. What do you guys think about it? Tens of thousands of comments soon rushed up downstairs, laughing my ass off. Is this a quality idol? Have you done any serious research? Open your mouth. How can this kind of person be an idol? Give back my family's hang's chance to debut. Pissed off and off the charts. This thing looks pretty sensational at first glance. Jiang Chen's face wasn't looking too good either. What the hell? Is this a big deal? Wei Chao explained. Normally public opinion can't ferment so quickly. The person behind it must have bought hot searches. Someone wants to mess with you. That would definitely be Lishan Entertainment. It was only yesterday that she had just rejected Su Chanxian's threatening request, and today she was suddenly screwed. Plus, he eliminated all three of Lishang Entertainment's trainees at the top of The Chosen Sun, leaving them without taking a single debut opportunity. Probably also have to add the personal grudge with Family June. In short, with this gripper company's revenge is kind of knotted. What do I need to do now that I don't do anything? I'll take care of this stuff. Star City Music Academy. The principal was a bit dumbfounded. How come Jiang Chen's popularity had fallen overnight? Headmaster. What about the fact that there are now several media outlets that want to come into our school for interviews? What interview? They're going crazy for traffic? These unscrupulous media just want to try to get into Jiang Chen's blackmail. Does Jiang Chen have any dark information? This teacher thought for a moment and then said, having been in a relationship counts as blackmail? There's also the possibility of being in a relationship with Su Yuxin. The principal slapped the table, and his whole body exploded with anger. What kind of blackmail is that? Did he cheat on you? He's cheating on someone else? What are they trying to do? They're trying to ruin the genius from our school. Headmaster, the entertainment industry is very chaotic. Jiang Chen, he might have messed with someone. I don't care who he's pissed off. As long as he hasn't made any principled mistakes, we'll stand firmly by Jiang Chen's side. Don't they want to come in for an interview? Let them in. I'd like to see what kind of dark information they can dig up. So a whole bunch of melon-eating journalists were let in by the Star City Music Academy. It's near the end of summer vacation, and students are more available as they have finished their exams. The results of the interviews into the school turned out to be a big disappointment for all these journalists. May I ask what kind of person Jiang Chen is in school? You mean Senior Jiang. It's actually quite pathetic. He's a famous lickspittle in school. What? I heard he's a scumbag. Who said that? Su Chanxian? Ask anyone in school. Who doesn't know that it was Su Chanxian who dumped Senior Jiang? This. I'm telling you, don't do unscrupulous media. Jiang Senior every week to go to the bar residency to make money to Su Chanxian flowers. The results were dumped by her. But we are very thankful to Su Chanxian. You know why not? For what? Because according to our observations, it was because of being dumped by Su Chanxian that Senior Jiang's talent began to show. As a journalist, these interviews are obviously not very good. Yang Xiaojiang was a reporter from the Kiwi company, and his mission was to come to the Star City Music Academy to dig up dark information about Jiang Chen. He knows very well that black material is always more topical and valuable than positive. But after coming to the school and interviewing many students, no one said Jiang Chen was a scum. It seems that the matter of dumping Su Chanxian is a rumor. No, I have to interview those true love fans of Jiang Chen. They must be very angry. Yang Xiaojiang hurriedly approached a female classmate. Hello class, may I interview you about something? Her name is Han Xian, and her real identity is Star City Music Academy Jiang Chen fan group leader. Sure, go ahead and ask. May I ask if you're a fan of Jiang Chen? Han Xian smiled and said, of course, most people in our school are fans of Senior Jiang. Oh, it's like this. We've gotten some news that Jiang Chen seems to be having an affair with Su Yuxin, a student who's in the same school as him. May I ask if this is true? That's certainly true. Yang Xiaojiang inwardly rejoiced, finally digging up good material. Han Xian said calmly, but what does it matter if it's true or not? Jiang Chen did not split legs. There is no cheating, although they did not officially announced. But our school's forums have long begun to have the serialized novels of Jiang Senior and Su Senior's sister. And more importantly, we are listening to the music, but not the management of other people's feelings. Yang Xiaojiang directly froze and hurriedly pursued. No. You see, your favorite bean has a girlfriend. Don't you think he doesn't respect his fans? Han Xian threw Yang Xiaojiang a look like she was looking at a fool, who said he's a love bean. Have you seen Senior Jiang marketing his own persona? Have you seen him cut his fans' leaks? Can those fresh meat be compared to Mr. Jiang? When we're upset with Senior Jiang, it's mostly when he sends out songs with no quality. Yang Xiaojiang was completely dumbfounded. This was different from what he had imagined. As a result, he found a few more classmates later on, and the interview results he got were all pretty much the same as what Han Xian had said. There's something wrong with this school. How come there isn't a single husband fan? Chapter 65, True Fan Breaks Defense. Su Yueshin's side isn't doing too well either. The pilot has only just come out and there are already people spraying Su Yueshin. This is Jiang Chen's girlfriend, knowing 3 is 3? And you have the nerve to come to a talent show? What's a married woman doing here? I'm not going to give you a single vote even if the singing is good. I'll do what I say. As Su Chanxian looked at the comments, her heart was also free-flowing. To her, Su Yueshin was the mistress who had stolen her man, and she felt that if it wasn't for Su Yueshin, Jiang Chen wouldn't have refused her request at all. Do you think this is a school where everyone surrounds you? The school girl? Su Chanxian was feeling good right now. She had been brushing the video about Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin, and many netizens were cursing the two of them, and she marketed herself as an outcast persona, adding to the sympathy of uninformed netizens. Miss Heartache, Jiang Chen doesn't want you. I do. Missy is so strong. Being abandoned by Jiang Chen and still being brave to be herself. Let's not feel sorry for that scumbag. We must cheer up. In order to make her persona more real, Su Chanxian also made the mistake of making some remarks on the scarf. Hello everyone. I'm Su Chanxian. About me and Jiang Chen's matter, everyone should stop discussing it. I'm really sorry for taking up public resources. When we get to the stage, let's just use our works to speak. Please stop the internet explosion of the two of them. I don't want anyone to get hurt in this matter anymore. This instantly the victim is portrayed in a much deeper way. However, Jiang Chen almost spat out when he saw the remarks about the tea breath in this tea. Against the great day, does she need to look at what she's saying? This shit. Wei Chao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Don't worry, everything is under my control. She can't turn any waves. At this moment, Su Tianyang's brows furrowed deeply when he saw these online comments spewing about his sister. Outrageous. He, Jiang Chen, victimized my sister. Young master, should we buy some sailors? Buy your head, buy. Let Jiang Chen solve this matter himself. I'll get him if he can't. Su Tianyang wanted his sister to be clean on the show, and off-site tactics should be avoided if they could be avoided. But this breath he could not swallow. Pondered for a moment. He said, check out the Lusheng Entertainment this year. There are any important business indicators. Can cut off all of us? We do not lack, the most is money. Yes, young master. Su Yueshin was on the phone with Jiang Chen. Ha, we're going to start recording later. Do you think I can be a dark horse like you? Jiang Chen laughed and said, you've forgotten that you're number 1 in the school. I'm at the hangman's level, so you must be even more awesome than me. Ha, I'm a confident thief now. Did you know about that online thing? Su Yueshin said somewhat helplessly. I know. I'm really sorry. This rhythm has dragged you down. It doesn't matter to me. Brother Wei said I don't have to worry about it. It's just that it's a little hard for you, because Su Yueshin's show hasn't aired yet. The people who are watching the show right now are basically face value fans. Her face value is naturally nothing to speak of. In a crowd of Netroots, Melon Face stand out. Has long attracted a lot of face fans. Why? But just bear with me through this. And when you show enough strength, those husband fans of yours will be gone. Yo. What about your wife powder? You don't want it? Let's not have that kind of stuff. We just want the fans. Then you'll have to write me a good song. My fate is in your hands. Just put your mind at ease. Your future. I'll guard it. It could be heard that Su Yueshin's state of mind hadn't been affected much. In fact, she was originally a person who looked down on external evaluations, and when she was in school, she was often rumored by other students because she often stayed out at night. In the face of gossip, Su Yueshin was able to do so by pretending not to hear it. The party's silence was quickly returned. It was only the next day that the tide of public opinion began to turn. First of all, the official blog of the Star City Music Academy Strong Hard, our school fully supports our student Jiang Chen. He is an excellent original musician, and has never done immoral things. The school does not prohibit students from falling in love, and also advocate that all students fall in love. And fall in love is not a crime. Whether it's Jiang Chen or Su Yueshin, are our school out of the excellent graduates. Both Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin are excellent graduates of our school. Then another major media outlet put out the news they got from going to the Star City Conservatory of Music for an interview. Hashtag the matter of Jiang Chen dumping Su Chanxian turned out to be a rumor. Hashtag shocked that Jiang Chen's biggest impression on his alma mater was licking dogs. Hashtag Star City Conservatory of Music students generally believe that Jiang Chen has the freedom to fall in love. Hashtag Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin haven't made an official announcement. Maybe it's all rumors. Hashtag. A slew of related headlines quickly flooded the web. The foodies were also surprised. It seems like nothing is reversed, and then it seems like it's all reversed. And at this time, Jiang Chen, who had been silent for a long time, also sent out a scarf. As fans, I can accept you critiquing the quality of my songs, but don't tell me what to do with my personal life. Everyone has their own life. Don't indulge in a world of conjecture. When this news came out, his comments section got even more energized. What do you mean? As an idol, staying single is the most basic requirement, don't you know? Why didn't we say so when we voted for you? Don't treat us like human beings now, do you? Is this how you treat your fans? Do you know anything about showbiz? Those true love fans had broken their defenses. They were immersed in extreme self-movement. And now that they saw Jiang Chen say these words, they had the feeling that all their efforts had been vetoed. But soon someone else was rubbing salt into their wounds. Ha ha, I've long been sick of seeing you Rice fans. Jiang Chen is awesome. It's true that he didn't say he was a love child. I don't know what you guys are moving. He doesn't even have an official fan base. He doesn't even do the Rice Circle thing. Dumbfounded, aren't you? Jiang Chen means that he doesn't belong to you female fans. He belongs to us male fans. Ah shucks, roll upstairs too. Senior Jiang's XP is normal, okay? Chapter 66 Jiang Chen is too difficult to target. The final outcome of this fiasco was unexpected by the originator, Fan Lijun. Jiang Chen's side has not been made to collapse the room, and those true fans have been isolated. Fan Lijun's face became gloomy. These true love fans is their entertainment company's favorite leak, but to Jiang Chen here but completely ignored. It invariably pulls them down a lot. And what was even more unacceptable was that during this fiasco, Jiang Chen's fan base increased rather than decreased. His circle of fans is very large. Older middle-aged people, like those flowers and you were a teenager, this kind of heart. Reminiscent of youth type of songs. Adolescent love lost, like actor this kind of love songs. Girls like Light Chaser this kind of healing style. And those who like to rap or artistic high. Love, the 7th chapter of the night. In this way, among Jiang Chen's many types of fans, those who like the value of the face, greedy for his body true love fans simply do not rank. Moreover, the world has been suffering in the Rice Circle for a long time, and these true fans always think that they are the only ones who deserve to be fans. After a wave of total rejection by Jiang Chen, they became clowns, and those who really liked the work were happy about it. Careless, damn Jiang Chen, I can't seem to move him. After carefully combing through it, Fan Lijun came to this horrifying conclusion. Jiang Chen had only been on the scene for a long time, and he had already captured a huge fan base outside of the Rice Circle with his talent. Fan Lijun angrily slammed his fist against the wall. Do you see that wimpy, wolfish look on your face? A middle-aged man in a suit walked through Fan Lijun's doorway, his mocking voice reaching Fan Lijun's ears. Fan Lijun's face changed and he hurriedly organized himself. Dad, I'm sorry How many times have I told you to call the chairman in the company? Yes, chairman. This person was the chairman of Lu Shang Entertainment and Fan Lijun's father, Fan Chang. Fan Chang sat on the sofa and asked with a calm face. Those things about Jiang Chen, were they all targeted by you? I'm sorry, Fan Chang sneered. What is there to be sorry for? We, Lu Shang Entertainment, have come this far by being ruthless enough. The whole circle has so many resources. Less people eat the cake. More cake we can share. It's normal to destroy it if we can't get it. Do you think so many stars collapsed their houses all because of paparazzi's credit? Fan Lijun was silent and didn't dare to say anything. Fan Chang continued. It doesn't matter if you fail. Just do it again. There's never an infallible person in this world. Do you think Jiang Chen is already invincible? Fan Lijun shook his head and laughed bitterly. He has too many fans and is not taking the route of a traffic star. Powerful singers, the world always has some genius. For this kind of people do not get like for those traffic stars from the persona, but should start from the work. What do you mean? What do you think about a talented original singer who was outed as a plagiarist? Fan Lijun's pupils shrank, but he doesn't seem to be. He could be. I see. Fan Chang stood up, patted Fan Lijun's shoulder, sighed and said, although you didn't do well on top of Chosen Son, it doesn't matter, because you're my son, so you're allowed to make mistakes in the company. You have to be clear about one thing, we are capitalists. The good capitalists are dead. When facing the enemy, you must not be soft-hearted. Any despicable thing is allowed. Understand? I see. At this time CCTV, Lin Guang held the approved documents in his hands and announced with an excited face, brothers, our project is finally complete, and the higher-ups are very satisfied with what we've done. Woohoo! The entire animation production team was in a cheer, and a lot of thought went into this animation, not only to respect history, but also to let the kids learn from it. This balance of education and subject matter is very difficult. At this time, Someone said weakly, but Jiang Chen seems to have fallen into a rhythm in the past 2 days. Is it okay if we still use his songs? You're stupid. Which house is collapsing? It's just a self-improvement of the rice circle. That's right. People are giving us free use. Trust Jiang Chen's character. Lin Guang waved his hand and said, I already know about Jiang Chen. It's really nothing, if you're not even allowed to fall in love. This entertainment industry is a bit too strict. So we go live this Friday? That's right. In addition to airing on the children's channel, we'll be online on all the major video sites. And I don't know if the audience likes it. With apprehension, many video sites were given a copy of the material. The CCTV still has to save face. And it's still a children's program. So there's absolutely nothing to lose. They also cooperated with a wave of promotions. And the official blog of the Youth League also directly praised Jiang Chen by name. The history science animation we produced, The History of the Rabbit Family, will be online on all major platforms this Friday. So kids can get a good feel for the history of our forefathers from the animation. And a special thank you to singer Jiang Chen for contributing to our efforts and allowing us to use the songs he created for free. This time, many people were very surprised. They ran to Jiang Chen's scarf and left messages below. What's the matter with you, kid? Moping around behind our backs? Is there a new song? Don't hide it to test it out for the family. You've done a good job, kid. Ichin is very honorable now. Jiang Chen naturally responded. He also took to his scarf to urge people to watch the anime together, helping the group with a free wave of advertising. When Lin Guang saw that Jiang Chen was so on board, he felt a bit shortchanged him. I'm going to find Director Wang. That program of his should be more suitable for singers to be on, right? So without Jiang Chen's knowledge, he received an invitation that night. Wei Chao said with some excitement. Jiang Chen, you must go to this program. It's a variety show done by the Central Station. How? Treasures of Xia is a musical interactive program that invites a treasure representing the culture of Xia to come to the program in each episode, and then invites actors to perform stories related to the treasure and singers to compose songs for the corresponding treasure. Jiang Chen froze for a moment. How is this a bit like a stitched-up version of China in the Canon and National Treasure? Chapter 67 When you're old. When is their invitation to go? How about the middle of next month? This is an opportunity not to be missed. Is it? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then said, the maneuvers shouldn't fall on my head, right? Of course it can't fall. The program of the Central Broadcasting Corporation is very focused on acting. Basically it's some old actors and actresses who do it. You are supposed to compose the music for the treasures. I think it's because of your creative ability as well as your singing skills on the spot that you were invited to go. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Let's say yes then. I don't have any important business lately anyway. Okay, I'll help you back. Jiang Chen was picking up some business on his side. And by this time, the recording of the first installment of Crystal Girls had begun. As a seamless follow-up to Chosen Sun. This is quite the attention grabber. Coupled with the talkability that Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin had brought to this program earlier, the program had caught fire before it was aired. The competition system of this program is also basically the same as that of Chosen Sun, which is still a 100-people competition and eliminates half of them directly. The show has likewise invited 4 mentors to come. The 4 mentors are new generation idol singer Han Feng, gold medal singer-songwriter Hu Xiujie, Xia's famous movie queen Mo Jie, and a girl group's C-suite Lu Ruochen. Hu Xiujie is also quite busy, having just finished the show next door and coming to this one. 100 contestants were also laughing and joking after arriving at the show. Among them, Su Yuexin naturally received more attention. She was Jiang Chen's rumored girlfriend after all. It's pretty awesome and unbelievable that there's gossip on a show like this girl's talent show. She's Jiang Chen's rumored girlfriend. Isn't that true? Neither one is coming out to deny it. So it's mostly true. That's awesome. The program group even invited this kind of person. It can't be for Jiang Chen's traffic, right? You don't say. Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend is also on our program. Due to their recent beats, both Su Chanqian and Su Yuexin have received quite a bit of attention. Su Chanqian performed like a fish out of water in this situation. Although she didn't know any of these contestants, she played up her social attributes and quickly got acquainted with some of the well-known contestants. Sis, I swiped you on short videos and I super like you. Ah, thank you. How many times are you out? I'm number 68. It's going to be a long wait. What a coincidence. I'm number 70. We're about the same. Why don't you come sit with me? Su Chanqian just sat next to popular contestant Jiang Xiaochan. Jiang Xiaochan's initial popularity in Crystal Girls was equivalent to Zhou Hang's initial popularity in Chosen Sun. As for Su Yuexin, just like Jiang Chen, She didn't want to recognize any of the people here, so she sat herself in the far corner seat. But her face value is so outstanding that even if she hides in the least conspicuous position, she is the most dazzling existence within this group of net red faces. And her number is 018, which means she's the 18th one out. As she watched the contestants in front of her go on stage one by one, Su Yueshin had an idea inside. These players have some power, but not much. She didn't have the slightest doubt about her singing ability, and the song she was going to sing was written by Jiang Chen. If you didn't get good results even with Jiang Chen's songs, it's definitely not Jiang Chen's problem. It's your own. And now for contestant number 18, Yueshin Su. Please introduce yourself and prepare your 2-minute presentation. Su Yueshin stood up in the most inconspicuous corner of the crowd, holding a guitar in her hands. When she stood up, several of the judges sucked in a breath of air. At that moment, a thought simultaneously rose within them. Worthy of being Jiang Chen's rumored girlfriend. So beautiful. Although Su Yueshin was a rich family's daughter, she was different from the usual kind of daughter who exuded nobility, and did not have much of a powerful aura on her body, looking very bland. Su Chanxian looked at Su Yueshin, who was on the stage, her fists clenched in death. Even if he had gotten plastic surgery, he was surprisingly completely outmatched by her in terms of face value, and a deep sense of frustration rose within him. Hello judges and teachers, I'm Su Yueshin, from Star City Music Academy. Hu Xiujia dryly coughed twice, then said, Contestant Su Yuexin, what kind of a work is she going to bring this time? Su Yueshin smiled and said, I'm bringing a song written by my good friend Jiang Chen, and it's also a song I really like. The song is called When You're Old. The room erupted at these words. Oh my god, does she not want to die? Is that something to say? At this point in the storm, she's actually singing the song Jiang Chen wrote for her? All I can say is that hair is long and she's destroying herself by not avoiding suspicion. But I'm so envious. Jiang Chen actually wrote a song for her. Su Chanxian's face became even more gloomy. In her opinion, Su Yueshin was demonstrating to her, swearing her sovereignty. You really don't say. Su Yueshin does have this intention. She already knew from Jiang Chen about Su Chanxian's threat to Jiang Chen, and she felt inexplicably angry about it. This anger might be because Su Chanxian still had thoughts about Jiang Chen. Or maybe she wanted to threaten Jiang Chen by hurting herself. Plus the issue of public opinion right now. Always saying she doesn't respect her fans. I'm really not used to you guys. Not only will I not deny it, I'm going to sing Jiang Chen songs on the show, to piss you off. With such a mood, Su Yueshin didn't avoid the relationship with Jiang Chen at all. Cough cough, I also just came from the next show. Jiang Chen is one of my favorite contestants. I didn't expect to hear his songs here. So the stage is yours. Please start your performance. Su Yueshin lowered her head and strummed the guitar strings. Her mind recalled the bits and pieces of her acquaintance with Jiang Chen so far. The world is just going to have such a wonderful person by its side. He always sings with strong emotions. He is able to create a variety of refreshing songs, and he is also thievingly handsome. If there really was a person that one could fantasize in one's mind about walking with for the rest of one's life, even a character in a novel couldn't compare to Jiang Chen's perfection. Her eyes all became gentle, and her clear voice surrounded everyone's ears along with the cozy lyrics. When you're old, gray, drowsy, when you're old, I can't go any further, napping by the fire, recall one's youth. How many people have loved you in your youthful days? Adore your beauty, false or genuine. There's only one person who still loves your pious soul. Love the wrinkles on your old face. Several of the judges had mesmerized looks on their faces. What a warm, enviable love. Chapter 68, the lyrics of this song. Like a poem. She didn't have Jiang Chen's kind of golden finger that could forcefully enchant her voice and make the song more emotional. But compared to a wall hanging like Jiang Chen, Su Yueshin only looked like a normal vocal genius. There was no doubt that she was singing with emotion now. Not as strong as Jiang Chen's sound of the voice, but so flat that it fit the mood of the song perfectly. When you're old, eyebrows lowering, the lights are dim and uncertain. When I'm old, I wish, the song is, sing it to you. Fingertips gently strummed on the guitar strings, and the soft sound lingered in everyone's ears with intent. This is a song that is completely different from the songs written by Jiang Chen. Say it is a love song, but there is no lingering parting. Say it is a ballad, but the tunes and lyrics seem to be a little more moody. And this one is very simple, with very simple lyrics depicting one of the warmest loves ever. Hiss, do you guys ever get the feeling that the lyrics are like a poem? As a singer-songwriter, Hu Xiujia is quite sensitive to lyrics. He felt that these short sentences were arranged like a modern poem. Those other three may not be very knowledgeable, but after watching them for a while, They too feel like bullshit. Su Yueshin looked at the 4 judges who were whispering, and kindly reminded them. 4 teachers, I'm done singing. Han Feng picked up the microphone and said with a smile, we all know that Zhang Chen is a very talented person. And this song is quite perfect, whether it's the lyrics or the arrangement. It's all a surprise to us. And of course your singing is very much on point as well. It's simply a song that was created specifically for you, and I'm definitely going to give you a pass. Only his eyes always drifted towards Su Yueshin's chest from time to time when he spoke. Han Feng used to be one of Wei Chao's artists, and could not have gotten to where he is today without Wei Chao looking around for connections to give him a stage to find business. But during Wei Chao's most difficult time, he forced a breach of contract and jumped ship to leave Ultrastar Studios, and was the beginning of the bankruptcy of Ultrastar Studios. That's why Su Yueshin didn't have any good feelings towards Han Feng. She just politely said, thank you, teacher. In the future, you can come to me individually if you don't know anything about music. I think very highly of you. Su Yueshin just nodded faintly. Are you kidding me? If there's something I don't know about music, I won't go to my rumored boyfriend? In Su Yueshin's opinion, Zhang Chen's attainments in vocal music had already reached the peak, and none of these judges and teachers could match Zhang Chen in terms of singing skills. And as the schoolgirl, she was very sensitive to other people's eyes. The way this Han Feng looked at her made Su Yueshin a bit uncomfortable. And the professional still has to be Hu Xiujie, who himself is a well-known Tatsu blow, and still spares no effort in praising him when others on the bib are hacking Zhang Chen. Su Yueshin, you are the person who can give me the biggest surprise so far. Many people may think that if Zhang Chen writes a song for me, I'll be fine if I go on me. But in fact, everyone overestimates themselves. A good song also depends on who sings it. Just now, when you sang, the whole output of emotion, the whole immersed in the state of mind, I felt it. Speaking here, Hu Xiujie got stuck for a moment, thinking that the public opinion out there right now is not very good for Su Yuxian and Zhang Chen. So he hurriedly changed the topic. It's as if I saw the scene of 2 dying old men snuggling up to each other by the fireplace. Of course I want to praise the lyrics, although Zhang Chen is not here. But the rubbing of the hotness is still to be rubbed in a little bit. The contestants below were also amused by Hu Xiujie's humor. I find that the lyrics are very interesting. It's especially like a very meaningful modern poem. Su Yueshin interjected at this time. Teacher Hu, this is indeed a poem. And when I translated the lyrics into English, it rather seemed more meaningful. And of course, the words were also written by Zhang Chen. Su Chanxian was so jealous that she was about to spit fire. She couldn't even get a song when she went begging Zhang Chen in a low voice. Su Yueshin using Zhang Chen's song was as easy as drinking water. Hu Xiujie's words she had automatically filtered. In her opinion, this kind of song can be fire even if it is sung to a dog. Anyway, looking at Su Yueshin was not good, and even her singing was not good anymore. It was great, and I look forward to your follow-up. Hu Xiujie also gave Su Yuxian a pass. Subsequently, the other 2, although the business ability is not too good, but they will follow the wind. Hu Xiujie blew. They follow the blow is right. So Su Yueshin advanced smoothly. There was nothing to be happy about. After all, this was expected from Su Yueshin. Waiting until Su Chanxian was on the stage, Su Yueshin raised an eyebrow. To be honest, she did not put Su Chanxian in the eyes. Su Chanxian if really have the strength. That in the school when the results did not see how good it. And this woman who had made Zhang Chen a dog licker for 3 years. She really wanted to see on what basis. Su Chanxian performed a straight-up sing-song dance this time around. And while she was getting plastic surgery in Kimchi country, she was also trying to absorb the girl group culture there. What with the eye discharges and body displays, these could be the results of her training over in Kimchi country. I don't have a singing voice, and I can't sell meat? Holding this idea, Su Chanxian performed a slutty dance singing and dancing for everyone. Although the singing is not good, but the dance is slutty enough. Han Feng's eyes are straight. This Su Chanxian face is not as good looking as Su Yueshin, but the body is slutty enough. But Hu Xiujie watched with furrowed brows. Singing and dancing while gasping for air is too loud and unsteady, which means the basics just aren't there. My show is over. A few mentors look at me and I look at you. Han Feng took the lead and gave it a pass, then smiled and said, Su Qianxian, I really liked your performance. Your dance very much moved me. I felt the vigor of the young people, so I'll give you a promotion. And in the future when you encounter problems with music you can come to me individually. I'm very optimistic about you. Thank you Mr. Han. I'll try my best. But Hu Xiujie had a different opinion. In terms of dancing, I don't know much about it, but your breath when you sing is very unstable. I don't think you've practiced your foundation well, and in terms of a singer's point of view, you're failing me, so I'm sorry I can't give you a promotion. After hearing this, Su Chanxian was so angry inside that she cursed Hu Xiujie 10,000 times. She suspected that Hu Xiujie had been bribed by Jiang Chen and was deliberately targeting herself, but she was prepared for this, and squeezed out the tears, her eyes reddening as she cried in front of everyone. Cynthia Su is very talented in acting, and she looks so heartbreaking. The other two judges also gave face-to-face, in line with the principle of not to cause trouble or given through, so Su Chanxian so strange 3 votes through the promotion. Chapter 69, an interlude injected into the soul. Tears are worthless. The whole time, Su Yuexin wanted to laugh as she watched. Su Chanxian's way of performing may be able to attract some losers after the program is aired, but she firmly believes in the truth that people without strength won't get far. And after the recording ended, Su Yuexin returned inside the hotel. She hadn't been a social person in school, so she didn't want to make friends with these contestants on this show. Friendships on talent shows were very fake, and sometimes you had to cry in front of the camera. Something Su Yuexin really couldn't do because she didn't have much acting talent. After returning, she also immediately gave Jiang Chen the news. I've advanced. Plain and simple. Delighted. Not bad for you. Qua. Your ex-girlfriend was there. Oh, guess she advanced or not. Why don't we not talk about this woman? About to have a chat. Your ex-girlfriend looks at me like I owe her $1 billion. And she's a mediocre performer, but advances. Su Yuexin has a lot to say. And also, there's someone inside the judging panel that Big Brother Wei should be quite familiar with. It's that white-eyed wolf that Big Brother Wei brought out before. Seeing this, Jiang Chen glanced at Wei Chao, who was busy paying Starlet's contract. Wei Chao raised his head. What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then asked, Han Feng, did he screw you? Hearing this name, Wei Chao's face immediately turned ugly, but he still shook his head. It's fine. This person doesn't need to be bothered. It's really okay? It's really okay. Jiang Chen felt that the story behind it might not be that simple, but since Wei Chao wasn't saying anything, he wouldn't ask much as all. Today is also the day that History of the Bunny Family airs. At 8 o'clock in the evening, all the major platforms went live at the same time. The original purpose of this anime was really just to popularize history for little kids, but soon the production team was rewarded with a different kind of surprise. Since Jiang Chen helped the production team with publicity, the anime was a bit of a hit at first. Jiang Chen had also seen this animation. He had seen a similar animation in his previous life called That Year That Rabbit Those Things, 2 parallel time and space, although the history was different, but there were many similarities. The painting style was basically the same, and the plot inside made Jiang Chen couldn't help but have a sore nose. I just didn't realize that the most soulful interlude would come from myself. Pan Gang and Yuan, you are a very ordinary couple who have a 6-year-old child. The children have been well behaved since they were young, so the couple feels especially happy. The two also shared a common love in music. For example, they both enjoyed listening to Jiang Chen's songs, so it was only natural that they became Jiang Chen's fans. Right. Tonight seems to be the opening day of that animated movie that Jiang Chen is promoting, right? Yeah, but I heard there's no new song, and they're using Follow Your Dreams as an interlude. You don't say. Using Chasing Dreams as an interlude for a children's animation sounds pretty bombastic. Ha, let's take Little You to see it later. A program produced by the Central Broadcasting Station. It's definitely fine for the child to watch it. After dinner, the couple sat down in front of the TV with their child. Feather. Flower grower. Daddy, why are rabbits called flower growers? Pan Gang froze for a moment, then stroked Little Feather's head. Because the rabbit represents our country. And planting flowers means China. Feather was watching the picture on the TV intently. Pan Gang and Yuan Yu were also reading very carefully. They were both people who had gone to university and naturally read history. Unconsciously, it was a bit fascinating to watch. This first episode ends at the very beginning of the founding of the new Summer Kingdom, and it uses a variety of different animals to represent the different countries and tell the history in an easy-to-understand way. The moment the final red flag was raised, music started in the background. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. Jiang Chen's singing voice appeared at this moment, impassioned and enthusiastic, full of vigor and fervor, containing infinite hope just like the firstborn son. Hawk Sauce and Footloose Chicken are bad people, Feather said with righteous indignation. Pan Gang rubbed Little Feather's head and said gently, we don't study history to perpetuate hatred. It's to remember and encourage ourselves. Little Feather will be an excellent rabbit for our flower planting family in the future as well. Feather clenched her fists with an angry look on her face. I'm going to beat up the footpad chicken later. The couple couldn't help but laugh when they saw little Feather in this state. The second episode also aired immediately after. The more Pan Gang and Yuan you watched, the more fascinated they became. This is the story of rabbits supporting the northern stick country. It was fine up to here, but when they saw the third episode, neither Pan Gang nor Yuan you could hold back the tears in their eyes. Tears can freeze, too. The rabbits blew a charge through the cold. Before the day breaks, let us be braver and give all our youth without regret. Zhang Chen's song rang out at an unknown time, and those difficult and hard times marched on in the midst of the exuberant song. Pan Gang looked at Yuan Yu and wiped the tears from her face. Wife, you're crying. Little Feather also wiped Pan Gang's face and said with some sadness, Daddy cried too. The animation is gone by this point, with 3 episodes running at once, each only 7 or 8 minutes long. It took a moment for the couple to realize that this might not be a simple animation. Little Feather, in the future you must work hard. We can have the life today. It's all because the predecessors exchanged their lives for Are those rabbits buried in the snow? Yeah, it's all the rabbits who work hard for the breeder. I'm going to be a very good bunny, one that doesn't make mommy and daddy cry. Lin Guang and the others were nervously looking forward to the results of the anime broadcast. By this time, Zhang Chen's fans had begun to spontaneously help publicize the event. I've watched it and all I can say is that tears are worthless. Didn't we agree it was for kids? Damn it, tricking me into tears. Ooh, how come there's only 3 episodes? Keep releasing the later ones. The history of the bunny family was instantly fire out of the ring, publicized by Zhang Chen's huge fan base. Although it was just an interlude that used Zhang Chen, it didn't affect the people's praise for Zhang Chen. Lin Guang was even more excited to see this achievement. Only he knows that what breathes the soul into this animation is chasing dreams. So he immediately sent a scarf to thank Zhang Chen. Thanks again for Zhang Chen's contribution to the history of the rabbit family. We picked the episode for a whole month. It's an honor to come across Chasing Dreams and Red Hearts. And thanks to Zhang Chen's selflessness and willingness to give us the use of the copyrights free of charge. And we hope that you can support Zhang Chen's music while supporting ours. He's a great musician. Chapter 70, Boss Su's Revenge. Intercepting Le Sheng Entertainment. Xinxiuchan Le Sheng Entertainment is a flow star who has been on the scene for 2 years, but her current fame in the entertainment industry is only a third line. A third-tier star. Every opportunity to appear on camera is very precious. This year, the company finally decided to promote her, and spent a lot of effort to find her a very hot first-tier variety show, The Story of Mushroom House. It's a first-tier variety show on Mango, and to see if a variety show is first-tier, it depends on whether it has a luxurious enough lineup. It's an unbeatable opportunity for a third-tier artist to be featured here. How much is my appearance fee? Are there any scripts I should be aware of when I get there? Xinxiuchan asked her agent with an expectant face. 100,000. What? Only $100,000? What kind of crap variety show is this? Giving this much? I can't even go and bring a load for more than this much. Hearing this number, Xinxiuchan was very disgusted, but her agent directly slapped her on the head. You don't look at what kind of curiosity you are now. For this opportunity, how many favors did the company spend for you, do you know? Going on the show and making good relationships with seniors like Mr. He and Mr. Huang is worth more than you bringing in goods for 10 shows. Xinxiuchan is a little aggravated, but she is still ambitious, and after 2 years she is still in a lukewarm state, and she is still a little impatient. Hearing the agent say it like that made her a lot more comfortable. This is my chance to be in the second tier? If you are appreciated by Mr. He, when the time comes to invite you to participate in 2 variety shows hosted by him, the first tier is not a problem. It's not bad to be able to give you money, but you still dislike it. Oops, I'm in a hurry. Her agent's cell phone rang at that moment and then picked up a call. As a result, her face changed immediately. What? Director Wang, didn't we agree on this? How can we cancel it? Contract? Contract is not immediately signed? Our Autumn Cold is very effective program cannot be so you reconsider? We can continue to lower the appearance fee hello? Xinxiuchan's agent's face turned ironic. Sis, what's wrong? What happened? Shit, your variety show is gone. Damn director, he went back on his word and said he found someone more suitable. Xinxiuchan's face changed, and she was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. This was her rare opportunity for promotion. Damn, someone must have screwed me. I'm going to tell Fandong. Meanwhile, the writers department at Lu Sports Entertainment. Yu Xiao is a scriptwriter for Le Sheng Entertainment, specializing in writing youth idol dramas starring fresh meat. and has recently been invited by Penguin Video to write an idol drama set in an immortal setting, with a hefty price tag. Now that it's halfway done, when the outline was submitted to the Penguin Video side, the other side said they were satisfied and told him to keep writing. As long as I finish this drama, I'll be able to get the company to offer me a higher contract. By then I'll surely become a famous screenwriter in Xia. Yu Xiao felt that he was bound to have great luck this year. However, all of a sudden he received a message from Penguin Video's operation. Junwei, I'm sorry. After our company's internal discussion, it was unanimously decided that the script you wrote doesn't meet our expectations, so our cooperation can only be temporarily suspended. Yu Xiao's entire face changed drastically. What do you mean, Big Brother Zhan? That's not what you said before. Didn't you say that as soon as I finish writing, it's basically finalized? Sorry, temporary internal change. No, you can't do this. All my efforts have been wasted. I can change, but the other person isn't replying. Yu Xiao sent another message over and a red exclamation mark appeared behind it. Fuck, who's targeting me? I'm going to find Fan Dong to give me a statement. Inside Van City's office, when Yu Xiao came in huffing and puffing to complain, she realized that there were already several people here already. Fan Dong, you have to do it for me. The program group of Mushroom House is bullying people too much. Obviously they have already said goodbye, but then they suddenly called me off and said that they want to replace me. Have I said anything wrong? And I haven't done anything bad. They've gone too far. This is totally teasing us. Fan Dong, there's me. I had all talked to endorse their products, but they suddenly backtracked today and said they want to change. And I was supposed to be on the Happy Departures crew up there as a guest for an episode, but they suddenly said they didn't want me. Fan Chang's brain hurt from listening, and when he saw Yu Xiao come in, he also asked with a sullen face, your business has been cut off as well? Yu Xiao said awkwardly. Penguin Video suddenly backtracked and said they didn't want my script. After hearing the roar, Fan Chang also sighed and said, you guys go out first, I'll investigate what's going on. This crowd of third and fourth tier artists went out cursing. Fan Chang's face was a bit gloomy, and at that moment, Fan Lijun was also inside the office. Chairman Dad, what the hell is going on? Fan Chang said in a deep voice. What else could be going on? Even a dog can see that someone is targeting our company and cutting off our business. But the cutoffs were for business with third and fourth tier stars, and while there was a loss, it wasn't enough to hurt. The business of a first tier star brings in more revenue than 10 third tier stars can match, but it has to be said, it grossed them out, especially that script of Yu Xiao's. If it works out, you can stuff a lot of the company's actors inside the cast, but this one cuts right through the expectation of a follow-up. I'd like to see who's targeting us so blatantly. The one who did this was, of course, Su Tianyang. His sister is being engaged in this kind of public attack by Lusheng Entertainment. As a brother, of course, he can't do nothing, but he also had a headache right now. How was the interception done? By using their Minda Group contacts, of course, and by promising to use some alternatives. What's in your fucking head? I asked you to cut off the celebrity business. Variety shows and TV dramas are fine. How am I supposed to do that when you've got a screenwriter for me? His secretary said with some embarrassment. An accidental takedown. This was a momentary lapse. A momentary lapse. I still have to find my own screenwriter, don't I? Young master, why don't I contact whoever the screenwriter is free? Don't you give me a hard time. I'll find it myself. Su Tianyang is also a bit annoyed right now. Intercepting this thing, after you take it down from someone else, you always have to give them better leverage to do so. Chapter 71 Immortal Sword and Sorcery. Jiang Chen also wants to be a screenwriter? Why are you so free? Aren't you writing a new song to make money? Su Tianyang arrived at the Superstar studio and was a bit speechless when he saw Jiang Chen lying on the sofa watching TV like a salted fish. He signed Jiang Chen to make Jiang Chen make money for the studio, but Wei Chao's contract gives Jiang Chen too much freedom. Basically there is no mandatory indicators, just like raising a father. Jiang Chen dryly coughed twice. Cough, in fact I'm very busy. Next week I still have to participate in the variety show of the Central Broadcasting Station, but also to write the theme song for that program of UXIN, and the second half of the year, I still have to participate in the Penguins variety show. Busy hell. This isn't busy at all. In fact, after Jiang Chen won the championship, it was the best time for commercial value. And of course, there were many businessmen looking for Jiang Chen to do commercial performances, and the prices offered were not low. But Jiang Chen refused them all, partly because he hadn't gotten to the point where he needed to go on a commercial acting binge to make money, and partly because he did want to swing for the fences for a while. But there is another good news is that Fu Xiaoxing has also signed with Superstar Studio, and after a detailed conversation between Wei Chao and Fu Xiaoxing, he feels that there shouldn't be any problem in bringing a Fu Xiaoxing. But Fu Xiaoxing's contract wasn't as good as Zhang Chen's. It's just a pretty normal artist contract, and then now it's out there taking business gigs to support the studio. Su Tianyang sat down, then calmly said, "I've recently picked up a variety show that requires you to make a trip." "What? How can you just give me business, boss?" Su Tianyang sighed helplessly, but still truthfully told Zhang Chen about his interception of Lusheng Entertainment. "That's just the way it is. I'm targeting Lusheng Entertainment to avenge you, and now the business that's cut off down the line needs someone to pick it up, so you'll have to go for a bit." After hearing this, Zhang Chen actually felt a bit funny. I didn't expect the seemingly stable boss Su to have such a side, doing such a reckless thing for his sister from out of the blue. What variety? Mango Channel's Tales from the Mushroom House, a lifestyle program, just one episode. But of course there's a notice fee, and in your case, they're willing to give $200,000. $200,000 is considered to be the appearance fee of a second or third tier star, and some of those first tier stars' appearance fees are even in the millions. With Zhang Chen's current hotness, the show's crew must have earned it. Okay, sounds good. When does it start? Seeing that Zhang Chen had agreed, Su Tianyang was also relieved to finally make up for it. "Since it's a temporary fill-in, you'll be leaving the day after tomorrow." Yes. Is there anything else I can do to help?" Zhang Chen is still very quick to agree. Su boss, although it is for the sister out of anger, but rounded up is also equivalent to their own out of anger. Well, Su Tianyang's brow wrinkled again. He had just looked for a few more famous screenwriters in the industry, but these screenwriters all had jobs in their hands and couldn't find the time to come out and write a script for him. "And my damn secretary picked up a script for me, forget it. You wouldn't understand it anyway." Zhang Chen got angry right away. Who was this looking down on? "Boss Su, you're looking down on people. Just writing a script. How big a deal is it? Tell me what type of script it is." Su Tianyang looked at Zhang Chen with more than a hint of contempt in his eyes. "Go write your songs. This is not your field. Don't get involved. Boss Su, give me a chance and return a miracle. You don't have any experience writing screenplays. What big man didn't start out as a punt?" Su Tianyang was 100% distrustful of Zhang Chen. In his opinion, Zhang Chen should just write songs properly, and becoming a king of the music industry in the future wasn't a big problem. Engaging in this kind of crossover is a pure waste of talent and a waste of time. But looking at Zhang Chen's confident face, he still mentioned it slightly to Zhang Chen. Penguin Videos side wants to make a puppet drama, tentatively on the subject of immortality, and I used a little bit of my connections to snatch away the opportunity that was originally offered by Lusheng Entertainment, but I haven't found one to take it over for the time being. Zhang Chen slammed his thigh. "Harm, what a big deal. I'll fix it for you straight away. You play your music. I'll write it and send it to you tonight. So don't dismiss it as garbage and not read it." Su Tianyang was also speechless for a while. He felt like he shouldn't have told Zhang Chen about this right now, because in his opinion, Zhang Chen was purely wasting his time. When he went back, Zhang Chen looked at the selling price of the Immortal Sword and Sorcery 1 script in the system and suddenly felt a bit regretful. This system is called the Voice of the Voice system, which specializes in raising singers, so the songs in there are relatively cheap, but everything else is more expensive. For example, a literary work like the Sherlock Holmes mysteries costs $500,000. And the script for Immortal Sword and Sorcery 1 sells for a surprisingly high $1 million. Still, it's easy to get your money back as long as you can shoot it, because this one script is including all the interludes and soundtracks, so when you do the math, $1 million is still worth it. When he said he would do it, Zhang Chen wasn't one to hesitate. In a previous life, Immortal Sword and Sorcery was initially considered to be the beginning of immortal dramas. And it was only after knowing that it had been on the air for many years that people realized that it was the pinnacle of immortal dramas. After Immortal Sword, almost all immortal dramas became romance dramas, and the landscape for both the heroes and the villains became much smaller. Why does Hugo have so many male fans? Immortal Sword is a big reason. The two characters, Li Yiwu and Jing Tian, are portrayed perfectly, fulfilling many boys' fantasies of immortality. So that night Su Tianyang received a copy of the script sent by Zhang Chen. "Boss Su, the work of vomit. I think we can already talk about the split." Su Tianyang? He was already not very hopeful, but now he was even less hopeful. Who writes a script in half a day? He ended up raising an eyebrow when he opened it. It's done in style. Even wrote what shots are needed where. Looking on, Su Tianyang's eyes became more and more out of place. Boss Su even wasted his sleep and food, seeing the finale in one breath. At that moment, a mouthful of old blood almost didn't come out of the whole person. Jiang Chen, you a goddamned beast, ah. Lin Yueru knife. Tang, you small treasure knife. Wine sword fairy knife, you damn, even Ling air also knife, ah. This is the heroine, ah, set you monkey. But after cursing Jiang Chen, Su Tianyang regained his senses. Even someone like him can be drawn into the plot. This script really isn't simple. Jiang Chen, this dog thing, although written emo a little bit, but this immortal characterization really have a set of to the penguin video side to see if there is no mess. Achoo! Jiang Chen, who was lying in bed playing with his cell phone at this time, didn't hold back a sneeze. What ungrateful fellow is cursing me? Chapter 72. This script must be written by an old screenwriter, right? Tianming Cinema Company. Which company is this? Fan Chang looked at the results that came from the investigation and his brows furrowed. His secretary also answered in a whisper at this time. It's a subsidiary of Mingda Group, a theater company created 2 years ago. The momentum is very strong. Acquired the new Beauty Cinema line and Wolf Tooth Cinema line, and now it's also one of the top 10 theaters in the country. This result made Fan Chang frown deeply. If it was just a theater company, he thought it was nothing. The key was that the other party was under the Mingda Group. Instead of working on his real estate, is he coming to the entertainment industry to get involved? But where did I mess with Su Dongmao? Fan Dong, I checked. The studio that Jiang Chen signed up with is Superstar Studio. What Superstar? It's that studio that Han Feng and Kai Yanqi were in before they jumped ship. After that happened, the studio went bankrupt and was later bought out. And I found out that the current Superstar Studio is fully owned by Tianming Cinema. Fan Chang instantly understood, then revealed a cold smile. No wonder that kid Jiang Chen is so crazy. So he has a backstage. But this Mingda Group wants to rely on a studio that has gone bankrupt to target us. It's too much to put us in our eyes. Fan Chang's eyes became very sharp. Although Mingda Group's financial strength was the top in Xia, but their business was still mainly in real estate. Fan Chang believed that if Su Dongmao used too much capital to play with him, he would definitely lose sight of both sides. So his real opponent is just this Tianming Cinema line. The other side since this way to cut off the business of their company's artists. It is clear that it is a declaration of war. This time cannot be wimpy. Since Lisheng Entertainment is just an entertainment company, it can't influence the theaters. So it's not very easy to operate above the theaters. So the only thing that can operate is this Superstar Studio. And Superstar Studio only had 2 artists right now. One was Jiang Chen and the other was Fu Xiaoxing. Fu Xiaoxing is negligible. From the talent show out. No capital to help. Want to be among the second line or 1 or 2 years of sedentary time. Jiang Chen, just destroying you would be equivalent to destroying Superstar Studio, right? Fan Chang revealed a confident smile. It was much easier to cope with the situation after sorting out his thoughts. Penguin Video's operations group. Zhang Wei was originally responsible for investing in the opening of an immortal web series. The original target was the one that Lisheng Entertainment Yu Xiao was writing. But the Mingda Group side suddenly said they could not only invest, but also had a better script. Plus, the other party is still on good terms with the executives on Penguin side, taking away Yu Xiao's chances. Today Su Tianyang had an appointment with Zhang Wei. Mr. Su, what a hero. I even hugged you when you were a kid, and in the blink of an eye you've become the president of a theater company. Su Tianyang smiled. Uncle Jean is polite. Today we are here to talk about the matters of the immortal script. Oh, how? See how you mean it's already written? That's right, and I think the script is quite well written. But of course, I'm not a professional at this, so I'll ask you to take a look at it to see if it's a good fit. Su Tianyang handed the printed script of Immortal Sword in Chivalry 1 to Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei took a look at the name, he thought it was quite immortal. Which screenwriter did you get to write this? Su Tianyang said seriously. I'll tell you who wrote it after you read it first. Otherwise with the screenwriter's filter, it's easy to have an unobjective judgment. Zhang Wei was a little suspicious, thinking that it could have been written by some big, bullish screenwriter. But he patiently opened it and read it anyway. The whole script was so thick that it could take 2 or 3 hours to read it. But Su Tianyang was patient enough to wait beside him again. Janeway looked at the script and got into it right away. His expression was sometimes surprised, sometimes torn, sometimes sad, and he didn't realize how much time had passed. When he finished reading, he realized that 3 hours had passed. Zhang Wei took a long breath, organized his emotions, then said very solemnly, to be honest, this is not the same as the Immortal Warrior I originally imagined. Now the Immortal Warrior drama is almost all love haunts. Immortal Warrior, but only the immortal has no chivalry. This immortal sword and wonderful warrior biography lets me see a different immortal warrior. The characters here are all very full-bodied, and have different charisma. All depict love, but in the end, they give up small love to achieve great love, giving up their own lives for the world. This is definitely a script written by a top-notch screenwriter, and it even states when what kind of footage is needed. I have the illusion that I can do it as well, and I'm guessing that this screenwriter has experience as a director as well. I don't know if my guesses are right. After listening to Zhang Wei's reasoned analysis, Su Tianyang revealed an odd expression. This script, Jiang Chen wrote it. What Jiang Chen? Which Jiang Chen? Which other Jiang Chen? The winner of the chosen one. Zhang Wei's entire body was directly dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was a singer, yes, but how did he suddenly guest star as a screenwriter? It's understandable to say that the cameo to the actor, but you're an original singer. It's not your business to write a script even if you write a good song, right? I read a lot. Don't lie to me. Su Tianyang spread his hands helplessly. I was shocked when I got it, but that's just the way it is. It's really what he handed to me last night. Maybe people who write lyrics well have some talent in writing stories, don't you think? Zhang Wei still found it a bit hard to accept, and it wasn't until Su Tianyang showed him the chat records with Jiang Chen that he reluctantly believed it. How about it? Is this drama feasible? How is it better than that Yu Zhao's? Zhang Wei sighed and said, if nothing else, there shouldn't be a better script than this one. We were going to eat a little bit of traffic from the flow stars before, but now it looks like we have to look for actors. Oh yeah. Jiang Chen said that he had an image of the script in his head and that he wanted to participate in the actor audition process. It's fine. It's fine. The screenwriter still has that power. But I have to go write an application for a project. And when the auditions start, maybe it'll be next month. So we have a partnership? We'll have to wait until the project is finished before we can talk about the split. This may have to wait a little bit for a few days. You can ask Jiang Chen to see if he has any suitable actors to recommend. And if there's enough money, we'll shoot Immortal Sword and Chivalry 1 as an S-rated project. You don't have to worry about funding. I'm the biggest investor. And of course there will be more besides me. Have fun working together. Chapter 73 Mushroom House Recording, an ordinary and hard-working day. In the blink of an eye, Wei Chao had brought Jiang Chen to Hangzhou. This is where life in the Mushroom House was recorded. Guests include Mango Channel's Pillar, Mr. He Jiu He, Mr. Huang Sancher Huang, a respected senior in the acting industry, and two actors from the new generation, Peng Dafei and Zhang Zifeng. These four are the regular guests, with 2 or 3 flying guests invited to each episode. Jiang Chen's spot belonged to pure interdiction, halfway out. In addition to Jiang Chen, there were 2 other stars, Wang Yi, a member of the boy band who had returned from the Kimchi Kingdom, and Sun Wen, a more active second-tier singer. What am I going to do over there? Sitting in the car? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. The director over there told me that we have to prepare for the rice harvest today, so it might be a bit of a struggle. No Reaper? Harm. Yes there is, but what other program effects are there with the Reaper on? The audience just wants to see you stars tired to the point of cramps. Jiang Chen did not have any great feelings. His hometown was originally in the countryside. When he was in elementary school he helped his family harvest rice. There was also something called farm vacation at that time. Many people felt that life in the countryside was a life to aspire to, but only Jiang Chen himself knew that farm work was exhausting. It's okay for city people to experience it, but if they really want to do it for a long period of time, Jiang Chen is not happy about it anyway. Wei Chao was soon stopped outside the village, and Jiang Chen walked down the country lane with his suitcase. There's a new guest coming. Peng Dafei was wearing a straw hat, all dirty, and holding a bowl in his hand. When he saw Jiang Chen, he waved his hand in greeting with a surprised face. Hey, here. Free labor is here. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly, but there was no need to be so blunt. Hearing Peng Dafei's shout, many people ran out from inside the mushroom house. It seems to be lunchtime now and everyone is reaching for their bowls. Hello Mr. He, hello Mr. Huang, hello you guys, just call me Xiao Jiang. He Jiu gave Jiang Chen a hug. Ha ha, Jiang Chen, I'm also a fan of your songs. When are you going to release your new songs? Jiang Chen said awkwardly. Mr. He, let's be reasonable. I haven't released a new song in only 2 weeks. The crowd laughed out loud. Jiang Chen's previous song output was too fast, and this time 2 weeks passed without any movement, almost thinking that Zhang Lang had run out of talent. Xiao Jiang has come at the perfect time. We've just returned from the fields, and we'll be going down to the fields when we've finished eating and resting for a while. Jiang Chen said bitterly, then it looks like I came at a bad time. It's okay, come what may. The crowd was also noticing that Jiang Chen was not acting rushed, which made them much more comfortable when bringing guests. Some guests will be too shy to interact in this situation. A situation that requires them, the regular guests, to force interaction. It was obvious that Jiang Chen belonged to the category of those who were good to get along with. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that this variety show would be rather fake, but after getting along, he realized that everyone was quite normal. At least it's so much better than the bull ***** you encountered during the Chosen Sun auditions. Mr. Huang's cooking skills seemed to be good as well, and Jiang Chen felt better eating it than he did. We have 2 more friends coming today, but we're going to head out to work first, so we'll leave the house to Mr. Huang for now. Can we have dinner straight away when we get back? Huang Sancher patted his beer belly. Don't worry, the dinner pack is sumptuous. He Jiao put on his overalls and greeted. Xiao Jiang, prepare for the departure of Phase 1. Coming. Jiang Chen treated his participation in this variety show as a job, and the crew gave at least $200,000 for the appearance. What's wrong with $200,000 for a day of farm work? Think this through and you won't feel shortchanged. In the farmland, Jiang Chen was also burying his head in the sand. Xiao Jiang, you're so skillful. Have you been in the fields before? He Jiao couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw Jiang Chen's skillful maneuvering. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his face and replied, I farmed in my hometown, and I used to go down to the fields with my mom when I was a kid, so this job isn't unfamiliar to me, and it's not too difficult. It's been many years since you've been in the fields, hasn't it? How does it feel to be inside a farm again? I actually made it my dream to become a big star just so I wouldn't have to farm, but really stepping into this previously hated farmland again. This hot summer breeze seems to carry with it a certain memory from a certain time. Remembering how I was chased by my mom across the ridge because I was lazy. Ha ha. What Jiang Chen said at this time was also sincere. But some memories, although nostalgic, do not want to go back is. In that case, Koto has kind of realized his dream, right? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with myself right now, and my mom and dad are proud of me, so I'm pretty content. Hearing this mentality of Jiang Chen, He Jiao couldn't help but appreciate Jiang Chen as well. He always liked to promote young people, especially those he admired. Jiang Chen's mentality of having won the championship but not being arrogant and impatient was something he liked. As an original singer, where does Jiang usually find inspiration? I wonder if this rice field has given you some creative inspiration. Talked to Mr. He and now I feel inspired, ahaha, ha. Then the fan in me will have to rush the song. No problem. We'll sing it tonight. Jiang Chen was really working seriously to dry into the night, during which he often talked to Mr. He about life. And those other 2 guests didn't show up until the sun was almost down. Only then did Jiang Chen see what a real paddling brother was like. Wang Yi and Sun Wen both wore the clothes to go down to the field, but as a result, after going down to the field, they were actually playing in the mud to catch the little frogs. Played for half an hour and just called it a day. The 2 guests froze and went straight back with everyone else without doing anything. The timing was spot on and the paddling was awesome. For the farmers, their day was a very ordinary one. Coming home after a busy day, you come home to someone who has prepared a meal. At night, we all started the talk session together with the night breeze. Is Ko tired today? Huang Sancher asked curiously, without waiting for Jiang Chen to answer. He Jiao answered for Jiang Chen. That's definitely tiring. When I'm in the fields, I have to rest a lot. But Xiao Jiang has been working all the time. I've got a sore back now. Xiao Jiang must be exhausted after a busy day, right? Peng Dafei also said adoringly. Chen is really great. He worked all day and basically didn't rest in between. Zhang Zifeng also catered. Yeah. Chen is really the hardest working person inside this program. I really admire that. The crowd's praise of Jiang Chen caused Wang Yi and Sun Wen, who had intentionally arrived late, to blush a bit unnaturally. There's no need to boast like this, right? Won't we look embarrassed when the program airs? Chapter 74, Night Talks. There's always someone who doesn't like themselves. Right now, a particularly large number of people online are very curious about Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen gives the impression of a talented singer-songwriter and disregards every contestant equally. This persona seemed a bit lofty, so when it was revealed that Jiang Chen had been a dog licker and had a history of relationships in the past, a lot of people gravitated towards him. Therefore people were even more curious to know what Jiang Chen was like outside of the halo. He Jiao was also a veteran, and he knew exactly what the netizens were interested in. So the nightly talk sessions almost always centered around Jiang Chen. What do you think of our program, Xiao Jiang? This question is a little sharp. Jiang Chen looked at the director behind the camera, then said seriously, "This is a great program that lets us high and mighty stars experience the way farmers live, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and feel a different kind of life." He Jiao also nodded appreciatively as he listened. He wasn't trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen, but to give Jiang Chen more footage and opportunities to say something nice. The director was happy to hear it, and by the time the program was aired, it would also be able to attract more viewers. Jiang Chen also knew when to say something nice. "What does Shizuku think?" Sunwon stammered and said something in praise of the show as well. She was clearly not prepared. "What's Ye's take on it?" Wang Yi coughed dryly twice. Then he unleashed his acting talent. He said with reddened eyes, "The one who touched me the most today is Jiang Chen. He debuted as a champion but worked tirelessly in the fields. It's very difficult for artists to be able to devote themselves to it. I even think that Jiang Chen might be naturally more suited to be a good farmer. It's really a farmer's loss for him to enter the entertainment circle." Hearing Wang Yi's words, everyone frowned. Jiang Chen also felt puzzled. At first glance it seems to be in praise of themselves, but carefully pondered the meaning seems to be that Jiang Chen is not suitable for the entertainment industry, or go home to planting it. Wang Yi was back from the kimchi country, and inside his thoughts, his status back in Xia was equivalent to having gilded the lily, and it should have been a descending blow to the entertainment industry in Xia. In the past, the influence of the Korean wave was stronger, and the earliest batch of kimchi country boy band members who returned to China had already mixed into the inner entertainment. But Wang Yi missed the best of that period, and his return now can only be described as having heat, but not as exaggerated as before. Apparently Wang Yi didn't realize this problem. He felt that if his seniors could mix so well, there was no reason for him to mix worse than them. In this state of mind, recently seeing that a random bit of Jiang Chen's relationship history on the internet could set the internet on fire, Wang Yi was a bit jealous of Jiang Chen. He felt that this kind of heat should belong to him, now that he had come to the Mushroom House program, and Mr. He's topic of their chats had been on Jiang Chen. He was naturally a bit upset, and even his speech had become a bit shifty. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Yi with some meaningful eyes. Wang Yi always felt a bit creepy when he met Jiang Chen's eyes. What Jiang Chen thought was, "I knew it was impossible to be so harmonious as a protagonist attending any event. You kid finally jumped out as a little villain to slap me in the face. If you really admire me, I could teach you tomorrow. There's still half the rice in the field to be confiscated, and then the feeling might be even deeper than it is now. Don't you think?" Wang Yi's face stiffened after hearing this. He felt disgusted even touching the mud of the farmland. He couldn't do it if he had to keep bending over like Jiang Chen. He had weak kidneys. I have an announcement tomorrow. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Jiang Chen despised it even more inwardly. You took the show's appearance fee and you're not even happy to go down to the field to cut a rice paddy. So what's the big tale you're pretending to be? He Jiao saw that the atmosphere is not right. Inwardly also cursed Wang Yi, this stupid egg. All said that there is a place where he is very good at regulating the atmosphere, but originally recorded well. Suddenly came out to destroy the atmosphere. Can not be angry? Well, we can talk about music now. Speaking of music, Wang Yi's entire body straightened up. He was well prepared to go on this show. There are many ways to gain audience love on a variety show, and Wang Yi feels that bending over backwards to work is one of the most brainless. He directly raised his hand and said, "Teacher I like music very much over in kimchi country, and I usually like originality. I'm very excited to come to this program, and I usually watch this program all the time, so I had a gift prepared before I came." "Oh, what gift?" "I wrote a song for the show called Smile for the Fields, which took me a lot of time, and I hope to take this opportunity to sing it to all of you in the Mushroom House." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not realizing that there was this part. "Good, Pumba, sis, let's move the guys out together," He Jio greeted, and the Tool duo quickly got the stereo and electronic piano ready. Wang Yi sat in front of the electronic piano, if anything, casting a provocative gaze at Jiang Chen before playing and singing. He Jio and Huang Sancher were both old farts, so of course they could see Wang Yi's targeting of Jiang Chen. The two of them looked at each other and also sighed. To this show, fighting for the camera was acceptable to them, but intensifying the conflict was unacceptable to them. Wang Yi's song was indeed written to please the Mushroom House crowd on this show, and it took some time and effort, but Jiang Chen felt it was mediocre and had no memorable points. The others actually thought so, but clapped for the sake of atmosphere. Wang Yi felt that he had made a big splash, then looked at Jiang Chen. "I've heard that Jiang Chen is also a great original singer. I wonder what he thinks of my song." Jiang Chen smiled and asked, "Are you sure you want me to review it? My reviews are quite objective. Of course, after all, Objective evaluation is what makes people improve. Hee-jio looked at Jiang Chen's eyes and realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly made a wink at Jiang Chen, signaling not to mess things up. Instead, Jiang Chen said indifferently, "The song is not bad, but it didn't reach a level I can appreciate." Hiss. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this? Wang Yi's face turned red all of a sudden. He had thought that Jiang Chen would praise him, even if he didn't like himself, because this is a taped program, and not being able to talk is going to be a problem. So he was simply trying to discuss Jiang Chen. His mindset was, so what if you hate me? In the face of my songs, you can only praise them. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any face at all. In that case, don't blame me for not giving you face. Wang Yi revealed a sinister smile, then said, I quite Pang said that you were inspired in the field today and said that you would sing for everyone to hear tonight. I wonder what level Jiang de Talent's songs are at. Why don't you let me see them? He believed that even if Jiang Chen was a genius, he couldn't have written the song on the spot. The odds are that what was said during the day was a joke with Mr. He for the sake of the show's effect. But who cares if you're joking or not? If you say I can't do it, why don't you write one for me? All you have to do is write it. And when the show airs, I'll get a PR team to say you're not as talented as me. And it won't disgust you. It was expected that Jiang Chen would politely decline. But to Wang Yi's dismay, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, saying, when Mr. He asked me what I thought in the field today, I said that I was very satisfied with the current situation. I was able to make my debut as a professional singer. And I've already accomplished my original dream. It's very tiring to keep on climbing up the ladder. So maybe feeling the joy of a good harvest in a rice field is more meaningful than climbing madly more meaningful. It's called Inajiku, a song I'm very happy with. And I'd like to thank you all for being its first listeners. Chapter 75 The Fragrance of Rice. Hee-jio directly led the applause. Good, so it looks like I have a part in this song. Tonight is a musical cut. Friends, let's look forward to it. Jiang Chen looked at Sunwon and inquired, can you play the tambourine? Sunwon obviously didn't expect there to be anything about herself, but at this point, she also knew that within this wave of head-breaking between Jiang Chen and Wang Yi, she was afraid that she would have far fewer shots on the air. It's an opportunity that's been delivered to us, so it's a waste of time not to take it. Moreover, she didn't know why she had a feeling that Jiang Chen might be crushing Wang Yi. Just think of the previous scene of crushing Zhou Hang mercilessly on the final stage of Chosen Sun, when Zhou Hang could scream happier than Wang Yi now. And now that Sunwon had the opportunity to work with Jiang Chen to complete this song, this wave of heat was something she was sure to rub off on her. Will, too good to be true. Let me tell you something. Both being musicians, Sunwon easily understood Jiang Chen's meaning. Obviously, one is just a tool man, but it doesn't matter. Despite the 0-8 record, none of her teammates can even start a game without her. The wind gently brushes through the summer night, and there are gusts of cicadas singing and frogs chirping in the fields. Jiang Chen held his guitar and strummed the strings, the cozy intro tugging at the hearts of the listeners. To the world, if you have too much to complain about, if you fall down, you're afraid to move on. Why do people have to be so weak and corrupt? Please turn on the TV and see how many people. I'm trying to be brave for my life. Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything even if you don't have it. Remember when you said home was the only castle? As the Inari River continues to run. Faint smile. I know the dreams I had as a child. Don't cry. Let the fireflies carry you away. The songs of the countryside will always be relied upon. Go home. Back to the good old days. Jiang Chen was also directly launching the effect of the sound of the voice. And with the master level singing, the touch given to the crowd was very strong. It's a very healing song. Its lyrics convey an optimistic forward-thinking, contented attitude that although life is full of difficulties, there is always someone who has it harder than you. When we are disappointed, sad, or heartbroken, hold hope in our hearts. Everyone has their own field in their heart that can make you forget your worries and miss the beauty you fantasized about as a child. At this moment, all of the program staff gathered around the crowd, listening to Jiang Chen's song, and couldn't help but shed some tears. Mr. He himself was a person with strong empathy, and in Jiang Chen's song, he thought a lot. The program, which seems to say it's about experiencing an idyllic life away from the hustle and bustle of the world, is still essentially a program. There is no such thing as being away from the world when you come here, and no matter how cozy you make it here, he is still a working man at heart. While everyone was imagining things, Jiang Chen's voice sounded once again. Don't want to give up so easily, like I said. If you can't chase a dream, just change it. Color your life brightly. Paint love in your favorite color first. Pausing here for a moment, Jiang Chen looked at the people who were flooded with tears. He sang, "Smile. Success and fame are not an end in themselves. Make yourself happy. That's what it's all about. Paper airplanes of childhood. And now it's finally in my hands. The so-called pleasure. I'm tired of chasing dragonflies in the fields barefoot. I'm afraid of getting stung by bees for picking fruit. Who's snickering? I'm leaning on a scarecrow. The wind blew. I sang a song, and I fell asleep. Afternoon guitars are crisper with the sound of insects. The sunshine on the road is not afraid of heartbreak. Cherish everything even if you don't have it. This rap is divine. It never occurred to me that rap could be so healing, that it would be so perfect to listen to. Both the melody and the pace of the words are perfect beyond reproach. More importantly, there is a very optimistic attitude towards life within this rap. MS. He wiped away her tears, then broke into a happy smile, as the same Jiang Chen sang, "Smile. Success and fame is not the purpose. Make yourself happy is called the meaning. Go home. Go back to what was good in the beginning." When the last line was sung, the whole room erupted in applause. Both the crowd at the Mushroom House and the staff at the venue erupted in applause. It's a very lucky thing to hear such a great song on such a non-musical variety show, and it can give them the power to heal their hearts. Jiang Chen also smiled. "Thank you all for listening. Being able to move everyone is the happiest thing for me as a musician." He Jiao also immediately went up and gave Jiang Chen a hug. "Bravo Xiao Jiang. I really like this song in particular. Although I'm not a professional music critic, but few songs can give me such a touching feeling." Huang Sancher also couldn't help but marvel. "I always used to hear that whoever was a genius, but I always kind of didn't believe it. But now I've seen what a real genius is like." Pang Dafei raised his hands in the air as excitedly as a bean. Theme song. His words made everyone's expression a bit strange. Director Wang Shuo, who was directing behind the cameraman, also raised his hand at this time and said, "We'll talk about this after this recording." Sun Wen was just a very ordinary singer, with one or two songs that were quite hot, but they couldn't be as hot as any of Jiang Chen's songs. It's just that she sings more number and usually makes more appearances inside various music variety shows, so she's barely in the second tier. So she was actually very eager to have a masterpiece. Just now, when she gave Jiang Chen a hand, her entire body was dumbfounded. It was amazing how her heart thumped as she watched the man's talent and charisma. This face, this talent, this business ability, what is this if not a god? At this moment, Sun Wen suddenly realized that she understood those girls in the rice circle who loved their idols like crazy. As for Wang Yi, his face was pale at this moment. He had wanted to use Jiang Chen to fulfill his reputation as a genius, but now it was bad. Even if he was confident in his songs, he understood the gap with Jiang Chen at this moment. Damn. He must have written it in the first place and got it on the show to shade me on purpose. Damn. Hit the nail on the head. Scumbag. I'm going to be ridiculed if this episode airs. Looking at the star-studded Jiang Chen, Wang Yi's face became distorted. Sun Wen was originally playing with him, but as a result, she was now looking at Jiang Chen in a wrong way. Ugh. What do you think of this song? Inajiku? Pang Dafei obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter and went to ask Wang Yi like a simpleton. Wang Yi said with a leathery smile, "It's certainly a great song. And if Jiang Chen wrote it himself, I admire it very much." That comment drew everyone out of their comfort zone. Wang Yi's point was to question the fact that Jiang Chen didn't write the song himself. Chapter 76, Finding an Actor. Finalizing the theme song. The result is that everyone chooses pleasure. Come back next time. Next time for sure. Chapter 77, Sherlock Holmes' first sign of power. However, when Jiang Chen was about to get into his car and leave, Sun Wen and her manager hurriedly followed. "Jiang Chen, wait for me." Jiang Chen looked at the woman who was rushing towards him and also felt a bit puzzled. "MS. Son, what can I do for you?" How strange to call MS. "Son, just call me Won." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "You're not as good looking as Su Yuexin. Why are you flirting in front of me? I'll leave you with nothing." Hey. Wait. I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. I don't have much interest in working together at the moment. Geez, let's talk first. I can give you anything you want. Sun Wen also spoke with an up and down revealing hairy look that made Jiang Chen instinctively not want to deal with. Not to mention it's kind of ambiguous for her to say that. What do you want to do? If you have something to say directly, I'll leave if nothing happens. Sun Wen immediately said pitifully, "Jiang Chen, I'm actually a 10-year-old fan of yours. You know, I've been on the scene for quite a while, but I still don't have a masterpiece to show for it, and I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about it." "Speak human. About a song chant good brother. The price and so on are good to discuss. Jiang Chen had wanted to refuse, but he thought about it for a moment. He had just spent $1 million to buy the script for Immortal Sword in Sorcery 1 from the system, so his hands were indeed a bit tight. Maybe make a little money? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "My songs aren't cheap." Sun Wen breathed a sigh of relief. No refusal was a good thing. Money and all that, she didn't care if it bought her a good song. With Sun Wen's professionalism, the artistic content of Jiang Chen's song Rice Fragrance last night was too high. Whether it was the lyrics or the arrangement, it was definitely qualified to compete for the Golden Melody Award. Even if she was a judge, the Golden Melody Award would definitely have to go to Inari. So it's so hard to come across such a big leg. It would be a shame not to hold on to it. What a big deal. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Sun Wen has been on the scene for 4 years now, and after 4 years in the music industry, she has accumulated some serious financial resources. And she's not a music industry chick, either. It's very lucrative to be on those music variety shows. Jiang Chen looked at Wei Chao, who was sitting in the car. "Brother Chao, there's a business here. Why don't you talk about it?" Wei Chao looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "The other party is talking to you in person, so just make an offer. You should be clear about what your song is worth." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said tentatively, $600,000? Deal. Sun Wen agreed with that. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Was the price set low? He'd have to go back and study the market to see what his songs were worth. "Give me some time. Maybe I'll send it to you tonight." Jiang Chen got into the car after he finished speaking. Sun Wen hurriedly caught up. "This is not urgent. Do you want to eat a meal together? Jiang Chen? I'm your fan. I'm really your fan." Jiang Chen urged Wei Chao to hurry up and drive away. Sun Wen watched the car driving away, sadness welling up in her heart. Her manager said with a look of contempt, "Look at your age. You still want an old cow to eat young grass?" Sun Wen stomped her foot. "Damn it, how can you talk? I'm just a few years older than him. Don't kids nowadays like sibling relationships? Get your ass back in there. It's embarrassing. Where am I ashamed? Aren't I still working hard for myself? When I'm popular, won't your share of the profits be bigger too? No matter what you say, some heat can be rubbed off on you without rubbing it in." 3 weeks had passed since Jiang Chen had submitted the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. At this point in time, the British Cowgirl Press, Bill Ello is an editor at the publisher. Today he went through the usual list of novels that had been passed around for release. Oh God, it's a waste of plates to release a book when it's written like shit. He put down a novel and picked up another. Sherlock Holmes mysteries? It's amazing that anyone writes detective novels these days. Let's see what kind of running gag is written. Ello squared her eyes, then flipped open the novel. Conan Doyle. Never heard of him. Another newcomer. In the spirit of dedication, Ello watched it carefully anyway. General books he just slightly flipped through the front to know what level it is. Knowing the general content also lost the desire to read on. But the book in my hand seemed to have a magical quality to it. He stared intently at every word in the book. Surprisingly, it's portrayed from the perspective of a borrowed assistant, which is kind of interesting. What? I can't believe it. Oh my God. This Holmes is a genius. What a cunning murderer, but one who cannot escape the discerning eye of Sherlock Holmes. Shredding while reading was an old habit of Ello's, and it was very strong when he was immersed in his reading. When he read the whole thing, he was furious. That's gone? Whose author is so short? But after reading it, Ello suddenly reacted to the fact that he was completely captivated by the novel. Hiss, this novel is really something. This novel will definitely catch fire. I'm going to the president. As an editor, his job is to find good books, then reprint them, then recommend them to major bookstores. Ello is very emotional now. He had a strong intuition that this Sherlock Holmes mysteries definitely had the potential to become a phenomenal work. What appears to be a detective work is in fact highly literary, and it is set in late 19th century Europe. The era was very dark, and the various cases from within this work reveal this darkness very visually, whether it be the inaction of the police or the mixing of various gangs, all of which caused extreme pain. Plus, the Brits actually love this kind of character with a strong sense of individual heroism. And Holmes, as a person, fits their fantasies of a detective very well. President, you have to read this book. I swear it's going to be a masterpiece. It didn't take long for the president's entire body to get excited. Yes, the characters in this book are so well drawn. Ello, you've done a great job. So you're going to contact the major bookstores and ask their editors-in-chief to evaluate the sales of the book for themselves. And I'm going to contact this Conan Doyle. It's not for sale yet. Why are you contacting him? Stupid. Of course it's hyped. I have to read it if people don't. Oh yes. 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 President, you're dead on. Chapter 78, Crystal Girl airs. Black fans break defense again. Jiang Chen suddenly received a call from the publisher. He had thought that there was money to be taken, but after talking to that side, he realized that it was just getting ready to go on sale. Chow, tell him to wait until I receive the proceeds to put out the second installment. Wei Chao also told the president of the publishing house about Jiang Chen's request as usual, and the other parties seemed to want to pay a sum of money to buy out the copyright of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries, but Jiang Chen refused very forcefully. Despite the other party's offer of several $100,000, Jiang Chen was not short of this several $100,000 right now, and would rather gamble that the Sherlock Holmes mysteries would explode in Europe than give all the rights to someone else. When he hung up the phone, the president of Bullseye Press was a bit confused. Fark, how can it be possible that the person who wrote Sherlock Holmes was a Summerlander? The book is clearly very British in style. How could that be? How could anyone from Summer be so familiar with England in that era when there was no release of this novel in Summer either? The president has 100,000 reasons in his head right now. He also became torn. Knowing that this Conan Doyle is a summer country, he suddenly do not want to let the book fire. But being on fire will only do him good and no harm. If it really takes off, their publisher can make a fortune from this novel. Whatever, who's going to know that Conan Doyle is a Summerlander, as long as the money goes into my pocket? Having figured that out, the president stopped obsessing about it. But when he thought of Jiang Chen's refusal to add more just now, he was furious. Damnable Xia, to actually go off script. So arrogant. On that day, all major bookstores received recommendations for new books from Bullseye Press. The Sherlock Holmes mysteries? What new book could make the president so revered? I'll see what commercial value there is. A new book in the detective genre? There are still people writing this old genre? Is the president kicked in the head by a donkey? With puzzlement, the editors-in-chief of all the major bookstores began to read up on this collection of Sherlock Holmes mysteries. As a result, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after reading it. Buy, must buy. This book is going to be a hit. I tell you. What? The bookstore next door has ordered 5,000 copies? It's not even on sale yet. Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid of losing money? Jiang Chen's Sherlock Holmes mysteries is in full swing on the other side of the ocean with pre-sales. For these Jiang Chen is not aware of. He is now going to look to the money. If he can burst into flames, maybe he can be salty again for a good period of time. Now just wait for the dividends to arrive. And tonight is also when the first installment of Crystal Girls airs. Jiang Chen stayed in front of the TV to watch on time. As Su Yuexin's vocal tutor, he still cares about her performance, even though he already knew in advance that Su Yuexin had advanced. When he saw Su Qianqian on the program, Jiang Chen jumped right over it. Breaking up is breaking up. It's not like she's asked to pay back the money, and she's playing the white lotus flower on the scarf all day long, pulling directly to Su Yuexin's section. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Yuexin sitting in the far corner. The two are really similar, such as being more withdrawn and not liking to make new friends. However, Jiang Chen was not fond of making those strange and weird friends, and those contestants in the program group would probably be bundled for marketing in the future if they made friends casually. We're not on the same page. You don't mess with me. I don't mess with you. How great is that? Only looking at the pop-ups on the video, Jiang Chen's brows were also furrowed. This is Jiang Chen's rumored girlfriend? What a rub. What gives Junior the right to be on this show? Boycott Su Yuexin. Boycott Jiang Chen. People who disrespect their fans get out of showbiz. Jiang Chen's black fans all ran here. There was also the impact of Su Qianqian's previous rumors, which made Su Yuexin's current popularity rating become very bad. Lushan Entertainment has a real knack for screwing people. If it wasn't for Penguin wanting to eat Jiang Chen's traffic, it might have unilaterally terminated Su Yuexin's contract. However, when Su Yuexin held her guitar and played and sang When You're Old, the picture of the pop-up screen changed suddenly. Crap, that's good. Guys, ears pregnant. Whoa whoa, kill Jiang Chen and Rob Uxin. It's so healing. I want the other half that will stay with me until I'm old too. This was followed by a complimentary session with several mentors, none of whom said it was bad. However, when he heard Han Feng say, "If you have any musical problems, you can come to me alone," Jiang Chen frowned again. It sounded like it was quite normal, but Jiang Chen knew that this guy had character problems. Seeing that Su Yuexin unexpectedly passed unanimously, the black fans directly broke the big defense. Shady, this Su Yuexin spent a lot of money, didn't she? Oh, don't you know the pissiness of the show? The good-looking ones definitely get to stay. If she hadn't rubbed off on Jiang Chen's song, Would she have advanced? What's the point of relying on a scandalous boyfriend to get to the top? Jiang Chen smiled. She loved to see these black fans angry and helpless. Moreover, Jiang Chen's fans and passers-by were obviously much more numerous than the black fans, who were all annoyed after trying to use the rice circle set against Jiang Chen before but being expelled from Jiang Chen's fan membership. Black fans, settle down. I'll say 2 words, machi-machi. Ha ha, it's just nice to hear that it's 4 votes for advancement. Gasp you black people. Brothers, tell Jiang Chen that I've got my eye on his girlfriend. I hope he won't be ungrateful. Go write a good song and don't keep staring at my wife. I beg to differ. I think Su Yuexin is mine. Su Yuexin has a high face value, outstanding temperament, strong strength, and strong ability to attract fans. As long as no one buys a script to blacken it indiscriminately, strength and face value coexist. It is hard not to attract fans. By this time, others were watching the first installment video of Crystal Girls. After Sunwon returned to the company and finished reading the issue, she suddenly sat down on the sofa as a whole. Her agent, you see, said with a puzzled look. What's wrong with you? Sunwon had a look of lost love on her face. It's over. It's over. I'm out of love. With such a perfect girlfriend, how can Jiang Chen look at me, my love rival? She's so strong. You see, look disdainful. Can't you have some fucking face? He doesn't have a girlfriend and he can't look at you. Sister, you. It's fine if you don't comfort me. You even stabbed my heart. If you have another fucking seizure, I'll post your ugly picture on my scarf. Geez, don't. Some are happy and some are sad. Fan Li Jun, who was already despondent, became even more despondent when he saw Su Yuexin on the stage. His goddess, was now halfway across the stage from Jiang Chen. What's so great about that guy? Cigarettes are lit one by one, and wine is drunk one by one. Chapter 79, Little Luck, the flavor of first love. And at the time of this episode's airing, it also coincided with the recording of the second installment. Lusheng Entertainment is still keeping its promise and is willing to buy hot searches for Su Chanxian. Now there is a seat about Su Chanxian in the top 10 of the hot search. And their operations team, too, unleashed a lot of marketing numbers saying how great Su Chanxian is. They portrayed Su Chanxian as a self-reliant persona after being abandoned by a scummy man, a persona that would be more appealing to female fans. And she went the route of selling meat, which also attracted a lot of geeks. Being willing to spend money still works. And Su Chanxian went from being unknown to one of the favorites overnight. Su Chanxian loved this feeling. The way she was treated on the show had changed since her popularity became higher. It was her who was rubbing off on other people's players. And now it's the other little transparency that's rubbing off on her. Many players call out to her as Sister Su when they see her. With my current popularity, I don't believe that you, Su Yuexin, can still be my opponent. Some people always fail to recognize the situation and start drifting when they become a bit popular. She doesn't even realize that her singing is the worst among all the popular contestants. There was an audience for this recording, but the crew dropped the group confrontation for the sake of water time and went with the single solo format. Su Chanxian, please start your performance. When it was Su Chanxian's turn to go on stage, she first bowed politely to all of you. Then a fiery piece of music started her hot singing and dancing once again, and the crowd cheered. Han Feng looked at his eyes straight. Although Su Chanxian is a net face, but her body is good. That little waist twisted so much that it made Han Feng's heartbeat a little faster. Dancing, Su Chanxian also directly took off her top, and her already hot dance now looked even hotter. She even discharged at Hu Xiujia, but Hu Xiujia was still frowning. This makes Su Chanxian can't help but curse. Why don't you move? Is this Hu Xiujia, man? After she finished her performance, Han Feng also praised her profusely. Su Chanxian, you still gave me a big surprise. I think you're very hot today, letting me feel the youth and vigor of a girl of your age. Your dance is very impactful. I like it very much. I think you are qualified for the next round, so I will hang this vote on you. Su Chanxian smiled. She felt that she had taken Han Feng. The guy's eyes had never been honest during the performance just now. However, when the microphone came to Hu Xiujia's hand, the picture changed. Hu Xiujia said somewhat seriously, I have a different opinion. You didn't bring me any surprises this time, because you were in the same style in the last installment, and you didn't improve on the singing problem I mentioned last time. Compared to your hot dance, I'm more interested in seeing your progress and breakthrough. Su Chanxian's eyes reddened again, a skill she had learned long ago. Thank you, teacher. I'll try my best next time. Han Feng, however, was not pleased. Mr. Hu, I think singing is not the whole story in this show. We have to accommodate every type of contestant, don't you think? I very much agree with Mr. Han. But that doesn't mean you can ignore the singing skills, and the stability of the voice breath when singing and dancing. I think Zhang Xiaochan did a good job. It shouldn't be very demanding to do that, right? Han Feng stifled a grunt and stopped talking. It didn't make sense. But who told him he liked to watch? When Zhang Xiaochan heard Hu Xiujie praising himself, her entire body immediately sat upright. And the final number of votes Cynthia Su got was 1022. 1,000 viewers have 1 vote each, and the 4 judges have 100 votes each. That's kind of in the upper echelon. And while the first few might be a little tough, there's no worry about advancing. Su Qianxian's face was very ugly. This performance her scale was even bigger than last time, and she actually hadn't been able to impress Hu Xiujie. If that extra 100 votes from Hu Xiujie, then she has a chance of top 3. Next to make her debut is individual trainee Su Yuexin. The showrunners also moved the show for effect, putting the storytelling Su Qianxian and Su Yuexin together. It's now an embarrassment for whoever has a low vote count. Hu Xiujie was still looking forward to it quite a bit. Han Feng's eyes straightened again. Today Su Yuexin wore a school uniform, full of youth and vigor. This glance is simply the first love in the dream. Su Yuexin, the piece you're going to perform today is, Su Yuexin said without any necessity of avoidance. It's still the song that my good friend Zhang Chen wrote for me. Little luck. The scene was in an uproar. Is there really no shame at all? I guess there's speculation all over the internet, but after all, you guys haven't made an official announcement yet, so you really don't want to keep a little bit of hope for other people? As soon as he heard that it was Zhang Chen's song, Han Feng was instantly a bit disgusted. He already knew that Zhang Chen was someone Wei Chao had brought with him, and as a betrayer, he was always a little uncomfortable whenever he saw the name Zhang Chen, and Hu Hui is still pretty excited as the #1 Tatsubuki. Another great song to listen to pinch. Then the stage is yours and I look forward to your performance. When Zhang Chen was walking with Su Yuexin that day, Su Yuexin asked when her new song would come out. Zhang Chen sent the song Little Luck over that night. While waiting for Su Yuexin to prepare for the battle, the two of them even talked on video. You haven't taught me how to sing this song. Ha, I think your voice sings it just perfectly. I'm talking about singing with a lot of emotion like you. You need to tell me what kind of emotion you're expressing in this song. So Zhang Chen used the power of sound of the voice to lead Su Yuexin to sing over and over again. It's also a very reminiscent song, one that talks about first love, but instead of lingering, it's about releasing and letting go. Su Yuexin loved this song, even though she had never had a first love. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. The gentle voice came out, and everyone in the room was shaken. Good to hear. This is the most intuitive feeling, whether it's Su Yuexin's timbre or the tune of the song. I hear the school bell ringing in the distance, but I didn't hear your voice. Call me by my name in all seriousness. I didn't know about feelings when I fell in love with you. It's only when you leave that you feel it in your bones. Why didn't I realize I'd met you? It's the best thing in life. Maybe it was too busy smiling and crying, busy chasing shooting stars in the sky. People rightfully forget. Who's been guarding the spot in the wind and the rain? The song seemed to pull the crowd back to the green school days. Everyone has their own white moonlight in their heart. The song conveys the beauty that was inside them when they met their first love. Chapter 80, Songs Written for Me, All Belong to Me. Turns out you're the luckiest thing I've ever wanted to keep. We used to be so close to love. My decision to take on the world. The rain that fell for me. It's you in every scene. Spotless sincerity. I'm so lucky to have met you. But I've also lost the right to cry for you. Hopefully in the sky where I can't see. You spread your wings. Meet your destiny. How lucky will she be? Different people hear this song in different moods. It's a pretty standard love song with youthful overtones, a bit of light melancholy, but no lingering sadness. Hu Xiujie couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when he looked at the lyrics Zhang Chen had written. Zhang Chen was on the verge of becoming his idol. It was reasonable to say that a songwriter who could specialize in one genre would already be invincible. But from Chosen Sun to Here, combined with the songs Zhang Chen had created before he debuted and was known as an Edison, the span of genres was shocking. Songs written for others are also perfectly adapted. Just like this song Little Luck. Although he hadn't heard Zhang Chen sing it, but any way you look at it, it should be exclusive to Su Yuexin's timbre. The contestants in the waiting room also looked different. Some were jealous, some envious, and some adored. With the ability Su Yuexin had shown now, it was hard to find a rival within all the contestants in terms of singing. With such top-notch singing skills, plus Zhang Chen's songwriting bonus, when the 1v1 confrontation comes later, who wouldn't want to hide when they see it? And Su Qianxian's expression was not so good. First of all, as long as she saw Su Yuexin on stage she was all over the place and wanted to kick her off on the spot. Secondly, she couldn't even get a song by lowering her voice and using her past feelings to try to kidnap Jiang Chen. And writing it for Su Yuexin to sing was like asking for no money. Finally, the lyrics of this song are hard for her to listen to. First love, first love. She knew she was Jiang Chen's first love a long time ago. What a spotless, genuine feeling. It feels very harsh to listen to. So-called dog licking is actually another way of saying deep love. And when there is no such word, it is all standard for a good man. Care for you in everything. Follow you in everything. And would give anything for her smile. These things that Su Chanxian had originally felt tired of. But now she could never get them back. She couldn't lie to herself. She was now very nostalgic for the time when she had been pampered by Jiang Chen in the past. And the more she missed it, the more she hated Su Yuexin. Until Su Yuexin finished singing, many of the contestants actually applauded for her. We are all girls of this age. Who hasn't experienced a youth that is engraved in our hearts? The song also sings into their hearts. The most infuriating thing was that Su Chanxian had to fake smile and applaud for Su Yuexin as she realized that the camera was pointing at her. Ahem, there's one thing to be said for this. It's a great song, and we're all already well aware of Jiang Chen's talent. But this is your stage after all. I'd still like to see something that belongs to you, Han Feng said with a smile, feeling that what he said wasn't inappropriate in the slightest. The other few judges looked at Han Feng with somewhat different eyes. Su Yuexin smiled and said, "My friend said that a song written for me is something that belongs to me." Hiss. The audience at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air and then there was a clamor. What does it mean to be hard? Sister is so valiant. Really, if you go by Han Feng, he doesn't actually have a single original song himself, but then he won't admit that all his songs are things that don't belong to him. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but stiffen his face a bit. He's simply trying to weaken the Jiang Chen element of this show, and this can still be disliked? The point is, there doesn't seem to be much one can say to dislike it. In the end, he could only say, showing something different on stage is the only way to keep things fresh for the audience. Su Yuexin's inner thought was, I'll fuck you. You don't want to see me learn Su Chanxian's slutty dance, do you? Then it was Hu Xiujie's turn. He also blew Jiang Chen with a burst of fancy rainbow farts before adding, it's a privilege for many of us to hear quality songs many times on this stage. The tune of Little Luck isn't that hard to sing, but whether it's sung well or not is another matter. I think it's very good. There's no way you'll lose any points with me. Go for it. I'd like to see you top the final. Su Yuexin smiled the same polite smile and bowed to Hu Xiujie. Thank you, Mr. Hu. I'll keep up the good work. In the end, Su Yuexin got as many as 288 votes. Hu Xiujie and the other three judges all looked meaningfully at Han Feng, who hadn't given a vote. A vote that made Han Feng very embarrassed. It was equivalent to only 12 of the entire audience not voting for Su Yuexin. And Han Feng was the 13th. As one of the 4 judges, he was on the opposite side of the spectrum from the public's tastes. But having voted for it, I still have to pretend that the world is drunk and I'm alone. And at the end of the day, because of Han Feng, although Su Yuexin got first place, she was tied for first place. That Zhang Xiuchan's strength is not to be underestimated. She takes the sweet route, sings and dances, and her breath is very stable. In the end, both players received the same number of votes. Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiuchan embraced, and Zhang Xiuchan whispered in Su Yuexin's ear, "You're very strong, and I think from the bottom of my heart that the one who takes first place in this one should be you, but I'll beat you with my strength in the next one." This competitive but not hypocritical character was deeply liked by Su Yuexin. She touched Zhang Xiuchan's hair. "Thank you, you're strong too, but I'm not fighting alone." After getting the first place, Su Yuexin also hurriedly reported her joy to Jiang Chen. "Ha, I got first place in the second installment too. I'm going to replicate your path to the title. Congrats. Congratulations. Not bad for a fellow schoolgirl. You want to know how your ex-girlfriend behaves?" Squints and laughs. Jiang Chen said helplessly, "Based on my experience, if I say I don't want to understand, you're inclined to tell me too, right?" Slander. "I'm sure as hell not going to tell you about the time your ex-girlfriend did a really hot dance and then got 10th place with a really rah-rah vocals." Looking at the message in his cell phone, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth also twitched slightly. The school flower classmate is turning into Su Chanxian's black powder lately. Of course she has reasons to hate Su Chanxian. After all, the current rhythm on the internet is all thanks to her. There's no need to pay any attention to her. I've long since ceased to have anything to do with her. I didn't pay any attention to it, except that I somehow hate her sometimes. And that Han Feng. What happened to Han Feng? Based on a woman's sixth sense, I think he hates you and is targeting you. Seeing this news, Jiang Chen was also very helpless. Sometimes how to mess with people do not know. Just like in the mushroom house of that Wangi, no wonder some artists had developed well was somehow blocked. Can only say that the circle is really messy. Chapter 81, Someone is Targeting You. After Jiang Chen finished recording Mushroom House, the Mushroom House crew was also quick to post on the scarf about linking up with Jiang Chen to finalize the show's theme song. Thank you Jiang Chen for visiting the Mushroom House, enjoying the hard but pleasant idyllic time with our Mushroom House members, and creating the song Rice Fragrance that fits the theme of our program. According to the unanimous decision of both parties, starting from the next issue, Rice Fragrance will be used as the program's theme song. And when the program is aired on this Friday, the song will be synchronized online at Penguin Music as well. So let's look forward to Jiang Chen's new song together. Jiang Chen finally wrote a new song. Although he had only been salty for 2 weeks, but without seeing Jiang Chen release a new song, he always felt as if the man had retreated. The other contestants who got their debut slots went on a rampage of appearing on shows, getting commercials, and raking in the cash. Although you can't see these people in first-tier variety shows, some third and fourth-tier variety shows, you can almost always see them. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, really has no business except for some gossip and the fact that he was chosen as the rabbit's interlude for Chasing Dreams. Now that they finally saw Jiang Chen open for business, his fans were relieved. I thought you were banned if you didn't stay open. Kid, nice guy, writing a song in secret without giving the family a first listen? It's been 2 weeks. That's got to send 2 songs out, right? Get on the show. I want to see where you boys have been hiding lately. Yet while everyone is looking forward to it together, someone is secretly up to no good. After Wang Yi's appearance on Mushroom House, his company was shaking with anger when they realized what he had done. You think this is the same time? You think you're better than me just because you're back from kimchi? Times have changed. Man, what are you playing at? Not only did he mess with Jiang Chen, he also messed with Mr. He. What's the difference between messing with Mr. He and messing with Mango? This biggest platform to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry was just lost to Wang Yi. I'm not going to be banned, am I? Wang Yi shivered and spoke to his agent. He signed with Strawberry Entertainment after returning to China and thought that he could fly high after returning to China by relying on such a big company, but he fell down before he could take off. You're still saying Jiang Chen plagiarized? You don't want to see how many songs he's written. If he really plagiarized, he would have been hammered to the crumbs long ago. It's your turn to question? What about me? I'm just hot-headed too. There's no way around it. It can only temporarily disappear for a while, waiting for this wave of rhythm to pass. What? Wouldn't that be a lot of wasted time? Wang Yi's agent was just about to scold him when suddenly the phone rang. As he answered the phone, his face grew starker. A minute later, Wang Yi's agent said to Wang Yi, but now there's a chance you can grasp. Risk and opportunity both exist. If you succeed you can stink up Jiang Chen's reputation and you'll be completely cleared. If you fail, what happens when you fail? You'll just have to wear a red nose to Gotham City. Then Wang Yi also knew what the method his agent was talking about was. Defiantly biting Jiang Chen's The Fragrance of Rice was plagiarized. Fan Li Jun met with Wang Yi. Fan Li Jun smiled and said, I heard your manager say something about what happened to you at the Mushroom House, so I'm sure you hate Jiang Chen as well, right? Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said, I see him, I want to vomit. Then why don't we cooperate and screw Jiang Chen together? Any interest? What does Supervisor Van mean? Fan Li Jun said with a sneer, now that Rice Fragrance hasn't been released yet and you, as a participant in the program, have already heard it, do you remember his lyrics? Don't remember much, lots of bad lyrics, but I should remember the chorus track. Fan Li Jun frowned even as he listened. You don't remember a single line of the lyrics? I can't really remember. I just remember something about the only castle. I only heard it once. Did I ever read the lyrics? No one else could remember it. Only the chorus of the song? It's okay, that's enough too. Write down the tunes you hear and give them to me. And I guarantee that Jiang Chen will have a big beat coming up next. And all you need to do is keep biting him on top of the scarf that he's plagiarizing. Wang Yi pondered for a moment, then said, Supervisor Fan, I'm not a fool. We're doing this as a rumor mongering. I'll be in trouble if I really want to be held accountable. How much do I need? $2 million? That's a lot of pot to carry. Bet my career on it. Gotta give me $2 million. Fan Li Jun's face became ugly. The fucking lion's share of the money really have a set. See this Wang Yi stupid look? No. Must be his agent's idea. Could be. Wang Yi also smiled. Not only could he deal with Jiang Chen but he could also take a large sum of money. There was something so cool in this world. And at that moment, Sunwon received a strange phone call. The other party wanted to know the lyrics of Rice Fragrance and offered $800,000. Sunwon rejected it directly without even thinking. Who the hell are you insulting? You think I'm Jung Chen's black fan? I don't care which company you work for. Don't let me know who you are. I won't let you eat your fruit if I know. The Lusheng Entertainment side also hung up immediately. They are still careful not to reveal which company they are with until they are promised. Looking at the hung up phone, Sunwon narrowed her eyes. She wasn't a newcomer to the entertainment industry anymore. She could guess that someone was trying to target Jung Chen and wanted to know in advance what an unreleased song was going to be used for. Trying to smear him for plagiarism? Thinking of this, Sunwon hurriedly called Jung Chen. Hey, Jung Chen, remember sister? When Jung Chen received this call, he was shocked, as if he had collected the money and forgot to send the song to this woman. Gotta take some time to go to the song library and pick one out. That song thing, it's going to have to wait a little longer. It's being written and being written in. Take it easy, there's no need to rush that one. It doesn't write well in a hurry. You were approached for something else. I'm not interested in anything else. Sunwon laughed. Oh, you'll be interested, and not surprisingly, you'll soon be stoned for plagiarism by someone else. As someone just now paid me a large sum of money for the lyrics of Rice Fragrance, Jung Chen said in a deep voice. You gave it? Aren't you insulting your sister? We're not so short of that kind of money. But I wasn't the only one who listened to the song that night. Wang Yi? I didn't say that. Oh, hang on. I'll put more effort into that song. Looking at the hung up phone, Jung Chen fell into deep thought again. In the end, one can only sigh. What inexplicable targeting. Chapter 82 Rumor begins. Plagiarism controversy. Lusheng Entertainment moved quickly, and it looked as if it had been holding a grudge against Jung Chen for a long time. An unknown V broke the news on the scarf. According to the news, the original singer Jung Chen's new song Rice Fragrance, which has recently exploded all over the internet, is suspected of plagiarism, and an insider of the Mushroom House program group said that he had heard Jung Chen's song in other places, and the news was pushed to the top of the charts at the expense of Blue Sports Entertainment, but it hasn't made any waves yet, instead drawing much ridicule. Are all the rumors nowadays so level-less? You're saying people plagiarized before their songs even came out. Laughing my ass off, and according to the blurb, according to whose blob, can you have some level? You can't even understand black. There were also some marketing numbers that followed that said some unspoken things. It is said that a new song by a J artist is suspected to be plagiarized, and the person being plagiarized is already in the deposition, and there will be a big wave of beats soon. These marketing number writers don't show their faces either, and with a special effects head they just brag about it. Jung Chen had already smelled the intrigue. This should just be a prelude to the warm-up. The real black draft would be coming up soon. His guess was right. Wang Yi also jumped out at this time. As a musician, I feel it's my duty to disclose some truths. On the third episode of Mushroom House, I was invited along with Jung Chen. On the program I questioned the new song Jung Chen sang. Some people might think I'm irrational, but for the sake of justice in my heart I'll say it anyway. Jung Chen's new song Rice Fragrance is melodically very similar to the one a friend of mine made 2 years ago. Demo very similar. I think my questioning is reasonable, and my friend is also an original musician at Juz. That beat was up when that passage came out. There were too many people who couldn't see Jung Chen in a good light. Although Wang Yi used to develop over in Kimchi country, there are not a few fans who like the stars over there. And there are even some people who are dedicated to raising funds for the stars over there to buy support and raise them as their father. So he's got quite a few fans. It is not easy to return to the country. His fans were to distinguish between what is indiscriminate direct protection of the Lord is finished. Brother has finally returned. And as soon as he returns, he's going to fix the chaos in the entertainment industry in Xia. That's right. Can he, Jung Chen, a 20-something-year-old, write so many good songs? I already knew he was a plagiarist. I'll see how Jung Chen's fans wash. Suggest to directly block plagiarism. This bad behavior absolutely cannot be tolerated. Otherwise it is the sorrow of the entire entertainment industry. Seeing Wang Yi speak so justifiably, many people followed suit. This one didn't even need to buy a hot search. It went straight to the #1 hot search. Looking at this picture, Wang Yi's heart is beautiful. This is the feeling of the attention of all the people. Just need to casually send a scarf can be rushed to the first hot search. And there's no idleness on the side of Blue Sports Entertainment. This Zhu Zhe is the scapegoat they found. Zhu Zhe is indeed an original musician. Also wrote songs for some singers, but never a fire. Looking for him about the song are also some 18-line small transparent. No one has asked him to write a song in months lately, and he's in a hurry. But yesterday, someone from Lusheng Entertainment suddenly contacted him. telling him that if he came out to target Jiang Chen he would get a huge sum of $1 million. As long as you're not a first or second tier star. $1 million is a huge amount of money for anyone in this circle. Zhu Zai's eyes instantly reddened. He could get $1 million just by telling some lies. He couldn't refuse and immediately agreed. Even if he gets shut down afterward, he'll have enough capital to do some business or something. So he posted the short score given to it by Le Sage Entertainment directly above the bib. Hello everyone, I'm an original musician Zhu Zai. Recently my friend Wang Yi told me he heard a song I wrote before on a variety show. This is a demo I wrote 2 years ago and I'm posting it now. If there is any similarity between Jiang Chen's new song and this demo of mine when it is released, I will use legal weapons to defend my rights and interests. After posting this scarf, Zhu Zai also hurriedly closed his computer. He was still a little apprehensive because he was talking with his eyes open, and if he was really prosecuted, it could easily go wrong. However, he was straight up in an uproar underneath the scarf. Nice guy, it's so true. It's not easy for original musicians. I support you in defending your rights. Daring to release this is mostly true. It seems that Jiang Chen's road to the entertainment industry is coming to an end. Ha, Jiang Chen won't have to go to jail by then, right? Another round of crusades against Jiang Chen began online. And at that moment, inside the apartment, Jiang Chen also looked at Wei Chao with a helpless expression. Chao, how is this going to work now? Wei Chao was also furious. These dogs really didn't let people live in peace. Ever since Jiang Chen had made his debut, he had been continuously attacked by this kind of public opinion. Fuck, Wang Yi, this dog, and this Zhu Zai were found out of nowhere to be living targets. So damn bad. None of these people are good. By the way, do you think the sketch he posted looks like yours? Jiang Chen nodded. It's not much worse. It's the level of plagiarism if you compare it. When he said this, Jiang Chen but smiled. But he just posted this chorus because that Wang Yi just remembers only the chorus melody. Right. And he can't even remember the whole thing. Yikes. You're still laughing. What can we do then? We're disgusted anyway. So let's just be honest. Don't look at this Zhu Zai screaming. He definitely doesn't even dare to write a lawyer's letter. Then let's just sue him. Even the director of Mushroom House and Mr. Ho and others came to ask about this. Jiang Chen and Wang director is also to ensure that Absolutely Rice Fragrance is absolutely original. This is just Wang Yi in the program after listening to the score once stolen. Steal not complete. Hearing Jiang Chen's assurance, director Wang was also relieved and said that he would look to support Jiang Chen. After all, you've bought it all. You've spent all the money. And that can't go down the drain. This set of rumor mongering is not uncommon in the entertainment industry, and it can only be said that rumor mongering opens one's mouth, and rumor mongering breaks one's legs. A lot of people who want to go through the legal process get blackballed on the way to deposition. In the end, even after clearing his name, he found out that the punishment was nothing more than a scapegoat that someone else had prepared long ago. Looking at the rhythm of the internet, Family June also laughed. It was a very unmartial tactic, and if his father hadn't suggested it, he hadn't even thought about it. After all, it had run afoul of the law. However, after using the trick of rumor mongering, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. The effect was too good. Much better than the effect of breaking the news about Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin before. Jiang Chen, this time I'll see if you die. Chapter 83, A Good Sister Steps In. Turning the tables. Jiang Chen's side also sent out a scarf. A lawyer has been appointed to take the evidence. And although the procedure is cumbersome, prosecution is guaranteed. When his fans saw that Jiang Chen had finally responded, they suddenly branched out again. These people just love rumors and rubbing it in. Tatsu-chan, give me a smack in their face. Support. These people are shameless. I knew you hadn't copied it. With our talent we don't need to. But that didn't bring Jiang Chen a whitewash. Black fans of all stripes continue to be cynical. I've seen more than my fair share of lawyers sending letters. Who are they scaring? Still talking tough. Don't struggle. It can't be washed. It's better to like Jiang Chen than my brother Wang Yi. But Wei Chao has indeed contacted the lawyer in preparation for the deposition work. This thing also needs a little time. And Fan Lijun had anticipated Jiang Chen's toughness. Who has been wrongly accused like this must not be suffocated to death. And the process from the deposition to the trial will take a few months. Perhaps by then the hot spots are over. Even if the prosecution succeeds, what's the point? They have long thought of a scapegoat that won't incriminate Lisheng Entertainment and will do nothing more than make some reparations at best. Trading some compensation for Jiang Chen being hacked for several months was a good deal for Fan Lijun. And in the process, Jiang Chen's roadkill will continue to go down. To the back of the whitewash, a lot of inherent impression is very difficult to reverse back. He waved his hand. Give those marketing numbers a sum of money and have them send out more black articles, blacken me to death. Sunwon was also paying attention to this matter, and although she had expected it, she couldn't help but be a little shocked to see it coming so ferociously. I'll be damned. Jiang Chen, are you digging people's ancestral graves? This fluff is really flying all over the place. Ugh, sister you, do you think I can rub this in? Sunwon looked at Yusi and inquired. She had thought that Yusi would make a snide comment to her, but it turned out that after a moment of contemplation, Yusi said, if you want to get on good terms with Jiang Chen, you can really do it. Only then you'll be messing with those behind the scenes of Black Jiang Chen. Sunwon has been plying her trade with a solo studio all these years. To be able to have the curiosity that she has now, every step she takes in the circle is quite cautious because she can't afford to mess with the big entertainment companies. But looking at it now, she could have something crucial in her hands. Something that could turn the tide. Ha, sister you, with our cautious character, can we really step in? Depends on your own choice. If you help, you can reap Jiang Chen's friendship. Of course you should not think about that kind of unhealthy feelings. In the future, there should be discounts when looking for him to make a song appointment, and even Jiang Chen's capital behind him may come to invest in our small studio. Ha, Jiang Chen has capital behind him? Yusi said expressionlessly. So what else? I've already checked. Behind Jiang Chen is the entire Mingda group. Hiss, isn't this the richest man in the world? Right. So whether you make a move or not, it doesn't affect Jiang Chen's situation. Then I'm going to fall out of the sky. Sunwon, who had made her decision, also called Jiang Chen immediately. Hiya. Good afternoon Jiang Chen. I see you're in a lot of trouble. Receiving this call, Jiang Chen was also a bit helpless. Thanks for the reminder. Ah, but let's not talk about this matter. That song of yours. Don't worry. The song can come later. I'm here to help you. What can you do to help? Sunwon smiled. You know what? We're a woman. We didn't have the backing of a big company to get to this point. Relying on the word meticulously, I'm very cautious in every step I take in this circle. Almost every time I talk business with someone in the circle, I will secretly record it to prevent anything bad from happening to me. Jiang Chen also froze after hearing this. What kind of extreme female singer was this? If the other party was really a personal studio mixed up like this now, then Jiang Chen really had to call her a big brother. Look at him now. He's only been on the scene for a long time, and he's somehow pissed off so many people that a lot of them can't wait for him to die. So what you're saying is, that phone call, I recorded it, and this could prove that someone is trying to get at you on the song Inajiku. And if you check along with this cell phone number of course, if the other person is a little more discreet maybe the number has been cancelled. Jiang Chen also felt that this current rhythm was quite annoying, and if someone was willing to share this recording of hers, then things would be much easier. What do you want? Gee, look at you. Am I the kind of person who is profit-oriented? I am simply for justice. For love and peace. Jiang Chen said oddly. Didn't you say you were quite cautious? Yes. I'm not even discreet for your sake. So you'll have to make it up to your sister in the future. Well, I'll take that favor. Thanks. You're welcome not. Jiang Chen's favor. Sunwon had already gotten it. It's her turn to make an appearance next. To rub it in and be the hero. Sunwon, who usually doesn't mess with anyone or take sides, suddenly posted a scarf today. In response to some people accusing Jiang Chen of plagiarizing his new song Fragrance of Rice, I have a different opinion. Someone called me yesterday morning wanting to buy the lyrics and music of Fragrance of Rice from me, and the other party offered $600,000. So I have a very good reason to suspect that at Wang Yi and at Juzhe are instructed by someone to do what they're doing right now. Everything is about evidence. Here is the recording of the strange phone call I received. Attached is a recording of that phone call. This is going to make the already murky water even murkier. It's making waves online. Good sister, you are my god. Sister is fantastic. Always keep an eye out. Jiang Chen fans announced that they are now Sunwon fans. Good lord. So that's what you are, Sunwon. A little cranky. The recording shows Sunwon disliking her opponent and using profanity such as motherfucker and motherfucker. But that's what makes it all the more real. When Wang Yi and the others saw Sunwon jump out, they felt bad. Family June was also caught off guard. What's going on? Isn't this Sunwon the one who doesn't mess with anyone? What favor did Jiang Chen give her? Wang Yi and Juzhe have called Family June to ask what to do next. Stupid. A mouthful of Jiang Chen is just plagiarizing and questioning the authenticity of the recording. Do you even need to ask me about that? After hanging up the phone, Family June felt annoyed. Not long after, it's not good. Supervisor Fan. Something's wrong. Jiang Chen's side said that the locator phone has located our company. Chapter 84, Things are revealed. The situation is over. What? Fan Lijun's eyes widened. And from the moment he saw Sunwon step in, he had an ominous premonition. Of course the call was made to Sunwon by another employee of the company. It's definitely a good idea to avoid people when you're doing these unseemly things, but who would have thought? And messed with positioning. The point is, nowadays, cell phone numbers can be real names, which is also hard to wash out when you find out. On the bib, Wei Chao posted about it under the account of Superstar Studios. Today about the malicious slander our artist Jiang Chen-song plagiarism behavior, has commissioned a lawyer to send a lawyer's letter. The forensics work has made further progress, by Sunwon provided by the recording and phone number. We submitted to the relevant forensics department has found the cell phone number positioning in the Lushang Entertainment Company, and cell phone real name of the user is also found to be Lushang Entertainment Company's employees Li Mao. In order to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of our artist Jiang Chen, we have reason to suspect that this malicious rumor-making incident is driven by Lushang Entertainment, and in response to the rumor-making behavior of it Wang Yi and it Zhe, we will firmly safeguard Jiang Chen's legitimate rights and interests. It also posted photos of Wei Chao and his lawyer checking in with the Public Security Department and tracing the relevant information. Now there's a picture of a big problem with Le Sage Entertainment. There was also a furor online. Reversed, the mastermind behind this is actually Lushang Entertainment. Big companies are amazing, specializing in using such despicable means against Jiang Chen. Last time inside the Chosen One, Jiang Chen eliminated all three of Lushang Entertainment by himself. So now it's revenge, right? Students from Star City Music Academy came to break the news that Lushang Entertainment was the property of then student president Fan Lijun's family. And Fan Lijun chased after Su Yuexin for 3 years at the school. But in the end you guys get the picture. Good lord, I thought it was a business battle, but now it's turned into a love-hate relationship. So who? Any screenwriters? Existing romance material? At this instant, the black fans who were in an uproar a moment ago directly quieted down. Things seemed to be getting out of hand, and a discerning person could tell long ago that Jiang Chen and the others were so rigid that they were definitely the more confident party. And after Wang Yi and Zhe received Fan Lijun's instructions, they also sent out a text at light speed. It was released almost at the same time as Jiang Chen. Wang Yi, justice lies in the hearts of the people. I do not know why Ms. Sunwon made this false recording. Plus I can guarantee with my personality absolutely did not receive a relevant phone call, nor have received any money. All I did was to my friend to seek justice. If again to me maliciously and seriously, I will use legal weapons to protect themselves. Just, I can personally confirm that that's what I made out of it 2 years ago, and it's absolutely not false. And I'm number one about collecting the money. What is this? Spending money to buy heat for Jiang Chen. Fan Lijun's entire body was lost in thought. It was already like this, and he still couldn't cure Jiang Chen? I can't beat him. Waste stuff. Failure is always a common thing. When I first took the highest shares of the company, but I failed a dozen times. You only suffered a few setbacks. What's the panic? Fan Chang stood in front of Fan Lijun with an icy face. To be honest, Fan Lijun's performance in the company after graduation still disappointed him. There was no problem targeting Jiang Chen. What was a problem was that he didn't succeed. The rumor plagiarism tactic was also his idea, but that phone call left a leg up. Sometimes it's the little details that are missing, the little details that can undo them. Chapter 85, the director is confirmed. As a studio, it doesn't have a specialized legal department like those big entertainment companies, so it's still quite a hassle to sue. Wei Chao all felt troublesome. On one hand he had to bring Fu Xiaoxing in addition to Jiang Chen. On the other hand he had to go all day to explain some details to his lawyer. To ease his pain, Boss Su has finally stepped in, and his Tianming Cinema Company has professionals to help. Tian Yang, I'm very busy right now. I can't cure these rumor-mongering dogs. I'll leave these things to you. You must give justice to Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter how much compensation is given, but you must make sure that the rumor-mongers are punished, so that they know that we're not to be messed with, or else every dog is going to come to take a bite out of us. Is that appropriate? It was obvious that Wei Chao was very angry about this. Su Tianyang said helplessly, some things aren't that easy to fix. For example, even if we know that it's Lushang Entertainment's problem, what can we do? They already found a scapegoat long ago, and it's not appropriate to go through so many procedures for that scapegoat, right? So this is how we get bullied? Don't worry, those rumor-mongering V can't escape, and that Wang Yi and Zhe, they teamed up to falsify this thing, surely can't escape. This should always be okay, right? Well, count them lucky. However, Su Tianyang looked at Wei Chao with a somewhat odd expression as well. He was so angry about the rumor-mongering. But he didn't choose to appeal when Kai Yin-chi, whom he had cultivated, rumored that he had sexually harassed him. Forget it, I'm here to find that Jiang Chen kid. Jiang Chen also got the news from Su Tianyang, which turned out to be that the director of Immortal Sword and Sorcery had already been confirmed. LV Ichiang has directed a number of ancient martial arts dramas, the worst of which has a rating of 62 on Do-Half, and 4 dramas above 80. Jiang Chen didn't know this person, but he would do. Watching him was also very surprising. This LV Ichiang something the drama he directed is still quite good. Placed in his previous life, Lu Ichiang's report card was also a very dominating presence. However, TV show directors are to some extent less well known than movie directors. Plus, Lu Yikong hadn't come out to work for several years and seemed to be in retirement. I didn't expect to be asked out by a penguin, Su Tianyang explained. Originally he wasn't happy about it because he was really in a state of retirement. But after reading your script, he felt like he could do it again and screamed with righteous indignation. What kind of immortal warrior is on the market now? I'll show them how immortal chivalry is made. Su Tianyang even humorously mimicked LV Ichiang's vocal tones, trying to humor himself after being spat on by Su Yuashin. But Jiang Chen seemed indifferent. Why don't you smile? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's too funny this director Lu ha ha ha. You know, Boss Su, I was born with a longer reflex arc than others. Su Tianyang annoyingly interrupted Jiang Chen's clumsy performance, then said, forget it, Director LV told me that he's going to finalize the cast this month, so ask if you have any ideas, and find a time to go with him to talk about the audition. Jiang Chen suddenly felt busy, because he was just about to get on a plane to the capital today, and he had a business deal with the central station. This was something Lin Guang had specially begged for Jiang Chen, because he felt that white-whoring Jiang Chen's chasing dreams red-hearted him something. We'll talk about this when I'm free. No more. I'm going to the capital. The plane is about to arrive. After arriving in the capital, Jiang Chen also lived directly inside an apartment building. Mingda Group was in real estate, so there was absolutely no shortage of houses, and Su Tianyang had long since prepared a residence for Jiang Chen. When you get off the plane, there is no one to pick you up, which is quite normal, because a lot of celebrities reveal their schedules themselves. They have their own support groups or just post what they're going to do next on their bibs. It then attracts a large number of fans to the airport to pick them up. On the one hand, he says that he wants his fans to be sensible in pursuing his star and not to obstruct traffic, while on the other hand, he can't wait for the whole world to know how popular he is. Jiang Chen resented this behavior. When Wei Chao asks him if he needs some sort of backup club or something, he outright declines. After staying in the hotel, the program team of the Xiaogua Treasure also contacted Wei Chao at a rapid pace. They're recording for a total of 3 days. On the second day after arriving in the capital, Xiao Sa, the host of Xiaogua Treasure, also came directly to the place where Jiang Chen lived. Accompanied by a bunch of camera crews carrying cameras, Jiang Chen knew that the recording of the program had begun. Jiang Chen, hello, I'm Xiao Sa, the host of Summer Treasures, and I'm traveling with you this time as well. Here's your mission card. Jiang Chen opened the quest card with a puzzled mood. In 3 days' time, compose the music for our issue of Cultural Treasures. Among other things, there was a piece of paper with lyrics written by the balcony's specialized lyricist. And there's a photo in the mix. Is this lapis lazuli? Yes, our theme for this issue is porcelain, and as the most special existence of porcelain, Celadon is our cultural treasure for this issue. Jiang Chen got excited this time. The song Celadon, isn't that the song that civic novel travelers must copy? Why is this song so hot? Because the lyrics of this song are arguably the pinnacle of Fang's writing. As for the score, Zhou Dong gave it a strong Chinese style. With the combination of the two, the song took home 3 straight awards for Song of the Year, Lyricist of the Year and Composer of the Year. Who doesn't say invincible when they see it? Jiang Chen coughed dryly and said, can I write a new version of the lyrics? This is not satisfactory? It's good, but it's my habit to compose the song before filling in the lyrics to the tune, and I don't think the lyrics are Chinese enough for this one. Little Sam's eyes lit up. You mean, you're inspired? Yes, when I see such beautiful porcelain, inspiration comes to me like a tidal wave. This time, not only the words should be Chinese, but also the song, so as to fit the theme of our Xia treasure. Do you think so? Of course, you can tell us what you need. It's the first time we've had someone so young on the show. Jiang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, then said, there's nothing in particular that I need. There will definitely be a surprise when the time comes. Chapter 86, Try to eliminate her. For the rest of the time, Zhang Chen was equivalent to being recorded the entire time. The CCTV crew had been filming at the place where Yankee lived, mainly to show the viewers how Zhang Chen carried out his creations. I thought there would be some kind of surprise. Who knew that Zhang Chen was just living a very normal life? It's time to eat and drink. And it's nothing like the kind of creative person they imagine sitting in front of a computer scratching their hair in a chaotic routine. Zhang Chen, aren't you going to start writing the song yet? The day is going by. Zhang Chen replied, I'm going to go over it many times inside my head. You may look like I'm scratching my head, but in fact, the entire song's lyrics are written inside my head. It's a bit of a mystery, and the staff can only take it with a grain of salt. Zhang Chen was of course talking nonsense, but he couldn't just take it out. Could he? That would be too irresponsible. At the end of the night, the filming crew pulled out. They also all felt that Zhang Chen was a bit of a bore, and really didn't have much of a programmatic effect. Zhang Chen inquired to Sunwon, do you sing bitter songs? Sing, the more bitter the better. Zhang Chen bought a song called Give Me a Reason to Forget directly from the system without saying a word, and then sent everything in a package. Write it and say if you're not happy with it. This is the masterpiece of A-Lin, who is also considered to be the representative of the middle generation of bitter female singers. Many of her songs are flavored with lost love and heartache, but the context of the song isn't really about lost love. It's about the heartache that comes with the loss of a loved one. Based on the principle of serving to the end, Zhang Chen also told Sunwon what the song expressed. This song comes from a story I once read. The girl and her boyfriend turned out to be a sweet two. Every day the boy would warmly pick up the girl from class and go home every day. But one day the girl wanted to surprise her boyfriend because she got her driver's license, so that he didn't have to come and pick up. But after that day, the girl hadn't heard from the boy, and only 4 days later she learned that he had passed away in a traffic accident on that day, which had made the girl deeply remorseful and unforgettable. Show a little bit of vulnerability and tearfulness in your emotions when you sing, and you shouldn't have any problem getting on the hit list. Sunwon sat in front of the computer, looking at the song Zhang Chen had sent over, a little dumbfounded. Her agent, you see, saw the frozen Sunwon and inquired, what's wrong with you? Sunwon exclaimed, this Zhang Chen is too awesome. This song, it suits me so well. Her own singing path is the route of a bitter love song, and this song is well within her vocal range, both in terms of vocal tone and the emotion expressed. And after reading this story posted by Zhang Chen, she was also very moved, more confident about getting this song right. Ha, sister you. I'm going to be the best female singer of the year. Yusi glanced at her lightly and said, you're thinking about fart eating. Have you forgotten that there's someone who can whore out Zhang Chen songs indefinitely? You think people don't treat their gossipy girlfriends as well as you? Sunwon also blushed slightly after hearing this. There are times when you don't even know how miserable you are without comparison. At this time in the practice room of Crystal Girls, Su Chanxian's entire body became irritated as she sensed that some of the players didn't want to play with her anymore, especially those who were powerful. And Jiang Xiaochan, who she had deliberately leaned on before to try to tie up her good sister persona, had actually gone eye to eye with Su Yuexin since the recording of the last installment. Su Yuexin really wasn't as stuffy as Zhang Chen after all, able to stay nestled in her room all the time without coming out. Today Jiang Xiaochan invited Su Yuexin to coach her in singing. What I'm more curious about is that you seem to sing with a little more emotion than a lot of people, whereas I've gotten pretty into it at times, but it's never quite as good as you. Su Yuexin dryly coughed twice and said, you know this? That friend of mine is known for singing to impress people. It's all because he taught me. The corner of Jiang Xiaochan's mouth twitched slightly. Of course she knew who Su Yuexin was talking about. How do you teach it? Why don't you teach me? I'll teach you to dance. Su Yuexin's face became even more embarrassed. He wrote all the songs for me, so he understands them better than I do. And for each song, he takes me through it so many times. It's just the two of them together, and I'm just easily brought into that emotion, and then more often, to get used to that feeling. Can't learn, really can't learn. Jiang Xiaochan glanced at the location of the camera, then quietly pulled Su Yuexin aside and asked quietly in her ear, is it true that you and Zhang Chen are real? Su Yuexin blushed slightly. Sometimes, right. It wasn't that she wanted to avoid it, but every time she thought about this kind of topic, she became uncomfortable. Just friends. Oh, got it. Regular friends. Su Yuexin glared at her. What do you know? Don't just randomly understand ahem. Let's change the topic then. When you pick your opponent later, don't pick me. Su Yuexin was a bit surprised. Didn't she still say she was going to declare war after the last match? What's wrong? Jiang Xiaochan said seriously. Although I'm sure either of us can come charging back from the standby seat if we lose. I think our duel should be saved for the end. I don't want to see some people with no power still occupying the debut seat until the end anyway. Su Yueshin raised an eyebrow. You mean? Shu, I didn't say that. But your rumored boyfriend was framed by some people for plagiarism. So you had to get justice for him, right? Su Yueshin's gaze went to Su Chanxian, who was on the other side of the room, mingling with the other players, and there was more than a little hostility in her eyes. The recent plagiarism fiasco against Jiang Chen was such a big deal that the show's director even approached her to reduce some of the Jiang Chen elements on the show. But then after Jiang Chen cleared his name, the program team also rushed to tell Su Yueshin that it's okay. You can mention Jiang Chen as much as you want, because after this fiasco, Jiang Chen's popularity had increased rather than decreased, and many people outside of the circle knew about this young man who had been targeted by Le Shang Entertainment. No matter how much Le Saint Entertainment tried to weasel out of it, even if the scapegoat was found, people knew about the company's shoddy work, and it just so happened that Le Shang Entertainment's trainee debut program this year was down to just Su Chanxian. When she brought Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin's rhythm before, Su Chanxian had also contributed a lot. Jiang Xiaochan is not like Su Chanxian. At first, when she did not know the truth, she thought she was a victim, but after knowing the truth, she had to sigh that this guy really has a heart. Also, Cynthia Su isn't relying on strength. She can do that slutty dance, but she doesn't have the guts. Then I'll try to see if I can eliminate her. Chapter 87, Your ex-girlfriend has been chosen as my opponent. Su Yueshin, may I ask which opponent you're going to choose? Su Yueshin said calmly. Su Chanxian. All the players were in an uproar when they heard this. What kind of divine drama is this? Originally, things between Su Yueshin and Su Chanxian were rather magical, but there wasn't much interaction on the show. Now isn't this show effect coming? The rumor that Jiang Chen had cheated on his wife had not been followed up much by the determined efforts of the teachers and students of the Star City Music Academy to disprove it. At the same time, Jiang Chen's previous business of being a dog licker was also blown out, and he was very humble in front of Su Chanxian. There are people who believe either side about who dumped who, and it's these controversies that have brought a lot of heat to the show. Su Chanxian's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but she still forced out a smile. The host asked, Contestant Su Yueshin, can you tell us why you chose Su Chanxian? Because the audience wants to see it. Su Yueshin still had a breezy look on her face. Good temper does not mean no temper. Su Chanxian and Fan Lijun did those things. It is too unreasonable not to teach a lesson. When the opponents were picked, Su Chanxian's entire body panicked. Her greatest fear was 1v1 PK matchups. She knows her own strength. She can't dance if she wants to sing well, and she can't sing if she wants to dance well. Not being able to sing is not going to pass muster with Hu Hui. Even if she sang well, she was still completely inferior to Su Yueshin, who was also a perennial top achiever in school. This is something that if she is eliminated, there is absolutely no way for her to roll over. So she immediately called Fan Lijun. Fan Lijun, you must help me. Having just failed against Jiang Chen's rumor-mongering, Fan Lijun was already annoyed. Speak properly, Su Chanxian begged. I've been picked by Su Yueshin to be her opponent. I'll be directly eliminated if I can't win the next phase against her. So help me think of a way. Fan Lijun's brow was furrowed. Things were really unlucky one after another, both coming out of the same school. Could he not understand the difference in strength between Su Chanxian and Su Yueshin? What's more, Su Yueshin's singing had become even more powerful now, and there was now a lot more spirituality than the skillful type in school. In human terms it means singing with more emotion. And with Jiang Chen as the killer, there really isn't a single song he's written that's ever pulled down. Now there were even some opinions against Su Yueshin on the internet. Singing a song written by Jiang Chen, a dog can take first place. Although it was hacking Su Yueshin, it also showed that people recognized Jiang Chen's creative ability extremely well. Panic. I'll think of something. Fan Lijun was also in deep thought after hanging up the phone. In all fairness, holding Su Chanxian does not have any cost-effective. Her face value is almost interesting. Strength is also almost interesting. And for female love beans, this debut time is actually considered late. However, what's fucked up is that if all the contestants were eliminated during the time he was in charge of being the head of the trainees, it would be hard for him to continue sitting in this position even if he was the chairman's own son. It would be a terrible thing if none of the trainees could debut in this entire year. What's the problem? Fan Chang leisurely walked inside Fan Lijun's office and was somewhat puzzled to see Fan Lijun's worried brows. Fan Lijun told Fan Chang about the situation he was now facing, and Fan Chang did smile disdainfully and said, how hard is it to bow a chance to make a debut? Not to mention that now you only have to be in charge of one person. And you don't even have to tilt the distribution of resources. But she's no match for Su Yueshin. Then there are still pending spots. Fan Lijun sighed and said, might not even be a match for those in the waiting area. Su Qianqian is essentially a very ordinary contestant. In the campus cannot stand out words. With these major entertainment companies across the country carefully selected trainees compared to it is also very difficult to take advantage of what advantage. You can get tired of watching too much slut dancing. Now some people are already saying that Su Qianqian doesn't have much gold, relying on rubbing Zhang Chen's nose in it as well as dancing an unimpressive slutty dance to advance. Fan Cheng sneered and said, you're still too undecisive in doing things, and your heart isn't ruthless enough. There are a lot of ways to get a contestant who shouldn't advance to the next level, such as buying out those who vote on site in advance. But this number is too big. It's more money eating, and with so many mouths to feed, it's easy to get exposed. And then there's the idea of shoveling money to the show's organizers, so that they can control their own tempo. Fan Lijun interrupted. Penguin doesn't know what's going on this year. No capital is allowed to intervene. And there aren't many sponsors. The brain must be a little clearer. Don't always limit your thinking to the crew or be bound by those worldly morals. There are rules in the entertainment industry. Who else but the audience can influence the outcome? Fan Lijun's gaze was slightly fixed. You mean, those 4 judges? I've seen the program as well. Hu Xiujie doesn't need to think about it. The other 3 can be contacted a little bit. Especially Han Feng. Fan Cheng smiled mysteriously. If you can satisfy his requirements, he is sure to help you. There are some people I know what kind of goods they are as soon as I see them. All men. Fan Lijun also understood. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, you mean, that kind of request has to be fulfilled as well? Su Qianqian won't agree, right? You should never underestimate the ambition of some people. After Fan Cheng left, Fan Lijun fell into deep thought. How's it going in the capital? It's very busy over here, but the pace of life is faster and everyone is busy. Look at you talking so much like you want to retire. Zhang Chen rubbed his temples and said helplessly, you don't have to say that you already want to retire now. Stop it. Guess what I did today? I can't guess. Su Yueshin heatedly laughed. Picking a 1v1 opponent today. I picked your ex-girlfriend. Surprise? Zhang Chen also smiled. That's quite a fate. Su Qianqian is the last soul seed of Lisheng Entertainment, right? 100% yes. From my brother I already know that Lisheng Entertainment's trainee business is completely gone this year. I've put up with this grifter company for a long time. What do you say? Su Yueshin also rolled up her sleeves and said with a look of excitement, I've endured it even longer than you have. Then let's make it a bloodbath. Screw it. Let's do a bombastic song next. All yours. Chapter 88, The Price of Entering the Circle. With all the anticipation, the latest installment of Mushroom House is finally on. Because of the previous plagiarism fiasco, it caused so many people to want to see what happened in this episode. It was so hard to finalize the theme song, but I almost lost it to this dog Wang Yi. Wang Shua didn't feel half as good about this guy. On the contrary, Zhang Chen came to the show and got along very well with all the guests and did not put on airs and was courteous to him. And the key was that he was also much more handsome than Wang Yi. So at his strong request, he asked the video editing team to treat the 2 guests differently. But really, the editing team didn't even need to do any malicious editing. Just putting out the original movie with Wang Yi's mouth was enough to make it annoying. Because I came back from a kimchi country, I always feel superior. It was completely different from Zhang Chen's respectful attitude. At the same time, the song Rice Scent is also online at Penguin Music. Although Wang Yi is now being criticized by everyone, he is not yet at the point of being blocked. Although everyone knew that he was the one who betrayed Zhang Chen's song to Lisheng Entertainment, but as long as he played dead and didn't admit it, then they had no evidence. But there's no variety show that dares to seek him out anymore, so he might even lose the show. He was also watching the show at the moment, but he watched with gritted teeth. Damn the show's crew, that Sun one doesn't work either. Why did they just cut me in? Deceitful. I even filmed me snickering. What's this about? Those words I mocked Zhang Chen are cut in too? Crazy. To Flo is going crazy. Wang Yi madly cursed everyone in the entire Mushroom House program. He was now in a half-ruined state, and trying to turn around was an impossible event. And Zhang Chen's fans were more joyful to watch. Crap, others are putting on a show, but Zhang Chen is really doing it. He's so not afraid to get dirty, but it's so great. What do you mean? Quality idol? Wang Yi learn well and look good. Don't whip the corpse. Wang Yi can't come back anymore. All the way to the back of the program. During the night talk session, Wang Yi's face was infinitely amplified by the crew, singing an original song that he thought was of high quality. He even asked Jiang Chen to give him a critique. As a result, when Jiang Chen's fragrance of rice began, all the viewers were deeply impressed with what the hell was meant by a descending blow. We'll listen to the crying brothers. I thought I was having a particularly hard time, but after listening to it I felt that life's biggest hurdles are just that. Life is so short, and it would be a real loss to always be pessimistic all the way through. Thinking of my old rice fields, I went back to see my old landscapes and purify my mind. This song came out and gave people a lot of power. That night, it went straight to the top of the music charts. And, in a sense, it's still a rap song. The rap scene is abuzz with it. I had thought that the 7th chapter of the night was already awesome, but I didn't expect Jiang Chen to come out with another song in a far different style. The fragrance of rice. And it's clear that the melody of Inajiku is much more catchy. I've come to the realization that melodic rap is the version answer. You're an enlightened hammer. First of all you have to be able to write choruses, and secondly you have to be able to sing well enough. The lyrics. All I can say is intoxicated. Who's that? Where's MC Wonka? Come out and talk. In Jiang Chen's last life, Rice Fragrance was also a phenomenal song. To this parallel time and space can be just as phenomenal. Jiang Chen's cell phone was also filled with a bunch of old acquaintances coming to congratulate him and wanting to talk to him about a song date. This includes those mentors from The Chosen One. However, Jiang Chen declined with the excuse of busy business and limited inspiration. It's not that he's cheap. With the price these song seekers are paying, he's totally making many times over. It's because, if it's a good song, you have to sing it yourself first, right? Cynthia Su was also watching this episode of Mushroom House. When she heard Jiang Chen say, "It's very tiring to keep climbing upwards," her eyes instantly turned red. Not so much because she was moved, but she really didn't find it easy. Trying to get her to give up her ambitions is something she can't do. It's so hard to have the opportunity now. If you give it up then you'll never be able to enter the circle again. Jiang Chen, do you think everyone is as talented and gifted as you? I can only climb up the ladder. I have to climb to the very top step by step, or else I'll just be an ordinary person for the rest of my life. Listening to Jiang Chen's song Rice Fragrance didn't make her alleviate her inner obsession, but instead made it even stronger. But she was also anxious now because she was going to face Su Yuexin in the next match. And just like Jiang Chen, Su Yuexin was treated as this program's great demon king. Even if she didn't sing Jiang Chen songs, she was still a powerhouse that was bound to take up one of the debut slots. Damn it, what's Fan Lijun doing? Where's the promise that he would help me? Soon after, Fan Lijun gave him a call. What's the matter? Did you come up with a solution? Ever go and hire a famous producer to write me a song? Fan Lijun took a deep breath, then calmly said, "From Zhou Hang's example, you can tell that you can't beat Jiang Chen by making a temporary effort to ask someone else to help write a song. What about me?" Su Chenxian's voice became a little shaky. All the things that should be done have been done. The breaking of news, rumors and all of these have been done. But it is not compared to Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin. There's another way, but you might not be too keen on it. What way? Buy out the judges and let them bail you out dead. Su Chenxian gritted her teeth and said, "Then go buy your way through." Fan Lijun said calmly, "Aside from Hu Xiujie, I've looked for the other three, and Mo Jia and Lu Ruoqing took our money and both said they were willing to support you. But Han Feng made a different request." Su Chenxian froze for a moment. What different request? He means for you to go with him to a hotel for the night. Su Chenxian's entire face became pale. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. She felt it first before she even went in. Seeing Su Chenxian so silent, Fan Lijun sighed and said, "I'd better reject it for you." "No, you tell him I agree." Su Chenxian's voice trembled a little when she said this. They were all old classmates, and Fan Lijun actually felt a little guilty about it. It's not really necessary. With 2 judges, you're already bound to get 200 votes. Su Chenxian's voice rasped, "Don't fucking do it for me. What are you pretending to do? It's all business. I've long thought this day would come." Chapter 89. What? You're going to make me an actor? Jiang Chen was completely unaware of what happened on Su Chenxian's side, but if he really had to give advice, his advice would be not to force your way into the circle without that strength. Adults are responsible for their own choices, and I believe Cynthia Su should understand this. At this time, Jiang Chen was attending the rehearsal for the Summer Treasure. The history of this world was also different from Jiang Chen's last life. Celadon is a very important cultural symbol of Xia, and there's a more famous canon in this world as well. Jingdiwanzan is world famous as a manufacturing base for ceramic crafts, and a long time ago, there was an uprising and rebellion in this place. The emperor ordered his army to set out to pacify the town of Jingyuan. The people of Jingyuan were panicked at this, and many pleaded not to have a war in this town, because the industry here was porcelain firing, and there were many cellar furnaces, and in the event of a war, the whole industry would be destroyed. The rebels knew that Gingyuan town was not easy and withdrew from the place so as not to affect the people in the town. But the emperor was very angry and thought that there must still be remnants of the rebels in this Gingyuan town, and that the place must be swept away, to protect their hometown. A young man named Tang Yi stepped forward and offered the emperor porcelain fired by his family, which had a beautiful blue-green color and was painted with beautiful and atmospheric patterns. Tang Yi said that this color of porcelain is called blue and white porcelain, which is a new variety that they are firing in Gingyuan town, and hoped that the emperor would be gracious and not take action against Gingyuan town. The emperor was very happy with the appearance of blue and white porcelain. This kind of porcelain he loved, and soon agreed to Tang Yi's request. Not only that, but the entire Gingyuan township had been roused because it was favored by the royal family. Story is purely fictional. This time, Xiaogua Treasure tells the story of Tang Yi in the narrative performance, and in the singing performance, Zhang Chen sings his own lyrics and arrangement of Qinghua porcelain. Playing the role of Tang Yi is a relatively well-known young actor named Guan Yi. Veteran actor Huang Bashi plays the emperor and another veteran actor, Lu Wu, plays the mayor of Gingyuan town. Zhang Chen was also watching their rehearsal, and he was also lamenting the fact that something like performing should be done by a professional actor. The performances of these actors are also very tense. As a result, while he was lamenting, a sudden change occurred. Guan Yi broke his leg when he was performing the part of Tang Yi running to meet the emperor, Jiang Chen. This time, everyone was confused. Little Sam hurriedly called out, "Call an ambulance." What started out as a good rehearsal turned right into an accident scene. The entire program has come to a standstill. Jiang Chen looked at Wei Chao. "Brother Chao, this won't affect the broadcast, right?" Wei Chao also encountered this situation for the first time. This is still the program of the central broadcasting station. And just now the place where Guan Yi ran did not have any obstacles. How suddenly fell on the ground, but also broke his legs. I think this show has a backup cast, right? After about an hour, Xiao Sa hurriedly walked towards Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen immediately had an ominous premonition. Jiang Chen, there's a problem. Guan Yi, he seems to have broken his leg and can't continue with the recording. So do I still have to sing? Yes, our program still has to go on. The other young actor we were looking for has a full schedule. He's recording another program now. He can't make it. Can you cover it first? Jiang Chen stood up at once, waving his hands in a hurry. No, Mr. Sa, I'm just a singer. I've never been in contact with acting before, and I don't have any acting experience at all. If I go up, the program will definitely go wrong. It's fine, pay and all. Director Wang said that you have such a strong ability to sing and empathize that you must have a talent for acting that hasn't been developed yet. He's definitely misunderstood. Jiang Chen, the program team is really too late to find someone right now. Just say yes, and we'll speak up for you if it doesn't work out well when it's aired. In the end, Jiang Chen didn't even know what was going on, and was pushed in front of the director by Xiao Sa. The director of this program is Kenneth Wang. Jiang Chen being invited to this program was also something he had patted on the back for. And after Lin Guang had recommended Jiang Chen to him, he had also quickly gone and listened to all of Jiang Chen's songs. After listening to it is a direct shot. This is a genius. Must be invited over to write a song for their summer treasures. Wang Jianda said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen, that's great. Thank you for supporting our program. I didn't expect you to be willing to try acting. Jiang Chen said awkwardly. Director Wang, actually I haven't agreed yet, and I don't know how to act. It was Xiao Sa who pushed me over hard. Haha, unimportant. You're such a talented guy. It's so appropriate to play Tang Yi. I've never performed. It's fine. Just get in the shape you're singing in. That's the state of singing, not acting. Harm, not important. Jiang Chen. He was tempted to ask Director Wang what was important then. However, at this time, the system's voice unexpectedly rang in his head. Detected that the host is starting to come into contact with the actor industry. Is it possible to upgrade Voice LV1 to Voice LV2? Upgrading requires a consumption of 2 million. Vocalization LV2, your emotional output will not be limited to singing. Jiang Chen wasn't very happy. Robbing money. This system is robbing money. There is no one to control. It's about fucking time you got here. Can he not rise? He's really going to lose face if he doesn't open this skill. As a protagonist, how can you lose face? Upgrade. Ding, your exclusive skill has been upgraded from Vocalization LV1 to Vocalization LV2. I wish the host a bright future. But this is not enough. Acting needs to involve a lot of things. Not only the ability to empathize, but also body language, line work and other things. Otherwise even if you have feelings. Wow cry who knows what you sing? There was another thing in the systems store called the birth of an actor, which would allow Jiang Chen to immediately gain these skills related to acting. But the asking price is $1 million. One awkward part is that he seems to be out of money. Director Wang, wait for me. I'll talk to my agent about something. Go on. Don't try to run away. Jiang Chen came to Wei Chao and said shyly, Brother Chao, borrow some money. Wei Chao, where's your money? Gave it to the family. How much? $1 million? Put. Chapter 90, is this really your first time acting? When Jiang Chen returned, Wang Jianda noticed that Jiang Chen, who had been nervous and shy just a moment ago, had become much more confident all of a sudden. Director Wang, when do we start? Wang Jianda carefully asked. Child, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. I just brewed my emotions for a while. I feel better now. Didn't you want me to find the state when I sing? I usually hypnotize myself like this before I go on stage. Wang Jianda will be skeptical. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was talking nonsense in a serious manner. He was feeling very good now that he now had another acting skill to double up on straight away. The only bad thing about it is that the dopey thing called the system bankrupted him. Wang Jianda showed Jiang Chen the script and asked him to memorize his lines. Memorizing lines also belong to the actor's skills, so Jiang Chen quickly memorized them. Thanks to the birth of an actor. Wang Jianda's eyes lit up when he saw that Jiang Chen actually memorized so quickly. Although memorizing lines is a very simple thing to do, but many actors in the market nowadays do not even know this most basic job. They even only say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. With just a small detail, Wang Jianda's attitude towards Jiang Chen had gotten a few points better. You get to know the two teachers. You'll be playing against them later. Jiang Chen went forward and very politely bowed and shook hands with the two seniors. Hello Mr. Huang, always liked you. Hello Mr. Lu, hello. I'm a newcomer. I'm really forced to top it. Later play badly you guys despite criticizing me. I'll try to change. Actor Huang Bashi, who plays the old mayor of the town, was also very worried when he learned of the rehearsal accident that required a forced replacement. What's worse, it's a newcomer who's been sought out. A non-scientific newcomer who's never been exposed to acting before. But now he looked at Jiang Chen a lot more smoothly. At least it was very polite, giving people a feeling of being more agreeable. It's okay, acting is a profession that depends on talent. Maybe you're an undeveloped future movie star. Let's go over the lines first, and then we'll teach you about the changes in your sense of speech later. Jiang Chen nodded. He was also a bit grave. This is his first time acting, or on the central stage, but absolutely cannot make a fool of himself. As a result, when the two sides matched lines, both Huang Bashi and Lu Wu were both directly dumbfounded by Jiang Chen. Mayor, I heard that His Majesty is sending his army to sweep us away. Is this true? Jiang Chen portrayed the sense of anxiety that a teenager encounters, all in just the right way. Huang Bashi also immediately entered the scene inside. Alas, this world. Injustice. Mayor, is there really no way out? It's too hard. We're just commoners. How can that high and mighty majesty understand our suffering? If he says there's an army of thieves, there's only an army of thieves in Jingyuan town. Jiang Chen said with a firm face. No, I don't believe it. There must be another way. I've heard that His Majesty likes porcelain, and our Jingyuan town specializes in making porcelain. Child, you should know that Jingyuan town is not the only one that can make porcelain in this world. Then let's develop a new porcelain, a unique porcelain, and let His Majesty know how good we are. The two of them had a word for each other, and they soon finished their lines. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Even though they were lip-syncing, Jiang Chen's various demeanor and actions during the period perfectly matched the persona they had set up for Tang Yi. And crucially, they could feel Jiang Chen's inner anxiety, naivety and determination from the change in his tone and eyes. With each level of change so clearly visible, the two veteran actors were dumbfounded. It's bad. This kid is pretending to be a pig in a poke. How's Mr. Huang? Are my lines okay? Is there anything I need to improve? The corner of Huang Bashi's mouth twitched slightly. Is this really your kid's first contact with acting? It's my first time. If you don't believe me, you can check my resume. I graduated from the Conservatory of Music not long ago. Wang Jianda put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder with an excited expression. My boy, I could tell at a glance that you have an exceptional talent. See, I didn't lie to you just now, did I? My eye for people is indeed very accurate. Jiang Chen didn't know if he was doing well. What if this system wasn't working? Now that he had seen everyone's reaction, he knew that he had gotten through his acting. So we're going to rehearse now? Yes, Xiao Jiang. You go and change your clothes first. Let's officially rehearse once more. Due to the urgency of the time, the recording was going to take place tomorrow, and there wasn't much time for Jiang Chen to prepare. This day can be really busy enough. Jiang Chen, although his acting skills are now not inferior to some of the old actors, but there are many aspects. Or patiently ask the two seniors. Huang Bashi is 62 years old and has been an actor for 40 years, and is quite a powerful senior. Every powerhouse actor had his own set of insights, and seeing Jiang Chen being so studious, he naturally didn't mince words. Ryu Mutse is relatively young. He's only 42 years old, and he mainly acts in costume dramas. But the acting is also absolutely assured, as the CCTV will not let the show become pulled across. On top of that, the money needed to hire these veteran actors is much cheaper than the fresh meat. Those appearances with price tags of millions and millions of dollars are breathtaking to watch. Entertainment stars in this world don't have a pay limit, and first-tier artists earn more than you can imagine. While eating together, Jiang Chen inquired to Huang Bashi, "Has senior taken on any plays recently?" Huang Bashi sighed, said, "To our age, has not been possible. Like those young as casually received the play. Many plays are invited to guest star, nominally marked a veteran actor to participate in, but in fact are in order to hold those newcomers. Want to choose a suitable script for their own is even more difficult." Lu Wu also sighed. "You seem like we are being made acting school, but our path has basically been set. Those directors they think of the old courtier as Mr. Huang. Think of some eunuch or something like that. It's me. I sometimes want to put myself forward to play a chivalrous man, but as a result, the director rejected it without even thinking about it." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then said tentatively, "Which means that none of you actually have any business right now? Being on this program is about showing what we can do in finding business. I have a fairy drama here that lacks key actors. I think the two teachers are just right for it. I don't know what you have in mind." Both seniors were a bit surprised. "What, you still have that power? Penguin Video and our studio co-produced. Of course I do not act. I am the screenwriter. The director is LV Ichyoung. All the casting choices I have the power to shoot the board. I do not know, what do you have in mind?" Lu Wu said in surprise. "Director Lu actually came out again?" Huang Bashi pondered for a moment and said, "Can I read the script first?" Well. Chapter 91 Recording begins. Shocking acting skills. Jiang Chen immediately distributed the script of Immortal Sword and Sorcery 1 to the two of them, which of course needed to be kept secret. "Mr. Lu, I think your image is more suitable for the character of Moishi, the wine sword immortal, who is uninhibited and full of righteousness, escaping reality and keeping company with wine after a heartbreaking love." The more Lu Wu looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and his eyes lit up. What a chivalrous character this image is, a drunkard full of righteousness and chivalry. This is the first impression Ryuo had after watching it. Acting a character with contradictions in his personality is what shows his acting skills better. "Are you sure you can tap in?" "Of course. I'm the screenwriter. My boss is the biggest investor. No one can bring money into the group." Then Jiang Chen said to Huang Bashi, "Mr. Huang, even though you're over 60, I feel that your body is still upright and you don't look like you're getting fat. I feel that you're different from the usual old actors." Huang Bashi felt great when he heard this. "Ha. In fact, I've been working out all the time. Long-term fitness can help me prolong my acting career." "Xiao Jiang, you're a gifted child, but you must control your figure. Let's talk about this afterward. I think your image is perfect for the Sword Saint of Shu Mountain. In Ruochen, the elder brother of the wine sword immortal." I can't imagine that at my age. I'd have the chance to act as a sword immortal? This is the place that needs someone with the air of a fairy, and you've got the right body for it. And with your acting skills, wouldn't that be a handful? Quaaludes have proven to work for anyone." Huang Bashi was also happy to hear this. He said, "Then I'll really take it. I can't back out when the time comes." "Reverse what? It's an honor to have you on board with Immortal Sword and Sorcery." You kid is really good at talking." Jiang Chen had so smoothly fished out two suitable candidates. Within these two, in fact, the most testing of acting skills should be the wine sword immortal. Jiang Chen's last life Xia Juanhao played too deeply into the hearts of the people. Come by the wind with your sword, and get rid of the demons in heaven and earth. That compulsion and temperament, charm and popularity is straight to Li. Handsome to the dregs. Lu Wu used to be an actor on the Xinjiang side, and in his time, you couldn't make it if you didn't pass the business. so there was no need to worry about business skills and professional attitude. Today's rehearsal also went very smoothly, and the two seniors liked Jiang Chen's character very much and got along with him very happily. The next day, it was time to record. The recording at the Central Broadcasting Station is different from other variety shows, as it is recorded today and goes on air directly the day after. Most of the audience was made up of college students as well as some music majors. The judges were also all arts practitioners, ranging from history professors to music producers to famous singers and movie stars. After a normal burst of introductory remarks, it was finally time for the main part of the program. The first thing is storytelling, which is the event of the performance. It tells the story of Tang Yi's dedication of the blue flower. This time our invited guests are famous actors Huang Baxi and Lu Wu as well as the new generation of famous original musicians Jiang Chen. Let's see how they tell us the story of Tang Yi and Celadon. This word came out and everyone in the room snickered. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Jiang Chen to play Tang Yi? This feels a bit sketchy. I heard it was Pai Pia. I recognize Pai Pia's acting skills. Yeah, I recognize Jiang Chen's talent in music. But acting? That's not his path. I think something is going to go wrong. Ugh. You guys don't know Guan Yi had an accident yesterday. He broke his leg. His studio has already announced it. Almost everyone felt less than optimistic about the stage show. The scene begins with a teenager sweating in a cellar oven. This person is exactly Jiang Chen. At this time he is wearing a very simple linen clothes, but it makes people look at the eye, as if Jiang Chen's ancient costume is a bit interesting. Tang Yi, don't burn it. Run away. His Majesty is sending an army to sweep our Jingyuan town. Jiang Chen's hand as Tang Yi shook and the porcelain in his hand broke. What? You're fleeing the country. What about the cellar ovens in China in your house? Alas, it can't be. Life is important. If we don't run, when the army comes, we won't be able to leave. Tang Yi looked up as the scene of the people fleeing in a hurry with simple duffel bags appeared on the rear screen. In this moment, the confused look in the teenager's eyes was a little heartbreaking. Just suddenly he felt that it wouldn't work like this. If everyone left, wouldn't the town be gone? There are so many other old people who can't walk, so they stay in town and wait to die. At this moment, people felt the change in Jiang Chen's eyes, from confusion to determination. I'm going to the mayor. He immediately took a step away and was soon on his way to the next scene. It was just a change of eyes that left everyone at the scene a little shaken. It didn't seem impossible for Jiang Chen to come and act. In the next moment, Tang Yi gasps and arrives in front of the mayor of the town, played by Huang Baxi. The two then engage in a series of dialogues that feature a variety of body movements as well as gestures. Emotions also pack a powerful punch. The mayor advised Tang Yi to run away quickly. This town can't stay. But Tang Yi wants to change all that. He doesn't want to go from being a man with a homeland to a refugee on the run. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Jiang Chen's performance was very shocking and made people very empathetic. Then came the greatest test of acting skills. Tang Yi traveled to the capital alone, and in order to meet His Majesty, he bowed down step by step, with a tired look and pale lips. He finally alerts the emperor, played by Yanagi Takeshi, and is summoned to the palace to meet him and tell him his request. When he saw the emperor, Tang Yi was so excited that tears came to his eyes, and his eyes went from despair to hope. He stumbled forward, and it was here that pipe fell. Your Majesty, the grasshopper has a grievance. What is your grievance that you are making such a fuss in the capital? It's not just the grasshopper, but the grasshopper's hometown, Jingyuan town. Jiang Chen then tearfully recounted the events of Jingyuan town, a segment that made people empathize, and many viewers silently wiped the tears from their faces. The show was eventually taken down perfectly. Everyone stood up and applauded wildly. This is a very moving story of a teenager trying to save his hometown. And surprisingly, it was a newcomer who had never been exposed to acting before who completed the show. Chapter 92, The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you. Even director Wang Jianda was a bit touched watching from behind the scenes. This kid is so gifted in acting. He's wasted in singing. At this time, his assistant whispered, Director Wang, you're going to be net-bombed by Jiang Chen's fans if you say that. Wang Jianda slapped him on the head. I'll whack you if you dare to talk nonsense out. After finishing the performance, Jiang Chen also felt a bit tired. Acting is something that requires you to be in the role. You need to use all kinds of body language. You need to pay attention to the intonation of your lines, and your emotional output needs to be in place. So acting can be much more tiring than singing if you are serious about it. After chatting with the audience at the scene for a while about how he felt about acting for the first time, Jiang Chen also returned to the curtain. He's still on for the singing later in this installment since he's temporarily filling in. Mr. Jiang, hard work, hard work. Have a cup of tea. Jiang Chen had a questioning look on his face as he looked at the small backstage assistant who was serving him tea. Missy, you called me Mr. Jiang? The young assistant blushed. What's wrong? Stop it. You can't call it that or I'm going to get a Netflix explosion when the main movie airs. The respected old-timers are generally called teachers in this circle. This sound of Mr. Jiang could scare Jiang Chen. This could never be allowed. That. Just call me Tatsu. That's what everyone in my family calls me. Or you can call me Xiao Jiang. That's what Director Wang calls me. Tatsu, can I have your autograph? Jiang Chen didn't have much of a stance as he took the paper and pen handed over by his little assistant. After thinking for a moment, he inquired, "What's your name? What's my favorite song?" "Lu Qiao. My favorite is You Were a Teenager." Jiang Chen quickly wrote on the paper. "Lu Qiao, I believe you will become the person you want to be the most." Jiang Chen. Lu Qiao's entire body was suddenly in a state of bliss. It was a blessing that came from her idol, from which she would later derive infinite power. Jiang Chen could see that this girl was looking at herself with more excitement, so it should be no surprise that she was her own fan. Highlight of favored fan. Jiang Chen was changing quickly. He was currently wearing the clothes of an ancient plebeian. He was going to sing on stage later, so he had to change. Lu Qiao took Jiang Chen's clothes away and then quickly brought a set. At this time, Wang Jianda called out towards Jiang Chen. "Xiao Jiang, it's ready for you. Hurry up and hurry up." Jiang Chen was also quick to change into a tang suit, with a blue and white pattern printed on the clothes, which were the clothes prepared by the program team. When Jiang Chen walked out, all the staff backstage, especially the girls, had their eyes straightened. Hiss, a phenom. So handsome. So handsome. The pure natural kind of handsome. Isn't he a natural model? Jiang Chen straightened his clothes, then took the microphone and waited for Xiao Su's call. This is the treasure that Tang Yi once defused the crisis in Jingyuan town. The blue and white porcelain. Porcelain has been an important cultural symbol of our Xia country since ancient times, and blue and white porcelain, as the most famous representative of porcelain, naturally has its own characteristics. It is beautiful and generous. The color is light and elegant yet high and clean. The pattern is simple and full of charm, and it has become the mainstream of porcelain in the Ming dynasty. Let's see how Jiang Chen expresses the beauty of Celadon with his music. Let's invite Jiang Chen to bring us his original song Celadon once again. All the audience applauded enthusiastically. Through Jiang Chen's performance just now, everyone had already very much recognized Jiang Chen's strength. Whether it was acting or singing or originality, he was a master. And today's Jiang Chen had quite a lot of business, and immediately had to get ready to sing again after the performance. From skepticism to adoration in the time it takes for a stage play. The moment the Celadon accompaniment came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Those music masters were also staring directly into the eyes. What is Chinese style? In the past, this expression initially referred to the use of the main theme of the gong tone style, that is, the 5 tones of the gong zheng shang fei jiao that we learned in the text, and the classical Chinese style of musical instruments, such as the guzheng, pipa, eru, etc., and then gave it the attributes of pop music, resulting in a style that combines the classical and the popular. Finally, it is given the attributes of pop music, resulting in a style that combines classical and pop. And Zhou Dong is also known as the founding father of Chinese style. The song that started this classification is called East Windbreak. Later on, the definition of Chinese style was set more broadly, and some songs with ancient style lyrics were said to be Chinese style. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white strokes of the brush, which are thicker and lighter. The bottle depicts peonies like your first makeup. I know what's on my mind through the window. The writing on the rice paper is now halfway done. The glaze rendering of the rhyme of the lady's drawings was privatized. And you smile sweetly like a bud in bloom. A wisp of your beauty drifts away, going where I can't go. Jiang Chen's song was accompanied by a beautiful melody as he spoke to the audience. The more professional you are, the more excited you get when you listen to this song. When the chorus came out, some of the pros even held their heads in their hands in excitement until they turned into emojis. Azure blue and waiting for the misty rain, idiom, fig. Blue and white waiting for a rainy day. And I'm waiting for you. Smoke from the kitchen curls up. 10 million miles across the river. On the bottom of the bottle, it is written in Chinese script to imitate the elegance of the previous dynasty. Let's just say I've been waiting to meet you. Azure blue and waiting for the misty rain, idiom, fig. Blue and white waiting for a rainy day. And I'm waiting for you. The moon is salvaged, swooning over the ending. Like heirloom Celadon. It is beautiful in its own way. You have a smile in your eyes. The sky is green and waiting for the smoke and rain. While I'm waiting for you, It's so well written here and very romantic. Legend has it that the celestial blue color on porcelain needs to be fired in a smoky rainy day to be realized. That romantic and pure color cannot appear on its own. It must patiently wait for a rain that will come at an unknown time before it can appear in the color of azure in the clear sky when the cumulus clouds have cleared. In the sound in the realm of the influence of the scare, rain and smoke hazy ink landscape of Jiangnan, water and clouds sprouting between the vaguely visible iron white dresses and skirts fluttering, beautiful lyrics that give room for endless imagination, like heirloom celadon beautiful in its own way. Your eyes are smiling. When the last line was sung, everyone in the audience stood up and the room erupted in applause. The artistry of this song is so high, the literary merit of the lyrics is just awesome, and the score is an absolute masterclass. Thank you all. Jiang Chen smiled and bowed to everyone present, causing everyone to cheer and scream. Wang Jianda was also in a state of ecstasy watching from backstage, even though he knew during rehearsals that Porcelain of Green Flowers must be a divine song. But I didn't expect the scene to feel so good that it exploded. Mustn't the ratings go up when this installment airs? Chapter 93, Jiang Chen Quagmire Group. The judges were all transformed into the Jiang Chen Quartet. Fong Long, a master of national studies, commented with great admiration. Jiang Chen, at your age, you are able to write such beautiful lyrics. Some people describe celadon porcelain. They will write about how good its patterns look. They will write about how thick its history is. But Jiang Chen's song Celadon Porcelain is written about a beauty that lives in the imagination. All her beauty is just like celadon, so real and so far away. With a hazy beauty, let us have unlimited space for reverie. And this line of the sky green waiting for the smoky rain, while I'm waiting for you, this lyrics is too good to be true. I've actually studied celadon, and I'm able to read and understand its meaning, but I don't know if Jiang Chen is the same as I think. Fong Long cast an inquiring glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said with a smile, celestial blue is a very rare color in porcelain. Its birth needs to be burned in a smoky rainy weather. We don't know when we will meet the one we want to meet in our heart. Just like porcelain doesn't know when to wait for a smoky rain. Fong Long immediately stood up and applauded for Jiang Chen. He had thought that Jiang Chen was blindly using metaphors and happened to stumble upon the sky blue porcelain firing method. Now he felt even more that Jiang Chen's skill in writing lyrics was awesome. The audience applauded when they heard such a romantic explanation. And the famous Pipa master Zuahan commented, since Mr. Fong talked about your words, I'm going to talk about your tunes. And this tune of Porcelain with Blue Flowers can be ranked in the top 3 within the pop music in my mind. Everyone was in an uproar. This was quite a bullish comment. And Jiang Chen was nothing more than a newcomer. So when the program was aired, there was a chance that it would cause a hot debate. However, Zuahan didn't consider this at all. He continued to comment, this is the first time I've found that our Xia classical music can be fused so perfectly with pop music. The melody is in the gong tonal style that is still left behind by our ancestors. I've seen some singers use this style before, but when they use it creates a very strong sense of cut-offs. This is a compliment to the arrangement's charm. Jiang Chen, you're fantastic. This song will definitely be phenomenal. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Chen heartily accepted a good burst of compliments. At the end of the program, Wang Jianda once again invited Jiang Chen to come back for the next installment. But Jiang Chen said, Director Wang, I have other things to do. You have to know that one's inspiration is limited. You can't catch me gleaning alone, right? Ugh, what are you talking about? If you don't sing, you can still act in stage plays. Broaden your business. You'll go farther in the future. I really don't have time. I have a drama in my hands to shoot. I'm still a screenwriter and part-time assistant director. I really don't have time. What? Xiao Jiangyu, this is very meaningless. You have to say slot to participate in the variety show. I still believe. You jumped to the screenwriter assistant director. That can be. Jiang Chen said helplessly. I'm really not going to lie to you. If you don't believe me, go and ask director Lu Yiqiang yourself. Ha, Lao Lu and I know each other well. You'll be embarrassed if I break you up. Ask away. As a result, Wang Jianda was directly dumbfounded after talking to Lu Yiqiang on the phone. Good lord, what a screenwriter. The way he looked at Jiang Chen became a bit off. And you, kid, can write a script? Sloppy, not special reserve. Wang Jianda's gaze toward Jiang Chen was also a bit odd. That guy Lu Yiqiang, if there was no good script, would not come out easily. It must have been Jiang Chen's script that impressed him. Harm. So here's to your drama blowing up. Jiang Chen's trip to the capital was over. It's a lot of money being screwed over by the system, but the rewards are good. Jude played an extra show, so he gave Pipe's appearance fee to himself as well. but the CCTV appearance won't be very expensive is all. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen transferred $200,000 to his family. The main concern is that if you spend recklessly and get screwed by the system every now and then your family is afraid that they will think that you didn't earn any money. Where are we going next? Back to Star City or to see director Liu? Back to Starling City and then to the taping of Crystal Girls. Surprised, Wei Chao asked, "Do you have an admission ticket yet?" Ask Mr. Su for it. Crystal Girls was also a program sponsored by Su Tianyang, and many of the sponsors were also found by him, so that bit of authority is still there. Tonight is the 4th installment of the recording site. Before did not arrive because they all hit the schedule, now it is just fine. Go to give the school flower students a face. While Jiang Chen was setting off, a preview of the next installment of the show was also released on the site of the Summer Treasures. The day after tomorrow's program will feature 2 teachers, Huang Bashi, as the town mayor, Lu Wu, as the emperor/general, and Jiang Chen, as Tang Yi, who will bring us the story of Tang Yi's dedication to the Celadon, as well as Jiang Chen's Chinese-style song Celadon, which he composed for our cultural treasures Celadon. So let's look forward to the renditions by a few of the guests. This show has been in a lukewarm state, but there were a few installments that were more popular, and they were the ones that only added some ratings when the younger and somewhat more popular actors and actresses came on board. And Jiang Chen is now the new top stream in the entertainment industry. When the last episode of Mushroom House aired, it directly broke the ratings record for this program. This also made many people realize that Jiang Chen might be the legendary traffic code. Wei Chao had also received many invitations to variety programs, and Jiang Chen had declined them all. He doesn't want to turn himself into a pure variety artist, and if he really wants to be an actor in the future, being too exposed is actually a detriment to the actor, as the image will be framed inside many reality shows. It's always out of character when you see these variety artists on screen, and even movie stars can't escape the damage. But when the set photos were released, even Jiang Chen's fans were a bit worried. The black fans who had disappeared were happy again. Ha ha, laugh me to death. A singer who just graduated from the conservatory is going to play Tang Yi on the CCTV? The central broadcasting station has also degenerated? They don't look at their strengths. They just invite traffic, don't they? I was kinda enjoying watching Summer Treasures, but this casting is clearly irresponsible to the audience. Jiang Chen also really has the face to play Tang Yi. Is this a role he can touch? After Fan Li Jun saw it, he also went to contact the Water Army overnight, go and hack him hard. The actor industry dares to touch it too. In response to these comments, Jiang Chen simply posted 4 words, swabbing. It then stopped paying attention to the online bickering. It was normal to be questioned since it hadn't even aired yet anyway. How can you get a punch in the face without being questioned? Thank you for the he sent sure, boss atmosphere. Oh can be added to the meal. So happy. Boss Dragon Boat Festival Well-Being. Chapter 94 Flammable and Explosives. This is a very crucial match, and advancing is a top 20 match, and it's still 1-on-1 PK, so the slightest mistake is a direct elimination. Su Qianxian, who was still distracted before, was somehow full of confidence. It was as if she had morphed overnight, but instead of becoming sunnier, she had become more shadowy. For all that she no longer cared, she just wanted to keep living and moving up in this show, no matter what means are used. However, no matter how Su Qianxian acted, her direct opponent Su Yuexin still looked indifferent. Su Qianxian felt that she was looking down on herself, but with her little strength. It wasn't just Su Yuexin. Most of the contestants were unconvinced. What was the point of their previous efforts if they could always succeed in advancing even with slutty dancing? This program might as well be called Girls Who Sell Meat. Jiang Chen sat in the first row of the audience, next to Boss Su. It's nice to have a rich boss. The next group of contestants to face each other are the great demon king Su Yuexin, who has gotten first place in every episode on this program so far, and her alumnus Su Qianxian, who has become a dark horse with her dancing ability. All the spectators were up in arms and started a cheer. Love to see the crew screw up. The conflict between these two men is not explicitly torn, but everyone knows it in their hearts. Moreover, many people also understood in their hearts that in terms of strength, Su Yuexin was going to throw off Su Qianxian by a few blocks. For you it's that she will please the judges and will please the audience. Both players were brought on stage at the same time. Based on the results of your popularity online, this duel will be performed first by Cynthia Su. Cynthia Su, do you have anything to say to your opponent? Su Qianxian took the microphone and said lightly, not everyone is born strong. The victory will belong to the one who works harder. I will prove that I deserve this victory. The audience, who love to hear harsh words, were up in arms. And Cynthia Sue says she'll improve every installment. But she can't. Something like breath was something to be practiced, and she'd been so focused on socializing in college that she was bad at a lot of the basics. So she's still singing and dancing in 1,000 different ways, undressing mid-performance in 1,000 different ways, and showing off her sexiness to the fullest. The singing can't be described as a car crash, but the wheezing does detract from the listening experience. At the end of the pose, Su Chanxian wanted to see the audience's reaction, but she accidentally saw Jiang Chen sitting in the front row. Her face changed slightly, but she quickly hid it and made a panting face to show that she was working hard. Su Tianyang said to Jiang Chen, "Do you want to evaluate your ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Chen said indifferently, "My evaluation is no. From any angle, it's not a qualified performance. For someone like her who studied music, singing like this is not much different from the scene of a car accident." Jiang Chen didn't feel much. The original owner had been a licking dog to the Su Chanxian for 3 years, which really tainted his identity as a traveler. At this time, the host shouted, "Thank you, contestant Su Chanxian, for the wonderful performance. Let's invite Su Yuexin to the stage." Today's Su Yuexin was wearing a set of Gothic-style dress, and her entire temperament was different. Pretty girls are hangers-on, and everyone cheered when she made her entrance. Although it was said that Su Chanxian's performance just now was sexy, it was still Su Yuexin who really looked at the face value. Su Yuexin so many black powder, but also not one attack on the face value. At most, say she is plastic face, but really can not see the trace. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile as well, gently clapping along with the audience. The school flower classmate is really pretty. The original main body is to spend on Su Chanxian on Su Yuexin. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen felt the killing aura and shivered. He noticed that Boss Su was staring at him coldly. "What are you laughing at? What are you thinking of?" "A misunderstanding. I'm just simply remembering happy things. Don't worry. I'll credit your account for how much money you wrote for UXIN Son." "Boss Su, that's out of line, isn't it? Shut up and watch the show." On the stage, the host asked Su Yuexin, "Contestant Su Yuexin, may I ask what you have to say to your opponent?" Su Yuexin laughed, then said, "She can't win because I have the best producer writing songs for me and she doesn't." When she finished speaking, she even raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chen, who was seated at the bottom of the stage, meaning, "I'm going to violently beat up your ex-girlfriend." Judging from Su Chanxian's play just now, there was no possibility of defeating Su Yuexin. After Su Chanxian heard these words, her heart directly broke the big defense. "Ah, shrimp and pig's heart. She's bragging to me that she has Jiang Chen. Everything he has now originally belonged to me." Su Chanxian's fists clenched tightly, veins rippling on the back of her hands, but she glanced at Han Feng on the judge's table, took a deep breath, and the corner of her mouth hooked into an icy smile. "Please welcome contestant Su Yuexin to bring us the new song Flammable and Explosive Explosion, composed by Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen chose this song for Su Yuexin, on the one hand, to let Su Yuexin present a more different stage style to the audience, telling them that she can not only be a little fresh, but also hold the whole stage like a queen. The other side of the coin is that it's a great song for competitions, and there's a lot of room to maneuver in this song. The chorus is something that could have been sung higher than Chen Gei. The ascending key was instead more suited to Su Yuexin's range, and the impact that could be achieved was much more powerful. Jiang Chen made some appropriate adaptations. The lights dimmed, and Su Yuexin stood in the middle of the stage, her eyes becoming murderous. A lazy yet frantic voice came from Su Yuexin's mouth. "Expect me to go crazy? I hope I'm not alone. Think of me as cold and beautiful. You think I'm frivolous and cheap. I want my sunshine, and I want my flavor to be unshakable. I can't help it if I'm crying or laughing. I'm still playing with my heart as if it were a dead tree." Everyone in the audience was shocked that this was another song in a completely different style. Hu Xiujie's eyes were also directly wide. Inside he was screaming furiously, "What are you doing? Jiang Chen, are you raising your scandalous girlfriend to be a diva? Give me dreams, and give me a quick sobriety. Sleep with me. You're still wasting time with me without mercy. Love me pure, and love me naked and undecayed. Watch me play and sing, and watch me break my heart in pain." When this chorus comes out, the vocal tone goes straight up. Everyone was sucking in a breath of cold air. What a ferocious performance. Was this still the Su Yuexin they knew? Jiang Chen, however, smiled. There would be more exciting ones later, all the way until the second chorus rang out. Su Yuexin's high heel stepped directly on top of the stereo, her left hand pointing to the sky. "Tease me for me, and lost my eyes for me. I'm a true believer, and you're trying to make me look good. Run away with me, and you're still my vassal." I'm flattered that I'm budding, and complimented me on my desire to cover up. This paragraph pulls it up another notch. It was as if the girl on the stage was issuing a taunt to all those who had hurt her. Because I'm going to debut, I have to these ego-moving fans? You want me to stay single and I'll stay single? You want me to show my balls and I'll show them to you? Just listen to the song properly and don't tell me what to do with my sister's life. The song packs a bit of a powerful punch, and the audience was so swept away that they actually turned themselves red in the face and warmed up. Chapter 95, Shady. Sudden change in program. It finally slowed down when the chorus hit the audience 3 times in a row. Please charm me. I'm still in the mood for a good time. I'm in the mood for a good time. Like me in full bloom. It's like I'm hypoxic. Beautiful by me. I'm still obsessed with it. Blame me for being 100 years old with no worries, still blame me for shedding tears in vain. My show is over. Thank you all. Su Yueshin politely bowed to everyone, and she, who had been exuding a queenly aura just a moment ago, returned to normal after singing. Jiang Chen was frozen. He didn't expect Su Yueshin to be able to interpret it so perfectly. After all, she didn't have a system. But it was a coincidence that those voices on the internet hadn't been very kind to her lately, and while she wouldn't be affected by anything, she was always uncomfortable whenever she saw the gossip. So repressed for several periods, she needed to vent. And the song Flammable and Explosive is just a great song to vent to. And singing it, that's just like a human song. Everyone in the room stood up and applauded wildly. Su Yueshin, Su Yueshin, Su Yueshin. The audience shouted her name over and over again, and Jiang Chen stood up to applaud her, an affirmation of her as an audience member. The crew certainly didn't let this image go. Jiang Chen also happened to be sitting in the first row, so the camera almost disliked his mouth. When the scene calmed down, everyone started voting. 2,000 people, voting for their favorite singer. Since Jiang Chen was sitting in the first row, which was basically filled with people from the major sponsors, all of whom were bosses, he naturally didn't have a chance to vote. While waiting for the votes to be cast, it was also time for the 4 judges to comment. The most excited one is of course the number 1 Chen blower Hu Xiujie. He picked up the microphone and was a burst of praise. Su Yuxin, although every time I praise you, I'm almost running out of words, but I'm still going to do it. You brought me an even bigger surprise today. The song written by Jiang Chen. We don't need to discuss the gold content. This song was given more soul by you. It's the first time I've heard you soar on this program. The songs you sang before were all in a relatively healing style. This time it's a direct 180-degree transformation. It's really shocking to me. And your stage style is very stable. I'm going to hang on to you for these 100 votes. Thank you, Mr. Hu. Jiang Chen was also gently applauding from the stage. Hu Xiujie was considered to be an old friend of his. After the end of Chosen Sun, although the two did not manage to become co-workers, they did add each other's contact information, and often discussed musical matters. However, by the time Han Feng took the microphone, the picture changed. He coughed dryly and said, I have a different opinion. I think there is too much showmanship in Su Yuexin's song. As a singer, she ignored some of the most essential things. Although she sang very well, it didn't impress me. Hu Xiujie looked at Han Feng with eyes full of questions. Do you want to hear what you're saying? As for Su Qianqian, the sense of power and beauty she showed this time impressed me. I always think we have to be inclusive of singing and dancing in this program, and her singing and dancing made me feel her hard work and determination. So I vote for Su Qianqian. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth under the stage also twitched slightly. You're the otherworldly Ding Taisheng, aren't you? If you sing while you say it's showy, but if you don't sing while you say it's emotional? What kind of feelings does she have with that singing and dancing? But even more outrageous was yet to come, as those other 2 judges even expressed similar views, criticizing Su Yuexin a bit, thinking that she was too fancy for this issue. The entire audience was in an uproar and cacophony. This time, not only Hu Xiujie, even the director frowned deeply. The hosts also announced the final vote results for both men at this time. When the final results came out, there was even more chatter in the room. The final result is 1202:1198. Su Qianqian won by a slim margin of 4 votes. Let's congratulate her. Yet not many people applauded. The scene was dull. The director's pupils also shrank, and he realized with a cold heart that the issue might have played out. Some of those 2,000 spectators were their own people. Without prejudice to the final result, he would ask the audience to divide a little more votes among the losers, which might be 300. The purpose of this was to prevent a huge vote gap like the one that occurred when Jiang Chen and Zhou Heng piked, where the gap was too large and would make the loser lose face. He doesn't think this is considered shady because it was all done without compromising the final outcome. The audience had around 300 votes cast to take care of Su Chanshan not to have too big a gap. However, how could the program team not expect that there were 300 votes placed on Su Chanshan on the judges' table? It was equivalent to Su Chanshan's natural lead of 600 votes, and as long as she wasn't actually led by Su Yuexin by 600 votes, then she was the winner. Hu Xiujie was directly enraged. He stood up violently and angrily rebuked. I'm really convinced. These three judges next to me, they are all people who are named in the circle, but they are insisting on talking nonsense here with their eyes wide open. This obvious gap in strength. What is this not shady? Han Feng, however, said lightly, calm down, Mr. Hu. Everyone has everyone's opinion. You can't say it's shady just because there's a difference in everyone's opinion. Ha ha. Hu Xiujie laughed out loud as he turned around and shouted to all the spectators. Those who think Su Qianshan should win, please raise your hands and shout. Less than a quarter of those who raised their hands and shouted as a result. Raise your hands and shout if you think Su Yuexin should win. The result was a horrific wave of sound that covered the room, and underneath the audience was a dense mass of raised hands. Mo Jia and Lu Ruochen both had a burst of scalp numbness. Grandmother, this money seems not too good to earn. Hu Xiujie sneered at Han Feng. Is this what you call everyone's opinion? If this is what this show is like, then I'm not taping it. Hu Xiujie slammed the microphone to the ground and then left the table in anger. Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the stage, also narrowed his eyes. Su Tianyang's gaze became even colder as he looked towards the director of the program. When the director felt Su Tianyang's gaze, his entire scalp suddenly went numb. He fumbled with his hands and made all sorts of gestures to explain. He really didn't know it was going to be like this. Su Tianyang withdrew his gaze and said to Jiang Chen, those three judges, they have a problem. Chapter 96, Forced Advancement. Han Feng's face darkened as well. He hadn't expected Hu Xiujie to be this tough. He really doesn't get it. Variety shows, just for fun. What's the point of being so serious? But in curiosity, he is to be vaguely stronger than Hu Xiujie. Hu Xiujie behind the scenes attributes mostly, while Han Feng is often active in the first line of variety shows, and has also produced explosive level songs. Therefore facing Hu Xiujie, he did not want to give face. As for supporting Su Chanshan, this is something he won't change anyway. After all have already had that kind of relationship. The proportion of people supporting Su Chanshan on the spot is at least a quarter, so it's not too outrageous for him to support Su Chanshan, right? At most, he would be scolded by the netizens at that time, and his fans were not few, so if he incited them online, he would not believe that he could not fight Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin's fans. But now the only difficult thing is Hu Xiujie's strike, plus the shouts from the audience just now. The real situation is that even if they add their 300 votes they probably won't be able to win against Su Yuexin. It would embarrass him, and those other two as well. Although Mo Jia is the queen of the movie, but it has been a long time ago, the follow-up because of plastic surgery, so it is no longer suitable to be held up on the movie screen, and now there is no longer the old glory. So Lisheng Entertainment paid money for her to support Su Chanshan. She agreed. Lu Ruochen is even more embarrassing. These people inside her curry is the lowest, and she is in the company inside the right to speak is not high. Lisheng Entertainment is even looking for her back to the company to cooperate. She got the share than others less than half, but she still have to open their eyes and say blind words. What are they going to do now that Hu Xiujie is screwing around like this? The host was also a bit embarrassed, not expecting the current situation. This is the naked shady Of course the program group is certainly not want to let this kind of thing happen. Other people do not know, but the director is aware of. Su Yuexin on the fucking Su boss's sister, is Su Dongmao's daughter. It's fine if you're eliminated because of strength issues, but if you're eliminated because of shady practices, it's the biggest failure of the show, because Su Yuexin is the biggest favorite to win the title. Everyone wait a moment our judges have some communication problems. Our director is communicating with Mr. Hu. I guarantee that our program is not shady. There are many reasons for this problem. The moderator is struggling with nonsense literature and trying to stall for as long as possible. A voice from the show's crew came from inside his earpiece, telling him to stall as long as he could. Su Yuexin was also a bit surprised by the result in front of her, but still quickly calmed down. Only people without strength would pull these underhanded tricks. Su Qianshan, on the other hand, had her fists clenched. She was really going to hate Hu Xiujie to death, and if she had to re-vote, she would definitely be in her original form. Even with the advantage of having 300 votes in advance plus the program group's principle of taking care of large scores, She only barely had 4 more votes than Su Yueshin. But now there's a problem. If the showrunners re-vote, wouldn't that be a disguised admission that they have an inside track on interfering with viewers' votes? So now the situation is just a pain in the ass. Teacher Who? This really wasn't something we instructed. I really don't know why the 3 of them didn't vote for Su Yueshin. Those votes were a bit of a problem. We were defaulting to the fact that Su Chanshan would lose by a large margin before we told them to vote for Su Chanshan. Who knows? The director painstakingly explained to Hu Xiujie. Hu Xiujie said coldly, "So you're acquiescing to this outcome? You're going to let her take the blame for your blunders? There's no way to change the voting results now. Mr. Hu, please sympathize with us. We'll try to save it. Su Yueshin will never be eliminated. Don't worry. Go back first, okay? Don't worry. Go home first, okay? Mr. Hu, trust us." After a burst of pleading from the director, Hu Xiujie still sat back in his seat indignantly, and Han Feng and the others got new instructions from the director's team. They finally decided that since Su Yueshin's performance was outstanding, this group of contestants would advance at the same time. This result wasn't particularly good either, and the other players were frowning. Hu Xiujie has even been putting on a stinky face, feeling that of the 4 judges, he is the only one who is normal, but it was the best the show could come up with. This result was quite acceptable to Han Feng and the others. Anyway, their task was just to let Su Chanshan advance. Whether Su Yueshin was eliminated or not was not important to them. Jiang Chen's face under the stage didn't look too good either, and Su Tianyang's eyes were even colder when he looked at Han Feng and the others. You can have a different opinion, but you can't be blind. After this match, Fan Lijun also received news. Cynthia Su has advanced in a thriller. That's even with them cheating, and he knows about the accident that happened on today's show, which is bound to go wrong when the time comes. This made Fan Lijun frown deeply. Raising stars could really be a bottomless pit, especially raising a star with no power. Not only do you have to pay her to buy the judges, but you have to pay to control the judging subsequently. Now there's also the problem that their involvement has turned the penguins against them. It's a blatant provocation to the show, which doesn't charge extra money to intervene in the competition. And now Lisheng Entertainment has their hands on top of the judges they hired. Today they've received a serious warning from Penguin Group. Although it's not as bad as completely pulling the plug, I'm afraid that all those variety shows and TV shows that Penguin's side is doing in the future, they won't be prioritized if they try to stuff people in. But Fan Lijun also got his father's instructions, and Fan Cheng said that this kind of thing was assured to do, and that he would attend a few social functions and spend a little bit of contacts, and the relationship could still be repaired back. Oops, no punching your ex-girlfriend in the face. Good loss. I feel like I'm all Manson. Angry. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw the message sent by Su Yueshin. Next time if it happens again, just drop out. I don't think it's the show, it's those judges. It's the program's problem if they don't keep a good watch, and the audience votes are definitely the program's manipulation. And even though we're contestants, we have to be tough when we need to be tough. Are you angry? Of course I'm pissed. It's the first time a song I've written has lost on stage. Touching the head. I think it's you who needs to be comforted. Touches head. For Jiang Chen, this match really didn't make him happy, but looking at that look in Boss Su's eyes, it should be done soon. Many people didn't know that Su Yueshin was the real sister of the boss of the biggest sponsor, and if it was someone else who was screwing around, there might not have been a problem, but they got the wrong guy. Chapter 97 Jiang Chen's acting skills, black fans dumbfounded. The next day, Han Feng, Mo Jia, and Lu Ruochin's manager all received termination notices from the Crystal Girls program. All 3 were outright confused. It's not their problem, it's the program's unilateral termination. Liquidated damages are also given by the program, and this termination fee is not low. Even Lu Ruochin this kind of curry, there are $20 million. As for that, the question popped into all 3 heads at the same time. Wasn't it just for supporting Su Chanshan? Although they did receive money, Su Yueshin didn't eliminate it either. Director, what do you guys mean by this? You just want to cancel the contract? What's the point? Being unilaterally terminated by the program. That would have floored the public. The director explained coldly with them. You know what you've done in your own hearts. Do you take our program's biggest gimmick of rejecting capital involvement as nonsense? I didn't do anything. That's pure slander. The hell knows what you took Su Chanshan out to do that day. This thing also want me to say it? Han Feng was annoyed. I respect you as a director, but I'm not one to be messed with when you insult my character like this. You fucking messed with even worse people. Because of you 3, I almost got fired. The director hung up angrily. This termination was personally requested by Su Tianyang. Moreover, the termination fee was also paid out of Su Tianyang's own pocket, which meant that Su Tianyang was determined to kick these three guys out. They targeted the sister of the boss behind the curtain. Isn't that purely asking for trouble? The company that Han Feng worked for was Natural Entertainment Media, a company that was even slightly more powerful than Lisheng Entertainment. And this company practicing students is not the main business. They have a certain reputation on the strength of the artists in their hands. At this time, they had also received news that Penguin had actually terminated the contract with their company's Han Feng. Han Feng is no stinker. This is a proper top-tier singer. Natural Entertainment had also given Han Feng a huge tilt of resources after he was first poached from the Superstar Studio side. Shit, what's this crap variety show pretending to be noble with me? It's almost the finals and it's canceling my contract. His agent Ningxi's face was also very ugly. She cursed angrily. Can't you fucking restrain yourself? You're a spermatozoa? Your acting career will be over sooner or later. Han Feng was already upset, and immediately disliked. What did I do wrong? I've earned tens of millions of dollars in termination fees for the company, and I'm not the one who's wronged. It's the program team. This is for you to show up and earn goodwill, not for you to fucking make money. The company lacks this amount of your termination fee? What's my status? I'm giving them face by going to this crap variety show. Do I still need them to give me traffic? The two got into a heated argument, but the end result was not helpful. In the end, their company stepped in, and not only did they not compliment Han Feng for bringing back the termination money, but they also had to put the resources that had been pressed on him on someone else. Although Han Feng was unconvinced, there was no way to disobey his superior, and he hated Jiang Chen. Although he hadn't seen Jiang Chen from the beginning to the end of this incident, he just felt that it was Jiang Chen's problem. Are you taking it personally by writing her such a great song? It's a little embarrassing to make me go dark. And today is also the day that the latest installment of Summer Treasures will air. The broadcast was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, not a prime time slot, because this kind of entertainment program, the central broadcasting station usually does not put in the prime time slot. It will also be uploaded to video platforms at the same time. But because of Jiang Chen's traffic as a rallying cry, there were also many people who stayed in front of the TV to watch, including those black fans of Jiang Chen. They had finally found a point to hack. Family June has also long been ready for the water army, and instructed, this time he acting skills certainly pull across. The world does not have music and acting at the same time. Outstanding genius. God cannot give him a few windows. When the time to give me hard to black his acting skills, the show finally aired. There's still quite a bit of content in each installment, not only to introduce the story, but also to put out the participants' understanding of the character they're playing, and some behind-the-scenes fun facts. And Pike's rehearsal injury was released. It's amazing how this flat-out falling and breaking your leg, even though it's such a sad thing to do, all but makes you gag. And Jiang Chen, who was the singing guest, was forced to top it. The image brought out Jiang Chen's expression of resistance. Ha ha, it's so hard for the program to see him in this lifeless state. It's so cute and so real. Little Sam. They didn't agree to it either. Why did you push him over? This segment was released to let the audience know that Jiang Chen was forced to top it. This makes it excusable even if the show pulls across. However, the Jets don't care about that. Oh, as a cultural science program, it's too childish to choose people, isn't it? Jiang Chen this still dares to agree. He's really shameless. It's a pity that such a good role as Tang Yi was squashed and spoiled. I have reason to suspect that Guan Yi's fall was Jiang Chen's doing. Normal people watch the show before jumping to conclusions, but then it wouldn't be called spraying. As a result, what everyone hadn't expected was that Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit out of place after he took the stage. Whether it's the eyes, the lines, the movement, it's all perfect and impeccable. That performance of coming to the emperor to present the treasure through 1,000 dangers made all the audience's heads turn. Even many viewers were heartbroken and cried. But when he finally succeeded, Jiang Chen's tears of happiness were also incredibly moving. With the two veteran actors on the scene, not the slightest feeling of acting skills are suppressed, but instead, vaguely more pressure ahead. The fact that it was able to move the audience in front of the TD speaks volumes. Crap, he really doesn't seem that bad. I can't act. Classic dress up. If he doesn't have an acting base, I'll eat X upside down. It's so touching. Oh, who heartbreaking for Tang Yi. The black fans were all dumbfounded as well. Jiang Chen seems to really know how to act, and he's quite good at it. How can this be? Whatever. Hard black. That's all you can blow? It seems that the appreciation of the audience in Xia is just like this. Obviously pushing too hard. This isn't the Tang Yi I had in mind at all. Pure roadkill. I don't think so. but their pop-ups were soon drowned in a sea of 666. The rhythm couldn't be brought up. Chapter 98, You won't play easily? Then I won't do it. Jiang Chen was puzzled by how that Sun Wen song hadn't been released even though several days had passed. Before he could inquire, Sun Wen messaged him, "Oh my good brother, can you and your rumored girlfriend not release a song yet? Jiang Chen? I just want to take the top of the monthly charts. You guys have a pop song every few days. Where can I top that?" Jiang Chen directly lazily ignored him after reading it. Still trying to take the monthly list, taking up a top 10 is about right. Now on the Penguin Music platform, almost all the charts had Jiang Chen songs, and in first place is The Scent of Rice. Now he's going to rendezvous with Louis Yikeng. Director LV. Hello there, I'm Jiang Chen, just call me Xiao Jiang. LV Yicheng's hair was white, and his eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chen, and he hurriedly went forward to shake hands with him. Xiao Jiang, you really made me wait. My site is ready to work anytime. Now we're just waiting for casting and filming. Do you have the startup funds yet? With that, Boss Sue and the Penguin side don't have to worry about funding. And there are also sponsors they've found that have said they're happy to invest. Jiang Chen also frowned when he heard the word sponsor. He's kinda scared of stuff like bringing money into the group. A pulled-down actor that could very well ruin everyone's efforts. LV Yicheng saw his concern and said very clearly, "You don't have to worry about this. The sponsors that are coming are all non-entertainment companies, and all the roles will be hand-picked by us. And I heard that you've got a candidate on top of some of the roles? I just came across a few more suitable ones. Huang Baxi, Lu Wu, and Pang Dafei. The three of them play the sword Seidin Ruku, the wine sword Immortal Mo Ishi, and the scholar of the dynasty Lu Jin Yuan, respectively." LV Yicheng pondered for a moment, and also nodded. These three looks and temperament are quite compatible. Good vision. And they are not a big hit. The pay is not high. Pang Dafei is still a newcomer. What about the others? Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly. I've only been on the scene for a short while, and I don't know much about the people in this circle. You should know more about this than I do. Director Lu. Seems so. Let me see who's still got a slot. Lu Yicheng flipped up his WeChat and frowned. He had tried out some people early on, and his drama's reputation was still guaranteed, but at this point in time, the actors he favored either had slots or were offered big bucks. As a director, he should be well connected, but he is the one who hasn't been out in quite a while, and this is a bit awkward with the lack of callouts. That Xiao Jiang. I'll contact the other directors. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Wait, Director LV, do you think there's a possibility that we can just go to the newcomers? What? Getting a new guy? What if the acting pulls out?" LV Director you this into the blind spot of thinking, acting this kind of thing. In fact, the need is not too high. Enough on the line, cannot expect anyone is a movie star level, right? The new guy. Newcomers are the most impulsive and they cherish opportunities the most. Give them a chance and they will give you a miracle. The reason why this is so is because when casting for Immortal Sword in a previous life, it was a case of casting a lot of newcomers who ended up giving a lot of people a different kind of surprise. Louis Yicheng scratched his head and thought for a long time. He felt that this Immortal Sword and sorcery would have exploded if it had been made well, because this is the real fairy warrior in his eyes, different from those romance dramas cloaked in fairy warrior in the market nowadays. He heartily wanted to make the show good and show them what it meant to be a true immortal. That's why he's always careful and cautious about casting. But what Jiang Chen said was also somewhat reasonable. There were still a lot of unexplored treasures in the school. Then let's go to my alma mater, the Chinese opera, and see what's good. Let's hurry up. Are you busy these 2 days? It's okay, there's time. Good. Then we'll go there tomorrow. You stay in the capital for one more day. Let's talk about the plot together. The script you gave even has what subplot to use in what place written out. I think you have a lot of talent to be a director. Jiang Chen was a bit embarrassed. I wrote it blindly. That came with the script he bought from the system. He really didn't understand it. The two began to open the script and discuss the plot of each episode. Sometimes Louis Yikeng would make comments such as, "Is this love scene too much?" And about the character of Lin Yueru, "Will it be obnoxious?" Jiang Chen said in a serious manner, "I think it's just right, because what we ultimately want to show the audience is a tragedy." Although Lin Yueru was initially positioned as a third party messed up in the official pairing, she didn't cross the line, and for that reason I intentionally knifed her, so that her sacrifice was accompanied by fulfillment, which not only made the relationship between Li Yi and Ling a more hard one, but also made Lin Yueru's sacrifice, and such a sacrifice in a small love becomes more meaningful. Yikes, that's a good point. Then the heroine also knifed. In the end, what we want to celebrate is not love, but the chivalry of sacrificing for the sake of the world. And the more profound the love, the greater the internal impact given to the audience after choosing to sacrifice for the sake of the world in the end. You say that like it's true. Xiao Jiang, you're really a genius. Then Li Yi is you. At this, Jiang Chen froze. What? You're kidding. Mr. Louis, I'm just a singer. Don't you try to run away. I've watched the latest installment of the Xiaogui Treasure. Your acting skills are definitely at the master level. And your looks are not of the feminine type. With your sword brows and starry eyes, based on my many years of experience, I can tell at a glance that you're suitable for the ancient costume. And coupled with the fact that you've written the scripts yourself, your understanding of the role is definitely the most profound. Jiang Chen's face turned white with fear. It's not that he doesn't want to play easily. Such a handsome character with 2 swords on his back. How many people's childhood idol? The problem is, with this TV show, it's half a year. He's never had a long, tiring job like this before. It's better to salty fish at home to participate in a variety show. From time to time to buy 2 songs from the system to pretend to be comfortable. This and that. I'm actually quite busy. What are you busy with? I even know from your agent that you just have a variety show next year and no other business at all. Jiang Chen cursed. Chao is causing me harm. No matter how much he emphasized that his performance was only blind. Lu Yiqiang do not believe. And even said you do not play Li Yiqiu. Then I do not bother to shoot this kind of nonsense. Chapter 99, Holmes delivers the money. It's been 2 weeks since the Sherlock Holmes mysteries I went on sale. England at this time. There's an awesome detective. And a certain outdated attire is all the rage in schools and colleges. Many of the boys like to wear deerstalker hats and old-time attire with a pipe in their mouths. Hi John, let me guess what you did today. You have bruises on the bottom of your feet. It hasn't rained lately but the lawn gets watered. You must have walked the dog? Your clothes look a lot wrinkled. It looks like you didn't use the iron. Your mom must have been away on a business trip, right? Across Holmes' boy is pointing his best friend John up and down in a serious manner, uttering guesses that he thinks are correct but don't make sense. John clasped his hands to his chest and said with a scornful look on his face, "That's a shame, Toby. You guessed it all wrong. I wasn't walking the dog. I was out in the garden watering my mom's flowers. And I have a lot of wrinkles in my clothes because I slept in them last night." Hans stared in disbelief. "Oh dear, you scumbag. You must have deliberately misled me, right? Hey, don't try to be funny. Your reasoning was all wrong today, so you can't be Sherlock Holmes tomorrow. It's my turn tomorrow. You're going to be Dr. Watson." Toby put his hands on his head and said with a pained look on his face, "Oh no, I don't want to be that fat doctor." After the two performed some Sherlock Holmes, they also discussed the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. Ugh, by the way, that Conan Doyle, when is he going to release the second one? I've watched the first one so many times. What a pain in the ass. Doesn't he realize how many people are waiting for him to hand out books? Yeah, my dad read it and yelled every day. Fark the squid, Conan Doyle, why hasn't it been updated yet? And it's amazing that this author hasn't shown up at all. Damn it, Sherlock Holmes is the best detective novel in the world. We have to do something to keep it updated. What can we do? It's a novel published by Bullseye Publishing. So let's go straight to writing to their publisher's mailbox and get the author to write faster. The president has been happy and sad lately. 2. The Sherlock Holmes mysteries had taken the major campuses by storm in the space of 2 weeks, as he'd predicted, and that was just the beginning of the spread to the rest of the world. The explosion of this novel has brought a huge wave of revenue to their publishing house. In his experience, peak sales are far from being reached, which means there's still more money to be made by their publisher. But the thought of giving a large portion of it to the Summerlander made him feel bad all over. Looking at the dense urging letters in front of me, 99% of them are urging Holmes to update quickly. What's more, there were even personal threats. Conan Doyle, I already know where your house is, and if I don't see Sherlock Holmes Mysteries 2 next week, I don't guarantee you'll go out and get into anything. The president threw all the reminder letters inside the trash can. Fark, bunch of dumbass, you guys want an update? I still do. That scumbag Summer is purposely whetting our appetites. In the end, due to these pressures, the president made a call to Jiang Chen, who was far away in the summer country. Looking at the phone that belonged to a thief far away, Jiang Chen was embarrassed. It doesn't take much thought to realize that this must be a Sherlock Holmes mysteries thing. The problem was that his English wasn't good, and Wei Chao wasn't by his side. Jiang Chen sighed and could only spend $500,000 to buy a proficiency in the languages of the world in the system. Hello Jiang, I'm Nelson, the president of Oxbow Publishing. May I ask if you're Conan Doyle, the author of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries? Hello Mr. Nelson, I'm Jiang Chen. Conan Doyle is my pen name. President Nelson hurriedly said. Dear Jiang, are you free now? Almost a month has passed since I last spoke to your agent. Have you written the second part yet? Or have you written the third and fourth part as well? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth also twitched slightly as he listened. Oh dear Mr. Nelson. I should have expressed to you last time that I won't be writing the second part until after I receive my first payment. You have to know that no one will labor for free. Geez, Jiang, haven't you been paying attention to your book sales lately? I'm busy with business over here too, after all, so why don't you tell me about it? Sherlock Holmes is more popular than I could have imagined. I thought you must be someone who knows British culture exceptionally well and should have lived in England at one time. After all, to be able to write such period-appropriate prose. Ahem, Mr. Nelson, off topic. You should be talking to me about sales right now. Sorry. Your novel has now sold 2 million copies in the UK, and that's just the beginning. According to my experience estimation, it will only take 2 months for the sales to break through 10 million, and our goal is more than that. We're now opening up sales in other countries in Europe. The aesthetics of the whole of Europe are pretty much the same, and if it can burst into flames in the UK, naturally it can also burst into flames in the whole of Europe has similar aesthetics. Nelson's tone became excited. Just think, once we broaden our sales to the world, the income you can share is astronomical. Jiang Chen interrupted Nielsen and said, Mr. Nielsen, there's no need to paint me a picture. I don't have the money in my hands right now. We have to put it on sale enough for a month before we split it with you. Doesn't that still not get it? Nelson was so angry that he was going to smoke. This damned summer people can not only recognize the money just now he drew the cake does not smell good? He sighed and said, then let's discuss it. I'll first credit your account with this half month's after-tax share, and you write the second part of the follow-up. It's not easy for me. I've been physically threatened. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how much it could be, he was also very excited. Harm. See what you said. This matter will be wrapped up in me. At most 2 days. Send the manuscript to you. By the way, don't disclose my real identity on your side, or I'll just cut off the work. Don't worry about it. I didn't want to be exposed in the first place. That's all for now then. Let's work together. After hanging up the phone, Nelson was furious again, and the phrase 9 words out of his mouth was "Fark. Dog author, how dare you threaten me with a break in publication? It's too much." Chapter 100, Give Jiang Chen shares. Let him be the boss. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to receive a sum of money. All of a sudden there was a hit from the UK side, totaling over $2 million. Jiang Chen directly burst into laughter. The Sherlock Holmes mysteries. He hasn't even finished it yet, and it's already doubled back. Buying things on the system is also a bit risky, but no matter what was able to burst onto the scene in a previous life must have been tested by the masses as well. And I've heard that it's just been on sale for less than a month, and it's bringing in over $2 million after taxes, which is nothing short of awesome. Crooked money is pretty good. Let me see how much Harry Potter costs. As a result, Jiang Chen took a look at it and directly and immediately shut the system down, cursing angrily, "Dog system. It's amazing that Harry Potter sells for 5 million. Of course, this is also justifiable, because in Jiang Chen's last life, the global sales of this novel had exceeded 1.7 billion copies, and the share that the author was able to get was also an astronomical figure. It's normal for a phenomenal work like this to sell for a bit more. Of course if it flopped, the 5 million would be down the drain. Gotta find some time to code." Jiang Chen felt that he was working harder than a web writer. He was still in the capital, and tomorrow he had to go to the Chinese theater with Louis Chun to find some good actors. So when he got back to the hotel that day, he disliked the computer keyboard and began to bang away, fighting until 3 o'clock in the morning. He wearily shut down his computer. "It's so long. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all." Wei Chao had to bring Fu Xiaoxing to a variety show, so Jiang Chen could only come by himself this time. He was also quite relieved to have Louis Chang with him. Many stars are open personal studio, and even if it is a personal studio, the staff should have all, such as operations, publicity, escort, assistant, etc. However, Superstar Studio here is an empty shell. Even the agent has to be a split into 2 to use. Wei Chao has grown old at a young age. See how tired Chao is. Jiang Chen felt that the company would have to need to add some employees. He didn't even think twice before calling Su Tianyang directly. "Boss Su, have you ever felt that our company is quite small?" Su Tianyang asked. "What are you trying to say?" Jiang Chen sighed and said, "I think we need to add at least 1 or 2 more positions, such as assistants, brokers and whatnot. Look, My account is still run by your sister. And Chow still has to bring 2 artists at the same time. Did he bring those 2 white-eyed wolves by himself back then? Su Tianyang pondered for a moment and said, what you said does make sense. But Wei Chow didn't tell me either. So I thought he was too busy. The cows and horses are too busy. Then the matter is in your hands. And you will find out for yourself. Jiang Chen was directly dumbfounded. What, Boss Su? Wake up. I'm just an employee. It's okay. I'm transferring 30% of the studio to you. You're the boss too. Jiang Chen had a lot of question marks right now. This development is also developing too much child's play. Can we just give the shares? Though we've shed blood and tears for the company. And have brought great profits to the company. Su Tianyang continued. Superstar Studio is not just the way it is now. In the future we may develop into the mold of an entertainment company. There's also the fact that I've been very busy lately. And your brother Chow is very busy. So I'll give you a job as a boss. So do a good job. Jiang Chen looked at the hung-up phone a bit dumbfounded. Giving yourself 30% sounds like a lot of bull. But there are only 3 fucking people in this studio. Oh, blood mom loss. There wasn't much money to be made. And now I have to manage the entire studio's revenue. But Jiang Chen still didn't object. After all, Boss Su had drawn himself a pie. And Boss Su didn't look like the kind of person who could only draw big cakes. At this moment, Su Tianyang was sitting in front of his dad, Su Dongmao. Su Dongmao sipped his tea while asking, gave him shares? Here, give it is good. We want to eat this piece of cake in the entertainment industry. We definitely can't have only one artist who can hold his own. I've recently watched him operate. He can sing and act, and also has a bit of face value. If he develops in the future, it will also be a proper all-around top stream. Those guys from Lisheng Entertainment repeatedly targeted him and failed to snipe him down. It is evident that he has already stood firm in this circle with his own strength. Such a talent has to be kept. Let him be his own boss and he won't run away. Su Tianyang's face was tangled. He wanted to say, if you betroth your daughter to Jiang Chen, he would be even less likely to run away. Su Dongmao does intend to open an entertainment company, but this kind of thing has to be done step by step. Don't look at him as a big shot in real estate. But in the entertainment industry, those top entertainment companies are not vain of him. So he's going to take down a yard selection company and then acquire a tiny studio and let that tiny studio slowly get up and running. And no other peers are paying attention to that tiny studio anyway. So he doesn't have to worry about getting screwed by those peers. Nowadays, these entertainment companies, the pattern has been set. Even if there are contradictions, there will not be any major friction. At most, buy each other's scripts to hack a little. If someone new wants to come in and get a piece of the pie, then they'll be straight up in the same boat. The next day, Lu Yiqiang brought Jiang Chen to his alma mater, the Chinese theater. When he returned to school, many students greeted him warmly when they saw him. Hello, Mr. Lu. Long time no see. Mr. Lu. How come Mr. Louis hasn't made any movies lately? Looking at Jiang Chen's puzzled eyes, Lu Yiqiang explained. Even though I've graduated, the school often invites me back to give lectures to the students here, so my classmates recognize me as well. Song Tao, the principal of the Chinese theater, also came out to greet him personally. Ha ha, old LV do not come well why suddenly want to come back to see is not to donate. You directly WeChat on the line, but also personally come to a trip. The corner of Lu Yiqiang's mouth twitched slightly. Old Song, I'm here on business this time. Oh, what business? This little brother Aya. This is not Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hello, I'm your fan. When he saw Jiang Chen, Song Tao also shook his hand very enthusiastically. Hello Principal Song, I'm Jiang Chen. Just call me Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang. Are you interested in coming to our Chinese theater to study for a degree? Our school's reputation is top-notch. And you just graduated anyway, right? Chapter 101, Audition Scene? Stargazer Scene. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly twitching. I still think of salted fish at home to send a few songs to muddle through. You still want me to go to graduate school? You might as well just kill me. Moreover, Jiang Chen himself still has a system. I open hanging is not better than coming to you for graduate school? No. I'm not really interested in this one. Song Tao couldn't hide his disappointment. That's a shame, but you two are standing quite out of place. What's going on? Could it be that Xiao Jiang is going to shoot a movie? LV Yiqiang explained. Don't worry about these things. We're here to find some actors this time. I have a drama in my hands that's already signed up with Penguin Video. It's a $200 million big project. Song Tao's eyes instantly lit up. Coming to the school to find new actors wasn't a rare thing. But usually there wouldn't be any big productions. It was all those 18-line small web series that came here to find new actors in order to save money. Many actors and actresses may still be able to find their dark history after they become famous by looking up their resumes. LVE Chang is different. This is a famous big director in the circle. He directs TV dramas with high reputation, and has promoted many young students and young flowers. If a newcomer excels in a play he directs, it's 10 years less of a detour in life straight away. Both the publicity for their school and the help given to the students is tremendous. Song Tao is naturally very happy. I wouldn't dare to say anything else. You know the actors in our Chinese opera. They are all future movie stars and actresses. How do you want to pick? You tell me. I'll arrange it for you. But it's vacation time, and the ones who are staying in school right now are the ones who have their own projects that aren't done. And they're all the better students. So you can be completely comfortable with that. Those with top 10 grades are all at school too. And it saves you tons of interview time. Lu Yiqian looked at Jiang Chen. This matter was brought up by Jiang Chen, so it was better to follow Jiang Chen's wishes. But this very small detail was also captured by Song Tao. This matter is even still Jiang Chen doing the leading? He has so much power? Jiang Chen said to Song Tao, we need some new actors, which includes a bunch of important roles such as the female lead, the second female, the third female, and the second male, as well as many supporting actors who have a part to play. Hearing these role vacancies, Song Tao's eyes went straight. He asked cautiously, you're going to use a newcomer for such an important role? Old Lu, you're not going to make a bad movie, are you? Lu Yiqian's face darkened. Who are you looking down on? Am I the kind of person who chow lousy money? This drama. I'm packing my bags. It's going to be a hit. Seeing that Lu Yiqian was so serious, Song Tao was also relieved. He then rushed to inform the students on campus as well. Important notice. Near graduation students have Lu Yiqian Lu director to come to our school to select actors. Even the female lead female to such important roles. Today at 2 o'clock in the latter classroom audition. It's a rare opportunity. Also, Jiang Chen is coming with director LV. So all you girls can go and watch if you want to. This one stunned the entire acting program. Everyone's eyes flashed like wolves and tigers. Crap, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank goodness we didn't go home. Thank goodness we're still in school. What? Jiang Chen is here. Damn it. Even if the audition doesn't work out, I'll get an autograph back. Sister pattern is small. I'll take advantage of the chaos later. I'll just kiss him and show him what it means to be a fanatic fan. So frenzied. You don't want to die? Xia Si is the most famous actress within this graduating class, as well as the school flower of the Chinese opera. Moreover, this schoolgirl has a very good reputation, and her professional grades have basically stabilized in the top 3. And the stage play she performed at this year's graduation party was also very insightful. But she hasn't signed with any companies yet because she still wants to stay in school for graduate school. Her mentors felt sorry for her about this, as she was the perfect age to enter showbiz. Xia Si's face wasn't as charming as Su Yuexin's, and her body wasn't as hot as Su Yuexin's, but she was cute and looked so innocent that people couldn't bear to bully her. Su Yuexin was still a bit on the imperialist side. See, are you going to the audition later? The chance for the number 1 girl. Ugh. If you miss it, it's gone. I'm not going to go. But Jiang Chen is also there, alas. Even if you don't do it for the role, you have to go and see it for Jiang Chen's sake, right? Don't think I don't know. You listen to Jiang Chen's songs every day and watch the variety shows he's been in every day. You must be his hardcore fan. Xia Si's face instantly turned red as she anxiously explained. I'm just a fan. Fans are fans too. This is the closest you'll ever get to your idol. You don't really want to miss it, do you? At her roommate's persuasion, Xia Si also went to the audition. Even in order to look her best, Xia Si wore her favorite hanbok. Jiang Chen and LVE Chang were sitting inside the classroom, and Song Tao had come to join in the fun. So at least it seemed very professional. The outside of the classroom had already begun to chatter and probe, and there were so many people who were trying to see Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was already top stream in the eyes of these young people. Hello, please introduce yourself. Hello teachers, my name is Guai Xin. I'm an acting major. Here are a few roles. See which one you fit? Guai Xin didn't hesitate to click Zhao Linger, and then Jiang Chen gave her a copy of her lines. You are now a person who has just come out to see the world. You are a blank sheet of paper. You are simple, and you are now in this state of mind to talk to your favorite person. Linger swore that she would never let Brother Easy suffer. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Girl, you're too aggressive like this, aren't you? Guai Xian said with an expectant face. How about how? Lu Yiqian shook his head and said, It didn't reach a tenth of what I imagined for Zhao Linger. Looking at Guai Xian's sad face, Jiang Chen comforted. It's fine. It's fine. It's mainly because this role doesn't suit you. Why don't you take a look at this Lin Yu? It's also a good character. Her character is quite savage. Mr. Jiang, can you sign my autograph first? Jiang Chen? Come on. Are we starstruck? Auditioning was also a tiring task. Jiang Chen and LVE Chang had interviewed many people but hadn't found anyone suitable for the role of Zhao Linger. This was a bit of a disappointment to both men. The other roles are a bit of a long shot, but finalizing them will take a bit more negotiation. Does anyone else want to interview Zhao Linger? There. Make way for my see to try. Chapter 102, Fierce Crossover. Screenwriter and Director. The classroom doors were made way. A girl in a white hanbok walked in. The moment they saw this girl, Jiang Chen and Lu Yiqian's eyes went straight. What kind of trait do they want in a Zhao Linger? Cute and innocent, but with a fairy-like flavor. It's very hard to gather all these qualities together. And a lot of the people who just auditioned took the simplicity of that as being silly and sweet. But as a descendant of Nuwa, Zhao Linger couldn't possibly be just a mere silly white girl. So the moment he saw Xia Si, Jiang Chen knew that he should have found a replacement for his divine sister. Although the audition hadn't started yet, Jiang Chen and LVE Chang glanced at each other, then smiled unspokenly. Hello teachers, I'm Xia Si, an acting major, currently in graduate school under Mr. Han. The sound is not bad either. Jiang Chen inquired. So which role are you auditioning for? Xia Si blushed slightly, not daring to look up at Jiang Chen at all. There's a distance between real fans and their idols, and Shasta Yi, who was already a bit sociopathic, was now even more nervous. Me. Seeing her stammering, Jiang Chen hurriedly comforted. Don't be nervous, we're not some kind of flooding beast, and we won't eat anyone. Take a deep breath. Who dash? Xia Si finally dared to raise her head as she looked at the roles in front of her for her to choose from. After hesitating for a moment, she reached her hand to Lin Yueyu. Jiang Chen and LVE Chang both stared at Xia Si's hand in death, and inwardly exclaimed furiously, You switch over to Zhao Linger. Xia Si took a look at Jiang Chen's eyes, and her entire body was taken aback. How? Jiang Chen said as if nothing had happened. This I think Zhao Linger is more suitable for you. This was the female lead, and Xia Si was a bit flustered. She was still a newcomer. Although she said she had acted in a lot of stage plays already, she had never acted in a drama before, and she was worried that casting Zhao Linger would make her seem too ambitious, and then leave a bad impression on Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen had said so she might as well choose. After reading the general synopsis of the character, Shasta Yi's heart quickly took hold. This is a princess, but no princess disease. She is very simple and out of the world, and has a strong sense of responsibility. Jiang Chen said, Read these lines, using your own understanding. Xia Si took the lines that Jiang Chen had given her, and she contemplated for a moment before quickly getting into the mood. Most good actors have a talent for substituting themselves into their roles. Xia Si was able to become the #1 professional, and naturally, she didn't rely on her face, didn't choose to enter the entertainment industry at the best age, but Shasta Yi is also a little known in the field of stage theater. I know Brother Easy will never light a spirit. Brother Easy has had no relatives since he was a child. He pretends to be strong on the outside, but in fact, inside, he is more fragile than anyone else. All the people who love you have already left. I don't want to leave Brother Easy alone in the world. I want to stay with you all the time. From today onwards, your birthday full division, marriage and childbirth full month, wealth opening, end of life, all have nothing to do with me Zhao Linger, who you like to be with. I won't ask, and I won't care. Each sentence was incomparably precise. Not having read the script yet, but the expression was not much different from Jiang Chen's impression. When she finished her performance, Jiang Chen was also very enthusiastic and said, Ms. Xia, I think you fit this role very well. Are you free these days? Do you have any schedule? Xia Si waved her hand in some panic. No. I haven't thought about it yet. Does Mr. Xia have any concerns? You can rest assured about this. You know Director Lu's level. We're definitely not the type to make a bad movie. Not can I ask who plays the male lead? Jiang Chen coughed dryly and said, Although we haven't studied acting, but Director Lu insisted that I act, so I had no choice but to force myself on. Then I agree. What's with the decisiveness? Xia Si lowered her head again and didn't dare to speak. She had never done a movie before, and it must have been a very special experience to be paired with her idol this time. When the audition was finished, Jiang Chen and the others also informed all the students to go back and wait patiently, and the results of the audition would be announced to them tomorrow. The two also went back quickly. This audition is actually quite good. Jiang Chen is right. The newcomer is the most impulsive, and also will not play the big name. Talking is also willing to listen, even if the acting is not good. There is also LV Ichian help coaching. A lot of actors don't shoot well, and it's not really all his own pot. The director is partly to blame. Let's get ready. We'll start next week, and you'll be the assistant director. What? Director Liu? I'm a screenwriter and an actor, and you want me to be an assistant director? You want me to die? LV Ichian patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "You're young now. It's the right time to accumulate experience. I see the script you've written, in which there are a lot of details of the subplot written. You can't write a song in the future, and your face value is gone. Isn't that one more way out to become a director? You just want me to share your pain, don't you? How much does it hurt your feelings to talk about something like this when you know it in your heart?" Later that night, many of the young actors who auditioned for the show were notified of their acceptance from the cast of Immortal Sword and Sorcery. They were all ecstatic. It was already hard to get into this circle, and now they were finally able to get such a great opportunity. And Xia Si, who is Jiang Chen's hardcore fan, is very happy, but she's also afraid that she'll drag the drama down. "Si, I'm so envious of you. You've managed to take the leading ladies fandango. It's just luck. Didn't you pass the audition too?" "Ooh, I can only play a spider spirit named Poison Lady." "That's good too, yeah. We'll work together then." "You say so. When the time comes, you're all gone to play opposite Jiang Chen. You definitely don't care about me. Oh. Don't you talk nonsense." Xia Si hurriedly covered her roommate Deng Xiaojia's mouth. After most of the cast was finalized, the project Immortal Sword and Sorcery finally opened. Both Penguin Video and Superstar Studios released this teaser at the same time. Jointly produced by Penguin Video and Superstar Studio, and directed by LV Ichian, the immortal drama Immortal Sword and Chivalry has officially set up a project. So let's look forward to this immortal masterpiece. And the preparations for the cast have been completed, and the shooting will start soon. Directed by LV Ichian, assistant director by Jiang Chen, Zhang Feng, Gao Yuan Chang, screenplay by Jiang Chen. Chapter 103, Help Singing Guests, Who Envied Me Not to Say. This news was even more explosive than the last time Jiang Chen went to perform on Summer Treasures. It's not uncommon in the biz for singers to go for a cameo as an actor. It's not unheard of to make a complete transition. However, this transformation of Jiang Chen turned out to be so bombastic that people certainly remembered him as an excellent original singer, and then went on to become a wave of actors immediately afterward, and received high praise. Now it's all good. They've all run off to become directors and writers. "Jiang Chen, are you crazy? Is this something you should do as a singer?" "Oh, Liu Yiqian received a lot of money, right? Surprisingly you wrote the script. What's the difference between Jiang Chen knowing how to write a script and the probability of me, a liberal arts student, winning the Nobel Prize in Physics? Laughing my ass off. Isn't it good to be a good singer? You have to rub it in. Sooner or later you'll lose your reputation." Upstairs black fans don't laugh first. Last time you guys laughed like this when you saw Jiang Chen was going to play Tang Yi. You couldn't laugh out later. If this drama of his doesn't suck, I'll eat it upside down. As usual, Jiang Chen always sprung up a whole bunch of black fans every time he went whole hog. Whether you can or not, question it first anyway. Seeing these actions of Jiang Chen, Fan Li Junman was a bit numb. He was now getting a bit of PTSD from Jiang Chen, and every time he saw Jiang Chen releasing something or making some new move, he always wanted to go and hack a handful of things. Every time he paid for a water army, but now he didn't even know what the point of this money spent was. Every time you spend money, you can't hack it, and it's so hard to make some waves, but in the end it all turns out to be nothing at all. Do I still have to pay to hack him? Fan Li Jun fell into deep thought, and in the end, he chose to respect his heart and began to hire water armies to give Jiang Chen a wild blackout again. I don't believe he's all powerful at everything. He's going to flip this time. Yet that's not the only news that blew up today. The official blog of Crystal Girls, the same type of talent show that is currently picking up where Chosen Sun left off, also posted a message. Due to certain force majeure factors, of the program's 4 mentors, Han Feng, Emojia and Lu Ruoqin have terminated their contracts with the program, and the program has already assumed the termination fee, which will be followed up by pop diva Gu Shulan, new generation pop singer Li Tianming, and renowned soprano artist Zhang Yanli, who will serve as the program's judges along with our old friend Hu Xiujie. The change was a bit sudden, and the show explicitly said that they were the ones who were on their own to cover the release fee. You know, the contracts signed with these artists, the termination fee is usually set very high, in order to keep these artists from just quitting. But this time, it's obviously not the artists who are voluntarily quitting, because if they do, the termination fee is what they give to the show. Crap, what happened? Why are there suddenly 3 changes? What did my Fong Fong do to you? What makes you want to terminate our Fong Fang's contract? Going for Maple. Crap show. Not watching. Yeah, my family's Tian Ming brother is coming too. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have a feeling tonight's show is going to be great. Instead, these judges, whom the show would rather spend money on than fire, coincidentally condemned the show at the same time. We are very sorry for the outcome. It was not my intention and I was very confused when I was informed of my termination by the show. But maybe it was because I had a different voting opinion than the others on the show, and I have reason to question the fairness of the show if the show doesn't even respect other opinions. This was posted by Han Fong, who has a big curry, and he doesn't want to put up with it. Although this will anger Penguin, but it does not matter. There are still a lot of places he can mix, like What Potato Video, Kiwi Video and other video sites, also completely can mix. Those other 2 didn't dare to mess with Penguin Video because their curiosity wasn't too good, so they could only symbolically say sorry to their fans. As for what the reason was, it wasn't said, but others could know something from Han Fong anyway. And once the top 20 of Crystal Girls came out, it meant that the show was coming to a close. The theme song that Zhang Chen had written for them a long time ago had also begun to be recorded. Normally, as long as they made it into the top 20, they would more or less receive a group of loyal fans, and with fans, the company would package and operate them, which was basically the equivalent of a debut. As for the final 11 chosen by the program, that just has greater commercial value. Therefore the song Zhang Chen wrote for them, Singing Loud, had also been recorded. This show is getting more and more Zhang Chen elements, but the showrunners don't care. If it's hot, it's hot. The next installment will be our penultimate stage. This time we take the help singing session. We have prepared singers for the program. You can use the program to prepare for you, or you can find your own people. And 30% of the votes accumulated in the help singing session will be counted into the finals. After hearing this, everyone was thoughtful. It's a bit of a networking exercise, and if the show is helping to find guests, it's a good idea to whore them out. If you are getting other singers to help out, the appearance fee will have to be paid by the contestants themselves. There is also the possibility of bringing in other singers from your own company. Everyone, if anything, turned their eyes towards Su Yuexin, and there was nothing but envy within those eyes. With her relationship with Zhang Chen, who else could be her guest vocalist according to her? And Zhang Chen's scene, who understands it? Understands it. They had all seen the video of Zhang Chen and Su Yuexin working together on You Were Once a Teenager, and it didn't need to be said how well the 2 of them understood each other. Su Chanxian now belongs to the state of isolation inside the program. Many people don't love to play with her anymore because of that blackout in the last issue. It's really a bit disgusting. She is also very confident about this help singing session. Because Lisheng Entertainment was a big company, the company would definitely put a kick-ass singer to partner with her in order to get her through. However, this advantage was a disadvantage against Su Yuexin. The thought made her clench her fists. Damn the show! To directly terminate the contract with the judges. Why are you targeting me like this? She's isolated now. And Su Yuexin was certainly gorgeous. She called Zhang Chen that evening. Are you free this time next week? What? Help sing in the next match. With our relationship, it's not too much to ask that I whore you out for free, right? Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed like it had been quite a while since he had sung with Su Yuexin. What genre do you want to sing? Well, your last song, Celadon Porcelain, I liked it. Why don't you write another ancient style one? Chapter 104, the third public performance broadcast, Shady Controversy. Later that night, the third public performance of Crystal Girls was finally aired. A lot of people can't wait for the melons. Everyone wanted to see what had happened to make Penguin push those 3 judges out even though they had to pay for a breach of contract. And the title of this issue is beyond scary. Jury vote controversial. Hugh Hughes challenges and strikes out? As the show went on, people finally waited for the heavyweight showdown in this installment. Su Yuexin vs Su Chanxian. The battle between Zhang Chen's ex-girlfriend and his rumored girlfriend. Footage from when they chose their opponents was also released, and the 2 conversed in a way that didn't hide their animosity towards each other. Everything was supposed to go according to normal. Cynthia Su was still doing her usual slutty dance. However sexy it is. It's just been that way until now. And even guys who thought it was good looking before are a bit aesthetically challenged now. And the water armies hired by Lu Sports Entertainment were blowing up the pop-ups in a burst of awkwardness. Sister is so sexy, I love it. Sister Sin Sin is awesome. Cheering for you and going crazy for you. Good as always. Sister Chanshan's dance was great. However, a lot of passers-by have questioned it. Is that the only kind of dancing she does? And the singing hasn't gotten any better. Reasonably. Aesthetic fatigue. I don't think there's anything new. Saying such harsh words. I thought there was some kind of a killer deal. Turns out it's still selling meat. This kind of debate, from the program's point of view, is benign and drives traffic. As long as the end result isn't too outrageous, it's really all fine. The problem lies in the fact that the final outcome of this episode is out of the hands of the showrunners. When Su Yueshin came out to perform, the pop-ups instantly got high, although she is not wearing exposed. But look is more comfortable than Su Chanshan. Really eye-pleasing, a lot of awe. It was another song written by Jiang Chen, but everyone had already seen it. Everyone had already defaulted to Jiang Chen being Su Yueshin's exclusive producer. This time the style was different again and the whole stage was like the title of the song, flammable and explosive, and all the audience in the venue got high, and also gave you 2 high notes. Before some people questioned that Su Yueshin would only sing songs with low difficulty, this breaks the questioning again. However, strange things happen. In the clear-eyed people can see. Su Yueshin's effect is obviously better than Su Chanshan's. Just the cheers are a notch higher than Su Chanshan. And the final result was that 3 of the 4 judges actually voted for Su Chanshan. Their reasoning turned out to be that Su Yueshin was showing off her skills. When the final results came out, Su Yueshin was still 4 votes behind to Su Chanshan. The pop-ups were straight up taut at this point. The word shady went straight to the top. What followed was Hu Xiujie dropping his mic and questioning the show and then striking the show. Then again, it means that there was a technical error in the tally and the 2 were actually tied in votes. So they advanced together. But this argument is just not convincing. This is the biggest test the entire cast has endured since the show aired. But they did their best to start salvaging their reputation. And firing the 3 judges is showing their action and determination. I get it. Those 3 guys collected money. Ha ha. What's the difference between that and a disguised admission that the show is shady? Funny, it's a garbage program. What kind of curiosity does my family phone need to charge you for? That's right, deliberately letting my brother take the blame. Right? The entire program is licking Su Yueshin. And they still won't let other people have their own opinions? The debate raged on. And everyone except the fans of those 3 judges believed they were the ones taking the money. And regardless of the means to achieve the end result is acceptable to Lu Sports Entertainment. It's just that they have their hands out too far. Su Tianyang was also looking at the windfall after this episode aired. It's looking pretty good now. Or at least a lot better than originally expected. Getting those 3 collectors out of their contracts was a big redeeming factor. At least word of mouth wise. Sunwon is also watching this episode. She didn't care who lost or won. She just wanted to see what level Jiang Chen's song for her scandalous girlfriend was. His flammable explosive fry. This style change is too fast, isn't it? I don't think it's as catchy as my song. Do I still want to compete? You see, directly slapped Sunwon on the head. What are you thinking? You think it's your turn on the monthly charts? Why don't you go see whose songs are on the charts now? Sunwon looked at it and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Monthly list NO1, The Fragrance of Rice, Jiang Chen. Monthly ranking NO2, Celadon, Jiang Chen. Monthly list NO3, Little Luck, Su Yueshin. Good lord. What's the point of arguing? She had wanted to wait until next month to release her song. But who knew if Jiang Chen would still be active next month? Sunwon is still releasing songs. And I'm afraid it's going to be a little hard to wait for a chance to take best of the month. This month's monthly chart had basically been dominated by Celadon Porcelain and Rice Fragrance. And the ones right behind them were also basically songs by Jiang Chen or Su Yueshin. All the new songs released by other artists who tried to compete for the charts in the past month or 2 were basically reduced to cannon fodder. That's just it. I'll just take a top 10. Ugh. With a mood of immense sadness, Sunwon posted a teaser on her scarf and then rubbed Jiang Chen the wrong way. My new song, Give Me a Reason to Forget with a Jiang Chen, will be uploaded to all major music platforms tomorrow at noon. I hope you can enjoy it and look forward to more collaborations with Jiang Chen in the future. Jiang Chen finally wrote a song for someone else. And the picture of the comments suddenly changed. What? Jiang Chen wrote a song for you too? UXIN has fallen out of favor. See? I told you that he, Jiang Chen, is a scumbag, right? The golden body of writing songs for only one person is broken by you. Whoa. Su Yueshin, is this song written for me alone? Or are all the other female new? If I had known that the other sisters were going to sing it too, I wouldn't have sung it. Fu Xiaoxing, why did you forget me? I sang Zhang Chen's song too. I didn't realize that Zhang Chen writing songs for only Su Yuexin so far had become a stunt. Even many marketing numbers have already said that the two have made a private commitment to write songs for you alone from now on. Now this seems a bit awkward. Zhang Chen looked at these comments, also sweat face. We are again pure love, also have to make money. But he won't be available the rest of the time. Because he's already inside the cast of Immortal Sword and Sorcery. Who's that? Who's who? Who's playing Dame Li? Hurry up and get over here. Where's Pang Defei? What? Still in the mushroom house? Forget it. He's not in the movie today. Chapter 105, Filming, Writing novels, Singing, and appearing on variety shows. Although Zhang Chen was the assistant director, it was mainly led by Lve Chang. Zhang Chen himself had never learned to direct. The system also had a similar skill book, but the selling price was more than $1 million. Zhang Chen was not going to spend this wasted money. On the set, he changed into Easy Lee's clothes today. When he came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Crap, so cool. The leading man is this face. I recognize it. If your face looks good, you'll look good in anything. Zhang Chen's appearance inside the crew caused everyone to look sideways. Lots of drag queens and small actors pointing fingers. How this show will turn out in the end, no one will know. Zhang Chen also spared no effort. Don't be nervous. Don't think I'm a newcomer to our drama. Although I haven't acted before, relying on this face to accidentally get the role of the male lead. But I will follow the seniors to learn well. We mustn't put up a bad fight. We don't have a particularly high stature in this drama group. Everyone is a newcomer or a disillusioned old-timer. And this drama will become a new starting point for us. Work together. Everyone was applauding enthusiastically. Many of the newcomer actors who were pulled over from the Chinese theater side also had fire in their eyes. And everyone was thinking of using their best form to star in their debut film. Xia Si had already been changed into Zhao Linger's costume. And she was in a different color at this moment as she watched the scene where Zhang Chen was drawing cakes for the actors. Ryuo has a big part as the character who plays the wine swordsman. The first episode is the big battle in the Nanzhao Kingdom and the scene where Li Yuyao encounters the moon worshippers. Filming was not easy, and Zhang Chen also experienced the feeling of hanging. Lve Ichiang and a few other directors also smiled with satisfaction as they watched Zhang Chen's performance. Does it ever feel like we don't actually even have to teach? This kid can do it all by himself. He's got the talent for it. I knew it when I saw him on top of Summer Treasures, but the kid is really nothing to sneeze at either, and gets along with all the actors. Not even half an episode's worth of footage was shot in one day. Zhang Chen felt his scalp go numb when he took a look at the thickness of the script. It's hard to get a hold of. Digging a big hole for myself. And the other big hole doesn't seem to have been filled yet. Off duty, off duty, off duty. Today our task is here. All teachers have worked hard. All brothers and sisters have worked hard. Lu Yiqiang called out to him. Wait, why don't we have dinner together? Zhang Chen waved his hand. No time, no time. I have other business. After work, Zhang Chen directly opened the laptop, caught the keyboard is a pounding. Finally finished the Sherlock Holmes Mysteries 2 at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's not easy for me to do it for my fans across the ocean. Almost so tired I wanted to throw up. Zhang Chen sent the Sherlock Holmes Mysteries 2 to Wei Chao and asked him to contact the publisher over in the UK. Wei Chao was also overjoyed. He had a premonition that it was going to be a fire when he first got it, and he didn't expect it to be a real fire. He had also learned from a number of sources that Sherlock Holmes had been vaguely trending towards becoming a breakout hit. You shoot the movie well, and I'll take care of the rest. By the way, do you have any more stock? It's been a long time since Fu Xiaoxing released a song. Zhang Chen's face darkened. I knew this kid was going to come with us just to whore out my songs for nothing. Don't say that. We are all in the same company. You still have shares. When the time comes the proceeds of the song will also be part of your I'm too busy. Let's talk about it when I'm free. By the way, the company's empty, so hurry up and recruit some people in. Small problem, but I'm still busy. I'm too busy, big brother. Su Qianqian is also in the vortex of public opinion right now, as she did advance by shady practices. The next game is the semi-finals, a very crucial game. She wants to mix it up to get a debut spot, and needs to get enough votes in the semi-finals to bottom out for the finals, which is all on her own without the insider judges or anyone to help her. Now the audience is tired of watching the selling of meat, and singing by yourself compared to the others is a death wish. It's back into the anxiety. Su Qianqian called Family June. The next installment is a help singing session. I need a guest who can help me get enough votes. Family June smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. Our company still has enough artists. This time the company's veteran diva by Shulan will go to help you. Both of you are singing and dancing types. The top 3 will definitely be able to take it. Su Chanqian also breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Bai Shulan. This was also a diva that Le Sheng Entertainment had personally trained. I'm 30 years old this year, but I'm still a top streamer. And to be called a diva, you have to be good at business in the first place. After paying so much, Su Chanqian doesn't want to be out at the last minute. As the time looms, the semi-final taping of Crystal Girls will finally begin. Jiang Chen directly skipped a day of work and came to the recording site. I didn't expect to meet Mr. He during the show's rehearsal. He Jiao was also very happy to see Jiang Chen. It's been a long time since I've seen Jiang. What have you been up to lately? Jiang Chen said awkwardly. Shooting. Oh, come to think of it. By the way, our station's next installment of Happy Departure happens to be missing a guest. Would you be interested in joining us? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to refuse so badly, but people had personally invited him. It's been his busiest time lately, and thankfully it's been to finish the Holmes Rush, or it would have killed him. I vaguely remember thinking that I could just pick 2 songs from inside the system and post them in this circle, and then I could make money lying down. There's so much more going on now. Alright, I'll go sometime. But why is Mr. He here? Are you hosting today? Yeah, I'm hosting this installment and the finale, so I'm going to go ahead and put on my makeup. So go for it. Hijio patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and walked away. When Su Yuexin saw Jiang Chen, she also ran over very happily. Did I waste any of your time by asking you to come over and help sing? Jiang Chen said with a righteous face. How can it be a waste? Working for a schoolmate is the right thing to do. Bah, what a part-time job. To put it mildly, I'm a pure white whore. Holy shit, isn't that worse than a part-time job? At this time within the cast of Immortal Sword and Sorcery, Louis Yikong said irritably. Damn, the lead actor ran off to sing. We'll have to delay the shooting for another day. Chapter 106 Live in the Semifinals. Singing loudly. Ladies and gentlemen from all corners of the world, I'm the host Hijio, meeting everyone here for the first time. How are you? Yes, the cheers were deafening. Such was the strength of the Mango Station's pillars. Standing on stage gave people a sense of reassurance. In order to make up for the lack of word of mouth from the shady events of the last installment, Penguin is also wealthy enough to bring in the most reputable hosts to salvage a little bit of what they can. Welcome to our Crystal Girls semifinals. It hasn't been easy for every contestant to get this far, and every contestant has used their best efforts to give the best performance. The audience and friends began to cheer enthusiastically. After the long competition, did you all feel that our show was missing something? That's right. It's exactly the theme song. The theme song of this program comes from our old friend and a good friend of mine, Jiang Chen, who composed the lyrics. And I hope that all the contestants are like the name of the song. So let's all enjoy the top 20 of Crystal Girls nationwide bringing us singing loudly. 20 flamboyant young girls came out from behind the curtain, all of them beaming with youthful, happy smiles. An upbeat backing track was played and a variety of voices came out. My dream, shining with colorful light, spread one's wings, fly where you want to go. My dream, strong with a smile, loud songs, floating across the vast ocean. The world is full of imagination. Ride the notes and fly together, through all the joys and sorrows. Thank you for being there for me. Happiness is my energy. Light up your own light. Sing as much as you want. Sing loudly, no matter what the wind and rain may do. Happiness is my energy. Light up your own light. Every expectant glance. I'm growing up. Sing loudly. It's one of the more inspirational songs and fits the theme perfectly. And one characteristic of writing theme songs for such talent shows is that they are not difficult to sing while being melodically catchy. Everyone can hum this melody as soon as they hear it. And the crew didn't just solicit from Jiang Chen. They also received many submissions from other creators. In the end, after comparison, it was the song Singing Loud written by Jiang Chen that was the most suitable. Although Jiang Chen was not in this program, the songs for each phase of this program's Out of the Ring were written by Jiang Chen. Even the program's theme song was written by Jiang Chen. All the contestants took their seats next to each other after the theme song. What makes the audience's eyes light up is that this time, Su Yuexin directly made a whole wave of ancient costume dress-up, which has more flavor. Let's once again applaud and encourage all the contestants present for their heartfelt performances. And also thank Jiang Chen for writing the theme song for our program. Then we all know that the rule of our semifinal is the guest residency session. As for which guests will be there, we can look forward to it together. The crowd was already chanting Jiang Chen's name. Although Jiang Chen's previous announcement of his entry into the cast of Immortal Sword and Sorcery as a writer director and actor caused a wave of vitriol. Musically, Jung Chen Live is still something to look forward to. After all, people had also noticed a pattern. Every time Jung Chen appeared, a new song would appear. Can't get enough of it. Can't get enough of it at all. As the program progressed, the first group of contestants took the stage. The helpers arranged by the program group are basically the contestants who competed with Jung Chen in the first place. And anyway, they are just starting out. So they come when they have business. And it doesn't take much to make an appearance. At this moment, they were backstage, looking at Jung Chen with a bit of envy. It's only been 2 months and the two sides are already in very different situations. Jung Chen was now a top stream in the entertainment industry, although he hadn't participated in many variety shows. And the only ones that really showed up were a Mushroom House and a Summer Treasure. But with all the reasons adding up, Jung Chen was now too highly discussed. Yu Feixiang was the runner-up on Chosen Sun, but sadly no one remembers him. He said to Jung Chen with a complicated face, "Long time no see." Jung Chen smiled and said, "Long time no see." Yu Feixiang was about to say something, but he mustered up the courage to ask, "Can I ask you for a song? I'll tell you what the price is." He was just holding out for a try, because in Yu Feixiang's opinion, the curiosity between himself and Jung Chen was now one heaven and one earth. That Fu Xiaoxing just because of rubbing off on Jung Chen. Now with just the two songs, The Whale That Turned Into a Lonely Island and The Wind Rises, he has been paddling until now with a much higher popularity than them. He had thought that Jung Chen wouldn't pay any attention to it, but he hadn't expected Jung Chen to not reject it. "Sure, but my songs don't come cheap," Yu Feixiang said with an excited face. "Money is not a problem, that one is too much to thank." Jung Chen smiled. "You're welcome, it's business after all." This was because the studio was going to gradually over-transform into an entertainment company, so it needed some money, and Jung Chen used to make money for himself, but now he had to make money for the company. When the company is really up and running, he can really make money lying down. After all, one has shares there. While Jung Chen and Yu Feixiang were exchanging friendly words, the match outside had also been heating up. Su Chanxian also made an appearance, and this time, Lesheng Entertainment has also put in the effort to get one of their own company's top stream signatures, by Shu Lan, to partner with Su Chanxian, and they also sang Pak Suk Lan's signature song. At the same time, in order to go votes, Su Chanxian even paddling the whole process. If she were to forcefully integrate, there was a possibility that she would drag by Shu Lan back. After all, the strength gap was here. The final presentation was surprisingly well staged. But this is a bit of the cart before the horse. This is Su Chanxian's stage, not by Shu Lan's. In addition to this stage, there is another favorite, Jiang Xiaochan. Jiang Xiaochan's company is not a vegetarian. They also invited one of their own company's heavenly kings, Xiao Wenji, to assist them. This time she chose to sing purely, and she sang the same classic song that Xiao Wenji sang with another female singer. As he listened, Jung Chen's expression became grave. This Jiang Xiaochan is the one who really has the power, and her singing is just a little bit worse than Su Yuexin. This Xiao Wenji is also a veteran, and on such occasions he also simply does not miss a beat. After their group finished their performance, they were also highly praised by the panel of judges. As for Yu Feixiang, who was sitting next to himself, his singing skills were actually not particularly good, but neither did he pull across, and could only be described as mediocre. And in this arena, mediocrity means failure. Jung Chen guessed that Yu Feixiang and the player he was partnered with should be ranked in the bottom 10. At this point, it was down to the last group of performing singers who had yet to take the stage. Here comes the last group of contestants to take the stage. Let's welcome Su Yuexin and her partner Jung Chen. Chapter 107, Knowing Whether to Know or Not. He even wrote a special lyric in order to write in ancient style. Jung Chen and Su Yuexin appeared on the stage at the same time. Both of them were dressed up in ancient costumes today. And unlike the last time they were dressed up as commoners in Xiagua Treasure, this time Jung Chen was dressed in a clean and tidy noble gentleman's look. This was their third time on the same stage. The first time was the graduation party, and the second time was when Jung Chen helped sing the 7th chapter of the night during the recording of The Chosen Sun. Hejio looked at these two and also revealed an ant smile. Look at their height, their face, their friendship. What a perfect match. Ahem. Welcome Jung Chen. What's it like to come to this program for the first time? Jung Chen smiled and was saying, my good friend wanted me to come, so I came. As for what feeling, I feel very happy. After all, my friend and I were partners when we were in college. What does Uxin think? Su Yuexin also smiled and said, of course I'm very happy. My friend has a lot of heat. Being able to ask him to come and help me sing, I'm kind of rubbing off on him. I hope she doesn't mind me rubbing off on her. Hee-jo handed the microphone to Jiang Chen again. Do you mind? My friend has a great sense of humor. So of course I mind. But with her strength, I'm sure I'll still have to rub it in later. The audience looked on in disbelief and began to get up in arms. These two guys are really strange. With them the same type of actors. Was rumored to have rumors must be desperately to dispel the rumors. But since the rumors, in addition to those true love fans to break the defense, but really did not suffer too much impact. The point is that they haven't shied away from suspicion at all. And now they're still here eyeballing each other. CP fans are all smiling their anti-smiles. Only Su Qianqian, who was sitting in the rest area, had a somewhat less than favorable look on her face, as if she was sitting on pins and needles and stuck in her throat. Her fists were also clenched tightly. Her insides had turned over at the sight of these two guys interacting so intimately. The saddest thing is not dumping a lickspittle, but the fact that one's lickspittle is not only better off after being dumped by oneself, but also with someone who is even better than her. Hee-jo also said with a smile, "Can you introduce the song you guys are singing next? Is it related to your costumes today?" Jiang Chen said, "This next song is called Knowing Whether to Know or Not, and the words in it are rather archaic, so we'll wear it like this, but these are all details, so I hope you can enjoy our program." Knowing Whether to Know or Not to Know? What a literal name. It's a song sung by Yuko Wei and Hu Xia together, and it's got a decent buzz and it's catchy too. Su Yuexin said that she wanted to sing something a bit more ancient style, so Jiang Chen directly chose this song. As for what effect it would have, he didn't know. Okay, let's hand the stage over to them. Please welcome Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin to bring us the original song Knowing the Fool. The stage lights were left to Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin. The two of them glanced at each other, and with Jiang Chen beside them, Su Yuexin had a great deal of confidence. Su Yuexin stepped forward, her delicate voice narrating, "Once the flowers blossomed and the willow lit, search for incense and mist the Marquis of Teng, drinking half the sunshine of the morning. The wind and the rain are impervious." Su Yuexin's gaze went to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had the hang of it, and he was not going to disappoint. One palace chief primrose thin. It is hard shed tears when the stage is high and the ice is cold. I look back over my shoulder after delivering a letter of congratulations, idiom, looking back over one's shoulder after a long journey. No years left to steal. With the added power of sound of the voice, the mood contained in the song directly surfaced in everyone's minds. Hu Xiaojie also nodded his head while listening. The lyrics are really interesting, literary and charming. However, immediately after listening to it, his entire body was dumbfounded, and he directly stood up. The chorus came in and it was Su Yuexin who sang first. "Last night's rain and wind lit. Don't stop drinking after a deep sleep. Ask the person who rolls up the curtain but the begonia remains the same. Do you know? Do you know? It should be green and fat." Immediately after the Jiang Chen also came a paragraph. "Last night's rain and wind lit. Don't stop drinking after a deep sleep. Ask the man who rolls up the curtain but the begonia remains the same. Do you know? Do you know? It should be green and fat." As the interlude played, the two men in period costumes held hands. Now that was sweet on the viewers. It's a damn good match. Only such a perfect man could match such a perfect woman. What's with that CEO guy over there who's just a slutty dancer? But only few will pay attention to the lyrics. Hu Xiaojie has been learning to fill in lyrics for a long time, and for this reason he has specialized in studying the rhyming methods of many ancient poems. It just so happened that he knew that in ancient poetry, there was such a word name, called ruyumengling. 33 words, 5 rhymes, 1 overlay. It's a damn good thing that the entire chorus fits the meter of this lyric name perfectly. Moreover, from Hu Xiaojie's own point of view, the artistic level of this lyric was really not low, and was even better than many of the words he had seen under the same lyric name. Jiang Chen wrote a special lyric in order to write a song in the ancient style, and he really, I'm crying my eyes out. The other three judges were a bit at a loss for words when they saw how shocked Hu Xiaojie was. In their opinion, the song gave them nothing but comfort, goodness and ear-catching. But Hu Xiaojie must have his reasons for being so shocked. These new replacement judges are still very good at what they do. Li Tianming also stood up directly, revealing a shocked expression as if he had discovered something. And Gu Shulan and Zhong Yanli both froze for a moment, looked at each other and then stood up directly. They're all standing up. It's a little inappropriate for us not to, isn't it? Can't look like they're unprofessional. All the way to the end. Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin looked at each other and sang the last line. Knowing, should be green, fat, red and thin. The two also hugged after the song. Su Yuexin didn't know why. Her nose was sore and she wanted to cry. There was no sadness, just a simple feeling that singing with Jiang Chen right now was wonderful. Of course she was also struck by the power of the sound of sound. The lyrics were an expression of Li Qingzhao's feelings of pity for the flowers, seeing the begonias destroyed by the rainy night, exuding a faint hint of sorrow and sadness. All the spectators in the venue began to applaud enthusiastically and the cheering continued. It wasn't until Li Jiu came out to control the scene that the scene quieted down. Well, thanks to the two excellent singers for the songs they brought us. I see the 4 judges and teachers are very excited. Let's hear what they have to say. That. He Jiu's gaze swept over and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 3 of the 4 judges, all 4 of them, began to avoid looking. The expression seemed to say 3 words. Don't click on me, Mr. Who? You review the song first. Chapter 108. What? You think I'm being unreasonable? Hu Xiujia picked up the microphone, then greatly praised both Jiang Chen and Su Yuxin. They were all old acquaintances, and everyone had already accepted Hu Xiujia as Jiang Chen's #1 Iron fan by default. He then also stated the reason why he lost his temper just now. Everyone should be curious as to why they are so out of sorts. Because this song written by Jiang Chen, it's more than just lyrics. It belongs to literary art. Everyone was in an uproar when this statement came out. Isn't that blowing it out of proportion? What if those literary workers came to criticize Jiang Chen when the program aired? The song lyrics do look pretty literal though. There should be something to it, right? Hu Xiujia immediately said. I believe that there should be a lot of students on the scene who have learned a word name in middle school called rumengling. And even if you're not clear about the meter of this word name, you can compare the chorus of Jiang Chen's song against the words you've learned from your memories. The screen also knowingly messed up the chorus part of Jiang Chen's lyrics. Although many of those in the audience are starstruck girls, they have experienced the compulsory education. They whispered and recited the text they had learned with the lyric name Ru Mengling. Then after comparing the chorus part of Jiang Chen's song, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. So Jiang Chen actually filled out a lyric according to the meter of the like a dream order? I can't understand it, but it looks so awesome. It's too strong. I was thinking how ancient the ancient style could be. He's just writing a direct lyric. Hu Xiujia waited for the people in the audience to discuss for a while, then continued to explain that's right. I believe that everyone has already seen it. Jiang Chen is using a completely metrical word to write a chorus. I don't need to say more about the melody, but this writing aspect, I want to give you a need directly after I finish reading it. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face changed. Make no mistake, Mr. Hu. It's not such a big deal to copy a song. I've been studying ancient poems for some time now. I've read a lot of famous poems and watched them being appreciated by all kinds of scholars. And I think I still have a bit of appreciation. And this rumengling written by Jiang Chen in the same word name is actually not inferior by much when compared to those written by the ancient masters. That's natural. After all, Li Qingzhao is also a person who left a strong color in the history of literature. Is the representative of Wanjiao school. Most of her words, however, express the sultry, sentimental feelings of various women in the depths of the world. Jiang Chen hurriedly and modestly said, Mr. Who is almost on the line. I just wrote it blindly. It's really not that great. If you keep blowing it, I have a feeling the show is going to be internet bombed after it airs. Hu Xiujia also realized his outburst and also coughed dryly and said, well, I did get too excited. This is after all my hobby field. And when I see an excellent work, I always want to tell everyone how excellent it is. He Jiu also hurriedly said, well, thank you, Mr. Hu, for making an appreciation for us. So do the 3 teachers have anything to say? Ahem, Mr. Hu is right. I couldn't agree with him more. Yes, I also noticed the literary nature of the chorus, and I agree with Mr. Hu. Me too. All 3 were in the spirit of paddling to give Hu Xiujia as well as Jiang Chen a nod. But in the end, it was back to the essence that this was Su Yuxin's stage. Everyone hit the vote button. In the end, Su Yuxin got the highest number of votes in the room and got the first place again. While the song did give the audience a good scare, the other contestants were no slouches. And the lyrics of Li Qingzhao added a lot of points to the performance as well. And Cynthia Su took 4th place with her professional paddling performance. Her helper singer by Shulan is quite satisfied. After all, the king with bronze can't expect her to take the first place, right? It was Su Chanxian who felt a bit unsatisfied, as she felt that this ranking was not too safe for her next finals. A lot of contestants are eyeing her. The company behind them is not big. The capital support is not enough. So the guests who help sing are also worse. But they are really not convinced Su Chanxian. After the recording, Jiang Chen also had to return to the capital side as soon as possible to continue filming. Su Yuexin asked with a puzzled expression. What did you go and do? Why are you so busy? Jiang Chen sighed and said, didn't I write a script for Immortal Sword and Chivalry? And because of this heaven-defying face, I was pulled in by director Lu to be the lead. Starring? So who plays Zhao Linger, the schoolgirl of the Chinese theater? A very simple little sister. Is still quite suitable. Su Yuexin was silent for a moment before asking again. She's pretty? Since she has the title of school beauty, her face must be guaranteed. Su Yuexin suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had another schoolmate? And she'd read the script for Immortal Sword and Sorcery. And there was still a kissing scene. Great, Jiang Chen, you have another dog. Jiang Chen? Kids have a lot of question marks on their heads. Ha, it's just an act. It's just an act. It can't be real. Su Yuexin came closer. Do you think there's a possibility for me to become an actress? Jiang Chen was in deep thought. Why does he cross the border? Because he's hung. But Su Yuexin, although she looks good, but acting is something that can't be done by looking good. No, no, no. Why do you have this idea? You are studying music. You sing and sound good. With my help, in the future will definitely be the music scene diva. Acting this thing is need talent. No talent if you need to go through professional training. Alas, I also do not want to act. A lot of times are not of their own volition. I would have thought that laying at home every now and then to send out a song will be able to mix very well. Alas, Jiang Chen sighed as he spoke. Anyone else would have thought he was kicking ass at Versailles. Su Yuexin's eyes rolled before she smiled and said, I heard my brother say that you're recruiting an assistant? Yeah, your brother's a real piece of work too, just painting me a picture. I have to do everything myself. I don't even have time. Then go be your assistant when I'm done competing on this show. Jiang Chen was shocked. What are you doing? You're a future music diva. Is this something you should do? What? You dislike me? What the hell? Where did you learn to be irrational? What? You think I'm being unreasonable? Jiang Chen? What's going on? You're so chatty this time of day, aren't you? Chapter 109. Some are in the movie, others are out of it. Mr. Jiang, is it okay for me to look like that just now? Xia Si stood in front of Jiang Chen with her head lowered. Not only did she not have a bit of a stance, but she also obeyed Jiang Chen's instructions. They've just finished pairing off shots of the Island of Immortals. Both are ready to cave. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, You're a bit too shy. In fact, for a simple girl like Zhao Linger, all she needs to do is to be happy. You're probably a bit nervous as it's your first time acting like this. Xia Si became even more embarrassed. It's not her fault. And it's not the first time she's done this kind of scene. She's played a lot of emotional scenes while performing stage plays. But this time it was in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had the hang of it. And after he got into character, with the power of voice LV2, every word he said was too infectious. With that cry of Linger Linger, Xia Si almost thought she was in love. And the point was, when Jiang Chen pulled back from his role, he didn't feel that way at all again. This kind of bullseye talent is a dream come true for any actor. The group of directors and other actors who were watching from the side were in awe. Lu Wu, who was dressed in the costume of the Wine Sword Immortal, also exclaimed, This kind of talent is truly breathtaking. Entering the role when he wants to enter the role, and withdrawing from it when he wants to withdraw from it. I've been acting for so many years, but I've never seen one like him. Lu Yiqiang also nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, but this kid says every day that he'll never touch this drama again after filming it. How can this be? He's only so young. His future is unlimited. We have to let him work hard on the movie. Making money from the movie is much more profitable than his singing. Indeed, he is just a little less motivated. But when he was talking to me about the script, he said that there is still one more Immortal Sword. When he finished acting in this one, let him hurry to write the second one. If this first one is on fire, his character will surely be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and then all the fans will raise their arms to call out for him. So he can't act it out? The other directors and Ryuwu all looked at each other after hearing this, then laughed sorrowfully. Jiang Chen immediately felt a chill down his back and looked at the several directors behind him. Several teachers, what is your situation? Trying to plot against me? What are you talking about? Are you guys ready for that one? If not, we'll just go through the next shot. Xia Si hurriedly raised her hand and said, I can. Good. Then continue filming. See, calm down. Even though there's a big handsome guy in front of you, don't be too shy. Quickly get into the role. The whole crew roared with laughter at this comment. Xia Si was also a bit bolder, and the subsequent shoots were much more relatively normal. The role of Lin Yueru was played by a girl named Zhang Xiaoling, also an actress recruited from the Chinese theater. When I auditioned for the movie, I was cast by them due to the better portrayal of the tricky bit. Before being knifed, Lin Yuru still had a lot of scenes, and still had emotional scenes with Li Yi. Zhang Xiaoling didn't like Jiang Chen much in the first place. She just liked to listen to Jiang Chen's songs, but after filming with Jiang Chen, she suddenly felt that this man was damn handsome. It's almost like Li Yi Ben Yao. This was all thanks to Jiang Chen's Soundscape LV2. And all of Li Yi's feelings for Lin Yueru and Zhao Linger turned into feelings for Zhang Xiaoling and Xiaxi in the pairing. Jiang Chen, on the contrary, walked away directly after the opening, leaving behind two starry-eyed girls. Sun Wen's Give Me a Reason to Forget was also well received when it was released. The upward momentum was also very fierce. And if it wasn't for the outrageous output of Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin's high-quality works this month, she would properly be the best of the month. At the same time, she received an invitation. It's an invitation to Mango's new music competition variety show, King of Songs Season 2. This variety show is the most popular music variety show in the country. This program also invites powerhouse singers, some long-established old-timers and some very popular newcomers. Last season brought out a lot of new stars in the music industry. Those old over-the-hill singers also got a chance to flip the script. This is definitely an S-class variety show, a stage that countless singers dream of. And even many singers take being on this stage as a sign of stepping into the first tier. Crap, sister you. We've made it through. I'm going to be on King of Song contest. While UC was happy for her, he sighed sadly. Ugh. It's obvious the show is using you as cannon fodder. What? Aren't you looking down on me? Look at the people the program is proposing to invite. Which one of these is not an old-timer with a certain reputation? Sun Wen scornfully said. Not that I'm blowing it. Those old-timers don't necessarily sing better than me. It's not a question of singing through it. It's because everyone has their own repertoire. Their songs have a certain memory plus in them. And you, what do you have? Sun Wen mused for a moment and said, I have Give Me a Reason to Forget. It's a new fucking song. It's not even your label yet. You're right. But doesn't Jiang Chen still owe me a favor? How about I make a request that he help write all the songs for my appearance on King of Song contest? How about this? You see, do you think you're funny? Sun Wen smiled sarcastically. She was just kidding. And she was still going no matter what. It wasn't easy to get a chance to be on this show, and in case she made it to the finals, it was a blood mommern. Oh yeah, didn't the program invite Jiang Chen? I don't know. You can ask yourself. In fact, Jiang Chen also received an invitation. As the new force of the music industry, today's popular fried chicken, whether for the sake of popularity or for the thickness of the lineup, King of Song contest program group has no reason not to invite Jiang Chen, and it's still for Mr. Ho himself to invite. Xiao Jiang. There's a heavenly opportunity waiting for you here. Our station's most ace music variety program King of Song has sent you an invitation. This is something you mustn't miss. Jiang Chen was about to cry. Mr. I can't. What's the point of me being so famous? I'm already famous enough now. I'm too busy. You don't know how tiring it is to shoot a movie. He Jiao was all regret and said, can't you postpone it? This is a win-win opportunity for both you and the program. Let's put it this way. I'll recommend a candidate for you. Her name is Su Yuexin. Even though I'm not there, but not surprisingly, she'll still be singing my songs on the program. And besides, you've seen her live. She's actually pretty awesome, right? He Jiao pondered for a moment and said, alright, I'll go talk to the director. Xiao Jiang, you're also too nice. Willing to give up your career for your girlfriend. Jiang Chen mischievously jumped up. We're not a couple. And I haven't given up my career. I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Beware, I'll sue you for slander. Chapter 110, A Song Medal of Honor. Angrily earning $700,000. Su Yuexin also received an invitation from the King of Song program. Technically, she hasn't actually debuted yet. She hasn't even gone through with the show. And this program invites top-tier singers, or powerful newcomers. Obviously, she falls into the latter category. Although not a debut, all the songs she sings on this show have become hits. Dark Horse comebacks are also a favorite spectacle to see. Unfortunately, the original Dark Horse drawn up by the King of Songs program team was Jiang Chen, who, according to their assessment of his live ability, was fully capable of competing with those heavenly kings and queens. Although Su Yuexin was good, from the perspective of emotional output, she was still much worse than Jiang Chen. She also told Jiang Chen about this right away. I received an invitation from the King of Song contest program. Jiang Chen directly replied back in seconds. Congratulations. This shows that your strength has been recognized. Shouldn't it be you they're inviting? No, I don't know. You didn't recommend me there, did you? What the hell? How can I have such connections? You're supposed to believe in your strength. Am I going? That's for you to ask yourself. I can't decide for you, but I think a program like that would be pretty good. Or at least a lot better than the bull ***** you're experiencing right now. Well, I can't believe you called your ex-girlfriend a bullshitter. Su Yuexin consulted her oldest brother again, and Su Tianyang said that this program could be on. It's just that with that kind of program, they wouldn't be able to capitalize on it. But now there was a big problem. Su Yuexin hadn't signed with any agency yet. This is also a good solution. Just hook up to Superstar Studios first. Only the studio is still very much an empty shell, with only Wei Chao as an agent. And now it seems that Wei Chao has enough trouble just bringing 2 people with him. Looks like it's time to recruit someone into the company. Jiang Chen was also worried about this matter too. Since he had to shoot a movie every day, he didn't really have time to recruit people. Not to mention that there is more than one recruiting position, and they are a serious company, so they should go through the interview process. At this time, Yu Feixiang also called Jiang Chen over. Good brother, didn't we say we were done? Has the song been written yet? I'm going to rush the Netsuke Cloud side of the list. The weekly list will be fine. The price and so on is good to say ah. Jiang Chen asked tentatively. How much can you offer from your side? Where's the sense in letting me make the bid? You're the merchant. Where's the sense in letting the customer set the price? That's 700,000? Really? It's a buyout. So I can't claw back your copyright? Deal. It's a deal. Brother, when are you going to finish writing? Jiang Chen was in deep thought. He was now a bit unsure of how much his song was worth. I've seen other people say before that a single that can sell 200,000 is already a good producer. Opening 700,000 people also as if they had picked up a great bargain. Can 1 million can be sold? You wait a moment. I'll send it to you right away. But my side does not include after sales. Oh. What list you can't take down, don't blame me. How could I? I trust you the most in the whole world. Stop it. The whole thing makes it sound like we know each other well. Soon Jiang Chen bought a song called Medal of Honor from the system for Yu Feixiang. The song Medallion is one of the few songs Luhan can listen to, and the pop is okay, and it's also good for flying because it's not hard to sing. As for whether the quality was high or not, Jiang Chen didn't care anyway. In this world if it could really reach the influence of Jiang Chen's last life, then Yu Feixiang at least wasn't a loss. Inside Strawberry Entertainment at this time, Yu Feixiang's entire body was also excited when he saw the song Jiang Chen had sent over. Oh, woo! I got the Jiang Chen song. I got the Jiang Chen song. His agent was also a little perked up. Yu Feixiang is now taking the route of the flow of fresh meat. But fresh meat is not really only want to be fresh meat. He also wanted to have a masterpiece that fans could take out and hang on to and sing along to. Not one of those sing-along songs with Chinese lyrics mixed with English. How's it going? Is there any quality? Is there any Inception-level quality? Yu Feixiang also clenched his fists after taking off his headphones. There's no way that a good song of that caliber will ever get my turn. All I need now is a masterpiece to mark myself as a singer who can be on the stage. And this Medal of Honor is enough. Very much so. It's worth the $700. It's being offered. He knew that going against Jiang Chen wouldn't end well, and that making good friends with him was the only way to have a future. Now he was regretting it. If only I had gotten along with him during the recording of the program. Zhou Hang, who had been as good as new before the program started, didn't even know where he was hanging out now after messing with Jiang Chen. Yu Feixiang was also on fire, posting the new song teaser on all of his social media accounts. Strawberry Entertainment also knows that Jiang Chen is now the traffic code. Their own artists can work with Jiang Chen. It is natural to publicize a good momentum. This was followed by a big compliment about how awesome Jiang Chen was, and then how good his own artists were, and how good people work with each other to create classics together. This publicity stance made Yu Feixiang feel sweaty when he looked at it. Those who didn't know thought they were as bullish as Jiang Chen. Yu Feixiang's fans weren't too used to Jiang Chen in the first place, because Jiang Chen denied the rice circle. But if you're good to my brother, then you're my own brother. Jiang Chen has the vision to know to write a song for my brother. Handsome guys sure do appreciate each other. I've long said that Jiang Chen is a quality idol. Upstairs, I remember you used to spray Jiang Chen for liking to fling his face and looking down on others, right? What? Someone slandered me. Jiang Chen's fans were all caught off guard by Strawberry Entertainment's marketing, thinking that Jiang Chen had written some kind of ultimate golden song for Yu Feixiang. It turned out to be quite refreshing when the song was released. But I will be like Odysseus, toward the heart, even if the gods will stand in the way on the other side. When I need to stand alone, the distant sands, The weapon is the dream I hold so tightly, and the wounds I've suffered. It's my medal. Everyone looks down on the flow stars because their songs are embarrassing. They look high class but are all a combination of Chinese and English with wacky lyrics and up and down melodies. Now listening to this from Yufei Xiang, it's surprising that he's directly changed his mind quite a bit. Seems pretty good, coupled with the quality of the songs that Jiang Chen has produced before. Even the song Medal of Honor felt more palatable. Many people are giving Yufei Xiang favorable reviews. Yufei Xiang, who has been watching the background, is also happy. There are times when it is really important to summon the courage. Who would have thought that just a little mention? Jiang Chen agreed to do it? Chapter 111 targeted Sunwon, requesting Jiang Chen's brother to buy out. Those other people who had debuted on top of Chosen Sun had mixed feelings when they saw Yufei Xiang's direct transformation this instant. Jiang Chen is so good at talking, he'll give it if he wants it? Why don't we contact him too? Why do I remember him being all lovey-dovey with us on the show? Do you think there's a possibility that we're the ones who love him in the first place? The bunch of contestants were trying to reach out to Superstar Studios, but were politely turned down. Jiang Chen does not take anyone's order. This depends firstly on the fate round, and secondly on the singing ability. We can't write them a just because you're beautiful, can we? And right after the King of Songs program sent out invitations to all the singers, something else came up. Last time, Sunwon had offended Lisheng Entertainment due to stepping aside and coming out to help Jiang Chen, and it had caused Lisheng Entertainment great losses. She doesn't have a solid backstage like the others. She runs a solo studio, at this time inside Lisheng Entertainment. For the failure of the last rumor, their company suffered great losses, spending money to blacken Jiang Chen in the front, spending money to wash themselves in the back, and even spending millions on public service projects to salvage a little bit of their reputation. As a big company, they can't tolerate such failures. Aside from looking for an opportunity to deal with Jiang Chen, they were also targeting Sunwon. Fan Chang laughed coldly after knowing that the King of Song contest program had invited Sunwon. Do you have a backstage and you're standing in line? If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid I think this circle is easy to mix with. Buying Water Army Embarrassing Black is just the next best thing. The real bull is that they are capital. Van City called one of the sponsors on the show's side. The spokesperson for one of the sponsors was a second-tier singer from Lisheng Entertainment, Chen Fei. For this sponsor, the more influential their own endorser actually is, the better, because the contract is already signed and it's impossible to pay more for the endorsement. They approached Han Dato, the director of the King of Songs. We're planning to let Chen Fei enter inside the program as the debut singer. Director Han doesn't know if he has any ideas? Han Dato frowned. He didn't like things like bringing capital into the group, because the singers they had previously invited were already very much in their wheelhouse. We have our own ideas about the selection of people on the show and we don't want to interfere too much. We can put in an additional $10 million, and the replacement is just a cannon fodder as you expected. Cannon fodder for cannon fodder. There is no difference, but instead we can get $10 million more. This should be very profitable, right? Han Dateo's heart trembled. With so many first-tier singers invited to their program, that appearance fee wasn't low. That $10 million is kinda tempting, but he decided to stick to the bottom line. I don't think we're short. 15 million. Okay, let's have Chen Fei come and sign the contract as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Sunwon doesn't have enough backstage or curiosity to be an irreplaceable addition to the show. It was only a short time before she was happy that Sunwon received a notice from the show's organizers, canceling her invitation. And she hasn't signed with the show yet. She can't even get her termination fee. This time, her whole body was confused. Sister Yu, what's going on? Yuxi's face also turned ugly. Targeted. Sunwon's face changed drastically. This was the price for jumping out to help Jiang Chen in the first place. That phone number she offered was a masterstroke against Lu Sports Entertainment. Damn it. I got my chance with great difficulty. What are we going to do now? Yuxi was silent for a long time and said, we're not very good at arguing. Why don't we go ask Jiang Chen if there's anything we can do? This time, she got another call. After hearing this, his face became even more ugly. Sister Yu, what's wrong? Yuxi said angrily. The other audio program we talked about has also directly broken its contract. They've switched. What? That tough? That's not exactly a hot variety show. It's the fact that it's not very hot that makes it easier for these capitalists to manipulate. After a while, she got another call. Yuxi's face paled. Our previous endorsement with that guitar brand has also been cancelled. This time Sunwon completely panicked. The other party is putting her to death. Cut off all her business. This is what happens when small studios mess with big capital. But just when she thought this was hard enough, Another call came to her from Lusheng Entertainment's side. May I ask if this is Sunwin's personal studio? We are from the operations department of Lusheng Entertainment. Our company greatly appreciates Sunwin's business ability and sincerely invites your studio to join us. Yusi's face was grim. What the hell do you want? There's nothing I want to do. It's just that I simply appreciate your business ability. So I want to give you a hand. Or else I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult in the future given your current situation. No way. That's a shame. I hope you guys can overcome all the difficulties in the future. After hanging up the phone, both of them were silent for a long time. Sunwin's eyes were red. Her opponent was just going after them. It's just to screw her to death. And in the future all her own business the other side will cut off. Without that business, they can't make money to support the entire studio staff. And the other side is even stealing endorsements from smaller brands. What do we do now? Yusi thought for a long time. Then with a fierce face, he said, let's go and join Jiangchen. Behind him is the Mingda Group. I bet they will definitely go all out into the entertainment industry in the future. With this backing, we won't have to worry about being targeted by Lusheng Entertainment. But then would we lose our freedom? It's better than joining Lusheng Entertainment. We don't need to make a lot of money. It's good that we're able to mingle. I'll give Jiangchen a call right away. At this moment, Jiangchen, who was in the middle of filming, answered a call from Sunwin. Hey, what's up? What's up again? Sunwin said with a somewhat hoarse voice. Jiangchen, I need your help. Jiangchen frowned slightly. When she didn't call herself her good brother, she should have really encountered a problem. Sunwin then told Jiangchen all about the predicament she was currently encountering. Jiangchen also had a hard time listening to this. This Lusheng Entertainment, this kind of disgusting company. Is there really a need to exist? How do you want me to help you? Our two studios merged and you bought us out. I need your back. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. How many people are there in your studio? 13 in all. All the configurations that should be there, right? Both. Great. Come and join us straight away. Hurry up. I'm just about to recruit. It's a real blessing in disguise. Chapter 112, Believing in Jiangchen is the same as believing in metaphysics. The filming of Immortal Sword was not slow, because with Jiangchen around, his acting skills were at a level that didn't need any coaching at all. Plus he's seen the original and knows more about how to shoot the character than anyone on the set. But filming is really time-consuming and labor-intensive. Most importantly, this was inconsistent with Jiangchen's original intention of lying down and making money as he had imagined. And on the set, since Jiangchen never put on any airs, many people liked to hang out with him. For many people, Jiangchen was the biggest star they could get up close to, and this star would actually fight the landlord with them during the break after a boxed lunch. And, due to Jiangchen's outstanding performance and precise guidance, everyone here called him Director Jiang or Teacher Jiang. Mr. Jiang, aren't you tired of singing and filming at the same time now? While eating her boxed lunch, Xia Si asked curiously. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth twitched slightly. Tired, yes, but it made money. Besides, that's just where it's at. I write novels in addition to singing and filming. Jiangchen coughed dryly and said in a serious manner. Of course I'm tired, but I feel great after the work is done. Why? Because you can count your money when you're done. Xia Si. She was very curious about Jiangchen lately. She thought how could there be such a perfect man in the world? Good looking even. Top-notch talent in songwriting, singing and acting. God has opened so many windows for him and hasn't seen them closed anywhere. It was only during the time she had been filming with Jiangchen that she had also realized that she used to think that Jiangchen was the perfect male lead inside a Mary Sue novel, and that he would be an unattainable figure. But once fans get closer to their idols they realize that the persona may be crumbling a bit. For example, Jiangchen always likes to talk about money, saying what efforts to how much you can lie down and make money. The goal of life is to lie down and make money. Eating boxed lunches, that dirty floor, and sitting right down on my butt. The perfect idol in her original mind seemed to be imperfect, but it was this imperfection that made her feel that Jiangchen was a very real person. At this time, Zhang Xiaoling also poked her head out and inquired. Mr. Jiang, can I ask you a question? What are you asking? You and Su Yuexin. Jiangchen directly stood up and covered his stomach. Ego stomach ache. I can't. I have to go to the toilet. As they watched Jiangchen flee, Xia Si and Zhang Xiaoling glanced at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Damn it, it didn't work out again. I'm sure he won't say anything if you ask so directly. You're asking politely. You said you'd set up his relationship history, and you're asking him if he's tired. And I'm not looking at it. Me. Van Chang had thought he had taken Sun Wen's personal studio. Fan Li Jun can't do anything, so he has to go on his own. However, the news he got was that Sun Wen's side had rejected their acquisition. Oh, how dare you resist? But soon his secretary hurried in to give him a report of an incident. Fan Dong, we've gotten word that the shares of Sun Wen's personal studio seem to have been transferred under Tianming Cinema. Fan Cheng froze for a moment, and his face became gloomy again. Looks like she's found a backer. This made him even more certain that Su Dongmao definitely wanted to come in and get a piece of the showbiz pie. Thinking of this, Fan Cheng sneered instead of being angry. If you want to come and share our cake, you also have to ask if we agree. He immediately contacted those famous entertainment companies in China, hoping to join together to resist Superstar Studio. That Strawberry Entertainment, as it turned out, didn't even agree to Van City's request. Strange, why are they so abashed? I remember Wang Yi was the one who was destroyed by Jiang Chen, and this doesn't even retaliate back? And inside Strawberry Entertainment, Meng Jian is the chairman of the board of directors hung up the phone but after that he skimmed his mouth disdainfully. Do you really think I'm stupid? Fan Cheng, if it wasn't for your stupid son's bad idea, would Wang Yi's card have to be played to pieces? And he, Jiang Chen, can make a traffic star's reputation skyrocket with just one song. Making friends is the key. Although Meng Jian was also a capitalist, he wasn't as ruthless as Fan Cheng and couldn't see this far. All he saw was that Wang Yi messed with Jiang Chen and is now half dead and basically unemployed. While Yu Feixiang befriended Jiang Chen, got a song and took off straight away. Lesheng Entertainment has been targeting Jiang Chen since the beginning of the draft, but the end result is that they spent a lot of money in vain to get nothing. Why don't we just do it? I'll just show them favor. Meng Jian smiled sorrowfully, then called Su Tianyang. Hello Mr. Xiao Su. I'm Meng Jian from Strawberry Entertainment. We had a chance to meet at last year's charity gala. Su Tianyang was also puzzled as he looked at this unanticipated incoming call. What gives Mr. Meng time to call me? Meng Jian smiled and said, I want to talk to Mr. Su about something. If I'm not mistaken, you guys should be entering the entertainment industry, right? Su Tianyang frowned and said, that's hard to say. There's nothing hard to say. No one is a fool. And Fan Cheng already called me just now. He invited us, Strawberry Entertainment, to join forces with several of their big entertainment companies to try to strangle you in the cradle. Lesheng Entertainment again? Right. Xian Su. Uncle Meng has kindly reminded you. You should know what Uncle Meng means, right? How much do you want? What words? What kind of talk is that? Am I the kind of person who is blind to money? In fact, I don't mind one more person to share the cake. Let's squeeze the other one away. Don't you think so, nephew? Su Tianyang hadn't expected things to go this way. It's just that these capitalists couldn't help themselves when they saw the merger of Superstar Studios and Sun Wen's personal studio. He smiled and said, what does Mr. Meng want? Any plans on where to cooperate? Harm. Look at what you're saying. We can help Sun Wen get her spot back on King of Song contest, but we need Jiang Chen to help write 2 songs on our side. 2 songs is a little too many. How about this? Write a song for us and then he himself sings a song for the animated movie we're getting ready to release. That makes sense, right? The corner of Su Tianyang's mouth twitched slightly. Who do you think can write so many songs in a short period of time and still guarantee the quality? Hey, it doesn't make sense to put it on someone else, but it makes sense to put it on Jiang Chen. I'm a person who believes more in metaphysics. Chapter 113, Fooled. It's a shell company. Su Tianyang called and told Jiang Chen about this. Since Jiang Chen was also one of the shareholders now, he still had to discuss it with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also froze for a moment after hearing this. You mean that Sun Wen's spot is still available? Does this you know how much I can sell my songs for? Don't keep staring at your hundreds of thousands of dollars. The farther you go on that program, the more you can get. The more businesses that will look for her endorsement and the more variety shows that will look for her to appear in will be more. Don't you want to lie down and make money? She is now equivalent to being your employee. And when your employee goes to make money in the future, there is always a portion that goes into your pocket. Jiang Chen laughed awkwardly twice and said, Boss Su, I'm just kidding. I'm also good friends with Sun Wen, so I definitely want to help her out. I'm definitely not helping her just to get her to help me make money. Even though you know that, I still want to emphasize it. So you promise. You'll have to talk to me about demand. I seriously doubt anyone will buy my song for $1 million now. A band from Strawberry Entertainment called Windflower. Lead singer Tana is a female singer with a powerful voice. This band is preparing to participate in a variety show called Summer of Bands, and for that they are willing to give up the second round fill-in spot on King of Songs that originally belonged to Windflower. So, that means writing a song for their band to use for Summer of Bands, right? What about another one? There's another one. Their company is about to release an animated movie called Big Fish. And they said you can just write a title song for them. You sing it yourself. And they can do without the rights. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This animated movie was good. Fu Xiaoxing had room to appear again. Never mind the similarity to the plot of Begonia. You can't run away from the song if you call it that anyway. I don't have time to sing. Just have Fu Xiaoxing sing when the time comes. They said they wanted you to sing. What with me singing and him singing? Just tell them you won't let them down. The news of the merger of the two studios was quickly announced. Much to everyone's shock, the director of King of Song Contest, Han Daeteo, also had a frown on his face. Today their pre-selected band, Windflower, suddenly announced that they were dropping out again, and then said they hoped the spot would go to Sunwon. This made Han Daeteo feel particularly torn. It's embarrassing to just kick someone out and then have to invite them back in the blink of an eye. But there was no way around it. And Sunwon's side didn't throw a tantrum and say no or anything like that. And eventually Sunwon's spot came back. But the debut was gone. And it became the second round of fill-in singers. How did this Strawberry Entertainment get mixed up with Jiang Chen and the others? And Sunwon was quick to bring the entirety of her studio to the luxurious villa on the capital side. Don't look at the fact that Superstar Studio only had 3 people before they joined. But this studio was really not short of money. At least there is the real estate industry that is spread all over the country. And the capital is where the Minda Group is headquartered. Nowadays, Jiang Chen spent most of his time traveling between the capital and Star City, so both cities had superstar studio workplaces. Wei Chao received them warmly. After knowing the environment of the superstar studio, Sunwon and the girls were speechless. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying there are only 3 of you in the company? Wei Chao said awkwardly. Aren't we planning to recruit people? Once you guys come, then we'll have people too. So how does Jiang Chen work? He's going to the set alone right now to shoot a movie. Such a big guy, right? Not only Sunwon, felt speechless. Before they came here, they were thinking of coming to hold a thigh. Not wanting to be a thigh. There is also the fact that he is really relieved to let Jiang Chen work alone. With such an artist, who company is not as a treasure? What if I run into a private student? Wouldn't it be dangerous to cause a riot? Wei Chao also wanted Jiang Chen as a treasure. But Jiang Chen is too independent. But instead Fu Xiaoxing is more like a treasure. You let him a social fear of going to participate in what variety show to participate in what business show. He can perform a car accident scene on the spot to you. So I'm the third artist? Sunwon pointed at herself with a confused look on her face. Wei Chao shook his head. No, there's another one still competing in the talent show. It'll be out soon. And by then we'll have even more people in the studio. They all knew that it was Su Yuexin who was being talked about. And the agent is even more in short supply, isn't he? That's why don't you go see if you can recruit some assistants over here? Everyone in Sunwon's studio felt like there were snowflakes floating above their heads. What an unprofessional studio. I don't know when this is going to grow into an entertainment company. In the past, these staff members only needed to serve Sunwon alone. But now it was good that all the artists were under their care. Wei Chao dryly coughed twice. Said, that Jiang Chen and Hang Dian over there shooting a movie. I'm not too free on this side. Later on we'll also have to go to talk to Strawberry Entertainment over there about the matter of about the song. Do any of you go to take care of him not? sighed and said, I'll go. One has no other business right now. But then Sunwon asked, what about the others? Wei Chao casually waved his hand. What you were is what you are now. Everything is fine according to your standards. Everyone was in a sweat. Who's buying who? Anyway? Wei Chao pulled Yusi to the side and told her some matters about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is now the second largest shareholder of our studio, so there's no need to force him to do anything. He's a very measured person. It's just that he's always thinking about swinging for the fences, and you have to paint him a cake every now and then so he'll work hard. Yosi? And in fact, in addition to actor, singer, screenwriter, director, he is also a novelist. Now popular in the United Kingdom's detective novel Sherlock Holmes Mysteries is written by him. Conan Doyle is his pen name. This don't disclose it. By the way, your English is okay, right? replied stonily. It's okay. This is Nelson's mailbox, the president of Oxbow Publishing House. This old thing is urging for manuscripts every day. Don't pay attention to him. Everything is based on Jiang Chen's wishes. Whether he wants to write or not is up to him. And you can casually cope with a few sentences and you're done. How much of a bestseller is this novel? Wei Chao heatedly smiled. In another 2 months, when it's released all over Europe, this one novel will be able to feed an entire studio of yours. Hiss. Jiang Chen, this kid, What did he secretly do behind his fans' back? Chapter 114, Shocking the Poetry Association. By this time, the semifinals of Crystal Girls had also finally aired. As with Chosen, there is a 2-week buffer between the semifinals and the finals, which is meant to start as a live stream when the time comes. It's Cynthia Sue's nightmare, because live broadcasts don't come with sound fixing. She may need to give up selling her meat and doing slutty dancing in order to keep her stage from getting into a car accident. But back to this semi-final. Because of the addition of Jiang Chen, it brought a huge amount of traffic to the entire program. Everyone was looking forward to what kind of live Jiang Chen would give them throughout this time. Yao Yu was the vice president of the Xia Poetry Association and also a good friend of Hu Xiujie. When Hu Xiujie first learned ancient poetry, it was from Yao Yu together. Only Hu Xiujie did it with a purpose. He was trying to expand his abilities in lyric filling. After recording last week, Hu Xiujie was excited to call Yao Yu, "Old Yao, you must read the next installment of Crystal Girls." Due to professional ethics, Hu Xiujie couldn't reveal the content of the recording directly to others. Yao Yu said impatiently, "What's there to see? It's not like I'm one of you youngsters who like to watch beautiful women sing and dance. You'll know when you read it. Am I going to lie to you? Didn't you say that recently the culture of ancient poetry has fallen out of favor and no one pays attention to it? You mean, something related to ancient poetry appeared on stage? You'll know when you see it. You must see it. You'll really regret it if you don't." Hu Xiujie repeatedly emphasized that the genius had aroused Yao Yu's curiosity, so he turned on the TV and ordered up the latest installment of Crystal Girls. Yao Yu's daughter, Yao Qiulu, returned home at this time and was shocked to see her dad staring at the screen with his black-rimmed glasses on. "Dad, am I reading this right? You're actually watching Crystal Girls? Great. I'm going to tell Mom that you're secretly looking at pretty girls." Yao Yu glanced at her lightly. "Stop it. A friend recommended it to me." "Uncle who? He's only a few years older than you and you call him uncle? Isn't he an uncle with that old look? And he kind of enjoys it when I call out to him." Yao Qiulu sat on the sofa with Yao Yu and read the latest issue of Crystal Girls. She's been catching up on the show too, and she quite liked Su Yuexin. Whether it was her face value, strength or personality, that blackout from the last installment almost didn't piss her off. This installment of the show did feature Jiang Chen, but he was seen coming in with a show theme song before he even took the stage. "Dad, what do you think of this song? It's written by Jiang Chen. Oh, I don't know enough about music to comment." "What are you looking at if you don't know music?" Yao Yu said with a helpless face. "I don't know what I'm looking at." After reading most of it, he hadn't seen any elements of ancient poetry, and he now suspected that Hu Xiujie's kid was lying to himself. In the end, when Su Yuexin came out, Yao Qiulu shook Yao Yu's shoulder. "Dad, look. This is my crush. Well, prettier looking than you. Dad, why are you like this?" As the program progressed, Yao Yu's eyes narrowed. This is the last stage. Soon, with Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin taking the stage at the same time, the atmosphere of the scene reached a climax. Although Jiang Chen was on fire, in the eyes of Yao Yu and these people, he probably just knew the name but not what the person looked like. Both of them also sing like heavenly music. Very beautiful. Both stood together in vintage clothing and looked very well matched as well. However, Yao Yu didn't care about this as he stared dead on at the lyrics on the screen. When the chorus was sung, he stood up, as did Hu Xiujie. "Dad, what's wrong with you? What's with the reaction?" The chorus, which is a lyric, is titled Like a Dream. After carefully appreciating it, Yao Yu's expression also became increasingly grave. Then he was pleasantly surprised. "This green, fat, red, and thin is a wonderful way to use it. How could this describe the scene of spring's demise? This person is such a genius." After the excitement was over, Yao Yu went straight back to his study and wrote down this great song. He then sent it inside the member group of the Summer Poetry Association. As president, he is not usually present in the group much. This one sent out this lyric. The whole group was high. "Ah, the president actually wrote a song like a dream? Awesome. That's obviously euphemistic. Have you changed your style, Chairman? Good lord. Old Yao Yu can write such delicate words?" Yao Yu also laughed bitterly and muttered to himself, "If only I had written this." He typed, "These are the lyrics to a pop song written by Jiang Chen." The lively group instantly quieted down at this remark. Literati always have some prejudice against people in the entertainment industry. They think it's a bit off-putting that people in the entertainment industry can make so much money even though they can't read or write. Of course, due to the times, the definition of literati nowadays is not the same as that in ancient times. Copied it, right? He's a pop song writer who can write lyrics like that? Must have read it in some ancient book and copied it over. How can a singer write lyrics like that? President, you must be joking, right? President, you have him come to our ancient poetry show at the end of this month, and we'll test him then. That's right, if he doesn't dare to come he has a ghost in his heart. If he dares to come his original form will be revealed. Looking at the group of angry members, Yao Yu also sighed. He knew that it was not easy for people in their circle to get along, although it was a culturally supported association. But the situation was and is bad. Trying to support yourself by writing poetry is hard. Hard as hell. They are all gathered together by their hobbies and are extremely offended by celebrities who have people collapsing their houses every day. Before even knowing what was going on, the first thing he did was question Jiang Chen's lyric as plagiarized. This kind of discriminatory is actually unhealthy, but it's true that Jiang Chen should be invited to give them a lesson. If he really has the ability to write ancient poetry. Yao Yu quickly made his decision. As president, he had to think about bringing more attention to them. As for Jiang Chen, this was a traffic code, a popular fried chicken, and if he could be invited over, it would definitely add super high popularity to their exhibition. Jiang Chen was at a loss at this moment. He had an extra special invitation to the Ancient Poetry Convention in his hand for some reason. Chapter 115, Questioning Jiang Chen. Why do you have to force him to pretend? Hu Xiaojie told him. Alas, the song you wrote, Ru Mengling last night's rain and wind is known to the people of the association, and they want you to be there very much. Is there money? There's a live poetry contest then. First place will get $200,000. Jiang Chen, $200,000. That's a lot, but it's not enough temptation. Hu Xiaojie advised. Actually, the association has been having a hard time lately. More and more people won't pay attention to ancient poetry. 200,000 is already a lot for those people. Teacher Hu, in fact, I'll definitely go if I'm free, but as you know, I've been very busy lately. I'm not a saint. I'm not a poet, and if you guys wish to rub off on my traffic, I'm perfectly capable of helping you out with a free call on my scarf, or else my schedule will be too full. Hu Xiaojie also laughed bitterly. He was also one of the members of the Ancient Poetry Society, and he knew what had happened in the group last night. Many people let Jiang Chen come, but they actually wanted to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself. The thing about poetry is that, like lyrics, it requires inspiration. It's not like after you've written a gold song. Every song you write in the future will be at gold level. Forget it then. It's actually good not to go. A lot of people in this circle don't really look up to us in the entertainment industry. They always think we're all illiterate. It's okay, I don't have time anyway. Jiang Chen felt puzzled. Although it was said that he could go to the system and buy a complete book of ancient poetry to go and pretend properly, some pussies had to be pretended in a meaningful way. If you can't make any money, then won't you even be able to get your money back? However, after realizing that Jiang Chen had rejected the invitation from the Ancient Poetry Association, the members in the association were shaken with rage. They had gone so far as to go under Jiang Chen's official blog and start spraying. Playing a big game? Do you think our association can't accommodate you? That's what celebrities are like. All about the money. It's because you don't dare to come, right? I knew that song Like a Dream was plagiarized. Jiang Chen was even more baffled as he looked at the sudden attack. There was one thing to be said for him. He hadn't messed with these guys, hadn't said a bad word about them in the slightest, and hadn't had any dealings with them. This attack is simply inexplicable. Jiang Chen is also a bit angry. Damn, what did I do to me? If you are invited, you must go. Not to go is to play big names. Bull. You see, hurriedly consoled. These people are just a few. They should pass quickly. Jiang Chen sneered and said, it won't pass. How could that most disgusting entertainment company ever let go of this opportunity? He really didn't think wrong. After Fan Lijun discovered this handful of people, he also immediately dropped money to hack Jiang Chen. And it wasn't just Fan Lijun and the others. Entertainment and entertainment companies like Tangfei Entertainment and Natural Entertainment also unspokenly bought drafts of Hey Jiang Chen at the same time. They knew very well that Superstar Studio was now completely supported by Jiang Chen alone. And without Jiang Chen, this entertainment company would not be able to open. I've already talked to Fan Cheng last time. We must not let go of the opportunity to hack Jiang Chen. It would have been a very small thing. But some members of the Ancient Poetry Society are suddenly getting contacted from these entertainment companies. There are a lot of members in the association who are not doing well financially, when hundreds of thousands of dollars were in front of them, and they could take it away just by cursing Jiang Chen online. They simply couldn't resist the temptation. So some members scolded Jiang Chen more and more vigorously, and had even concluded that Jiang Chen had plagiarized others or written on his behalf. If it wasn't for the fact that those who rumored that Jiang Chen plagiarized last time were facing a lawsuit, making these afraid to make rumors easily. They were high and low on the whole, fake witnesses coming out to blacken them to death. Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly and said to Yusuf, "See, I knew these dogs hated me to death." Then Yusuf wanted to make any comments and play to his strengths, but it seemed like he couldn't make any comments. "Why don't we buy PR too?" "Can't buy it. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I buy PR? And look at the intensity of this. It's obviously not the handiwork of a single company. Lu Shang Entertainment. They just want to put me on the shelf. Want to make me lose my reputation. So what do you want to do? Going to that poetry convention?" Jiang Chen snorted and said, "It's fine. Leave this matter to me. I'm the best at this face-slapping thing." He immediately spent $500,000 to buy a complete book of ancient poetry inside the system. Looking at the top of the scarf being made a mess, Jiang Chen finally spoke. He did not respond to those who questioned him. Instead, a few words were posted directly above. Ru Mengling, always remembering the daybreak at the Stream Pavilion. I always remember the sunset of the Stream Pavilion, and I was so intoxicated that I didn't know the way back. When I returned to my boat at night, I mistakenly enter the depths of lotus root flowers. Scrambling, startling a gull, like a dream order who sits alone with a bright window, and my shadow too. When the lamp embers want to sleep, the shadow also throws people into hiding. Know that. What have vexed me? Like a dream order, 10,000 tents and a vault of roofs. People drunk. 10,000 tents and domes of people are drunk, and the stars and shadows are shaking. Returning dreams across the Wolf River, stirred again by the sound of the river. Still sleeping, solving the path to wake up tasteless. Like a dream, planting peaches and plums in front of the hall. Hand-planted peaches and plums in front of the hall. Infinite green shade and green seeds. Outside the curtain, 100 tongues startled the spring sleep of 5 nights. Guru, don't forget the little bridge. Like a dream order, 1,000 shades of green beyond the gate. Outside the door, there is 1,000 hectares of green shade, and 2 orioles correspond to each other. Sleeping up is not enough to win the love. Traveling to the golden well of Biwu. People are quiet. The wind moves a court of flowers. Jiang Chen didn't say a single word after releasing these 4 Ru Mengling songs. Silence is the best way to pretend at this point. At this time, the members of the Ancient Poetry Association who had received money, they were about to turn on the questioning and anger one-stop service when they saw that Jiang Chen had sent another song, and the next second another song was sent. Then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th song came out at the same time, and they were all confused. One that could be described as ghostwritten and plagiarized. 2 songs can barely be said to have been written by someone else, and 3 are a bit of a. How do you hack the 5 top Rudraksh songs if you have 5 of them? Wait online. Urgent. And most importantly, they don't have the same words in their heads as these Rudraksh songs. Jiang Chen's fans got high. Damn it. I'll let you fake it till you make it. Great guy. I don't know anything about connoisseurship, but I was blown away. Jiang Chen, your bullishness has once again refreshed my knowledge. Stop it, Tatsu. It's all black out there. Honestly, do you have a system? The hero of the cool article is not as good at pretending as you are. At this moment, Yao Yu was restraining and disciplining the words and behavior of the members in the group, and when he saw these 5 Dream Order songs that Jiang Chen had sent out consecutively, his entire scalp went numb, as if he would explode if he looked at them one more time. Chapter 116, The President's Apology. The opportunity for the birth of the Summer Poetry Conference. Jiang Chen's wave of maneuvers directly shook the entire group of ancient poetry lovers. Utter madness. The gang of collectors, seeing this image, were also in a dilemma. Do you want to keep hacking? What if they keep throwing out a few more songs later? Those few entertainment companies that hacked Jiang Chen were also speechless for a while. Fan Lijun was even more dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand whether this Jiang Chen and the Jiang Chen he knew in school were the same person or not. Originally just a mediocre college student, it turned out that when he was close to graduation, he first showed an unparalleled talent in songwriting, and the level of singing was completely different from before. As it turned out, he went on to become an actor and was highly acclaimed for his acting skills. Now he's gone on to play with poetry, and a few lyrics down the line have directly caused a major earthquake in the entire poetry society. What other aspect of him can be hacked? But he seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't despair too much. If it had been so easy to pull off, he wouldn't have been dragged out by the author to be flogged over and over again. Yet those who took the money are still going hardcore black now. It's humiliating and shameful. But when you get paid, you do what you're paid to do. It's not enough to copy one song, but you've copied so many? Shameless, shameless, only like a dream? That book you copied must have been all about that word name, right? Come to a poetry convention if you can, only post it online. These black people can make everyone laugh. Pure passersby couldn't look away and went up to give them a spray. And as the president of the Ancient Poetry Association, Yao Yu felt humiliated and disgraced. He had already angrily rebuked the black people who had been spewing Jiang Chen online in his group, but no one had acknowledged it. And after Jiang Chen posted 5 songs in a row that they'd never seen before, Ruyo Mengeling, did he still need to prove anything? He just knew how to write lyrics. Instead, those who bore the name of the association were now disgracing their association. Yao Yu angrily dropped the cup. Disgraceful. It's simply too humiliating. Why don't we disband this association? It's so damn disgraceful. That being said, he still can't let go of the real dissolution. Dad, calm down. You're an old man. Why are you so unstable? Yao Chou Lu said somewhat angrily. I'm a stable hammer. This bunch of dogs are designated to have received other people's money, and under the name of our association, they indiscriminately sprayed people on the internet. Now they're all mocking our association as a garbage association. Can they represent our association? Wouldn't it be better if you just removed them? The problem is, I don't fucking know who they are. Are you stupid? Use your official number to clarify the relationship and apologize to Jiang Chen. Right. Yao Yu came to a sudden realization and hurriedly had someone go and clarify their association's relationship with those black people on the internet, and solemnly apologized to Jiang Chen. Dear Mr. Jiang Chen, in response to the insults and slanders against you in the name of our Ancient Poetry Association that appeared on the internet recently, we express our sincere apologies. But our association has never had any relevant instructions to its members in any form, and some of the accounts that we've found at the moment, we'll pursue them for their legal liabilities. Their nonsense and rumors have already caused our association an extremely bad impact. At the same time, we are also very appreciative of Jiang Chen's poetry. Our president also personally admitted that the words made by Jiang Chen can reach the level of a master in ancient times. However, it does not quell the anger. Yo, you didn't even take out a block? Dare to do but not dare to admit, right? It turns out that the Ancient Poetry Association is such an organization. How can we promote traditional culture like this? I'm ashamed of you all. Usually boasting that you have a literary bone of mind, but you don't see where your bone of mind is when you're collecting money. And those who received the money are now also weak to the extreme. They cannot dare to speak in the group. All the members can be real name system. The shame can be lost big. Now that the association is clearing the air with them, they have no one to lean on. Dare not be more black. Have opened their eyes to say so much nonsense. This money in the hands of the appropriate should also be right. Right? After Yusi had taken on the role of Jiang Chen's temporary manager, he was also the one who finally understood why Wei Chao had said he was independent. There are countless businesses that approach their superstar studio every day to contact them for commercials, endorsements, and to bring in tons of goods. These things used to be advocated by her to pick the right business to give to Sun One. But when it came to Jiang Chen, it was all going to be Jiang Chen's choice. This step alone saved her most of the work, but Jiang Chen seemed to take it very seriously. It signifies that he is the boss and he can choose for himself the business he wants to participate in. But in the end, either all of them were pushed off or pushed to pay Xiaoxing. And now there was an extra Sun One to digest the business. I'm going to participate in this happy departure. I've already made a deal with Mr. He. Well, it's enough for me to participate in this one. This one doesn't seem to have a paycheck. Jiang Chen said with a straight face. How can we as artists focus only on the paycheck? Mr. He is my good friend. I definitely have to go if he personally invited me. Yusi looked very odd. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Chao had emphasized to her that Jiang Chen's dream was to make money lying down, she would have really believed it. How long will it take for you guys to kill this show? Not so fast. I guess it's still 3 months away. This is already moving fast, as most of the main cast are newcomers and have no other business. And Pumba sometimes comes to shoot a movie and has to go back to the mushroom house to record afterward. Whenever he came in, the footage relating to him was done first for the sake of the overall schedule, but while they were resting, Lu Yiqiang hurried over. Xiaojiang. It seems like someone is coming to see you. Who? Lu Yiqiang paused for a moment and said. He said he was Yao Yu, the president of the Ancient Poetry Association, and I thought he was lying, and I even did a Baidu check, and it's really him in person. Jiang Chen was a bit surprised. What did he come to see me for? He said he was specifically looking for you to apologize. Why don't you go meet him? Really? I don't even know him. Why do I have to act like a winner? People had found their way to the set, so out of politeness, Jiang Chen still had to go and meet them, though he had little love for the association. Soon both father and daughter, Yao Yu and Yao Qiu, came before Jiang Chen. Yao Qiu looked very excited and directly pulled out a paper and pen. Jiang Chen, I'm a 10-year-old fan of yours. Can I get an autograph? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, and although he didn't know what kind of unfolding this was, he still signed for Yao Qiu. Yao Qiu looked happy as hell. Yao Yu coughed dryly and said, "Hello Jiang Chen, I'm Yao Yu. I'm here specifically to apologize to you." "Apologize for what? You don't owe me any money either." Yao Yu sighed and said, "In the past 2 days there are some members who may have received money from other people, so they verbally attacked you on the internet. It is true that I personally have not received a single penny, and it is also true that I have no intention of questioning you at all, and I've already been doing my best to investigate who those people are, but no one has admitted it in the group." His words were very sincere, and Jiang Chen felt much more comfortable listening to them. There was no need to throw him a curveball when such a 60-year-old looking man had personally come to apologize to him. "It's fine. I haven't suffered much damage myself. There are always people in the circle who want to put me to death. I'm used to it. They're the ones who spend the money anyway." Yao Yu said awkwardly. "Then that one, can you speak for us? Now their association has a bad reputation in the eyes of others. It went from a cultural heritage organization to an association that can just hack people for money." This was unacceptable to Yao Yu, so he needed Jiang Chen's help. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Do the people in your association hate me quite a bit? Even though I can write 5 different Ru Dream Order songs in one breath, they still hate me." Yao Yu wanted to say something, and his expression became even more awkward. Jiang Chen, however, laughed and said, "Because in their eyes, those of us who are stars should be illiterate and uneducated, so that they can despise the fact that we are able to easily earn many times more money than they do, and they can criticize this phenomenon. And when an existence emerges from this circle that crushes them in terms of talent, they naturally become unusually antagonistic towards me. It's a phenomenon that I really don't know how to deal with either. It's very simple. Don't they all feel that they are harboring talent? Why don't you build a stage for them, so that they can have more opportunities to express themselves? There's also the fact that I don't know how your association operates. Don't you have some means of making a profit?" Yao Yu was bluffed by Jiang Chen's words, but he instinctively felt that Jiang Chen might have some good ideas. "I wonder what Brother Jiang has to say. Our association seldom has profitable projects. The annual poetry convention is one of the few projects. Sell some tickets, but we can't earn much. We can't sell all the tickets every time. That won't do. People nowadays are not interested in ancient poetry because of what? Because they don't get a kick out of it. And you're still appreciating poetry in that ancient form. And you don't think anyone other than those who are interested in literature would like such a boring form, do you? Ha, it can't be helped. Who says there's no way? Will the game? Will a live broadcast do it? How about engaging in variety shows? Would it be okay to sell cultural and creative products? Can you compose music for ancient poems?" This series of questions from Jiang Chen made Yao Yu's entire body dizzy. He suddenly felt that he might actually be behind the times. In this day and age, if they wanted to revitalize people's interest in poetry, they couldn't run 100 conventions compared to one song by Jiang Chen. Just this current wave of online discussion about Jiang Chen has already made a lot of people interested in words, and they will look up what is called a word name, and what kind of meter is rumangling, and what kind of classic ancient words have come out of this word name. Instead, Yao Qiu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She sat down directly, then inquired to Jiang Chen, "Jiang Chen, I have an idea. See if it works." "How? Do you think our association can announce a theme in advance and offer a bounty for ancient poems to the whole internet? Use it to attract viewers, and when the convention starts, we broadcast the whole thing live and then reveal the best works, and take advantage of this wave of traffic to sell some cultural and creative products, such as fans with poems written on them, couplets, and whatnot." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Of course you can, and this idea of yours is very good. You see, in the new era you have to use the means of the new era to spread your culture, and when your program is able to make a profit, look at those members of yours who are still embarrassed to despise us. They only despised it before because they didn't earn it. An association can't last long on love alone if it doesn't make any profit." Yao Yu seemed to have opened the door to a new world, but there was some instinctive resistance. "Does that make literature inferior?" Jiang Chen snorted. "Then why do you think literature has to be nobler than the rest? There's no difference between high and low professions. Going into the masses is the optimal solution." "Hiss, it's me who's narrow-minded. Does Brother Jiang have anything else to teach me? I can be paid to teach you." It was obvious that Yao Yu really wanted to seek development for his association. In front of Jiang Chen, he didn't have the slightest bit of a high and mighty stance, because after seeing Jiang Chen's handful of rude dreaming orders, Yao Yu had already treated Jiang Chen as a literary master. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "There's a project, if it's made, it can even make the whole nation feel the romance of poetry and the charm of our traditional culture. But this project is a bit big, and since your association is so poor, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it. Actually I still have some money. I'm not saying this is poor. I mean, it needs a big platform, preferably of the CCTV variety." Yao Yu stared wide-eyed. "You just hit the idea to go over there? But you have to say that I don't have any other channels." The central broadcasting station sighed. "All my friends." Really? Well, can you get them to do a variety show? This needs to be talked about. Even if I have connections, this can't just be slapped down, can it? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "If it's possible, I think we can join forces and work with the central broadcasting station to produce a variety show called the Summer Poetry Conference, auditioning to the entire population so that everyone can participate." Hiss, "This sounds great. Have you planned it yet?" "Sure. I can send it to you tonight. And I don't want any money. But if the project is finalized, we at Superstar Studios want a co-sponsorship position." Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen gave him a lot of information about this tournament system. Listening to Yao Yu, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 117, The Final Arrives. Finally Yao Yu left satisfied. He had only wanted Jiang Chen to speak up for their association so that they wouldn't be blackballed so badly. "I didn't expect to get so much out of the experience. It's time to use new forms to promote traditional culture, conform to the trend and development of the times, in order to make the ancient poems better known to the people." Moreover, Jiang Chen had also drawn a big pie for him, the Summer Poetry Conference. This sounded awesome, but also, as Jiang Chen said, a big platform with some authority was needed to get this project done. Whether it's prizes or fame, you'll be able to get it if your knowledge base of ancient poetry is high enough. And as the members in their association were all lovers of ancient poetry, Yao Yu was confident that if they really organized such a unique competition, the champion would definitely belong to them. Jiang Chen actually didn't really want to help Yao Yu, but it was for his own sake. He was, after all, the second boss of Superstar Studio, and if his own studio's name could be hung on a program on the CCTV, the name would be loud and clear. On top of that, it's the equivalent of a gold-plated body, with more and more business for their studio's artists to go along with it. This one is the effect of advertising. It's only $500,000 to buy a proposal for a variety show, much cheaper than a TV show. It's nothing but chump change for the whole studio. Though this Rudraksh fiasco has passed, it has sparked the participation of many poetry lovers. A lot of people use this word name to compose lyrics and ate Jiang Chen, hoping that he will comment on it. Jiang Chen was looking at his head. Where did he know how to critique? He then also kindly tweeted the official blog of the Society of Ancient Poetry and complimented them on being the most poetry-savvy society. Yao Yu was also overjoyed when he saw Jiang Chen's gesture of goodwill, and hurriedly asked his daughter to praise Jiang Chen in a wave. So there were a few friendly interactions between the two sides, which also left the eating public flabbergasted. Some of the people who had wanted to fan the flames now realized that the two sides were browbeating each other, and they couldn't seem to fan the flames. And these members in the Poetry Society love to point fingers at others in their areas of expertise. This part of the storm is finally over. Only Lu Sports Entertainment and all those other companies that have spent money on it feel depressed. If Jiang Chen's lyrics were masked, even if he had written them, he would be unable to defend himself when questioned. But the problem is that people are really geniuses in poetry, and this stealing a chicken is not a good idea. In the blink of an eye, Crystal Girls is nearing its finale. This time the show has done its homework, striving to rule out all irregularities, not only having the 4 judges sign an impartiality agreement, but also rigorously vetting all the viewers, 5,000 spectators, all of whom are not allowed to transfer privately, and all of whom have real names on their ID cards. That way, even the fanbase of the companies behind those contestants don't get a chance to come in. After the last shady incident, it had kind of scared their program. People from the companies behind all the contestants were invited. There are also exclusive spots for major sponsors, and the biggest position still belongs to the Minda Real Estate Group. This is the biggest sponsor of the entire program. The set of Immortal Sword and Sorcery was extraordinarily cold today, as it was all on vacation. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen was going to watch the finals of Crystal Girls. After all, his rumored girlfriend will probably get the title tonight. There is also no more 1v1 PK session in this finale. as this session created a big psychological shadow for the director. Plus the lesson learned on Chosen Sun that the PK system can lead to some contestants who would otherwise have had the strength to debut not being able to do so. Several of Immortal Sword's lead actors, knowing that Jiang Chen was going to the finals, served him tea for days on end. "Brother Jiang Chen, you get us some tickets." That's right. Boss Jiang sure has connections. Boss Jiang. We've been shooting every day and we haven't gotten paid yet. Won't you give us a reward? This cry of Boss Jiang caused Jiang Chen to float a little. He eventually got some seat tickets from Mr. Su. These seat tickets were distributed to the director's team, Xia Si, Zheng Xiaoling, and a host of other lead actors, but they were seated in the guest seats and did not have the same voting power as the audience. After all, these could be considered Jiang Chen's connections, and Su Yuexin is already in rehearsal. Jiang Chen also guided her rehearsals live. Only this time, uncharacteristically, Su Yuexin wouldn't let him teach the song. The songs that Jiang Chen had written for Su Yuexin before were the ones in which he had used the power of sound to bring Su Yuexin to feel the feelings conveyed by the songs over and over again. Singing along more often naturally makes you sing with more feeling than the others. Jiang Chen was a little worried that her capriciousness would cost her the championship. After all, the others weren't too bad, especially that Jiang Xiaochan. But Su Yuexin said, "Don't you care? It's my problem if I can't get first place." What could Jiang Chen do? Just let her be. Good evening, dear friends on the scene, and those in front of the television. I am tonight's host, your old friend Hijio, Mr. He stood alone on the huge stage, wearing a suit. The strength of the stagehands is that they don't need a partner to hold the stage. Everyone in the audience cheered, and the camera on the screen swept through the faces of the audience one by one, lingering on Jiang Chen's face for even 10 seconds. "Program, I'm rubbing my nose in this traffic coat of yours." Jiang Chen also smiled and greeted in front of the camera. The cheers at the scene were even louder. This wasn't Jiang Chen's stage, but the enthusiasm of the audience wasn't any less than it had been during the finals of the Chosen One. Family Jun was sitting over at the guest seat at the moment, listening to all the spectators chanting Jiang Chen's name. His face was very unpleasant. He really didn't want to be here, even though his goddess was making an appearance tonight, but his goddess's rumored boyfriend was also there, and it's also the person you hate the most. But there is no way Su Chanxian is his responsibility. Is their company's only chance to debut this year's quota? On the other side, Su Dongmao and Su Tianyang, father and son, sat together, the two of them looking very similar. When the camera shone on Su Dongmao, there was also an uproar in the room. What kind of person is Su Dongmao? He is a big man who has entered the list of the richest people in the country. This kind of big man personally came to the scene to watch this kind of talent show variety show. This card is really pull full. The main cast of Immortal Sword also whispered, "Amazing. This program is even watched by Su Dongmao himself." The sponsor of this program is the Minda Group, right? It's actually quite normal. Director Zhang's footage is longer than Su Dongmao's. The showrunners really know what they're doing. Ha, our director Jiang is still awesome. But Xia Si said cautiously, "Have you guys noticed that Su Yuexin and Su Dongmao actually look quite similar?" Everyone was instantly dumbfounded at these words. I wanted to retort something, but on closer inspection, it seemed that it was indeed quite similar, and then associating it with the fact that the two men were mostly surnamed Su, and Su Dongmao was also personally present at the scene. See, you seem to have discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 118 later, with a burst of cheers, all the contestants took the stage. They once again sang the theme song for this program. Sing it loud, to everyone. It brought the scene to a quick climax. Many people were chanting the names of their favorite players. Fan Lijun looked calm, but inwardly, he was nervous. Before the program started, he once again looked for other songwriters in order to give Su Chanxian a little advantage. This time he's not looking for the gold standard producers. Instead, he went to some Netflix companies. Some Netflix companies are so strong that they are able to set up and write songs that can explode into instant hits in many cases, because they're ear-catching melodies. A lot of it has flourished on short-form video platforms. Take a song like Your Tavern is Close to Me for example, which was hot when it was hot, but disappeared without a trace in a few months' time, and no one even uses it as a BGM anymore. There are certain benefits to this type of song. The first being that it's cheap. Netflix Music produces songs quickly. They have their own set of processes, so they don't need to be too strict with their lyrics. The second is the ability to fire. Even if only for a moment, that's fire. This was a suggestion made by someone from their company's finance department, which Fan Lijun adopted. The question is that the finance department feels that the new superintendent Van has been spending a little too much money lately, and it hasn't been very effective, so they need to save some money. Unsurprisingly, Su Yueshin had another finale. The last time she was out of the ring and knowing the difference, she dipped her toe in the water and her popularity soared to new heights. 20 singers recorded one by one, which is quite a long process and takes a lot of time. So put the favorites on the back burner and pull the audience's sense of anticipation a bit. As each singer took and left the stage, the sense of anticipation grew. Next contestant, let's welcome Su Chanxian to bring us her new song Uncommon Love. The main cast of Immortal Sword were all showing their gossipy gazes. Zhang Xiaoling said with disgust, "Is she Director Zhang's ex-girlfriend? Not that I'm bragging, I think I'm better looking than her." Actor Lu Xian, who plays Tang Yu, spat, "Director Jiang can't see you either." Zhang Xiaoling glared fiercely at Lu Xian. "What do you know? That was because I showed up too late. If Director Jiang and I were in the same school, wouldn't I have charmed him to death?" Actress In Schwerer, who plays Anu, also spat. "This Su Chanxian looks like a plastic surgery face. I heard that Director Jiang used to be her dog licker and was finally dumped by her. I didn't realize that Director Jiang used to have such a poor vision." Xia Si hurriedly reminded them, "You guys stop talking. Let's be quiet and watch the show. It's not good if people hear it. These guys are just too chirpy." Su Chanxian uncharacteristically chose the pure singing route this time. No more slutty dancing. The audience was a little uncomfortable for a while, but she actually sang at an average level, especially after the other contestants sang, and there really wasn't much of an edge when compared. And this new song she sang, although the melody was rather brainwashing, it didn't have the slightest bit of brightness in Hu Xiujia's in their eyes. So of the 4 judges' votes, she only got one of them, sympathy points. After the song, many in the audience were applauding her. Su Chanxian's eyes were red. She had put in lots and lots of effort for a chance. She had even sold her flesh. If she didn't get the top 11, she would go crazy. And the feedback on the site was just not very good. She began to panic. When the strengths don't match up, the higher up the ladder you go, the tougher it gets and the more anxious it makes you. All of her off-court tactics have been sealed in this final, and now it's just pure strength. I still have a semi-final vote advantage, so I'll just have to take my chances. The Immortal Sword cast and crew stuck their heads out, wanting to see what Jiang Chen's expression looked like. At this time, the camera directly gave Jiang Chen a 1-second close-up. They know exactly what the audience wants to see. However, what was disappointing was that Jiang Chen's face was calm without the slightest ripple, until Zhang Xiaochan made her debut. Instead of rolling a new song with Su Chanxian and the others, she sang a diva's hit song, from her own company, without paying royalties. To her surprise, she sang exceptionally well. Each note is handled with great detail, and you can tell it's her squeeze, and it's a song that's won a Golden Melody Award. This was finally the time to shine. She was going to use this song to challenge the song that Jiang Chen had written for Su Yueshin for the finals. The audience was fired up and applauded. The people in the Immortal Sword crew were also in awe. "Wow, she's so steady. This Jiang Xiaochan, is she going to win the championship? I don't know, but I think Su Yueshin also has the power to fight, right? Trust Director Jiang. Su Yueshin plus Eek. Why should I cheer her on? No. She's my love rival. Ouch, can you pattern a little bigger?" This is the song written by Jiang Director. "We give Su Yueshin cheers to give Jiang Director cheer. Finally came the final stage. The much anticipated Su Yueshin finally took the stage. The great Demon King who had occupied the first position every time except for the blackout installment. Everyone was cheering and screaming. Listening to the cheers of this huge discrepancy, Su Chanxian's face also became pale, and a sense of powerlessness was born within her. Wasn't it said that capital is greater than strength? Why was it that after Fan Lijun had spent so much money with her, he was still completely outmatched by Su Yueshin, and instead, the gap between the two sides was getting wider and wider? She has Jiang Chen and I don't. Having gotten this answer, Su Chanxian's eyebrows lowered, lost and regretful. But right now, the lights of the stage belong to Su Yueshin. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Yueshin," He Jiao inquired. "Uxin has endured a lot of pressure to get to this point, but in the end, she has also come to this stage. May I ask what your thoughts are?" Su Yueshin took the microphone, smiled, and said, "Let's wait for the end of the competition to say thank you. My father also came to the scene, and I'm going to tell him this time that there's no problem at all for his daughter to be a singer." Many people were curious about who Su Yueshin's father was, but the camera didn't give another shot to Su Dongmao. "Good. Then we also hope that Uxin will be recognized by her father. Can you introduce us to the song that you'll be singing next?" Su Yueshin smiled and looked at Jiang Chen in the audience, saying, "Or my good friend wrote it for me. It's a song that represents misses and regrets. I like it a lot. The song is called Later." Okay, let's give the stage to UXIN. Chapter 119, Don't Wait Until You Miss It to Regret It. Su Yueshin didn't let Jiang Chen teach her how to sing because she loved the song when she saw the lyrics. She has her own understanding and she feels she can perform well. All along, when Jiang Chen wrote songs for her, he would ask her what genre she wanted to sing, and all the requests she made, Jiang Chen was able to fulfill. When it came time to finalize the final track, Jiang Chen asked her what song she wanted to sing, and she said she wanted to sing the kind of song where a girl speaks her heart out to a boy she likes. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to write her a song called Later. It hadn't been what she wanted, but she looked at it and liked it. But Jiang Chen didn't think that much. He knew that all the contestants in the finals would go all out. So he had to choose a golden song that was classic enough and enduring enough. A good song with a good singer. In order to get 9 out of 10. With everyone's anticipation, Su Yueshin's clear voice also gave them the best response. Later, I finally learned how to love. Too bad you're long gone. Vanish into thin air. Afterwards, finally, in tears, I realized. Some people, once you miss it, it's over. In the song, one feels the regret embedded within the lyrics. That's regret for the love of your life that you missed. Gardenia, white petals, on my blue pleated skirt. Love you. You whisper, I bow my head. Smell a fragrance, that eternal night. 17 Midsummer, the night you kissed me. For the rest of my life, whenever there is an exclamation, always think of the starlight of the day. Love in those days, why is it that simple? And why? Youth, you must hurt the one you love so much. When she heard this, Su Chanxian's entire body became in a trance. Every time she saw Jiang Chen's current radiant appearance, she told herself that she had let go. She admonished herself countless times not to regret and not to be influenced by Jiang Chen. That would make her seem even more contemptible. But what about the memories of the past that are so vivid? Before the word licking dog appeared, Jiang Chen, who hadn't broken up before, treated her as the most gentle and considerate person in the world. Occasionally, she would recall the image of Jiang Chen getting $50 for his part-time residency at the Sun and Moon Bar and cheerfully treating her to milk tea. At that time, as long as he laughed, Jiang Chen would also laugh nervously along with him. Love was able to be that simple then. But why must someone you love so much get hurt? It all started after she was spotted by Lu Sheng Entertainment. And from then on, she was all about becoming a big star. She was mesmerized by the big pie that Lu Sheng Entertainment drew, until she dumped Jiang Chen, who had always cared for her the most. She didn't even feel that she was hurting Jiang Chen, but rather that Jiang Chen was the one dragging her down. It's late. It's all late. He's completely disappointed in me. Su Chanxian's gaze swept over to Jiang Chen sitting on the guest seat. A man whose gaze had been following the girl on stage who was even more radiant and better than her, revealing a heartfelt smile. On this similar late night, are you the same? It's also quietly regretful and sentimental. If only we had been able to. Not so stubborn. I'm not so sorry now. How do you remember me? With a smile or very silent. Over the years, is there anyone who can keep you from being lonely? Cried a lot of people on the scene. The lyrics are also so solid that everyone has a white moonlight in their heart. But since that person is not by his side now, it means that there was some unpleasant past that happened. Under the same night sky, do you also remember the person you used to watch shooting stars with? Later, I finally learned how to love. Too bad you're long gone. Vanish into thin air. Afterwards, finally, in tears, I realized. Some people, once you miss it, it's over. Some people, once missed, are no more. And all the regrets and memories are only regrets. All four on the judges' table couldn't help but wipe their tears as well. Su Yueshin sings this song and gets emotional. There are songs that still endure even after they've been sung to death. And that's the beauty of a classic. Many people grow up only to realize what a shame it is to let go of a relationship so easily because of youthful indiscretions. Su Yueshin hadn't actually experienced a heartfelt love, but she had a lot to say to a boy. Meeting the best of you in the best of years will become a most precious memory, but I don't want it to be just a memory. I don't want the person who sings this song and regrets it later to be myself. There was a boy that loved that girl. This last line of lyrics made Jiang Chen's entire body freeze. Su Yueshin's gaze was looking at him, her eyes glistening with crystal and tears, her gaze somewhat haunted. This made Jiang Chen a bit restless. He touched his chest, his heartbeat going through the roof. I'm not falling in love, am I? And everyone in the room stood up and applauded enthusiastically. After watching Su Yueshin's performance, Zhang Xiaochan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and inwardly lamented, "Between me and her, perhaps there's just one Jiang Chen missing." She lost convincingly. As for Su Qianqian, after hearing the song, she couldn't stop her tears. She applauded Su Yueshin for the first time. Su Tianyang looked at his dad and touched his shoulder. "Dad, look at you Xin Shi." Su Dongmao propped his hand on his face full of sorrow. "We're losing our daughter." "What do you mean?" Su Dongmao didn't say anything. He could see it clearly, although his own daughter named herself before the performance. But when she sang, she was looking at that brat the whole time. Can anyone who's been there not know what's in the eyes? At this time the pop-up screen is also all tears screen. If this song was uploaded to Netflix, the comments section would definitely produce a bunch of sentimental section scholars. The ones from the Immortal Sword crew were also directly numb after hearing that. These female lead actors all had different thoughts about Jiang Chen. Even In Schwerer, who plays Anu, is very infatuated with Jiang Chen. It's clear that Lu Xian, with whom she has an emotional scene, is also a talented man. But who made Brother Easy so perfect? At the moment looking at the one on stage, Jiang Chen's rumored girlfriend, even Xiaxi was born ashamed of herself. Moreover, all being girls, they were more able to understand the emotions expressed by Su Yueshin. People were telling Jiang Chen not to let a miss become a regret. Damn, that's a great song. That's for sure. It's a song written by director Jiang. I saw director Jiang blushing. It's hard to get a hold of. At this time, Lu Xian weakly said, "Actually, director Jiang and Su Yueshin are quite compatible, right?" Several girls glared at him. "Shut up." Chapter 120, Tonight, Complete Madness. UXIN. Do you feel anything after singing this song? Hee-jil thoughtfully conducted a wave of post-fight interviews and now the results are still being tallied so he has to stall a bit. Su Yueshin said with some embarrassment, "It's kinda touching, because with this song, what I want to express to everyone is to cherish the feelings you have and don't give them up so easily, because years later if you look back, you'll realize that you might have missed out on the best one." Very well said. We saw many people present crying. I think they were also touched by the emotions you conveyed. So as a comrade in arms who has always helped you, a good friend who has always stood silently behind the scenes, Jiang Chen also came to the scene today. Do you have anything you want to say to him? Su Yueshin stared at Jiang Chen and said, "Of course I'm very thankful to my good friend. I've been using his songs all this time. It's quite overwhelming, but one size does not fit all. What I really want to say has been sung. I hope that he understands it." Crap, the whole scene is about to blow up. What does this mean? Is this a hint to Jiang Chen? Ha, no. The crowd immediately came back to their senses. What's so shocking about it? Haven't the two of them been treated as a couple by default for a long time? Thanks to Fan Lijun. Fan Lijun was also in the audience at this time, and he really wanted to vomit at this time. Originally, there was nothing between Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin, but he forced rumors that the two were already together in order to create a rumor and interrupt Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin's career as lovebirds. There was even an attempt to rumor Jiang Chen as a cheating scumbag, but while this was debunked by the Star City Music Academy, the one above circulated. It's been circulating until now, and the fiendishly true fans of those meals have even been sifted away, and the two are now left with only CP fans and fans of the song. Then, the most torturous thing was that Fan Lijun actually had to be here to watch them show their love. Hee-jil had already handed the microphone to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression today was a bit shy, a sharp contrast to his "I'm the best in the world" look during Chosen Sun. The pop-ups are straight up numb. No need to explain. I can tell by the look on your face. Su Yueshin, you returned my domineering and arrogant brother Jiang. 2 months ago Jiang Chen, not a single one who could fight. Now Jiang Chen, boing boing so shy. Jiang Chen also really didn't expect Su Yueshin to come up with this that's pretty much unprepared him. But up until now both sides hadn't openly picked up on some of the things that were hidden in their hearts. And Su Yueshin had only hinted at it a bit more obviously today. But Jiang Chen felt that there were some things not to let a girl do. He cleared his throat and said with a fake calmness, "I've felt what you wanted to say to me. I've just thought long and hard about it. I think you're right. There's a boy in love with that girl. I wrote the lyrics to this song, and I know about it before you do. So you'd better not run away after the program taping is over later on." Aha! Crazy, crazy, crazy. The pop-ups are going crazy. And the audience on stage is going crazy. Other families' love beans have a love affair absolutely covered to death. Even if they are blown out will be extremely denied. How come it's changed with you guys? Hee-jil also had an anti-smile on her face. All of them were from the past. Could they not see what was going on with the two of them? It's just a layer of window paper left to pierce. Might as well help them out while we're at it. But look at Jiang Chen. This statement should be to wait until the end of the game with Su Yuexin liquidation. But unfortunately, the young man is still not open enough. Now can still live in it. If the two live to say something passionate words, that traffic shall not explode. Traffic is all but exploding right now though. The director looked at the number of people pouring into the live broadcast room, and his forehead was sweating with excitement. The double top stream plus the influence of scandal is horrible as hell. This server won't hold up, will it? Everyone yelled and screamed, but Su Tianyang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What is this? Like I don't exist? Su Dongmao, on the other hand, had a despondent look on his face, as if he was helpless. My own daughter knows herself well, usually also has a personality very much, determined things, they can not stop, told her not to be a singer, but isn't she still going to be one? This was followed by a session of praise from the 4 judges for Su Yuexin, a song that just didn't have much to pick on, or rather a song written by Jiang Chen, which has never had much to pick on. Eventually all the contestants were invited to the stage. One by one, the rankings were announced. According to the combined vote count of the 2 games, Jiang Xiaochan, you are the runner-up with 4,563 votes. Jiang Xiaochan had nothing to be upset about. She and Su Yuexin hugged each other, then smiled and said, based on our relationship, it doesn't matter if I let your boyfriend write me a song, right? Su Yuexin blushed. Don't talk nonsense first. I know. First don't bullshit. You should be able to bullshit tomorrow. Yikes. Get out of the way. Seeing Su Yuexin being gripped and manipulated by herself, Jiang Xiaochan was also much more comfortable inside. Jiao then announced everyone's votes and rankings one by one. The 11th and final debut spot, combining the 2 votes, she received 3,700 votes. She is Su Chanshan. Su Chanshan's eyes were still red. She should have been happy to hear her ranking, but today she was beyond despondent. The quota she had given everything and poured out all her means to get, suddenly felt worthless when she actually got her hands on it. She became disgusted with herself, to the self that was willing to sell her flesh in order to advance. Besides, no one would remember her tonight. Even though her affair with Su Yuexin and Jiang Chen had also been marketed by the show as a traffic code all the time. The final champion belongs to Su Yuexin. She has traveled all the way, through thick and thin, winning many battles, and with her performance in this final, the title is well deserved. Let's welcome our program's sponsor, Mingda Group Chairman Su Dongmao, to give his blessing. Su Dongmao stood up from the guest of honor seat. He took the microphone and said to Su Yuexin, let's not speak in the name of the sponsor today. I'll first say a few words to my daughter in the name of a father. Uxin. Although Dad has told you many times that this circle is not easy to mix. On this program, those public opinions outside that should be experienced by you. And until now you have not really debuted into the entertainment industry. I had thought that you would be defeated by public opinion, would be oppressed by capital, so that you would immediately go home with me like your brother to inherit the family business. Now it seems that I was wrong. My daughter is great even if she takes the path of music. Everyone cheered for you just now. I'm so proud of you. And since you like to be a singer, it's only natural that Dad will fully support you. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What happened? Su Dongmao stood up. Su Dongmao called Su Yuexin his daughter. At this moment, both Fan Lijun and Su Chanshan were wide-eyed. She's actually the daughter of the richest man? Chapter 121. She has something to say to you. This news was far more shocking than all the previous news. As many people know, Su Dongmao has a son who is now working as the chairman of the theater company under the Mingda Group. At the same time he has a daughter, who is rumored to have been studying abroad and is particularly well protected by him, never appearing in the public eye. Even after returning home and attending the Star City Conservatory of Music, no one knew. After all, who would have thought that the daughter of such a top-notch big boss would just be attending a second-rate music academy in China? More confused than everyone else were the students of the Star City Music Academy, especially those roommates who used to share a dormitory with Su Yuexin. In the past, Su Yuexin couldn't make friends, and these roommates of hers always badmouthing her was a big reason. There wasn't even a Su Yuexin in their dormitory group. How can she be the daughter of the richest man? Why didn't she say anything? Damn it, we were supposed to be the best sisters of the top rich girl. It could have been 20 years less of a struggle. Woo woo woo. The ones in the same class as Su Yuexin were also remorseful. Whose rich girl came to study in a second-rate domestic music academy, and still living in the dormitory. It simply didn't fit their imagination of a top millennial. And they were familiar with the person sitting next to Su Dongmao. Wasn't this the owner of the Sun Moon Bar? I suddenly thought of something. Since Su Yueshin graduated, Boss Su has also left. Princess Chasing the Moon has also disappeared. So Princess Chasing the Moon is Su Yueshin. He even opened a bar to help Su Yueshin set up the stage. The best brother in the world. None of you care about Jiang Chen? This kid damn well doesn't have to struggle. It's not even if it's a rich woman on the list. It's still so good looking. Why aha. Gulped and realized it was lemon flavored. Family Jun even felt like a clown. Although his family business was not low, but when he was chasing Su Yueshin in college, he always tried his best to act like a rich second generation in front of Su Yueshin, trying to make Su Yueshin fall in love with his money. But she's the daughter of the richest family. She doesn't lack money at all. Moreover, Fan Chang's shares in Lesheng Entertainment were not at a crushing level. He was a latecomer. Unlike Su Dongmao, who started from nothing, and Mingda Group was their own industry. Only Fan Lijun himself knew how much of a gap there was between their Fan family compared to the Su family. But low self-esteem is followed by intense jealousy. It was already upsetting Jiang Chen. What made him able to be with the daughter of a top tycoon? Jiang Chen's family is just a very ordinary rural family. This scene stung the eyes of many people, but they could do nothing but be jealous and envious. If they had to be as good as Jiang Chen to receive such treatment, then they could only look for a substitute within the novel protagonist. Su Yueshin sweetly gave Su Dongmao a heart. Thank you, Daddy. Love you, yo. The corners of Su Dongmao's mouth twitched slightly. There wouldn't be anyone who thought Su Yueshin was a good girl, right? Apart from smoking tattoos and drinking and bouncing those bad girl exclusive hobbies that she doesn't play. She's a rebel everywhere. The few girls on the Immortal Sword crew who had unhealthy thoughts about Jiang Chen also felt a strong sense of inferiority welling up within them. Fate is just amazing sometimes, and a rich girl can fall in love with an inspirational poor boy. At the end of the day, Dongmao Su came on stage to present trophies to all of them. It was 12 o'clock at night when the taping of the program ended. The attention Su Yueshin received tonight was even more bullish than when Jiang Chen won the title. What are we going to do now? Your dad and Mr. He seemed to be calling me to dinner. Jiang Chen said to Su Yueshin with some embarrassment. Su Yueshin, however, tugged on Jiang Chen while saying, "What's so fun about that kind of adult drinking game? Do you want to get drunk by them? Let's sneak away." Would that be rude? What are you afraid of? Weren't you quite wild when you were first drafted? Jiang Chen touched his nose. Now was not before. If you refuse to go to dinner now, it's likely that you're refusing to go to your future husband. The two froze and fled after changing in the locker room and putting on masks. On their way out the door, however, they were stopped by a voice with a sobbing tone calling out to them. Jiang Chen, I have something to say to you. With tears in her eyes, Su Chanqian looked at Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin's back and shouted. Both of them froze for a moment, and when they turned around, they saw Su Chanqian, who was crying with red eyes. They frowned. So far, they were still quite disgusted with Su Chanqian, because she had rumored that Jiang Chen had cheated on her during Su Yueshin's competition, and rumored that Su Yueshin had been a mistress, allowing the network's public opinion to unleash an onslaught on the two. There was a shady incident that followed, and to say that she didn't know about it, Jiang Chen wouldn't believe it. We don't have time. After saying that, Jiang Chen pushed Su Yueshin to quickly walk away. Su Chanqian's face turned pale, her legs went limp, and she fell to her knees and lost her voice. After Jiang Chen and Su Yueshin walked away, Su Yueshin frowned and said, "She might really have something to say to you. I know, but a break is a break, and any involvement can get tangled up." Su Yueshin stood still and didn't move. "What's wrong?" Su Yueshin frowned and said, "She's crying very hard. Go take a look." Jiang Chen was shocked. How was this development different from his own? Don't girls like to be jealous? Can't they wait for their boyfriends to be out of touch with their exes for the rest of their lives? Why are you looking at me like that? You're not afraid I'll rekindle my old feelings for her? Su Yueshin stood on her tiptoes, and while Jiang Chen was still in a daze, there was a flash of warmth and wetness on her face. What's going on? There are hooligans. Schoolmate, do you have any thoughts of old feelings coming back now? Then there must be none. Wait here for me. I'm going to do a wave of minders. Jiang Chen trotted back. He saw Su Chanqian, still on the ground, crying. He walked over slowly, then crouched down and calmly asked, "What do you want to say to me?" Su Chanqian raised her head and wiped the tears on her face, but she still couldn't stop the flow. I'm sorry I hurt you," Jiang Chen said lightly. "There is no one who has wronged anyone. We are already adults. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. You have made your debut as you wished. You are about to realize your dream of becoming a big star. This is something to be happy about." Su Chanxian is still crying. She choked out. I've done a lot of things to wrong you and Su Yuexin. It's okay because setbacks make us grow and it's not much of a setback. I don't resent you much so you don't have to beat yourself up too much. That's the way life is. You have to meet the next scenery after walking down a stretch of road. The past isn't worth holding on to because when you think about it probably won't be a very good memory for either of us. Chapter 122, Sing a new song to coax your girlfriend. Zhang Chen tried his best to act like a life coach. Su Chanxian's crying slowly stopped and she choked and asked, "Do you really not have any feelings for me anymore?" She looked up with promise in her eyes. Unfortunately, the man in front of her looked at herself with nothing but pity and no more affection. Zhang Chen patted her shoulder. Everything is in the past. I know you've paid a lot to get to this point. And what you've gained, you're sure to lose. Although it hurts to say this, but you didn't cherish me when I used to love you very much. So maybe you should ask your own heart if what you regret is that you didn't love Zhang Chen properly in the past. Or do you regret that Zhang Chen, who is so talented nowadays, isn't your other half? Su Chanxian froze. She couldn't answer the question. If she really loved Zhang Chen, she should have liked him along with Zhang Chen, who hadn't shown any talent. She was about to say something, but Zhang Chen continued. No need to answer me. You just know the answer to this question in your own heart. What I mean is that you need to reconcile with your past self. Whether it's a relationship or a dream, you're going to go after the next stage of your life. Staying in the past isn't good for either of us. Su Chanxian said with difficulty. Zhang Chen, I'm dirty. But Zhang Chen's expression remained calm. Don't tell me this. If you felt it was worth it when you made the choice in the first place, then don't regret it. From what you lost in exchange for something, cherish it. It's not easy to mix up in this circle. You need to have a backer. You need to have a network. Su Chanxian hurriedly pursued. Don't you think I'm cheap? What do you care what other people think? You wouldn't believe me if I said I didn't. But I think that's part of growing up. Don't let inexplicable emotions get in the way of your resolve. After all, you've done more than I could have imagined. And I would have expected you to round robin. The words didn't seem to have any comforting effect. But it had to be said that Su Chanxian's tangled heart was also much looser. It's all right, isn't it? I'll leave if it's okay. Wait, Zhang Chen, can you give me a hug? Zhang Chen waved his hand. No, I have to keep the male virtue. You have to keep the female virtue as well. There will be a long time to come. See you again sometime. Looking at Zhang Chen's back as he left, Su Chanxian had mixed feelings, but her emotions quickly gathered themselves, and the gleam of ambition returned to her eyes. This time she really let go of the idea that the man didn't belong. Only he belongs to himself, and now that he has entered the circle, the next step is to put his best foot forward to climb up the ladder, and if he doesn't have the strength, then let himself become more powerful. She's decided that she's going to have to work on her vocals. Walking around the corner, Zhang Chen saw Su Yuexin leaning against the wall. Su Yuexin smiled faintly at Zhang Chen before happily taking his arm. You've got a real talent for being a spiritual teacher, Zhang Chen said nonchalantly. She's the one who figured it out on her own. I'm just helping her out. Do you regret it? Regret? Su Yuexin? I regret being a lickspittle for a few years. If only I had met you earlier. I wouldn't even have to work in a bar. 20 years less. Su Yuexin angrily twisted Zhang Chen's waist. Looking at Su Yuexin, who was hugging her arm, Zhang Chen felt especially unreal. What are you thinking? Su Yuexin inquired. Zhang Chen scratched his head and asked shyly. Are we considered together now? Then what else? Are you thinking of that Zhaolinger of yours? Am I not as good as my other schoolmate? How can that be? Su Yuexin is just the most beautiful in the world, but I would have thought that being together would be a particularly sensational thing to confess and say something really meaty. So have you ever thought about confessing to me? Since when do you like me? There was a thought about it. Back then you were helping me run my fan and other accounts. And you seemed to get angry when I said you weren't taking your game seriously. I was feeling stuffed up. And just the thought of you being mad at me annoyed me so much that I couldn't sleep. And then I called you in the middle of the night to apologize. Su Yuexin also let out a silver bell-like laugh after hearing this. And then you found yourself falling in love? It's not that serious. And confessing is actually a scary thing to do in case it fails. And it's embarrassing to be friends. So you're not going to say something mushy and affectionate to me now? You haven't officially confessed your love to me yet. After establishing a relationship with Zhang Chen, Su Yuexin also revealed her little girl side. It was expected to make Zhang Chen shy and speechless for a while. I didn't expect Zhang Chen to pause for a moment and say with a smile, I can't speak, but I can sing. I remember a milk tea store up ahead. Would you like some milk tea? You invited me. Yes. The two arrived at a milk tea store. and by this time, the store was about to close. But Jiang Chen's purpose was not milk tea, but the store had a guitar leaning against the wall. This owner sometimes sold songs, and Jiang Chen had brought Su Chanxian here before. If there hadn't been a change of ownership, there would have been a guitar here. Hello, here are the 2 pearl milk teas you ordered. Would you like to pack them? Jiang Chen smiled and said, no need Shushine. Boss, can I borrow your guitar for a bit? The owner froze and was going to refuse. But Jiang Chen pulled down the mask. Give me some face, boss. The milk tea shop owner's eyes widened and his entire body stuttered in excitement. Jiangchen, I saw you on TV earlier. Ah, I'm so excited. Can you give me an autograph? Ah no. I want to take a picture together. Would that be rude? It's okay boss, I've been here before when you were singing and I thought you sang beautifully. The owner was instantly enraptured. He's getting recognition from his favorite singer. Damn, that part should have been taped. Why don't you lend me a guitar first? Autographs and pictures are trivial. Borrow, but my guitar is cheap. It's okay, I haven't used the premium stuff either. The owner asked tentatively. Are you using the guitar too? Sing a new song to coax your girlfriend. The boss looked at the girl with pockets standing next to Jiang Chen and sucked in a breath of cool air. That's what's fucking called an official announcement. He was the first witness, and it's still a new song. Now Jiang Chen's fans are hyping the new song every day, and today he's going to be the first to hear it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 123 Simple Love. The meal after the program. The directors and writers of the program, as well as the director of Penguin Video and the bosses of the various sponsors were already sitting together. The data they got tonight. The number of viewers of tonight's finals had broken the record of all their Penguin Video variety shows, especially the part where Su Yuexin and Jiang Chen interacted, which had directly reached its peak. So today everyone at Penguin Video is exceptionally exuberant, and those sponsors are having a blast. After the previous shady incident, the program was under a lot of pressure to kick Han Feng and the other 3 out. Until now Han Feng's fans are still mocking wildly online, saying that the program is nothing without Han Feng. As a result, it's now slapping them in the face. The real traffic code is Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin, and it's none of his Han Feng's business. Su Dongmao asked helplessly, where's Uxin, and that brat? Where did he run off to? Su Tianyang was also speechless to the core. I heard that he took advantage of the chaos to sneak away. Can we let them run away? Do you realize that young people are so full of energy that they don't think about the consequences of their actions? And if they go to any hotel? Su Tianyang was also shocked after hearing this, but he could only say with a bitter smile, can't get through on the phone. Ah, send a message also not return. These two have discussed the same. Oh, this goddamn Jiang Chen. Let me see him tomorrow and break his legs. It was now close to 2 o'clock in the morning. The surrounding businesses had already closed their stores for the night. But the owner of the milk tea store still had the lights on for some reason. Everything is destiny. The boy was holding his guitar and the girl was sitting across from him with a milk tea in her hand. The sound of guitars echoed lightly through the store, overflowing with youth and sweetness. The boss didn't dare to interrupt them easily. He just silently opened his cell phone and recorded. Jiang Chen rocked his body, and his light-hearted song slowly came out. Can't say why. I'd become very proactive. If you fall in love with someone, anything will be worth doing. I'd like to declare it loud and clear. I can't get enough of you. Even my next-door neighbor can guess how I'm feeling right now. The wind in the river. In blowing hair fluttering. Hold your hand. Be struck by an inexplicable emotion. I want to take you back to my grandma's house, watching the sunset together, until we all fall asleep. Su Yuexin was positively bludgeoned by the power of the soundscape. The song Simple Love describes simple things, but it's in these simple, everyday things that hot love rolls. Anyway, we have gripped so many songs of Zhou Dong. It should be okay to gripe one to coax your girlfriend, right? Su Yuexin felt a strong sense of love from the song. It was as if she saw 2 people holding hands, riding bicycles, watching sunsets, and falling in love in the purest way possible. She put down the milk tea in her hands and propped her face up with her hands, her eyes full of smiles as she stared at Jiang Chen who was singing for her. At this point there was a huge sense of inner satisfaction. And lo and behold, this was my boyfriend. Luckily I took the initiative and got him. My boyfriend can't say love words, but he can sing me love songs. Romance alone. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love ever be pure and without sorrow? I want to take you on a bike ride. I want to watch baseball with you. No worries like that. Sing a song and keep going. I want to hold your hand like this and never let go. Can love be simple and harmless? You're leaning on my shoulder. You fell asleep on my chest. Like this life I love you, you love me. The milk tea store owner, who was recording the video, had moist eyes. A lot of times, those people on the internet were questioning why they cried so easily when listening to Jung Chen sing, thinking it was all about hiring actors. But only those who were actually in the realm of being enveloped by the soundscape realized that this singing voice, was really like magic had been cast upon it. It made the boss reminisce about when he first met his own wife a long time ago, and it was just as romantic as described in the lyrics. His wife would be happy to pick a wildflower on the side of the road in those days. Then in time they got married, and married life was always accompanied by bickering. He sometimes wondered if his wife had changed. But remembering how good it used to be, he suddenly realized that since starting a family and being busy earning money every day for his job, he hadn't had those little romantic thoughts for his wife for a long time, because he felt tired. But in fact, his wife is also very tired. Originally, the couple ran this milk tea store together, and then they had a child, and his wife now has to bring up the child at home. Instead, the two sides became more estranged. You're leaning on my shoulder. You fell asleep on my chest. A life like this. I love you, you love me. After finally wrapping up, Jung Chen realized that Su Yuexin was crying. He hurriedly reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. This song is called Simple Love. Like it? Ooh, love it. Happy yet? Happy. Let's go back then. It's so late and the boss is closing. When she left, Su Yuexin grabbed Jung Chen's arm and gripped it tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Jung Chen looked back at the name of the milk tea store, which was called In the Name of Love. I remembered that when I brought Su Qianxian here, it was because of this signboard. Not anymore, though, now that there's a better half. The owner of the milk tea store is called Zhao Long and he is 31 years old. Not wanting to face the problems of the family, he did not close the store and close immediately. When Jung Chen and the others left, he also hurriedly ran to the night market that hadn't yet closed its doors and bought a bouquet of flowers. Then it's off to the house on the bike. It was already 2 a.m. His wife, Zhou Lanlan, had finished coaxing the children and was waiting blankly by the window for her husband to come home. She was lost in thought as she looked out the window, wondering why she was waiting for that man, but getting used to waiting. Honey, I'm home. Zhou Lanlan turned around and was about to give him a scolding on why he came back so late. Instead, she saw her husband holding a cluster of brightly colored roses in both hands and bringing them to her on one knee. Tears still remained in Zhao Long's eyes. Wife, this flower is for you. I'm sorry, I've been cold since we got married. Zhou Lanlan froze in place, tears coming to her eyes. What are you doing up so late? I was worried about you. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Oh yeah. Didn't you say you really like listening to Jung Chen songs? Guess what I brought you? Zhao Long hurriedly showed Zhou Lanlan his lute, Jung Chen's and Su Yuexin's autographs, as well as a photo of him and Jung Chen together, and a video of Jung Chen singing to Su Yuexin. Zhou Lanlan snuggled into Zhao Long's arms and watched the video of Jung Chen singing to Su Yuexin as she laughed and cried. Zhao Long wiped Zhou Lanlan's tears, and Zhou Lanlan burrowed deeper into his arms. Love is a simple thing. Chapter 124, If you don't update, I'll die for you. The next day, the entire Bib and all the major short video platforms were exploded by Jung Chen and Su Yuexin. Originally thought that Jung Chen and Su Yuexin's public show of love was already explosive, and then suddenly came a reversal. Su Yuexin is the daughter of Su Dongmao, a top tycoon in Xia. People used to think that Su Yuexin could not match Jung Chen, but now they realize that Jung Chen, this kid earned hemp, evening the extremely rich woman and there's a video floating around. Zhao Long posted the video of Jung Chen bringing Su Yuexin to their store for milk tea and playing and singing a new song for Su Yuexin. This could numb the audience with envy. Everyone else is drinking celebratory drinks and you guys sneak off to fall in love? Damn it. I'm going to go beat up my boyfriend right now. If he doesn't coax me like this, he's done for. I'm so envious. Wow. How can anyone be so outrageous? Sweetness overload. Get me on insulin. You still have the face to coax your girlfriend. Don't you treat our fans as family if you don't send out a new song? And Zhao Long's milk tea store is on fire. The star effect is terrifying. Especially since last night was also the time when the finals of Crystal Girls were broadcast live. It was when Jung Chen and Su Yuexin's popularity was at its highest. Popped this video again and gave it plenty of backbone. CP fans went straight to ecstasy. Sunwon was in the studio, blinking at the screen full of news. This is outrageous. It felt shocking, but more than anything, it was hopeless. He had thought that after he came to Superstar Studio, he would be able to glean a few good songs from Jung Chen and punch a few quality charts. In that case, she could go for a dash when it came time to select the female vocalist of the year. As a result, let alone the best of the year, she couldn't even get the weekly list. It hasn't even been a few days since the last time Jiang Chen gave her Give Me a Reason to Forget on the charts. And her but hasn't even gotten hot yet. And now there's a later. Based on her years of experience, this song later should occupy the top spot on the charts for a very long time. And it would probably even catch fire for a very long time, with the potential to become a classic. There was also the song Simple Love that Jiang Chen had coaxed Su Yuexin with last night, which also sounded like a hit song. It's bad luck to run into these two in this day and age. It's been a real hit and miss since the two have been in the public eye. What's more, they've only just debuted and are only 22 years old. Jiang Chen was already back in work mode. He went back inside the crew. Finishing the Immortal Sword and Chivalry was the top priority now, and after he was done with this wave, he would really need to rest for a while. When it aired, the share he would be able to get as a writer and assistant director would be terrifying if it became a hit. When that happens, you can lay back and make money, and no one can stop me from swinging for the fences. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and pumped himself up. Besides, even if he doesn't have a career, he can still have a soft lunch. When he arrived at the set, all the actors, including the director, looked at Jiang Chen with a slightly odd gaze. Why? Because Su Yuexin was following Jiang Chen's side. Hello Director LV, Sister Yu and Brother Chow aren't available today, so I'm guest starring as Jiang Chen's assistant. Su Yuexin rushed to greet Lu Yicheng. Jiang Chen also felt a little embarrassed. He actually wasn't a person who liked to show his love in front of the public, as it would make him feel a little bit of a small shame. He introduced, "This Su Yuexin, our Superstar Studios artist, is also my girlfriend's part-time assistant." This was announced and all the actresses were a large lost scene. It's so solid. Su Yuexin was actually more curious about what Jiang Chen was like on set. Today's shooting was the episode where Zhao Linger left Jiang Chen after the Jade Buddha Temple. The main drama here is between Lin Yuru and Li Yi. Zhao Linger's departure was also the day when the relationship between Lin Yuru and Li Yi heated up. Su Yuexin watched the two play against each other from the side and surprisingly felt shocked. She had never seen Jiang Chen act before, and she didn't expect to feel so much. Because of Zhao Linger's departure, he got drunk and then Lin Yuru took good care of him on the side. For a moment, Su Yuexin actually really felt the pain within Jiang Chen's heart. Moreover, Su Yuexin noticed that Xia Si, who was also watching from the side, also had tears covering her eyes. She had a sudden epiphany, finally understanding why the people here looked at Jiang Chen differently. When Jiang Chen acted, he was so into the scene that he brought them into it too. It might be indistinguishable whether it was Jiang Chen or Li Yiwu who they loved. Luckily, though, she sensed the crisis and took the lead. Hey, a girl has to be proactive too. After the day's shooting duties were over, Jiang Chen went back inside the studio. The next thing he had to do was to give big fish to Fu Xiaoxing. Although Fu Xiaoxing's tone is very good, but in terms of a lot of details, it's far from Zhou Shen. This was the time when Jiang Chen was needed to guide and instruct. They all came inside the recording studio. Su Yuexin followed, and Sunwen was also curious about Xing's new song, so she followed. Just like he had brought Su Yuexin to sing before, Jiang Chen brought Fu Xiaoxing to sing this time as well. He's really being a father and a mother. Not only does the song have to come out of him, but he even has to lead the singing. After finishing the recording, Fu Xiaoxing was moved to tears. Brother Jiang, you're my god. Go to the side. In the future on any program to sing well. More commercial orders to our company to make money. Be disgraced by our face. Fu Xiaoxing's eyes instantly lit up and said very solemnly, "Don't worry, Brother Jiang, I will definitely work hard to earn money for the company." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This kind of employee's attitude. This capitalist liked it. Sunwen said blearily, "Good brother. Where's mine?" Jiang Chen's head was full of question marks. How long has it been since your song was released? Do you think I'm a song stockist? Don't you need inspiration to write songs? Isn't it, Jiang Chen? Although he is, he can't be. Depending on how you do on the King of Songs. If you do well, I'll write you a new song. Sunwen's eyes lit up again. Yes, do as I say. What about being a boss? You must paint the cake. Jiang Chen had realized it. At this time, Yu Si hurriedly ran over and said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Nelson over in the UK said that he's ready to send you the second half of the month's fee, and he said that if you don't update, he'll die for you. Jiang Chen? Is this what foreigners do when they push for more work? Chapter 125, Finishing Sherlock Holmes. Nelson's heart was bitter. It had been a long time since their publisher had published a phenomenal title, and he had expected the Sherlock Holmes mysteries to sell about 3 million copies. This is already considered excellent work as well, but since the release of the second installment out, The detective wave has swept right through the whole of Britain's all-ages readership with irreversible force. Because Sherlock Holmes, this role is really for them, is really too perfect. Has a super high IQ. For the search for the truth has a madman general obstinacy. The combination of genius and madman. This persona is very attractive. Only half a month has passed since the release of the second installment. And now the Sherlock Holmes mysteries has been covered by several media outlets and has even been hailed as the best detective novel of the last 50 years. It brought Nelson's publishing house a tremendous amount of money. But it was just too hot. 5 million copies have been sold in the UK alone. And that number is still rising. As the book has only just been released not long ago, the crooked man does things a little more wildly. And they give Nelson all kinds of physical threats to try to get him to come out with a new one quickly. In addition, some well-known big directors and cartoonists have found the value of Holmes' IP, and hope to come to talk to Nielsen about the copyright issues about movie and television or cartoonization. Nelson said their publisher didn't get the rights. The men, in turn, said they wanted to talk to Conan Doyle, but where was Nelson to know who this writer from the Summerland was oh so well? Looking at the account name Chen Jiang, it's obvious that he's an Englishman living in Xia. Idea had to be dashed as well. Nelson had already sent Jiang Chen many reminder messages, and the other party didn't reply every time. There was no way around it. He could only use his banknote ability. According to his last conversation with Jiang Chen, he understands that you only need to pay money for him to continue writing. Soon he received an email from Jiang Chen. It made Nelson blush. Fark, this greedy summer people. The moment I say pay me, they come back to me. And before that they pretended to be dead every day, didn't they? Jiang Chen's side replied, Dear Mr. Nelson, I've just finished my work and just saw the news. Scum talk. Nelson cursed inwardly. I'm very honored that the Sherlock Holmes mysteries has been a success. As I'm sure you know, a writer can be very irritable when he's under a deadline. Maybe a little mundane stuff to inspire me. Of course you must know what mundane stuff I'm talking about. I have all the plots in my head. I'll be sending them out to you as soon as I receive the mundane stuff. And the third one is the last one. The first two I have are actually quite thick, so if I really want to split it up, I might be able to send 10 books. Seeing this, Nelson was alarmed. Is this the end? That's not good. According to his judgment, a detective case in the form of a unit drama like this one could be written for quite a while. Just think of a few cases and you can water down a book. Whether it's poorly written or not, there's always going to be someone willing to pay for it with this huge fan base. So he took advantage of the fact that Jiang Chen was now paying attention to himself and hurriedly gave him a call. Jiang, hello, I'm Nelson. May I ask if you're in some kind of trouble? Jiang Chen was confused by what he heard. No, I'm very healthy. Then why did you finish Sherlock Holmes? We could have continued the serialization. With the heat of this work, Jiang Chen interrupted. Mr. Nelson, being crude is irresponsible to the readers. I didn't tell you to be crude. You could have written slower. I can't. I've run out of talent. Don't you joke with me like this. You Xia people have always been known for your hard work. How can you be lazy like this? Where am I kidding? I'm very busy. Writing novels is just my hobby. I have a job. Besides, I've already thought of the grand finale. You can't persuade me. Without further ado, give me the money first and I'll write the third installment for you. Jiang Chen directly hung up the phone. That pissed Nelson off. Pissed off. Stupid to the core. Loves money again and doesn't earn it when there's money to be made. Damn. So ungentlemanly. Nelson cursed as he prepared to go and call Jiang Chen. He froze for a moment. Did I not tell him about the comic rights? Never mind. Give it to him in the mailbox. Soon Jiang Chen received the money from the other side of the ocean. This time, but even the sales of 2 books stacked together. Just half a month. Jiang Chen got a shocking 7 million. Or deducted taxes. Su Yuexin was sitting next to Jiang Chen at the moment, watching his cell phone prompting the arrival of 7 million. The two men looked at each other. Jiang Chen scratched his head, embarrassed, said, casually write a novel. We do not know crooked people so love to see you see this money earned. Su Yuexin propped up her chin and stared at Jiang Chen's face, incredulously saying, you're working so hard for the company, not only going for acting, but also writing novels. Jiang Chen straightened his back when he heard this. You know, I've always been very responsible. As the boss, I have to make benefits for the company. We've just started. It's the time when we need money. Alas, it's not easy for me, your boyfriend. I'm going to go take on a little more business then, and give you a share. That won't be necessary. In fact, you call your father-in-law. Stop it. We're on our own. Not on him. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Can you say you don't rely on it? Our studio boss's boss is your own father. By the way, today my brother transferred 40% of our studio to my name. Jiang Chen was directly confused after hearing this. This was too much child's play. But when you think about it, it's all homegrown. Boss Su also gave himself 30% is already enough. Su Yuexin is their Su family orthodoxy. So I'm a boss now too. Bosses should act like bosses. If you need any help, just say so. Su Yuexin rolled up her sleeves and looked like she wanted to do something big. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, I'm going to start coding, but I've been shooting all day today and my shoulders are sore. So rub my shoulders. I mean business. Gosh, isn't it proper for me to ask for some relief from my fatigue as a person who works hard for the company and struggles to make money late into the night? I'll make you square. Ow, ouch, 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 are you trying to kill someone?" Chapter 126, All Superstars products are fine products. Windflower is a band under Strawberry Entertainment and a newcomer that Strawberry Entertainment has been promoting, but it hasn't been particularly hot so far. This band has strength. The lead singer Tana is very powerful. High notes can soar to make people's scalp numb, but they rely on covers of other people's songs. Fire has never been their own masterpiece. Strawberry Entertainment also had their own producer customize the song specifically for them, but it didn't fire at all when it was released. It's embarrassing, and it's hard to call what didn't catch fire a masterpiece. So Strawberry Entertainment came up with the idea of asking Jiang Chen to help out. Any more awesome producer will pull down at some point, but there's one exception, and that's Jiang Chen. For this reason, Strawberry Entertainment used the spots on King of Songs to make a deal with Superstar Studios. Today, they finally received this song written by Jiang Chen. Band, female vocals. When these two elements were combined together, a name directly came to Jiang Chen's mind, Fire Orchestra. This band was also a legendary band in Jiang Chen's past life, and the first album released just after their debut was On Fire. Of course, this band was forced to leave later on due to conflicts with the lead singer, and the lead singer, John Wenting, was forced to leave, so much so that their popularity also came and went in a hurry. The song Jiang Chen chose for manhwa band was Our Love. This is the most classic song of the Fire Orchestra. It would not be Jiang Chen's fault if this is not sung with fire. It's definitely sincere to pick this song for them. Strawberry Entertainment at this time. All the members of the band came together in great excitement when lead singer Tana got the song in her hands. Tana's entire body froze. Hiss, this song, so high, so cool, so good for me. Jiang Chen's product is a masterpiece. We're going to be on fire. Hurry up and rehearse. Let's just blow the house down at the show. As the chairman of the board, Meng Jian also sneaked into the rehearsal site of the Windflower Band, and after hearing the effect, he was also very satisfied. He also knew music and knew that this song Our Love could definitely become the signature of the Windflower Band. It seems like Jiang Chen still knows what he's doing, and didn't shoddily perfume us. By now, Jiang Chen had helped their company revitalize Yu Fei Xiong and the Windflower Band. As for Wang Yi, do not recognize, fought from the kimchi country back as a senior goods, did not think it is a pitiful, first with him to terminate the contract. Beyond that, their company's Big Fish animation production team also received a song from the Superstar Studios side, as their big project coming online. This animated movie is a big production with hundreds of millions of dollars invested in it, and it's been in the works for years. Ma Sanwan, as the head of the project, he was also very nervous. When he heard that the song was not sung by Jiang Chen, he was greatly disappointed. Didn't we ask for Jiang Chen to sing? Why did you give it to Fu Xiaoxing to sing? They're too irresponsible. Boss, the people over at Superstar Studio said that Fu Xiaoxing is the most suitable. Bullshit. Jiang Chen, is just playing a big game, just trying to be lazy. Ma Sanwan put on her headphones with a displeased look on her face, having had little hope. As a result, the next moment, when Fu Xiaoxing's ethereal voice came out, his entire body was dumbfounded. Look at the color of the sea and the sky, listen to the wind and the rain, and hold your son's hand and blow it away. Listening to it, Ma Sanwan was actually moved to tears. All the way up until that soprano chant came on, all the emotion melted into waves that crashed through his tear ducts. Aya mama, this voice is also too suitable. Fu Xiaoxing's voice is really good. Very poignant, very ethereal. Fortunately Jiang Chen know how not to sing it himself. Or else you can sing this song to the bad. The members of the production team, watching Ma Sanwan's lightspeed change of face, also wanted to say something. Who was the one who said Jiang Chen was being lazy and playing a big game just now? So the decision was made to go with this song? Decision made. Hurry up and cut it into the main movie. And oh yeah, I'm going to edit in the chanting part of that episode. Superstar Studios received superb reviews from Strawberry Entertainment. They said they would come back to Jiang Chen to write songs in the future. Jiang Chen said that he would have to add money later. Meanwhile, Yao Yu, who was the president of the Summer Ancient Poetry Association, had already arrived at the central vast building. The director of Summer National Treasure, Wang Jianda, used Jiang Chen to top an issue in a strange trick last time, and did not expect to directly break the ratings record of this program, and he was praised by the above, and said that the next time there is a variety show also asked him to be a director. That's why Wang Jianda is now in the springtime. Yo, what's up with old Yao? You're free to see me today? Wang Jianda was also a bit surprised to see Yao Yu come to him. The two have known each other since they were students, but now they are in more different fields, so they haven't interacted with each other for a long time. Yao Yu sat down and sighed. Looking for you is of course asking for your help. What do you want to help? Explain first. If it's about your Watsit association, don't look for me. Last time you guys messed around with Jiang Chen for a bit. That public opinion pressure is too much for me to handle. What are you talking about? It's not us making a scene. It's some people in the association who received ill-gotten gains from capitalists and deliberately smeared Jiang Chen. Come on, you better get down to business. Yao Yu handed over a thick planning book in his hand to Wang Jianda. Looking at Wang Jianda's puzzled eyes, Yao Yu said, "This is a synthesizer plan that Jiang Chen wrote to me. Isn't your summer treasure almost finished? See if you can pick this up." Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen, can sing and act. Can he still be a variety show planner? Don't just say it. Look at it first. Wang Jianda opened it and looked at it, his expression turning from disbelief to growing gravity. Time passed, and his whole being was thrown into it. Every now and then you close your eyes and think about the possibility of some process going through. About half an hour later, Wang Jianda took a deep breath and said with an excited expression, "Honestly speaking, this summer poetry competition is completely feasible. It makes poetry learning competitive and adds a lot of fun aspects to it. And a lot of people nowadays don't even know how to play flying flower order. Right? I also think it's totally fucked up. I have to apply for a project. Now the Central Broadcasting Station has given me the task of attracting more young people as well as maintaining the popularity of traditional culture. And I feel that this summer poetry conference fits perfectly." Chapter 127 Recruiting Artists and the Voice. Fan Chang was also very shocked when he realized that Su Yuexin was Su Dongmao's daughter, but he quickly realized that he was afraid that he had messed with Su Dongmao, because Lisheng Entertainment had rumored about Su Yuexin before. With Su Dongmao's vindictive personality, there was no way that he would tolerate it. And of course, the last interception has been determined to be the work of the Su family. Of course later on, whether it was a rumor against Jiang Chen or an attempt to block Sunwon, the two sides had secretly exchanged blows many times. Jiang Chen is an anomaly. Trying to deal with Jiang Chen isn't very realistic anymore. It's a waste of money and energy. Let me think. After thinking for a moment, Van Chang smiled again. Oh, they'll definitely want to upgrade the studio into an entertainment company, in which case they'll have to recruit, and I'd like to see where they can do it. Van Chang, who thought he had thought of a way out, was happy again. He was going to go to the office tonight to see which of the little fuddy-duddies trying to get to the top needed a chance, and use it as a way to lighten the mood. And at that moment the superstar workroom, Su Tianyang is here. Seeing Su Yuexin standing with Jiang Chen made him feel uncomfortable all over, but he's here today to talk business. Fu Xiaoxing, Sun Wen, Yu Si, and Wei Chao were all called over. It was kind of the first meeting of the studio. Su Tianyang told them, Superstar Studio is currently on track, but as you can feel, our studio's current revenue situation is very good. There's plenty of money left over, and I'm going to be investing more this 100 years, so we're perfectly capable of expanding the scale of our operations. Yu Si and Sun Wen looked at each other and nodded lightly. They were the ones who had judged in advance that Superstar Studio would be moving towards a big entertainment company in the future, and that was why they had come to defect. Coming early is the backbone. There aren't many artists to train up front, so a lot of resources will be focused on them. Our next job is to recruit artists, and as for the requirements of artists, we have to have people of good character. Speaking here, Su Tianyang deliberately glanced at Wei Chao. This was a bit embarrassing for Wei Chao, who had previously brought in two artists with questionable character. In addition to that, we have to look at the ability of these artists, whether they are actors or singers. Character first, ability second, and face value at will. I'll leave this one to you, Chao. Wei Chao nodded. Promise to complete the mission. Su Tianyang continued. Then you see, You also have a lot of experience as an agent. I think that we should recruit more assistants. At least Fu Xiaoxing and Sun Wen should have their own assistants, right? I suggest it's one assistant for one artist. The matter of assistants must be carefully considered. It's best if they are newcomers. The newcomers won't have any problems, but it'll require you to bring them along. Can you do that? Yusi nodded. This showed that she had some power now. At least the status was above all the agents or assistants. No problem. I can get the recent graduates from my alma mater's side. Su Tianyang then looked at Jiang Chen again as he said indifferently, as for you Jiang Chen, aha, the Sherlock Holmes mysteries that you wrote has been a huge success over in the UK, and as far as I know, that side is already planning to movie and TV this IP. You are also good at writing scripts. If you are free, you can try to be the one to draw up the script, and make all the money by yourself. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Can I say that I want to be a salted fish lying down to make money? Me. Looking at the other's expectant eyes, Jiang Chen said bitterly, I can only try. There's also the fact that you saved your talent in songwriting. Although it's good to write songs for other people, you first need to get yourself up. At least become a Heavenly King superstar, because you're the signature of our company. The first thing that comes to mind when mentioning Superstar Studio is you. Don't worry, I've got the numbers. Our side is still one of the biggest theater companies in the country. If you can write movie scripts, we have a great advantage in scheduling. Do you want to try? Just writing a script. Jiang Chen was absolutely and completely fine with it, and could totally buy it from the system. Just don't let him act it out and everything will be fine. You're so young. You have to sing and do TV dramas and write songs and novels. And if you have to make a movie, you'll die of exhaustion. Won't you? Su Tianyang then looked at Su Yuexin, and after a moment of contemplation, said, as for you, you can see to it yourself. Finally, Su Tianyang explained some more about their business and talked about some product endorsement issues. Jiang Chen hadn't endorsed any products yet, and many businesses had already offered Jiang Chen sky-high contracts. It's really just a matter of shooting a promo for a set photo and getting millions and millions of dollars. Huawei cell phone wants to ask you to endorse. They gave a 3-year $15 million endorsement contract. This price is not particularly high, but this brand is a brand that our country secretly supports. What do you think? Jiang Chen froze for a moment and pointed at himself. I'm so valuable? OV Cellular is looking for you and is even willing to give a 5-year, $50 million contract. You don't know what you're worth, do you? Jiang Chen immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It seemed like he had underestimated himself after all. Reasonably, that's a lot of money to go out and make. But don't be greedy with this kind of stuff. The ones that pay a lot of money will have a lot of terms and restrictions. Just listen to Boss Su. He won't screw himself. In recent years a lot of flopping traffic stars have become more and more common, and the ones who suffer are still the businesses they endorse. It's a big gamble every time you ask a traffic star to endorse you. The other side, if they don't roll over, can definitely have an extremely high fan effect, especially in the rice community. But once the car rolled over, not only the money went out for nothing, the brand image has to be damaged. There are even some brands whose spokespersons have just flopped and then flopped again with a new spokesperson. At one time the writer also thought that Cohen would never cave in. Who knew he would put chicken essence in his fried noodles? Jiang Chen was different. He was the artist who was officially announced to have a girlfriend. There would be no fear of flipping out in your love life. No problem. When will it be done? I can have their person in charge come over tomorrow. It's best to write a theme song for them. And of course the money won't be less for you. Our Su family has a pretty good relationship with the Huawei group as well. Jiang Chen nodded. He had such a big traffic appeal now. It would be a waste if he didn't play some role. Is there anything else you want? No more. Su Tianyang paused, then added, my dad told me to tell you not to bully UXIN, or else he'll break your legs. Superstar Studios' assistant recruitment information was also quickly posted on the job site. On top of that, Jiang Chen also asked LVE Chun to mobilize his contacts, going to an advertisement at schools like the Chinese Opera and the Shanghai Opera. Superstar Studios called for artists now, not just anyone, of course. This is also subject to an interview. Van Sheng naturally saw the messages. He laughed coldly. Surprisingly, you chose to train newcomers? Oh, it's a pity. What's the attraction for you guys? Fan Sheng immediately called those other entertainment companies about it. Those old bosses were also smart and quickly knew what to do. What newcomers need most is opportunity and platform. And they surely don't know a lot of things. Bluffing them with the name of a big company. Are they still afraid that they can't rob a studio? If it was the rice circle effect, Jiang Chen and the others didn't have it. because Jiang Chen and Su Yuexin had both made official announcements. It was equivalent to losing the support of the Rice Circle. But no one is going to go over there just because the girl of their dreams is in the superstar studio. Regardless, at this time within the Immortal Sword crew, everyone has seen the news that Superstar Studios is looking for artists. Most of the actors here are newcomers who haven't proved themselves on any stage yet, and many of them are still unsigned. By the time this show airs, they'll be considered out of the gate. It's only at that point that they'll be approached by an agency. Now, however, seeing Superstar Studios recruiting, they're all a little heartened. Ugh, do you guys think it's okay to go to Superstar Studios? Okay, it's too good. Director Jiang is different now. His father-in-law is the richest man in the world. Then if we go for an interview, will Director Jiang open the back door for us? We'll ask when Director Jiang comes. Jiang Chen felt the enthusiasm of many people when he arrived at the set today. Many people were serving Jiang Chen tea with a flattering face, confusing Jiang Chen. What's the matter? You guys? Wouldn't want me to put on a show for you guys? Would you? I'm a man of principle. Xiaxi's good roommate Deng Xiaojia said coyly. Director Jiang, I heard that your studio is hiring. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and looked into the eyes of the others, quickly understanding what they meant. These newcomers haven't signed up with an agency yet, and they're also afraid of signing up with some dodgy agency that will hide them to death. The kind that can only use subterfuge for resources. Compared to those big entertainment companies, these actors who had been hanging out with Jiang Chen for so long obviously had a bit more trust in him. You guys have ideas about this? Yes. You won't hide us, will you? You won't subvert us, right? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a straight face, be serious, I'm the one with a girlfriend. What he didn't notice was that when he said this, Xiaxi and the other three female lead actors immediately flashed a hint of darkness in their complexion. Based on Jiang Chen's observations, Deng Xiaojia was actually quite a talented actor. She is progressing very fast on set and will definitely have a bigger stage in the future. Fate is also amazing. In her previous life, Deng Xiaojia, who played the Poison Lady, was also notorious at first, and then Tang's acting rules were recognized. Jiang Chen told them, signing a contract is a big deal, and although our studio welcomes newcomers, everything in the future is uncertain, so I hope you'll consider it carefully, because I definitely can't promise how many dramas I'll give you each year. The crowd was also what into contemplation. Jiang Chen continued, but what's certain is that there's a second installment of Immortal Sword, and you guys will definitely be prioritized as the lead actors by then. It made everyone's eyes light up again. They can't wait to turn the tables on this show. However, Jiang Chen still told them to consider it carefully, as it was a major life event after all. But it didn't go well on Wei Chao's side. He took a trip to the upper theater to try to find some good actors to join Superstar Studios, but when he got there he realized that someone had already beat him to it. Just yesterday, a group of several entertainment companies, including Lisheng Entertainment and Natural Entertainment, came to recruit new actors. Some good seedlings were picked off. How can they stand up to the big company's pie in the sky? Wei Chao went on to visit some music colleges, but invariably they were snapped up. How could he not understand now that those entertainment companies were targeting their superstar studio? Knowing that they want to develop new people, they cut off the source of new people first. Only some of the students who liked Jiang Chen or Su Yuexin a lot were willing to come to the interview. Jiang Chen was also furious when he found out about this news. It's not a good idea to be fucking bullied by these dogs all the time, he said to Wei Chao. Then, let's leave it for now, and wait for the school year to start before we go see the new graduating class. I might have some good seedlings here, so you can ask about their wishes if you're free. Well, damn them dogs be damned. How many times have they targeted us? Jiang Chen gave Su Tianyang a call, and told him about the newcomers being signed away early by several major companies. Su Tianyang was also very angry after hearing this, but being targeted is to be expected. Except that there's nothing to counter it yet. Boss Su, I have an idea. What idea? What do you say we make our own talent variety show? Find our own talent and sign them ourselves. Su Tianyang frowned. It's not very easy. It needs some innovative points. We use blind audition mode. Just listen to the voice, not the face. How's that? Su Tianyang was startled by this brainchild of Jiang Chen's. That's a bit of a bold idea. We face the whole population. Each province has a station. And finally a certain number of people are selected to come to the broadcast stage to show off. 4 mentors are invited. Each teacher takes a team. And when the contestants sing, they can only turn their backs, and turn around only when they are impressed by the contestants' voices. Jiang Chen gave Su Tianyang a big speech, which made Su Tianyang's scalp numb. Why do you seem to have a sense of style? Finally Jiang Chen came in with, this program will be called The Voice of Xia, we'll only watch the voice. Su Tianyang took a deep breath and said, you write out the detailed planning. It's a big project, and it's also going to be selected from the whole country. I'm going to ask Strawberry Entertainment and Penguin Video if they're interested. If they look at it and think it's good too, then maybe it's really feasible. Chapter 128, It's not bad to be a variety show. There is no such thing as a good voice in this time and place. The flow of the program that had already been broadcasted in Jiang Chen's last life was something that had never appeared in this world. This beat button turn. Remember when The Voice Season 1 first came out? This blind audition mode was quite popular, but The Voice is also famously a shady show. If it's not shady, it must be a pretty good race. So Jiang Chen's goal was to not be shady. Their parent company is rich enough that they don't need to engage in shady practices to profit. That night, Jiang Chen handed over the planning book to Su Tianyang. Su Tianyang ran to Meng Jian of Strawberry Entertainment again. Seeing Su Tianyang come to find himself, Meng Jian was also very surprised. How come Xian nephew Su is free to come see me again? Alas, I know about your recruiting channels being monopolized by those companies, but I can assure you that we at Strawberry Entertainment definitely didn't do it. If you guys do it, I won't come to you. You don't want my help, do you? I'm afraid I'm a little. Su Tianyang threw the plan for The Voice of Xiaoguo to Meng Jian, looking for you to cooperate. See for yourself if you're interested. Forget it if you're not. With a puzzled mood, Meng Jian opened this book of variety planning. He ended up looking at it with eyes as wide as brass bells. Ouch, what a great idea. Su Tianyang frowned and said, engage or not, our two families work together, and when the time comes for the singers who make it to the finals, we'll all both finish it together. Meng Jian also frowned and scratched his head. Sage nephew, is this reasonable to only look at the voice and not the face? You don't really think everyone only looks at face value, do you? Besides, as long as it's not ugly. Meng Jian's mind was still spinning for a while, because in their opinion, entertainers should be groomed and have a rigid height and face value. That's how people like it when it appears on screen. The ones with relatively poor face value are difficult to market, and are usually variety artists or artists with absolute power. If you don't have the power, you can't market it no matter how much you market it. In that case, when we choose someone, you choose the one with high face value, and we'll choose the strong one. Xian nephew Su, aren't you insulting me? You won't cooperate. Then I'll find someone else. Oops, wait. Who said no deal? What you just said is unreasonable. I think we still have to pick the top-ranked one. Otherwise won't I lose out? Su Tianyang smiled. He knew that Meng Jian was unwilling to suffer. Then let's make a deal. Together with the sponsorship, I'll go to Penguin Video side later. They should have no problem. After all, I heard that they are also planning a music variety show. That might as well just run the talent show through to the end. The two had a very quick conversation, and Meng Jian also sighed after sending Su Tianyang away. If their two companies co-produce this variety show, they are really joining together to become a grasshopper on a rope. Like Fan City, they would definitely consider themselves enemies as well. This wave isn't going to screw up my company, is it? But this apprehension only flickered, and Meng Jian's eyes instantly became firm. Doesn't matter, trust Jiang Chen. Penguin's side originally wanted to do an audio variety, the kind that invites some famous singers to sing, but it's been slow to be finalized until now. On the one hand, it came across Mango's ace program King of Songs, a program that is significantly more appealing to powerful singers. Even if they could be invited, they'd still be picked over by Mango. Due to the great success of Chosen Sun and Crystal Girls, it has made Penguin Video's ambition not to be satisfied with just doing well second or third tier variety shows. Just as they were fretting about their next variety project, Su Tianyang arrived. Since they worked together on two ace variety shows, the relationship is actually quite good. You need my stage. I need your money. Take what you need. The head of Penguin Video's variety section is named Sujin. After meeting Sujin, Su Tianyang also opened the door and asked, do you have any ideas for your next audio variety? There's a certain idea but it hasn't been finalized yet. Does Xiao Su have any suggestions? How about continuing to make picks? Sujin said with some surprise, we just finished 2 picks, and we're still picking this year, which I'm afraid will cause aesthetic fatigue. Su Tianyang gave her the planning book, then calmly said, you guys did the boys' talent show and girls' talent show first. Do you want to try the vegetarian talent show? Sujin opened the planning book Su Tianyang had given him. Come prepared. After reading it, Sujin's eyes also became gloomy. She didn't even have that kind of face value concern, and said directly, we'll take this project. And in terms of sponsorship, are we going to find it ourselves or are you going to find it? It's not just us this time, but Strawberry Entertainment will also come to sponsor you. Good. Then the 4 mentors at the top of this planner are yours to choose as well. Su Tianyang pondered for a moment, then nodded as well. Yes. Jiang Chen went to a show hosted by Hijio. Happy departure. This kind of program was still quite torturous for Jiang Chen. For being happy, but he's really so unhappy. But he came with a mission. Louis Yichang told him that he should remember to advertise Immortal Sword and Sorcery on the show. Hijio said feel free to fight. Their show was originally made to advertise for artists to come up. After the program ended, Jiang Chen was also invited to have dinner with these hosts of the Happy Family. I wanted to say no, but they were all too enthusiastic. At the dinner table, Hijio talked about the current state of variety arts. It's really hard for our station to do variety shows now. Alas, it's said that our Happy Departure is going to be overhauled. In fact, I myself think it's too entertaining and not nutritious, but after all, it's also a program that I've been supporting for more than 10 years. Several of the other presenters also expressed their sentiments. With their current abilities, they are not afraid of not having a job. Jiang Chen was eating and said he couldn't join the conversation. Until Hijio talked, if there is any innovative variety show would be good. Now either the sound variety show is to eat, drink and play. Always feel that the variety show actually have more space to be right. Xiao Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Chen froze for a moment. You're asking me? How would I know? Let's just talk about it. There's no need to be shy. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Mr. He, and all you good brothers and sisters, have you ever played Script Kill? What's wrong? You want to play? No. I mean, actually Script Killing could be made into a role-playing variety show. Everyone at the dinner table looked at each other in disbelief as soon as these words came out of Jiang Chen's mouth. A pair of eyes then stared straight at Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, go on. Chapter 129, he wrote Sherlock Holmes to death. Jiang Chen coughed dryly twice, put down his looking chopsticks and said, nowadays, young people love to play with script kills, so if we use script kills as a prototype for a variety show, I personally think it's perfectly fine. The rules of the game just put 6 people, substituting a homicide scene. Everyone plays one of the identities, which includes the detective, the murderer and a few other suspects, in which the detective session we can be divided into eliciting the case, focusing on the introduction, the first round of the search for evidence, the collective discussion, the second round of the search for evidence, and a second collective discussion, and finally all of them, based on the results of the discussion, the vote for the murderer based on their own subjective judgment. As for trying to make the show more meaningful, the scripts for each episode can be a big deal, and each episode can have a different theme, but it must end up being thought-provoking, such as today's hot-button issues of controlling parenting, smiling depressives, and school violence. It may seem like a different way of playing detective, but at the end of the day the viewers will realize that they've been educated a little bit. And what about this show? I think it could be titled Star Detective. Seeing that everyone was silent, Jiang Chen thought that he had said something wrong, so he coughed dryly and said, cough, cough. I'm just talking casually, so you guys pretend that you didn't hear anything. Let's continue eating. Unexpectedly, Hijio stood up with unusual excitement. Xiao Jiang, you're a genius. Others chimed in. I feel like this brainchild is totally fine. This idea is just fantastic. I think it's totally fine. How about just setting up a program? Jiang Chen still interrupted their excitement. He said, if you're hoping to pick up happy-go-lucky with a show like this, my advice is forget it. For what? Because it costs a lot to do each installment. You need to build the set, you need to prepare the props, and it takes a long time to even come up with a good script. So if you don't have enough time to prepare it, it's bound to end up being shoddy. There's also the fact that, Jiang Chen continued after a pause, being on TV would limit a lot of things, and we'd have to rely on some horror elements to attract viewers, which can only be aired on online platforms, and only in online video platforms can we flex our creative muscles to the upper limit. Jiang Chen spoke eloquently for a while, bluffing everyone here. Finally he said, I actually have the planning book, and I've already written all the cases for the first season. Mr. He, if you think that Mango is interested in this variety format, you can look for me to buy it. I actually want a share of the program on the line, and if it doesn't work out, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Penguin Video, and I'm actually quite good with that side of the relationship. What words? What is this? Has our Mango channel ever treated you badly? We even invited your girlfriend as the debut of King of Song contest. What do they have in Penguin video? They can't even control the black curtains. Tell you what, you can be the director of this variety show you just mentioned. Jiang Chen's scalp directly tingled when he heard this, and he instantly stood up. No, that's not necessary. I'll leave the work to you guys. The collection of money I mean. I'm busy. We're not even halfway through the filming of The Crew right now. Finally, under the friendly negotiation between both parties, Jiang Chen sold another business. They were willing to give $2 million to buy the planning book in Jiang Chen's hands, and 10% of the share of the subsequent program's revenue went to Superstar Studio. Jiang Chen was in a wonderful mood. That's how you make money. Fast and comfortably. After he was done being happy, he also moved his fingers and sent Nelson the already written Sherlock Holmes Mysteries 3. The British side. Nelson was also incredibly excited after receiving the third installment of Jiang Chen's Sherlock Holmes. He immediately printed out the entire book and then read it beautifully to himself. Although he cursed Jiang Chen dog author every day, but he is also a big fan of Sherlock Holmes. It's time to watch Dear Mr. Holmes in action again. After a few hours had passed, Nelson was on a high, but ended up seeing the end of it and just bursting into a rage. What did he see? In the last case, Holmes falls off the deep end with the villainous Moriarty and dies with him. Nelson eagerly turned another page, expecting a reversal. As a result, his entire body was outright terrified. The book is finished. Oh ha, Jiang, you're such a badass. Damn it, Fark, not answering the phone, not checking the mailbox. Why don't you go die? Aha. What's wrong? What's wrong, President? What happened? Hello, the editor who unearthed Sherlock Holmes, rushes in when he hears the cranky roar of the president's office and the sound of a teacup being shattered. He thinks the president has encountered a mugger. The result was to see Nelson paralyzed on the couch with a lifeless look on his face. President, what's wrong with you? Nelson tossed Ello the Sherlock Holmes Mysteries 3 he was holding. See for yourself. Ello's eyes lit up. Ha, the third part is already out? It's pretty fast. Was it poorly written? Sucks. President, you can't say that. Every author's writing level fluctuates from high to low. After all, he's the one who brought us such a large amount of sales. I think that even if there are loopholes in some of the cases, they're still flawed. Ello chattered as she flipped through it. Geez, this Valley of Terror piece is great. TSK. President, I don't think there's any problem. Hiss. The biggest villain turned out to be Professor Moriarty. He actually manipulated a criminal empire. Aha. Elro angrily slammed the book to the ground. Fark, where is this Conan Doyle? I'm going to kick his ass. Chapter 130, this author is a rebel. After both of them calmed down, their faces became very grave. President, are you sure you want to send out this third part? Ello had a worried look in her eyes. As a die-hard Sherlock Holmes fan, he knew how much this grand finale hurt all the fans of the book. This would be more than just sending razor blades if radical readers saw it. Nelson was walking around his office. He could have actually revised the last chapter. But he wasn't the author and didn't have that power. Soon, his eyes sharpened. Just post it. What, President? You have to think about it. You communicate with Conan Doyle. Let him revise the content. When it comes to this author, Nelson is angry. Can't get in touch at all. Except when it's time to hand out money. He had never seen such a money-minded author. Not pure at all. And the key was to write a book that was so popular. This dog author can't be counted on. But we also surprisingly went straight to first place. Strongly urge Conan Doyle to revise the ending or he'll wait for me to shoot him in the face. He created the greatest detective of all time and gave him the most shameful end. Conan Doyle be damned. Does anyone know who Conan Doyle really is? I'm looking for him for something. There are authors who don't realize what a mess they've written until they get a beating. The exasperation of the bibliophiles surprised all the eaters. Those who haven't read it yet have also looked it up to see who this Sherlock Holmes is. And good grief. It's just a fictional avatar. What kind of character is this that fascinates these Brits so much? Out of curiosity, more and more people are purchasing the Sherlock Holmes Mysteries ebook. Physical books aren't even sold enough in the UK itself, so other countries will have to buy ebooks to read them. However, as long as they were purchased from regular channels, a portion of the money would also belong to Jiang Chen. That's why authors who write books that explode across the globe have financial resources beyond imagination. The Sherlock Holmes wave is spreading all over the world on Twitter, resulting in a bounty on someone named Sherlock Holmes for all fans of the book. At this time, UC approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you need to be more careful when you go out these days. Jiang Chen was confused. What's wrong? Is there someone else who dares to make a move on a public figure like me? Yusi was silent for a moment and showed him a screenshot of the recent trending searches on Twitter and some of the netizens' comments. Jiang Chen took a look at it, and then his entire body went numb, just glancing over. 9 out of 10 comments are dangling a bounty on an author named Conan Doyle. What happened? What did I do? Did I invent controlled fusion or something? You've written Holmes to death. Just this? Acting like you're going to kill me over a fictional character. As far as that goes? Jiang Chen couldn't accept it even more. But Yusi said helplessly, this time, your book is really bursting into flames. But it's also really pissing off the public, I think. It's better for you to change it if you can. Or you'll be exposed sooner or later. Jiang Chen was rebellious at this time. Who's the author? I'll just not change it. I really don't believe that they can suspect the author of this book to be a big star from Xia. Would you believe me if I said that? No one will believe me even if I admit it. So just put your mind at ease. That being said, Jiang Chen had an uneasy feeling. Chapter 131, it's bad. The vest will be stripped off. What's the saying? Never underestimate the ability of the netizens to draw out the truth. The tweets were so good that even people on the summer side of the country knew about it, and they had actually heard the name Holmes. So, one of the summer bloggers posted a clue. In fact, as early as when the Sherlock Holmes mysteries was not yet on sale, we had heard of Sherlock Holmes' name. And it's no surprise that our side of the summer is the first to know the news of Sherlock Holmes. And everyone who wants to know who the author of the book is, I also have clear clues here. Everyone please take a look at this video interview. And all of the clues point to a song, the 7th chapter of the night. And the song also points to its creator, Jiang Chen. Originally, many people thought that this is the summer of the blogger in the high. After all, Sherlock Holmes is how to see how it is not possible to be written by the summer of the novels out of the country well. But after someone with a good mind went to seek confirmation, it turned out to be true. The video of Jiang Chen's original interview was half a month earlier than the release of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. It's a fictional character whose real name should be Sherlock Holmes. You actually wrote such a song for a fictional character? Yes, I think the character is very attractive. Can you tell us about the book? The Sherlock Holmes Mysteries, by Conan Doyle, which I also came across by accident, has some very compelling stories in it. This interview was followed by the blogger's original song, Chapter 7 of the Night, and an English translation of the lyrics. A large number of fans of the book flocked to this blog, and then the more they read, the more finicky it became. This song, it's great, but besides being good, Holmes' true fans see all the messages embedded within the lyrics. Oh my gosh, the writer of this song is a genius. Every lyric corresponds to a case within the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. A bit of science for those who don't know. The typewriter continues to push the next line closer to the truth. And this line represents Holmes' deduction in the case for identity that Wendy Banker, by the mutilated E and R on the typewritten note, is Angel. The bloody opening represents the first case Holmes and Watson handled, a study in scarlet letter. The sound of an unoccupied carriage, representing the lone rider, in which Holmes and Watson find Violet Smith's empty carriage in the countryside on the Surrey border and conclude that Miss Smith has suffered misfortune. Knowing more and more, people realize just how much thought Jiang Chen had put into writing the lyrics. That's a lot to say about knowing the plot backwards and forwards. So Jiang is a friend of Conan Doyle's. He saw it a long time ago. Finally a clue. Just ask this Jiang should know where Conan Doyle is, right? Do you guys think there's a possibility that River is Conan Doyle? Don't make such ridiculous guesses. It looks as if we've been descended from the author's intellect. Broder had been following the story recently, and when he saw the news, his entire body was glowing. He first asked Nelson for proof, but Nelson refused to say anything, leaving him with the words, "You should understand from watching Sherlock Holmes that there are times when the truth is absurd." Broad felt like he was having a revelation, and everything pointed to the Xiaoman named Jiang Chen. He must get the rights this time and use the IP of Sherlock Holmes to make a movie. Taking advantage of this wind, he will have fans to buy it even if he makes a flop. Of course, he must have been running for a good movie. Broder wasn't the only director with this idea either, as many well-known directors started looking up Conan Doyle. Only they weren't so decisive as to come to the Summerlin to ask for proof in person. While the other directors hesitated, Broder had already put on his assistant and boarded the plane. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically as he watched the twitchy people on Twitter. "You can't lose this vest. That's going to be a problem if you drop it. Pa, help me. I'm going to be net-bombed by savage crooked people." Jiang Chen hugged Su Yuexin's thigh and cried. The corners of Su Yuexin's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since she got together with Jiang Chen, this brat was not being proper at all. She certainly knew the situation Jiang Chen was facing right now. Well, Well, wouldn't it be better if you brought Holmes to life? Why do you have to antagonize the readers? But the Sherlock Holmes mysteries given by the system just ends when you fall off a cliff. Yeah, of course Jiang Chen had read it, and the version he read was Sherlock Holmes Comes to Life. It is said that Conan Doyle originally finished writing Holmes dead in the last case, but a large number of fans at the time strongly demanded that Holmes must be resurrected, and the author himself underestimated the impact of the detective he had written. So Conan Doyle was finally forced to write the sequel so that Holmes didn't fall to his death. Without a ready-made copy, Jiang Chen was too lazy to write his own, so he used this initial ending. Who knew that the internet age, more than the days when Conan Doyle serialized Sherlock Holmes, would be able to spread the word and influence spread very quickly? The other side is coming to Summerlin to find someone. Su Yuexin fiddled with Jiang Chen's hair, making it more comfortable for him to rest his head on her knee. In fact, the best exposure is nothing. Here is the summer country. Those radicals are not likely to come here to beat you up. Only now the pressure of public opinion is indeed relatively large. Can't hide it is also sooner or later. In the future, if the film and television, anime this IP is ultimately to hang your name. Is it okay to hang Superstar Studios? Is this different from hanging the name Jiang Chen? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Superstar really had to disband without him. That was no joke. If Superstar Studio was a big tree, then Jiang Chen was the trunk and the others were just branches. Su Yuexin comforted. But I still suggest you resurrect Holmes. We don't need to hard knife a character and offend so many fans abroad, right? Jiang Chen said bitterly. I've been busy lately hearing that presidents say that a director is coming for me. It's okay, leave this to me. I'll talk to him. Are you okay? Su Yuexin directly grabbed his ear. Do you take me for a vase?